Just as they were about to speak, Gu Qingqing spoke first. Wait. Lu Xiangyang looked at her. What's wrong? Gu Qingqing said, wild pheasants and rabbits are different sizes. I found 6 rabbits, and I want to keep them. Lu Xiangyang was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Gu Qingqing to say that, but since she wanted them, he wouldn't refuse to save face for his team. Since that's the case, then keep the 6 rabbits. You guys can each choose a wild pheasant. Shirley and Su Guobiao took one each first. They understood the situation and were satisfied. One each made them pretty happy. But it was a different story for others. Jiang Nan looked around. He actually wanted the rabbits. The wild pheasants weren't fat and didn't have much oil. The rabbits looked shiny and smooth, with beautiful fur. One weighed several pounds. Such a fat rabbit was rare. He was willing to chip in some money for one. But now, he knew it was best not to embarrass Lu Xiangyang. Okay, then I'll take one wild pheasant. Today wasn't a waste. Jiang then also took a wild pheasant and put it into his basket. The remaining people were not happy. You guys did this on purpose, didn't you? So, easily agreeing? So many prey, and you only give us a wild chicken? Gu Qingqing smiled slightly. The 6 rabbits were discovered by me. Can I keep them? Also, if you think the division is unfair or that following us puts you at a disadvantage, next time don't team up with us. Come and catch your own. If you catch something, it's yours. We came together. When we get something, we share it equally. Gu Qingqing smiled. You misunderstood. We brought you here. I found the rabbits and Brother Lu found the wild chickens. The main effort was ours. You guys are just extras. These days, it's rare to see meat, so catching a wild chicken for each of you after a mountain trip is already good. Still the same. If you feel you're losing out, don't follow us next time. Lu Xiangyang had served in the army before. He was smart, but he was also very wealthy and still held some traditional ideas. That's why he initially suggested they each pick one. But Gu Qingqing was not so gentle. She knew very well that today Lu Xiangyang took them out just to test them. The 6 rabbits were originally hers. She was worried Lu Xiangyang wouldn't find prey or would lose face, so she brought out the rabbits. Later, when they caught so many wild chickens, there was no need to give away the rabbits. The remaining 4 people, Xiangyang was the most opposed. The other 3 were okay. Seeing that Lu Xiangyang had made up his mind, he laughed. 1 wild chicken is pretty good. It was worth the trip. Let's go home quickly. You guys? Xiangyang looked at the other 3 with disdain. Cowards. You're tough, but if so, don't take other stuff. We wouldn't have caught these on our own. 1 is already good enough. Su Jinchuan took 1, and everyone prepared to go back. The way back was much easier. Wong Yu smiled at Gu Qingqing. Little sister, I didn't expect it. You're even tougher than us. Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes. Brother Lu is just too rich and doesn't care about these things. It was just a test. Why give them so much? With these supplies, it's better to keep them for ourselves. Expanding unnecessary outside help is not as good as strengthening our existing connections. Wong Yu's eyes brightened. No wonder old Lu says you're smart. You're really different. Gu Qingqing sighed. These lessons were learned from the hardships she faced in her past life. On the way back, Lu Xiangyang glanced at Zhang Yang's back a few times. He knew that this person would probably go with Li Fugui and the others. When they reached home, it was almost dark. Everyone ate some food casually and then went to bed. The female educated youth who didn't get anything felt jealous, but had no choice. The next day, Lu Xiangyang processed the wild chickens and rabbits in the backyard, leaving 2 chickens and 2 rabbits, and planned to sell the rest. Early on the 3rd day, Lu Xiangyang borrowed a bicycle and took Gu Qingqing to the city with Wong Yu. Lu Xiangyang carried the wild game, and Wong Yu was excited about the fresh meat. At 9 in the morning, they arrived in the city. First, they had breakfast at a state-run restaurant. Then Lu Xiangyang went to the post office to send seafood and dried goods to his uncle and parents, and then took Gu Qingqing to the hospital for a checkup. The medical process wasn't complicated now, but some reports still needed to wait. Lu Xiangyang gave her a thorough checkup. Wong Yu stayed outside guarding the bicycle. Gu Qingqing said, "I'll wait here myself. You go find Wong Yu, and just come back to pick me up when you're done." There was no danger in the hospital. Lu Xiangyang nodded. "Okay, don't run around. Just wait here for us. I'll be back soon. If possible, I'll take you to a good meal at the restaurant." Gu Qingqing smiled and said, "Okay." Lu Xiangyang went to find Wong Yu, and they left together with the things. Walking on the street, Wong Yu was very excited. "It's almost the end of the year. Meat must be expensive now. We can sell quite a bit of this." Lu Xiangyang didn't take it seriously. If it weren't for helping out his friend, he wouldn't have brought so little stuff. "It's a waste of time. Do you know the way?" Lu Xiangyang asked. Wong Yu chuckled. "I know. I haven't sold things before, but I buy stuff all the time." Lu Xiangyang rolled his eyes. They processed 16 wild chickens, gave away 7, kept 2, and had 9 left. They also caught 7 or 8 rabbits, 3 of which they caught in the mountains themselves. The rabbits weren't as fat as Gu Qingqing's 6 rabbits, so they kept 2 fat ones, and the rest were brought back. The wild chickens each weighed about 2 jin, and the 4 fat rabbits were around 4 jin each, with 2 others around 2 to 3 jin. The roe deer provided over 20 jin of meat. Seeing Wang Yu's excited expression, Lu Xiangyang knew he came often and was very comfortable. "Since you're familiar with everything, you go ahead. I'll wait here for you." "Huh? You're not coming with me?" Lu Xiangyang pulled Wang Yu into a quiet alley, took out some items from his bag, and changed Wang Yu's outfit. It was just a simple change, far less cautious than when he sold large quantities of supplies before. Wang Yu touched his beard and said, "Not bad, old Lu. You even have this stuff. I have plenty of good things. Be careful when you go out. If someone is watching you, remember to take off your outside clothes, wig, and beard. Don't worry, I can handle small things like that." Since he was specially trained, Lu Xiangyang was very confident. "Then go ahead. At least 2 yuan per jin. After selling, go straight to the hospital. I'll go there later." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. "What are you going for?" Lu Xiangyang turned and walked away. "To do something big." Wang Yu shrugged and didn't ask further. He knew Lu Xiangyang was more capable and had more connections than him. This guy was much wealthier than he was. Without Wang Yu around, Lu Xiangyang found it easier. With his skills, as long as he didn't want to be caught, almost no one could find him. So, he wasn't afraid to go to the black market. But today, he didn't have enough time. He didn't plan to sell a lot, just made a quick disguise, carrying a basket on his back, looking for potential customers. After walking around, he earned over 900 yuan. Seeing it was almost noon, he decided to visit the hospital. Gu Qingqing had finished her checkup, and 2 reports would come out in the afternoon. Wang Yu was there too. Seeing Lu Xiangyang, Wang Yu smiled happily. "You're back. Did you finish the big task?" Lu Xiangyang didn't say much, only asked, "Did you handle everything?" Wang Yu nodded. "Yes, 2 yuan per jin, a total of 156 yuan. He took half of the money out and handed it to Lu Xiangyang. Lu Xiangyang reached out and took it. "How's your checkup?" Lu Xiangyang asked Gu Qingqing. "It's nothing. The doctor said I'm completely fine. I recovered so quickly, even the doctor was surprised. He said I can start exercising. There are 2 more reports in the afternoon, and I'll show them to him then." Lu Xiangyang nodded. "Since that's the case, let's go eat first." Wang Yu grinned. "All right, this time I'll treat. Let's have a big meal." Since they shared the spoils, Wang Yu felt he had some advantage and insisted on paying. As the year-end approached, state-run restaurants had plenty of supplies, so they could order many dishes today. Lu Xiangyang looked at Gu Qingqing and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Wang Yu chuckled happily. "Yeah, let's see what you want. Just order whatever." Gu Qingqing looked around. She often ate meat, but at home, fresh fish was rarely available. Dried fish was quite common, so she ordered braised carp. The rest was casual. Lu Xiangyang and Wang Yu preferred meat, so they ordered braised ham hock and meatballs. The main dish was white rice, with 2 vegetable dishes and a bowl of egg drop soup. The 3 of them had enough. Gu Qingqing had experienced the skill of the state-run restaurant's chefs before. When she came to the city for a checkup, Xiangyang kept bringing her meals. Plus, the ingredients in this era were very natural, so the taste was really good. They ate happily. Gu Qingqing had a small appetite, so she sat and waited for Xiangyang and Wong Yu. They ate a lot and finished everything on the table. At this moment, a group of people came down the stairs. Their clothing showed a big difference. The front person wore a sleek black suit, with a watch on his wrist, well-groomed hair, and shiny leather shoes. He looked very refined. He looked like a foreigner, with blonde hair and blue eyes, speaking English. Next to him was someone dressed in typical domestic clothing, showing authority, probably someone from the government system. Seeing foreigners in the country at this time was quite rare. Gu Qingqing knew that this era was very complicated. If someone had overseas connections, it could be disastrous. But the locals treated foreigners very well, and foreigners held a high status in the country. They seemed to be discussing something related to cooperation. From a distance, Gu Qingqing couldn't hear much. She glanced briefly, and then looked away. She also saw that behind the blonde, blue-eyed foreigner, there was another Chinese person dressed in a suit. He looked very East Asian, speaking Chinese with the others. When he saw Gu Qingqing, he paused, frowned, and stared at her for a while. But the people in front didn't stop, and he didn't dare to stop either. They had no roots abroad. After finally making a name for themselves, they couldn't slack off. Seeing the domestic environment on this trip back, he felt even more grateful that his family had decided to go abroad years ago. After Gu Qingqing and the others finished eating, they returned to the hospital. Once the other reports confirmed her health was completely fine, Xiangyang took her back to the village. When they arrived at the youth training station, the sun had just set. Xiangyang went with Wong Yu to return the bicycles. Before leaving, he told Gu Qingqing, "Go rest well.
Just eat a little tonight.
Sleep early, and tomorrow morning I'll take you out to practice." Gu Qingqing felt a bit excited. "What will we practice?" "First, build up your stamina," he replied. Gu Qingqing sighed. That night, she went to bed early. The next morning, she was quite excited, thinking she could learn well and maybe become really skilled. Girls need to learn self-defense skills. It's very important. She really admired girls who could fight. So, Gu Qingqing woke up even earlier than Xiangyang. She was the one knocking on the door. "Big brother Liu, wake up. Big brother Liu." When Xiangyang opened the door, he saw a girl standing outside with a big smile, her bright eyes full of hope. Xiangyang raised an eyebrow.
So excited? Hope it's not just a passing fancy.
Gu Qingqing lifted her chin. "No way. I take things seriously." Wong Yu, still half asleep, was pulled up by Xiangyang. Hearing Gu Qingqing's words, he snorted coldly. "After he trains you for a while, I hope you still have the energy to say that. Don't regret it." Gu Qingqing pouted. "I won't regret it. If someone is willing to teach me skills, I'm happy and eager." And that was true. In her past life, she was born very ordinary. She never went to college and had to figure everything out on her own. That feeling of being without guidance was really frustrating. So, Gu Qingqing cherished every learning opportunity she had. Now that Xiangyang wanted to teach her, she was very eager. After they were ready, the three of them left the youth training station. At this time, the station was quiet, everyone still asleep. After many days of sunshine, most of the snow in the village had melted, but the morning was still very cold, and the surroundings remained icy and freezing. Wong Yu mainly trained agility. Gu Qingqing focused on building her stamina. There weren't many ways to train stamina, but Gu Qingqing was curious about how skilled Xiangyang really was. While jogging, she looked at him with a bright smile. "Big brother Liu, can you fight him?
I want to see how powerful you are."
Wong Yu was so scared, he jumped 3 meters away. "Girl, that's not fair. How can you do this to me?" Gu Qingqing laughed. "Just a few moves. I've never seen a professional fight before."
Was he a soldier king or something?
Wong Yu looked miserable. He was first in the military martial arts competition. "What do you think?" Gu Qingqing's eyes immediately lit up like a light bulb. "Really? Then let's fight right now. Wong Yu. Seeing her so happy, Lu Xiangyang smiled and asked, "Really want to see?" Gu Qingqing nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. "Yes. I've never seen a real expert fight before. Is it as cool as in the movies?" Lu Xiangyang wanted to say that movies are just for entertainment, sometimes made to look exciting. The skills he learned are for self-defense and safety. But in front of this young girl, he naturally couldn't go too harsh. Also, Wong Yu couldn't handle it, so he decided to show her something impressive. "Come here, I'll practice with you." Wong Yu was not happy. "Seriously, do you guys have no conscience?" "Lu Xiangyang, I haven't done anything to offend you. Please, don't come any closer."
Help.
Seeing Lu Xiangyang rush over, Wang Yu turned to run, but his speed was no match for Lu Xiangyang, who caught him and gave him a good lesson. When it comes to fighting, Wang Yu is definitely no match for Lu Xiangyang. Lu Xiangyang had military training, so he's very skilled. Wang Yu, on the other hand, grew up in a wealthy family, studied early, then took an easy job to pass the time. Later, with the changing times, his family faced some trouble. He lost his job, and soon he was sent to the countryside. His family trained him. He could handle ordinary people easily. But fighting someone like Lu Xiangyang, who is a professional, was completely different. "Stop, stop. Old Lu. Brother."
Ouch.
Hearing Wang Yu's exaggerated screams, Gu Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. She was amused not only by Wang Yu, but also by Lu Xiangyang. Showing off is almost instinctive for men. At this moment, Gu Qingqing was tickled by Lu Xiangyang's performance and found it hilarious. Look at his stylish moves, kicking someone, then jumping and spinning before kicking again. It looks cool, but it's also adorable.
Haha.
Gu Qingqing clapped excitedly, cheering loudly for Lu Xiangyang. "Brother Lu, you're so awesome. Keep it up. So handsome. Go on and beat him." After shouting, she suddenly got goosebumps all over and felt a bit like the feeling she had in her past life when young girls chase their idols. Seeing her idol, shouting and screaming, calling him so handsome. She didn't understand before. Was she that excited? Now she understood. Maybe it wasn't just excitement, but the fun of the atmosphere. Shouting and screaming out of excitement felt really good. There is a feeling of youthfulness and vitality. That is exactly how she feels right now. She knows Lu Xiangyang is showing off, but he really is handsome. So she laughs and shouts happily, getting more excited as she does. When Gu Qingqing praises him, Lu Xiangyang becomes even more energetic. He is playing fiercely with Wang Yu on this open space. There is still a lot of snow on the ground. As they play, it turns into a snowball fight. Lu Xiangyang is wearing a military coat, which makes him a bit stiff. He takes off the coat and casually hands it to Gu Qingqing, then continues playing with Wang Yu. In the quiet mountain village, the ground is covered with white snow. Looking around, everything is silver and bright. The sound of Wang Yu and Lu Xiangyang's laughter fills the air. Gu Qingqing watches from a distance, admiring their energy. The sun has come out, and the morning sunlight shines on Lu Xiangyang. She looks at the black sweater she knitted herself that he is wearing, and suddenly, she can't look away. Something inside her suddenly surfaces, something she has been holding back. She's not a naive girl who understands nothing. After months of close time together, can she really not be moved by someone so outstanding? Of course not. But she knows clearly that she must focus on making a living first, then love. Since arriving in this unfamiliar world, she hasn't even solved her basic survival. How could she have the luxury to think about love? Especially with Lu Xiangyang, who is the first to take care of her. What if things go wrong? They might lose even their friendship. Breaking up could turn them into enemies. At that point, how would she handle herself? She started with nothing, but Lu Xiangyang is very different. In her previous life, she was used to seeing people form alliances for profit. In her mind, someone like Lu Xiangyang, who has status and background, would never choose a girl from the countryside like her. There would be too many problems, and it wouldn't benefit his career. He wouldn't be so foolish. Over these months, her view of Lu Xiangyang has changed. He is very different from the people she knew before. He is responsible, attentive, and protective. How could anyone not like such an excellent person? But before she can fully secure herself, she doesn't want to take risks. Does she want to fall in love? Of course she does. In her past life, she was a strong woman, but not all strong women dislike men. Many wise women actually like men. She herself is like that. She never relies on anyone for her career. She is capable and confident, not afraid of men's schemes. In her eyes, many men are quite adorable, and she finds men very interesting. Opposite sexes naturally attract each other. Her liking for handsome guys is just her nature. Why should she feel wronged? Gu Qingqing stood there, watching Lu Xiangyang and Wong Yu playing nearby. She held Lu Xiangyang's coat in her arms. Suddenly, she remembered a sentence she saw online in her past life. Whether fighting or playing sports, helping with clothes, they are all girlfriends. She reached out and touched the coat inside, feeling Lu Xiangyang's body warmth, so warm. As someone who once fought her way up from the bottom, she clearly knows that all good things in this world are not just given, they are taken by force. Good men, good houses, limited edition bags. None of these are obtained without effort. A good house with a prime location involves lotteries and financial proof. Limited edition bags are bought with money, and sellers might not sell them easily. A good man also requires proactive effort. Act first, or suffer the consequences later. Right now, she has all the advantages: timing, location, and people. Should she make her move? Lu Xiangyang was born excellent. Top-tier education and upbringing, handsome, tall, and with a good personality. He is meticulous and seems like a perfect husband. Even without considering marriage, he has excellent genes. The first time Gu Qingqing saw Lu Xiangyang after crossing over, she felt an immediate desire. She wanted to have him.
And now,
she needs to find a way to strengthen herself. Who doesn't want a sweet romance? The key is having the ability to face risks. Gu Qingqing touched Lu Xiangyang's coat in her arms, looking at the distance with a slight smile. Lu Xiangyang and Wong Yu, tired from playing, slowly walked over. I say, Lao Lu, you're too much. It hurts so much. You lack exercise. All those training sessions you had before, you've forgotten them. Where am I lacking? I'm in good shape. You can't even handle these moves and still call it good? Are you normal? How many people can beat you? As they approached, Gu Qingqing held her coat and stepped forward, grabbing Lu Xiangyang's large hand, blowing warm air onto it and rubbing it a few times. Cold? Quickly put on your coat. The man's hand was dry and broad, with a bit of roughness. His palm bore faint calluses from years of holding a gun. Gu Qingqing's hand was small and soft, with delicate, smooth, and tender skin. At this moment, his hand was just in the snow, cold and piercing, while her hand was warm. Suddenly, her small hand held his, and Lu Xiangyang was surprised. Especially since she exhaled warm breath and rubbed her hands together a few times. The feeling of being held by a girl's hand. Lu Xiangyang hadn't had time to fully feel it when Gu Qingqing let go and handed him her coat. Lu Xiangyang was a bit stunned, looking at the girl in front of him. Her smile was calm and relaxed. What's wrong? Hurry up and put it on. Don't catch a cold. Lu Xiangyang put on the coat, and Wang Yu came over too.
I'm exhausted.
Next time, I definitely won't go hunting with you. But Lu Xiangyang didn't seem to be in the mood and ignored him. Gu Qingqing's lips curled slightly, and she said, That's enough for today. Let's go home and have breakfast. In the morning, she cooked millet porridge on the stove and heated some buns. Now she was slicing some pickled vegetables to make breakfast. There was nothing planned for the morning. Gu Qingqing stayed inside the house, not going out. She didn't care what Lu Xiangyang and Wang Yu were doing. She was inside cutting some lamb, chopping cabbage, and making lamb and cabbage dumplings. She also rolled some noodles. Then she locked the doors and windows and went into her space to work. She wanted to upgrade her space as quickly as possible. At noon, she cooked one of the 2 fat rabbits, boiled rice on the stove, and after chopping the rabbit meat into small pieces, she took it to the big outdoor kitchen to cook. Today, she smelled a lot of meat, probably from some young people who went hunting on the mountain earlier, cooking chicken. The rabbit she took was very fat, weighing over 4 jin, about 2 kilograms. The large pot outside was used to cook everything together, adding some mushrooms, radishes, and other ingredients, making a big pot of stew. The aroma filled the yard. Su Dongmei came over to cook and smelled the delicious scent. She felt a bit envious and a little sour. You're really lucky. Lu Xiangyang has so much meat for you to eat. I feel like you've become more beautiful recently. Eating meat really makes you look good. Gu Qingqing joked with a smile. Then why don't you find someone to give you meat too? Su Dongmei pouted. I can do the work myself. I don't rely on men. There aren't many good men in this world. Gu Qingqing was surprised and looked at Su Dongmei. But Su Dongmei seemed to have remembered something, paused for a few seconds, then returned to normal and said to Gu Qingqing, don't think that just because Lu Xiangyang is nice to you now you can relax. Be careful. You still need to work. If you're too delicate and soft, and one day he stops supporting you, and you're too weak to do anything, won't you starve? Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. She really didn't expect Su Dongmei to say such things to her. Her current life was filled with envy and jealousy from others. The young women from the Knowledge Youth group were almost boiling with envy, accusing her of flirting with Lu Xiangyang or saying she was lucky to be supported by him. This was the first time someone had said such words to her. Most importantly, she felt that Su Dongmei wasn't mocking her maliciously, but just warning her. Gu Qingqing smiled slightly, a bit surprised. Among the young women, some were more educated and clever, like Song Meng and Li Yuqing. But the first to speak up and warn her was Su Dongmei, who seemed rough and unreasonable on the surface, and was said to be quite greedy for small benefits. Gu Qingqing smiled and said, I understand. I will work hard and support myself. She had always been diligent in her work, especially in space. Next spring, she was sure she would do something. Su Dongmei also seemed a bit surprised that Gu Qingqing wasn't angry, and even agreed with her. She immediately felt a bit proud and smiled happily. Just listen to me. You're young but smart, unlike those big sisters who are a bit slow. Talking to them is tiring. Gu Qingqing. At noon, Gu Qingqing and the others ate plain rice, braised rabbit, and a plate of seaweed with pork ribs. There was also a small bowl of salted vegetables on the table, which Gu Qingqing had prepared. She usually ate them with these kinds of dishes. In the afternoon, Gu Qingqing still locked the door and busied herself in the space. Lu Xiangyang was reading in the room, and Wong Yu was next to him cracking sunflower seeds, feeling very bored. Seeing Gu Qingqing close the door again, Wong Yu chuckled. Why does that girl hide in her room all day? Isn't she bored? After a while, he didn't hear Lu Xiangyang speak. He looked up and saw Lu Xiangyang staring into space. Old Lu, what's wrong? Lu Xiangyang didn't answer. Old Lu, Wong Yu shouted. Only then did Lu Xiangyang come back to himself. What? Wong Yu frowned. What are you thinking? There's nothing going on in this cold winter. Why are you so distracted? Lu Xiangyang suddenly sighed. Wong Yu, I'm not young anymore. With my family situation, if you were me, what would you do right now? Wong Yu was stunned and thought carefully. Of course, I'd try to get Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu to go back first, then get your parents back to Beijing. It would be best if they could return to their official positions, so you wouldn't have any trouble going back. Lu Xiangyang smiled bitterly. It's not that easy. Now, just protecting my uncle's family and my 2 older brothers is already hard enough. If my grandparents go back, wouldn't those people be furious? Wong Yu helplessly said, What should we do? Keep wasting time like this? If your parents, grandparents, and other family members can't return quickly, what about you? You can't stay here forever, right? Lu Xiangyang said nothing. Wong Yu continued, Actually, your uncle's family is still around. They have some ability. In a year or 2, your uncle can find a way to get you back, arrange a job in the city. That shouldn't be a problem. Lu Xiangyang looked at him. Is that the only way? What happens after I get a job? What else? Get married and have children. Lu Xiangyang shook his head. But I don't want that. Wong Yu became curious. Then what do you want? Lu Xiangyang still shook his head. I don't know, but I know I don't want to take the path you mentioned. Do you still want to go back to the army? Lu Xiangyang shook his head again. That's probably impossible now. The people there are most worried about me going back. If I hadn't retired this time, my uncle's family wouldn't have been protected. Wong Yu didn't know what to say. It seemed whatever he said, Lu Xiangyang would oppose. After a long silence, Lu Xiangyang suddenly asked, "How did you handle your relationships before?" Wong Yu perked up immediately.
Why are you suddenly curious about that? Is there a reason?
Lu Xiangyang shook his head firmly.
No. TC.
Wong Yu lost interest. I knew you were a blockhead, only interested in work. Expecting you to chase girls, I guess the sun will rise from the west. Back then, you had a bright future, and girls were lining up to chase you. Now you're down and out. I wonder what you'll do. If you end up single, maybe I'll give you a son of mine someday? Lu Xiangyang looked at Wong Yu, saw his smug face, and sneered. Even if I have nothing, just because of my face, I don't have to worry about no one giving me a son. Wong Yu. He felt a surge of anger, regretting making such a friend. He had been overshadowed by him since childhood. Now let him win just once. What's wrong with that? What's wrong? It made him so mad. During this time before the new year, everyone was pretty free. It often rained or snowed, so most people stayed indoors, hibernating at home. Gu Qingqing rarely went out either, focusing on work inside her space. That afternoon, the weather was nice. Uncle Wong brought furniture to the educated youth point, and the wooden cart stopped outside Gu Qingqing's house. Gu Qingqing was stunned. Is this for me? Uncle Wong smiled. Yes. Lu, the educated youth, asked me to do it. Should I help you move into the house? When Lu Xiangyang heard the sound, he opened the door and came out to help carry the furniture inside. This time, the furniture was a bit larger. Gu Qingqing stood nearby, watching them bring everything in. There was a large wardrobe with 4 doors, in the style of that era. The wardrobe wasn't very tall, about 1.6 or 1.7 meters, slightly taller than Gu Qingqing. It was decorated with carved patterns, showing good craftsmanship and looking quite nice. A redwood chest was brought in by Lu Xiangyang and placed on the kong, a traditional bed. Her kong was very big, over 3 meters long and quite wide, enough for her to sleep sideways. Since she was alone, placing some items at both ends didn't affect her sleep. Next was a storage cabinet, similar in height to the short cabinet she had made before. It had 2 drawers on top and 2 doors below, with shelves inside when opened. Then there was a desk. It was 1.4 meters long and wider than the usual type Gu Qingqing knew from before. It looked similar to some writing desks from this era, with 3 drawers and 2 small cabinets on each side. However, these cabinets weren't attached to the desk. They were separate and could be moved. Usually, they were placed under the desk on each side, forming a matching set. All these items were painted and made from good materials. Unlike the cheaper ones Gu Qingqing ordered before, which were mostly assembled from scrap wood, these were better quality. The wood was thicker, carefully sanded, polished, and painted, making the room look very nice. After everything was arranged, Lu Xiangyang went out to wash his hands. Uncle Wong moved the cabinets into place and arranged them neatly. He smiled happily and said to Gu Qingqing, "Girl, Lu Jiqing is good to people. You're lucky. Live a good life in the future. Your happiness is ahead." Gu Qingqing was speechless. Lu Xiangyang came back, took out 10 yuan, 2 pounds of sugar tickets, 2 feet of cloth tickets, and handed over 2 pounds of wild boar meat and a dried chicken to Uncle Wong. Uncle Wong happily took the items and left. Gu Qingqing was stunned. Is it really that expensive? Lu Xiangyang smiled. The material is good, and the paint used is also high quality, so the price is naturally higher. The craftsmanship is better than before. These can prevent insects and mice, so it's normal for them to cost more. Her room was now filled with furniture, making it look more lively. Lu Xiangyang looked quite happy. I bought a desk for you. Study hard from now on. Gu Qingqing's lips curled into a faint smile, her face shining with happiness. She reached out, grabbed his arm, and shook it. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook for you. Since the last time this young girl held his hands to warm him, Lu Xiangyang has become very sensitive to her touch. However, for several days afterward, she behaved normally, and he thought it was just an accident, that she had just done it casually. Now, she's pulling on his arm and shaking it. This feeling. Men can't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. He is a young man full of energy. How could he not feel anything about such a beautiful girl? But there are some things he hasn't figured out yet. When he's confused, he can involve others. Although he looks young on the outside, he has the mind of an old man who has lived for decades. Facing such a pure 18-year-old girl, he really can't bring himself to act. Raised with proper education, he honestly thinks that it's a bit inappropriate for him to think about doing anything with a girl so young. Compared to that, it's better to see her as a daughter, which doesn't cause any psychological burden. Qingqing, do you sometimes feel that I'm a bit old?
Huh?
Gu Qingqing blinked, looking at him with some confusion. She examined him from head to toe. You're only 24. How can you be old?
Well,
maybe my habits or behavior. Do you think I'm boring? That being with me is dull? He remembers that in his previous life, people around him also said similar things. They said he only cared about work and couldn't make girls happy. His mother even said that men from the Liu family spoil their wives. So how did he turn out to be such a stiff? Back then he was young. When you're young and full of energy, you think like that. Later, busy with family responsibilities, he lost interest in romantic matters as he got older. And honestly, he hadn't met anyone who truly moved him. Now that he's reborn, he looks young on the outside, but his mind isn't young anymore. Compared to today's young people, isn't he even more boring? Gu Qingqing thought for a moment. Not at all. I think you're pretty good. Very responsible, careful in what you do, and most importantly, reliable. Unlike some young people who seem unreliable at first glance. Wong Yu is 2 years younger than you, but he's quite immature in comparison. Xiangyang was a bit surprised. You think Wong Yu is immature? Gu Qingqing nodded. At least compared to you, he's much more childish. But compared to most people, he's a bit smarter. For example, at our youth station, most people are around the same age. Some are quite dull, short-sighted, while others are a little more perceptive. For example, Shirley and Su Guobiao are not particularly talented, but they are hardworking, capable, and do not fuss over small things. They are clear-headed and not greedy. For young people their age, that is very rare. However, Zheng Jejia is a clear example of the opposite. Also, my brothers and a typical person like Lin Dongliang, short-sighted, untrustworthy, unpredictable, quick to promise but rarely follow through, think they are clever, but they are not. Gu Qingqing saw Xiangyang listening seriously, so she looked into his eyes with a smile and said earnestly, "These people all share one trait. They lack brains. They often mess things up and can't become great. But that won't happen to you. If I have something important for you to do, I would definitely trust you the most. Next is Wong Yu. The others don't have the skills I can rely on." Xiangyang was surprised. "You're just a young girl, yet you speak such wise words."
Who taught you?
Gu Qingqing immediately smiled, eager for praise. "Am I very smart?" Xiangyang nodded. "Yes, very smart. Few girls pay attention to these things." Gu Qingqing nodded. "That's true, but my mother taught me that women should be independent. She said this era is good because it gives girls the chance to support themselves. We can work and earn our own living without relying on men for everything. Girls are also human. They should learn survival skills, how to recognize and judge people, instead of worrying all day about clothes, shoes, kitchenware, and gossip. If a girl isn't clever enough, she can easily be deceived by bad men. That not only harms herself, but also those around her. Besides, an unwise girl is unlikely to catch the eye of a good man. Even if she does, it's probably trouble." Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. "Trouble?" Gu Qingqing nodded. "Yes. When someone is outstanding, there will be many complications and competitors. Without brains, that's just trouble." Xiangyang was silent. That was what he worried about. He would protect those around him and support his woman, but what if he wasn't there? He couldn't be with her all the time. If she's too weak, she's bound to suffer. Lu Xiangyang looked at the girl in front of him and frowned. Why are you always thinking about these things? Your life experience is not really useful to me. Gu Qingqing was silent for a moment, then suddenly went to close the door. She came back and pulled Lu Xiangyang to sit on the Kong bed, sitting across from him with a small table between them. Gu Qingqing leaned over the table, seriously looking at Lu Xiangyang. Big brother Lu, I want to tell you a secret. Can you help me analyze if what I say is right? When I was a child, my mom told me I was naturally quite smart. She was from a wealthy family and raised me, so my way of thinking is very different from that of rural people. Because of that, I also think differently. So, in the countryside, it's hard for me to find a husband. It's not that others don't want me, but I don't like them. She told me to study hard and get a good job, so I could find a better husband. That way, my way of thinking would be useful. Basically, it's about finding someone who shares my values. Is that right? Xiangyang thought for a moment and analyzed rationally. He felt that Gu Qingqing's mother's advice made sense. He nodded. Your mother's words are reasonable. Gu Qingqing nodded. You agree too. But I've rarely seen smart people growing up. For example, Lin Dongliang. Honestly, I don't feel sad about losing my fiancé. In fact, I feel lucky. Later, my mom realized he wasn't a good person. But at that time, she was sick and didn't have much energy. She thought that as long as I was dependent on someone, I could just cancel the marriage when I grew up if I didn't want to marry. I really think he's so stupid. If it were you and you faced the same situation, you definitely wouldn't do that. Xiangyang became interested. What do you think I would do? At least, you wouldn't do it so openly. You have the ability and you wouldn't easily break off the engagement just because my mom wasn't around to take advantage. You wouldn't flirt with my cousin and then blame me for everything. You don't know how miserable I've been all those years.
He's not comparable to you.
He's less capable and has no good character. If you had been the one engaged to me back then, you might not have married me if you didn't like me later, but you definitely wouldn't treat me badly. With your ability, you could easily help me and make my life less miserable. Xiangyang's lips curved into a slight smile. If it were him, he wouldn't do such unkind things. Gu Qingqing moved closer, leaning on the table with her hands supporting her chin. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiangyang. Big brother Lu, you're so smart. What kind of person do you think I should find as a partner? Her eyes are so innocent, as if she is truly discussing this matter with him. Lu Xiangyang looked at her bright eyes and instinctively didn't want to answer the question. Do you really want to get married?
No.
Then why are you asking me this? Gu Qingqing muttered, just curious. Since my mom passed away, no one has taught me anything anymore. You are the smartest person I've ever met. I just think what you say sounds more reliable, so I wanted to ask you. Lu Xiangyang suddenly smiled. You trust me that much? Gu Qingqing tilted her head, her eyes shining with admiration. Yes. You are the smartest and best at handling things I've seen. I heard Wong Yu say that you used to be a leader in your circle. Now that the world has changed and you've come to the countryside, even if you're down on your luck, you still live well, take care of your grandparents, and have energy left to look after me. My mom once told me that a person's ability isn't just about how successful they are in good times, but whether they can turn things around in tough times. Even if you lost your job and came to the countryside, you still live well and can take care of those around you. Given time, you will surely rise again to the top. I have to say, Lu Xiangyang was pleased. A smile couldn't help but appear on his face, feeling happy from the compliment. No one had ever said such words to him before. Lu Xiangyang turned his head and looked at the girl beside him. Anyway, it's true that I'm working on farms in the countryside now. Do you really believe me? Are you afraid I won't be able to turn things around in the future? Gu Qingqing shrugged. But the fact is, you're living well now. The fact that you can take care of me is also true. You already have respect at the worksite and are recognized as capable. I trust what I see with my own eyes. If I didn't believe in you, who else could I believe? Lu Xiangyang's smile couldn't be contained anymore. Gu Qingqing continued, man. The biggest skill is giving people a sense of security, making those who follow him feel that whether in good times or bad, he can handle things well. So they won't fall apart at the first sign of trouble. That's the kind of person you are. Anyway, I've never seen this trait in anyone else. This time, Lu Xiangyang's smile was no longer just on his lips but burst out in laughter. Are you flattering me? Gu Qingqing giggled as she leaned closer to him, resting her chin on her hands and tilting her head. She looked like she was admitting something, but she confidently said, "There's no way. I'm just telling the truth." Beating around the bush, twisting and turning, actually, he was being praised all along. Anyway, after talking so much, Lu Xiangyang only remembered two things. First, Gu Qingqing is very smart. Second, Gu Qingqing really admires him. This kind of sincere admiration and trust is more convincing than superficial flattery or compliments. Even though he knew she was just flattering him, he loved hearing it. Since his rebirth, including his previous life, he hadn't felt this relaxed and happy for a long time. He originally thought he could truly relax once he sent his grandparents back to the city and his parents back to the city, stabilizing the Lu family. Only then could he really let go. But unexpectedly, just a few sweet words from this little girl made him so happy. Lu Xiangyang turned to look at the girl beside him. She was still resting her chin on her hand, blinking big eyes at him, holding her hands up to reveal a pair of fair, delicate wrists. Seeing her beautiful wrists, he suddenly thought that if she wore some jewelry, she would look even more beautiful. Thinking of something, he reached into his pocket and took out a jade bracelet. The bracelet was clear and bright, with a fresh, tender color and a glossy, water-like shine. It had no impurities at all. Lu Xiangyang handed it to Gu Qingqing. Here. Gu Qingqing was surprised. For me? Lu Xiangyang nodded. Yes. I got this by chance. It's a good quality bracelet. It used to be very valuable, but now it's not worth much. Good jade is rare. Your wrist is slender and fair. Wearing it will look great. Just keep it for yourself. Don't let others know. Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow, smiling as she took it. The bracelet felt cool to the touch, and its vibrant green color was flawless. No impurities at all. In her previous life, even when she was very wealthy, she wouldn't buy such a fine item. In her past world, this top-quality jewelry would be worth at least 10 million. He just gave it to her like that? Gu Qingqing smiled. Is this my reward for flattering you just now? Lu Xiangyang nodded. Yes. Also, a small, everyday gift. Gu Qingqing immediately put it on her wrist and waved her hand in front of him. How does it look? Is it pretty? Of course it's beautiful. Her slender, fair wrist with that bright green bracelet, the jade's glow is excellent. Of course it looks good. Very beautiful. You can wear it secretly for fun, but never take it outside. Keep it hidden. Gu Qingqing nodded. I know. If others find out, I'll get into trouble. I will hide it well. Lu Xiangyang felt reassured and stood up to leave. Gu Qingqing grabbed his arm again. You haven't told me what you want to eat tonight, as a reward for making so many pieces of furniture for me. Lu Xiangyang thought for a moment. Just do what you think is best. Everything you make is very good. After a pause, he added, and that beef and pork sauce, if you have time, make a little more. If there's not enough meat, just tell me. My brother and my parents all like it. Gu Qingqing immediately nodded. No problem, I got it. Lu Xiangyang left, and Gu Qingqing tidied up the house. With so many new pieces of furniture, she moved things around to fit everything. Once everything was in place, she looked around and felt very happy. Although she had traveled here with nothing and came from a poor family, she was lucky to meet Lu Xiangyang. Many people in the countryside don't even have such fancy furniture when they get married. Gu Qingqing cooked a hearty dinner for the three of them, and they all ate well. That night, Lu Xiangyang couldn't sleep. He just lay on the Kong bed, happily smiling to himself. Wong Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, what are you smiling about all alone? Did Gu Qingqing say something to you? Lu Xiangyang ignored him. Nothing. Nothing? Then why are you smiling like that? I'm not smiling stupidly. Wong Yu got angry. That's definitely a stupid smile. Your mouth is almost up to your ears. Lu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow and touched his chin. Really? Am I in such a good mood? Wong Yu was annoyed and shook his head, not wanting to talk to him. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangyang was happily unable to sleep, but Gu Qingqing was much calmer. She had been busy in her space until early morning, watching her progress bar get closer to leveling up, feeling very happy. When she finally went to sleep, she took out the jade bracelet and wore it on her wrist, touching it as she drifted off. This winter was very cold, with continuous heavy snow and rain. Most of the time, the land was covered in ice and snow. Lu Xiangyang often went out, sometimes for 3 or 4 days at a time. Sometimes he went with Wong Yu, sometimes alone. They explored deep mountains, but when they returned, they didn't bring back much game. Wild chickens, rabbits, deer, and roe deer are common, but when going deep into the mountains, I didn't bring Shirlei or Sugubiao. Lu Xiangyang was worried about Gu Qingqing being alone at home. Before leaving, he always gave careful instructions. He had already informed Captain Wang Zhenghua and Accountant Tao, who handled things well. This kept the Li family in check, allowing Gu Qingqing to live peacefully at the youth commune, without anyone bothering her. As for Li Fuguei and his group, Shirlei and Su Guobiao kept an eye on them, so they didn't dare to do anything. Whenever Lu Xiangyang returned, he would bring things for Shirlei and Su Guobiao. This winter, these two seemed much better off. The atmosphere at the youth commune changed a bit. Everyone wanted to get their share, especially during this cold winter when there was little to eat. Once, Lu Xiangyang went deep into the mountains and invited the youth commune members to a meal. He cooked 2 wild chickens, 1 wild rabbit, and several pounds of wild boar meat. The delicious smell spread throughout the yard. He only invited 4 people: Li Fuguei, Wu Dajuan, Liang Jianxi, and Zhang Yong. He didn't invite the female youth, including Zheng Jiejie. Zheng Jiejie was also excluded. This was very obvious, and she was so angry she cried again, but no one paid attention to her. Originally, Yang Chunhong advised Lu Xiangyang to not be so harsh on a girl, but Lu Xiangyang was very firm. If he could be so tough with girls, he was even less polite with several male youth. His attitude was very arrogant. Zhang Yong almost fought with Lu Xiangyang, but he couldn't win. Li Fuguei was still hurting from a previous beating, so he only warned sharply this time and didn't dare to fight seriously. No one would refuse free meat offered to them, so the conflicts grew more obvious. As for Gu Qingqing, since Lu Xiangyang was often not at home, she obediently stayed inside, not going anywhere, and focused on working in her space. She worked hard to exercise her body, regain her agility, and earn a lot of money. Finally, a few days before the new year, she upgraded her space to the next level. It was exhausting. After the space upgraded, time felt longer. 1 day outside was 2 days inside the space. This gave her more time to do other things. Gu Qingqing was very happy. She took a milk bath upstairs, wearing a luxurious silk pajamas she specially ordered. She lay on the balcony's lazy sofa. Next to her homemade fruit tea with succulent grapes. She took a sip, sour and sweet grape flavor. Life was wonderfully beautiful. Looking at the bright green bracelet on her wrist, Gu Qingqing happily smiled because it was a gift from Lu Xiangyang. The new year was coming soon, and she wondered what gift to give Lu Xiangyang. Just as she was thinking about this, the system suddenly spoke. "Host, the system has finished upgrading. Now, the time inside the space is different from outside. 2 days inside equal 1 day outside. Your points and balance have been deducted as required. You are upgrading quickly, so to reward you, I will give you a benefit early." Gu Qingqing's eyes lit up. What benefit? The well water in your space now has more nutrient layers, making it taste better and nourishing more effectively. Drinking it now will help you grow taller faster. Gu Qingqing immediately jumped up. Really? The system chuckled. Of course. This benefit is usually only available when you reach level 4, but since you work hard and upgrade quickly, and because growing taller has age limits, I am giving it to you early. Gu Qingqing looked at her legs and happily skipped a few rounds in front of the mirror. She had been drinking the well water in her space every day. Her current height was about 1.57 meters, and in about 4 months, she had grown 7 centimeters. At 18, that was quite fast. Now that the system had upgraded and improved the quality of the well water, if she could grow another 10 centimeters in the next half year, she would become a tall, beautiful girl. Her long legs, were they finally coming? Gu Qingqing excitedly skipped a few rounds in front of the mirror. When enough time had passed, she left the space. It was almost noon. Lu Xiangyang hadn't left today. He had gone to visit Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu, but he said he would come back for lunch. Gu Qingqing was in a good mood today and planned to prepare a hearty meal to celebrate. She took out a stack of braised pork from the space. The fresh pork Lu Xiangyang had brought back was partly made into pork sauce, and she had been slowly eating the rest. There was only one last piece left, which had been frozen. Since the temperature was very low, below 10 degrees Celsius, and everywhere was icy and snowy, Lu Xiangyang and Wong Yu hadn't thought about how to preserve these things. They just left the meat by the window, and it froze into ice. Gu Qingqing threw the last piece of meat into the space and took out a plate of braised ribs. She sprinkled a little sesame seeds on top, making it look very appetizing. I took a piece of air-dried fish and a piece of eel meat to the large outdoor kitchen to cook, because cooking inside makes the house too smoky. In winter, the weather is bad, and I can't dry the bedding every day, so it's better to cook outside. The eel meat was previously fed with well water from the space well, so even after cleaning, the meat alone weighed over 100 jin and was frozen in chunks. I've eaten half of it over the past few days, and there's still quite a bit left. The eel meat, after being chopped into sections, was soaked again in well water by Gu Qingqing, which washed out all the dirt inside. The taste is incredibly fresh and delicious. Recently, I've been eating eel meat the fastest. I stir-fried some eel, boiled a fish, and cooked some greens with soaked mushrooms. Yes, fresh little greens. In this season, winter, there aren't many vegetables, mostly cabbage, potatoes, and radishes. Gu Qingqing grows her own small greens inside the house. She made a wooden basket, about 10 centimeters deep, filled it with soil, and planted the green seeds on the bed. Her house always has a stove burning, keeping it warm. Lu Xiangyang and Wong Yu thought she grew the greens because of the warmth, but Gu Qingqing isn't sure. She sprinkled some well water on the greens, and they grew very vigorously, looking lush and green, making them look very tasty. She stir-fried some greens and made a tofu and vegetable soup. The tofu was homemade by Aunt Pang, who knows how to make tofu. Gu Qingqing exchanged a jin of wild boar meat and half a dried wild chicken for 2 large bowls of tofu. She wants to prepare some frozen tofu for hot pot and can even make stinky tofu. Recently, Lu Dalao has been in a good mood. Every time he goes on a trip, he brings back food and drinks for her. Even though she's just a little orphan girl, she now has enough to eat and wear and keeps getting snacks. She feels she must repay him well. She steamed some sausage, sliced some pig's head meat, and everything was ready. When the meal was prepared, Lu Xiangyang came back just in time and saw Wong Yu entering the house. He was surprised.
Oh,
what a good day today. Making so much delicious food. The main dish was plain rice. Gu Qingqing served the rice and smiled. I'm in a good mood, so I made some extra tasty food. There's nothing much to do in winter anyway. Wong Yu was excited. This is great. Girl, I hope you're always in a good mood. I love eating your food the most. Her portions weren't large, just a variety of dishes. With Lu Xiangyang and Wong Yu here, they could definitely finish everything. 3 people sat down. Gu Qingqing said to Lu Xiangyang, Big brother Lu, I've finished all the questions you gave me. Later, please check if I did them correctly. Lu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow and looked at the young girl in front of him, who was smiling. You finished so quickly? Gu Qingqing nodded. Yes. I'm very smart. Not only smart, but also hardworking. I've been practicing calligraphy recently. I've finished all the materials you gave me, so doing the questions was naturally faster. Wong Yu also knew about her studies. Hearing her say this, he couldn't quite believe it. Really? You finished all those materials? Did you learn everything? Gu Qingqing nodded again. Yes. Lu Xiangyang sat across from Gu Qingqing, looking at her. This was his own girl he had raised, and he couldn't help feeling a little proud. Qingqing is very smart. She's much more diligent than you. These days, she gets up at 6 every morning to exercise with me. She's never complained about being tired and has improved quickly. She reads and studies every day without falling behind. She also prepares 3 meals a day. Wong Yu, you're far behind. Besides morning exercise, you're either sleeping or playing cards. Wong Yu. His good mood suddenly disappeared. He needed to eat more. After eating, Wong Yu, who is quite lazy, was punished by Xiangyang to wash the dishes. Wang Dashi, who used to never touch water, was now being managed by Xiangyang. Wang Yu went to wash the dishes.
Gu Qingqing pulled Xiangyang to sit her desk.
When she pulled him, she deliberately held his wrist. Their hands were clasped, touching not only the sweater cuffs but also some skin. Recently, Xiangyang seemed to have gotten used to this kind of touch. He felt no strange feelings and sat down naturally at the desk. Gu Qingqing sat beside him. They sat side by side on a long bench. She took out her homework and placed it in front of Xiangyang. She tilted her head and looked at him. Look, did I do it right? Xiangyang was holding middle school review materials. For Gu Qingqing, this was not difficult. She also kept a lot of study materials in her own space. Reviewing them was not hard. Xiangyang looked at her answers. Not only were they all correct, but her handwriting was also very good. That was quite rare. During the years Gu Qingqing's studies were delayed, she must have fallen behind. Now, being able to maintain this level only showed that her previous level was even higher. She was only a little over 10 years old back then, and she was indeed very smart. Xiangyang sincerely praised, "Good job, your handwriting is also very nice. If you practice more, your calligraphy will become very impressive. Do you know how to write with a brush?" Gu Qingqing shook her head. "I've practiced before, but I can only barely read it. It's probably just beginner level." In her previous life, Gu Qingqing also practiced brush calligraphy during her free time, but as she said, she only did it for fun, with no artistic skill, just basic practice. Now, Gu Qingqing had a brush in hand, and Xiangyang asked her to write a few characters for him to see. When Gu Qingqing finished, her writing was slightly better than that of a beginner. She smiled slightly and looked at Xiangyang.
"Can you write?"
"Show me a few examples and I'll try to practice too." Xiangyang picked up a brush and started writing on a blank sheet of paper. It was a typical masculine style, rough, bold, with a touch of free spirit and grandeur. Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. "This style is what you men like, full of strong masculinity. It might not suit me, right?" Xiangyang then tried a different style. Gu Qingqing raised her eyebrows, surprised. What appeared on the paper was a running script, somewhat like Wang Shiji's style, looking gentle and refined, with the soft restraint of a noble family member. Could Xiangyang actually have such a side? Besides this, what else can you do? Xiangyang thought for a moment. "Apart from my work skills, I can do some playing of musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I'm best at Go, and I only know a little about Chinese chess." Gu Qingqing rested her chin on her hand and sighed softly. "It seems I need to study hard in the future, or I won't be able to keep up with you." It was obvious that he came from a well-off family. In this difficult era, ordinary families couldn't afford such education. Also, Xiangyang mentioned he had an older brother. If he was like this, his brother probably was too. Supporting 3 children with such an education fund was not simple. Xiangyang smiled. "There's still plenty of time. Take your time learning. You understand the stuff in your textbooks well, and later you'll review high school courses. For calligraphy, start practicing now, and after a while, I'll teach you painting." Gu Qingqing nodded. Suddenly, Xiangyang said, "There are only a few days until the new year. I need to go out tomorrow and might be gone for 3 or 4 days. Stay at home and don't run around. Wang Yu will stay here. If someone bullies you, immediately find him. Understand?" Gu Qingqing was surprised. "You're going out too?" Xiangyang nodded. During the year-end, supplies were in high demand, and he had nothing much to do at home, so why not go out for a walk? The days ahead would only get better. Black market supplies would become less valuable. Gu Qingqing suddenly moved closer and whispered, "Big brother Lu, where do you go when you go out?" Lu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, looking at the curious young girl, and a small smile appeared on his face. I'll go earn money to support you. Gu Qingqing was momentarily stunned. Seeing her dazed expression, Lu Xiangyang felt happier. He stood up and gently ruffled her hair with his large hand. Study well at home. I'll be back soon. After watching Lu Xiangyang leave, Gu Qingqing took a while to regain her senses. She smiled happily, her lips curling up involuntarily. She looked at the beautiful jade bracelet on her wrist, leaning on the table and giggling so hard that her shoulders trembled. She was practically floating on pink bubbles. The next morning, Gu Qingqing got up early and prepared breakfast, waiting patiently. Lu Xiangyang had woken up quite early, but as soon as he moved, Gu Qingqing opened the door. Come and eat breakfast. Lu Xiangyang was a bit surprised and entered her room. Waking up so early? When I'm not home, unless Wong Yu is with you, don't get up early to exercise or go to crowded places. He was so handsome that, even in a place with good security and surveillance, there was still a risk of being targeted by wrongdoers, especially now in this poor mountain village. Gu Qingqing was growing more beautiful and her figure was gradually improving. He really didn't feel comfortable leaving her alone at home. Moreover, there were people in the village who didn't have good intentions toward her. The Li family, for example, would have caused trouble if he hadn't been keeping them in check. Li Fuguei and others were still at the youth training camp. When he was away, Lu Xiangyang definitely didn't trust her to go out alone. Gu Qingqing brought the breakfast to the table. I understand. It's so cold outside. I rarely go out, mostly staying indoors. The breakfast consisted of rice porridge, tea eggs, meat buns, and some pickled vegetables. After eating, Lu Xiangyang prepared to leave. Gu Qingqing stopped him and handed him a knitted scarf from the wardrobe. Here, take this. It's so cold outside, and you're working hard to earn money. Be careful. Stay safe and come back early. Lu Xiangyang looked at the scarf, which was knitted from wool yarn. It was simple in style, plain black, his style. He smiled slightly, took the scarf, and wrapped it around his neck. He told her, stay at home and be good. After Lu Xiangyang left, Gu Qingqing's homemade beef and pork sauces were taken away again, probably to be sent to relatives and friends. With nothing much to do at home, and the end of the year approaching, she was thinking about visiting the black market. When she first crossed over, she didn't need or dare to go anywhere. At that time, the original owner's body was weak and exhausted from torment, and she probably didn't have the strength to run away if faced with danger. But now, things are different. Her body has fully recovered, her strength is back, and she has been exercising for a long time. She even trained in her space. Her agility has improved a lot. Now, with the help of her system space, even if she can't beat someone, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Gu Qingqing started to look through the items in her space. She planned to sell not the things she grew there, but the items she bought in her previous life. She had several 100 million worth of supplies. Now, with the good things grown in her system space, she no longer wanted to eat the food made with excessive fertilizers and pesticides, so she decided to sell them. She found some cheap fabrics, which she had specially sourced in her past life. She sewed these fabrics into small bags to hold various supplies. At the end of the year, the village's tractor often went to the county. Many people would go along with it. Gu Qingqing did the same to avoid walking. She prepared everything and left early in the morning. Li Fuguei and others were at the youth commune, so Wong Yu didn't stop her. On the tractor, Gu Qingqing became the center of attention. People kept asking how rich Lu Xiangyang was, whether he ate meat every day, and so on. Fortunately, Gu Qingqing in her past was a good girl with a good reputation. She was also considered a little pitiful in the village, so now she behaved obediently and even pretended to be very timid. No one suspected her. She didn't say much, only mentioning what everyone already knew. Lu Xiangyang's family was from Beijing, her brother was a cadre in the military with a high salary, he liked hunting, and they had wild boar meat. Everyone knew about the wild boar meat, as it was distributed throughout the brigade, so there was nothing secret about it. After wandering around and chatting about family matters, they finally arrived in the county. The tractor would return around 3 p.m., and everyone wanting to ride it would gather at that time, no exceptions. Although Gu Qingqing had been out less recently, she had still gathered information about which places in the county had wealthier people. There were a few small factories in the county, and the staff dormitories and residential areas there were the wealthiest places. Gu Qingqing first went to scout nearby, starting with the textile factory's residential area. This is the biggest factory in the county, with many people living in the staff housing area. She stood nearby for a while, observing quietly before hiding in a quiet place to change clothes inside a space. It was impossible for her to wear her own clothes. She had to darken her already small face further, thicken her eyebrows, and apply makeup to her eyes to make her look more like a boy. She hid her braids, put on a hat, wore high-heeled shoes to make herself taller, and changed into clothes typically worn by boys of this era. When she came out, unless someone looked carefully, they wouldn't realize she was a girl. She stood outside the staff housing area for a while and saw a well-dressed young woman. Gu Qingqing immediately went over, smiling foolishly. "Sister, I'm your relative from the countryside. I brought you New Year's gifts. It's almost New Year. Sister, please exchange some things with me to take back to the village for the celebration." The young woman was surprised. Her sharp eyes looked Gu Qingqing up and down. With her outfit and appearance, she clearly looked like a poor rural kid. Does this wealthy staff housing area often see people from the countryside bringing things to sell? They were used to it, all for making a living, so everyone turned a blind eye. Now, at the end of the year, it was even more frequent. She had encountered this several times already. She had no relatives in the countryside. The young woman's lips curled into a small smile. Since it was cold and there weren't many people on the street, she took Gu Qingqing to a corner and said directly, "Show me what you have. If the stuff is good, I'll trade with you." The woman looked to be around 30, appearing to have a job. She wore a thick wool coat, leather shoes, leather gloves, and a watch on her wrist. TSK. An imported watch. Rich people. Gu Qingqing immediately knew what she could sell to her. She put the items from the space into a basket, then smiled and opened the basket to show her. Seeing what was inside, the young woman was instantly delighted. 5 jin of rice, 5 jin of flour, 5 jin of pork, 3 jin of dried yellow peaches, 3 apples, 2 jin of preserved sausage, 5 jin of eggs. Do you want it? The young woman was very happy. Yes. I want everything. All these were rare supplies, perfect for celebrating the new year or giving as gifts. How much do you want for it? Gu Qingqing smiled, just the black market price. Fine rice is 1 yuan, the pork is top quality and costs 2 yuan 50, dried yellow peaches are 5 yuan a jin, 3 apples are 10 yuan, preserved sausage is 3 yuan a jin, and eggs cost the same as fine rice. No problem. The young woman readily agreed. The prices were similar to the black market, and the fine rice was even a bit cheaper. At the end of the year, prices are rising. There is a lot of pork with fat, and she can accept 2 yuan 50 per jin. Today, it was quite a coincidence. She went out to handle some errands and carried enough money. The young woman was very straightforward and paid directly. She handed over 58 yuan and 50 cents to Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing specially brought a plain cloth bag for her to put the items in. Once she got the goods, the young woman looked at Gu Qingqing and didn't want to end things just yet. "Young man, you can still get fresh fruit at this time of year. You seem quite capable. If you find good things in the future, just look for me in the residential area. My name is Li Hongshuang. People in the neighborhood mostly know me."
Got it?
Gu Qingqing held the money in her hand, feeling a bit excited since this was her first time doing such a thing. Hearing this, she looked at Li Hongshuang again. She seemed to be quite wealthy, speaking so confidently. Could she be buying a lot? What else do you want? Li Hongshuang immediately smiled. She looked bright and beautiful, and her smile was like a blooming rose. "I want grains and meat. If you have dried fruits or fresh fruit, that's good too. Peanuts are also nice. Additionally, good fabrics, wool, and other rare materials. I want all of them." Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. She could tell this person was quite rich. Such wealth was rare. "Come back in 2 hours with enough money," she said. Li Hongshuang's eyes lit up. Oh, She really met someone capable. Okay, young man, bring more next time. Money is not a problem. No matter the era, there are always wealthy people. Gu Qingqing didn't ask more and turned to leave. She moved to another place to continue trading, only dealing with wealthy people. At the end of the year, only rich people are willing to spend large amounts of money on supplies. Most of these people are doing well. They not only need things for themselves but also give gifts. The demand is very high. After a few transactions, she became more familiar with others and even saw a few colleagues. Probably because it was the end of the year, everyone understood the situation and the rules weren't strict. After all, who doesn't want to have a good new year? Xiangyang had been going out frequently lately, claiming he was earning money, likely related to the black market. Spring Festival was coming. No matter the era, the Spring Festival is always a time of high spending. When the time was almost right, Gu Qingqing returned. She had prepared quite a few things this time, but to be cautious, she changed her outfit to look like a young boy, though her clothes and style were different from before. I specifically went to the residence area to inquire about Li Hongshuang. There really was such a person, and her description matched exactly what Gu Qingqing had just encountered. Gu Qingqing had wandered nearby earlier and waited nearby. When Li Hongshuang arrived on time, she didn't show herself immediately. Instead, she checked the surroundings to make sure there was nothing suspicious before going to meet Li Hongshuang. When Li Hongshuang saw Gu Qingqing again, she was momentarily stunned. "Big sister, you don't recognize me?" Her voice was the same as before. Li Hongshuang's eyes immediately showed interest. "Young man, you're quite capable. Let me see what you have." She didn't waste words and directly looked at Gu Qingqing's basket and sack. This time, Gu Qingqing prepared more things. 10 jin of rice, 10 jin of flour, 10 jin of eggs, 5 jin of sweet potato vermicelli, 10 jin of fresh pork, 5 jin of cured meat, 5 jin of sausages, 2 jin of sugar, 2 jin of brown sugar, a thoroughly cleaned large goose, a hen, both slaughtered and cleaned but not dried or cured, 2 dried chickens, 2 dried ducks, 2 jin of peanuts, 6 large red apples, about 3 jin of oranges, 3 jin of dried strawberries, 3 jin of dried peaches, 2 jin of raisins, 5 jin of mutton, and a 10 jin barrel of soybean oil. Seeing all this, Li Hongshuang was stunned. Even she, who was wealthy and often bought things from the black market, had never seen so many good items at once. No, she had seen similar things in the department store in the provincial capital, but those were behind counters and belonged to the state, not her. However, these were just food items. There was also a batch of rare household goods. 2 bars of soap, 2 sets of pure cotton 4-piece bedding, 1 sky blue with stripes, 1 light blue with prints, 5 jin of light purple blended yarn, 5 jin of light blue blended yarn, 5 jin of bright red wool yarn, 5 jin of pure black wool yarn, a large red patterned blanket, a camel-colored wool fabric, and, most importantly, 2 sets of military coats. Military coats were quite popular in this era, but only a few people owned actual military supplies. Most used similar styles made from army green fabric. Gu Qingqing's was a replica, but it wasn't made by herself. Instead, it was specially ordered from a factory in her previous life. Both men's and women's styles were produced, with over 10,000 pieces stored in the space. The surface is military green, with double-breasted buttons. The inside is lined with lambskin and lamb fur, making it very warm and windproof. The cut is also stylish, similar to the fashion of this era, with some slight innovation. The most important thing is the shape. Clothes made in this era usually don't have the same fit as hers. There is one for men and one for women. Finally, there are cigarettes. However, Gu Qingqing doesn't have modern packaging. She has loose cigarettes in a craft paper bag, a total of 200 sticks, packed into 2 packs. No matter the era, cigarettes and alcohol are always popular during festivals and holidays. In her previous life, she had about a year to stockpile them. How could Gu Qingqing not think of this? She bought these wholesale, on purpose. The outer packaging was torn off, so now there are no labels or marks. Gu Qingqing grins, her eyes full of money. "Sister, these are good things. Take a look and tell me what you need." As for these cigarettes, this is the best I can do. They're good cigarettes, but with packaging, it's more complicated. So, this is the best I can offer. Seeing so many items, Li Hongshuang didn't know what to say. At first, she thought she had met a talented young man. Now, it's clear that he's not just talented, he's incredibly capable. She's not afraid of him bringing out good things. She has money. What she fears is not being able to buy good things with her money. Li Hongshuang was very excited. Little brother, I want all these things. Sister promises I won't treat you unfairly. If you find good stuff in the future, remember to come find me. She moved closer to Gu Qingqing, smiling warmly. Not only does my family need these, but I also have many relatives. They're well off too, and they want lots of things. Gu Qingqing immediately understood. This family is wealthy. With so many items, Li Hongshuang really bought everything. She knew that the food was fine grain. People like Li Hongshuang with good conditions definitely didn't lack coarse grains, so she didn't prepare any. The prices remained the same as before. Meat prices were similar, with mutton slightly more expensive. That big goose was also quite costly. Fruits, however, are more scarce than grains. It's winter now, and transportation is difficult in this era. Fresh fruits are hard to find. Many people have never eaten apples or pears in their lives. Some have never even heard of bananas. So, fruits are different from grains. Luxury items only the very rich can occasionally buy to taste. But even then, it's only sometimes. Most of the time, even the wealthy can't buy them. 2 military coats are very expensive. Gu Qingqing did a good job, but she didn't ask for much money, about the market price of the time, around 150 yuan each. The large red blanket is very beautiful. It's a wool blanket of high quality. Gu Qingqing asked for 120 yuan, and Li Hongshuang agreed, without hesitation. She can tell good quality at a glance. Such good items, even if bought at a department store, would be expensive. They might be costly and hard to find. Her family has many siblings, and they are all well off. These items are perfect for use at a wedding, making her look respectable. Li Hongshuang didn't bring enough money, so she went home to get some more. She paid part of the money first, then took some supplies back home. When she returned, she was accompanied by a young man, who also looked excited. Li Hongshuang smiled and said, "This is my younger brother. If you have good things in the future, be sure to come find me. I'm the most straightforward sister." Gu Qingqing nodded. She was indeed very straightforward. She asked for 1,230 yuan for all these items, roughly based on black market prices. Some rare items didn't have fixed prices. She estimated their value. Li Hongshuang knew this well. Seeing that the price was close to her expectations, she didn't hesitate to buy everything. Over 1,000 yuan, just like that, this woman is definitely wealthy. What Gu Qingqing didn't know was that Li Hongshuang was one of the few wealthy people in the area. Her family was rich from ancestors, her parents, in-laws, husband, and siblings all had money. Years ago, Li Hongshuang's parents ran a business abroad. They weren't big capitalists, but compared to ordinary people, they were quite wealthy. During turbulent times, they took their children back to their hometown to escape the chaos. When they returned, they were somewhat embarrassed, only pretending to have some savings. Later, they used connections and money to buy jobs, hiding their wealth. They secretly stored a lot of gold and antiques. Even during years of famine, Li Hongshuang and her siblings didn't go hungry. They survived by selling high-priced grain on the black market. She has a solid background and isn't worried about money. Her husband's family is similar, wealthy. Many relatives on her in-laws' side are better off than her husband. She plans to use the new year to network and help her husband's career advance, hoping for family support and promotion. Maybe her husband can even move up to the city. So, Gu Qingqing was thinking here. She gave so much at once, and Li Hongshuang might need some time to process it. She plans to come back in a couple of months to see how things are going. However, Li Hongshuang thought that since she was so generous with her money this time, Gu Qingqing would come back to find her again before the end of the year. It just shows that poverty limits Gu Qingqing's imagination. She didn't expect her luck to be so good, to meet such a wealthy boss on her first try. After completing this transaction, she earned over 1,000 yuan. Gu Qingqing felt that making money was so easy, but to be safe, she decided not to be greedy. Once she had the money, she stopped for now. Since she still had some time, she decided to visit the scrap yard. The system has a detection function, so she wanted to see if she could find some treasures. Gu Qingqing knew where the scrap yard was without asking, because her mother had brought her there before. She stood in front of the scrap yard and saw the old man she remembered still watching the door. She smiled and walked over. "Grandpa, I want to go inside and look for some scrap." The old man was wearing a thick cotton jacket. He looked up at Gu Qingqing and didn't ask many questions, just said, "You can go in and pick things, but don't make a mess. When you take something out, it will be weighed and paid for." Gu Qingqing nodded. "Got it." Inside, she found quite a lot of items, many of which were broken. It seemed like a new batch of scrap had arrived but hadn't been taken away yet, so Gu Qingqing took the opportunity to browse carefully. There was everything here: old books, newspapers, and messy, broken furniture. She wasn't interested in furniture, nor did she need any. As for trying to find hidden treasures in secret compartments, Gu Qingqing didn't hold much hope. The reason the furniture was smashed so badly was because someone was looking for something. Those who could take things away did so, and those who couldn't smashed the furniture to look for hidden items. If she was lucky enough to encounter something good in the future, she wouldn't miss it. But this time, she just wanted to test the system's identification ability. She searched among the old books and paintings. She didn't recognize antiques, but having seen many exhibitions in her past life, she thought she had some eye for it. She handed the promising items to the system for identification. Finally, she found a nice painting of flowers and birds and spent 10,000 yuan to have the system appraise it. Yes, such appraisals cost 10,000 yuan, so expensive. The system's conclusion was that the painting was from 300 years ago, and it even provided historical details, which she could view anytime in her space.
Wow.
Gu Qingqing was shocked. She couldn't believe it was possible to do that. There is a specific time. As long as she searches through history, she can understand the details clearly. Suddenly, she felt that spending 10,000 yuan was worth it. She continued searching. In the end, she found 2 rare books, both recording health knowledge and soup recipes. There were also 2 famous paintings and a piece of calligraphy, all of which could be dated accurately. Gu Qingqing was very happy and kept all of them. She picked some relatively new newspapers to patch the wall and was lucky enough to find some white paper, so she stopped and went back. The scrap materials here are very cheap, only a few cents per jean. Gu Qingqing spent just 30 cents to take all the paintings and calligraphy. She then went to the nearby supply and marketing cooperative, bought some seasonings and needles and threads as cover stories. When the time was right, she obediently went to the agreed place to wait, and finally followed the village tractor back home. When she arrived at the youth commune, Wong Yu was not at home. Recently, he's been under Xiangyang's control and has become a bit more diligent. Sometimes, he even goes hunting himself. At the end of the year, hunting is good for quick sales and he can sell a little. Shirlei and Su Guibiao obediently kept an eye on Li Fuguwei and the others. Gu Qingqing closed the door and entered the space. Now, the time in the space is twice as fast as outside, so she prefers staying there. After drinking some well water from the space, her spirits quickly recovered, and she continued working. With the space upgraded, 1,000,000 yuan was deducted from her balance. She didn't have much money left. To upgrade again, her balance needs to reach 5 million. But because of the many tasks, Gu Qingqing thought that as long as she worked hard, she wouldn't need to spend too much time. At night, Wang Yu returned with a wild chicken and a wild rabbit. Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Luck was on his side. Seeing Gu Qingqing in the house, knitting a sweater with a rosy face and a relaxed posture, Wang Yu suddenly felt a bit sad. Old Lu is clearly his good brother, but this good brother is spending money to support others. Meanwhile, his own good brother has to run around in the freezing snow and mountains to make money. He looked at the wild chicken and rabbit he finally caught, which weighed only about 6 or 7 jin, worth just over 10 yuan. He looked up at Gu Qingqing. wondering if her pocket money from old Lu was more than what he had. Thinking this, Wong Yu felt even more sad. Is there anything to eat?
I'm hungry.
Gu Qingqing curled her lips. Who is that pitiful look for?
I'm not your wife.
The person I like is still out there working hard.
Why would I feel sorry for you?
Yes, come in and eat. It was getting late, and recently Lu Xiangyang had been acting strangely. He wouldn't let himself go into Gu Qingqing's room alone after dark. He knew very well that Lu Xiangyang felt a bit different about Gu Qingqing. Whether they would get married in the future or not, at least for now, as brothers, they should avoid any misunderstandings. Wong Yu conscientiously brought his dinner to his own room to eat. After finishing, he thought about giving his dishes to Gu Qingqing to wash, but then he remembered Lu Xiangyang's strict rules and that he wasn't allowed to tell Gu Qingqing what to do. He sighed and resigned himself to washing the dishes himself. There was no other choice. Old Lu was rich, and he said he would bring back good food when he returned. For the sake of delicious food, young Master Wang was willing to do chores. Gu Qingqing stayed at home for 3 days, working hard every day in her space, expanding her supplies again. At this time, she guessed that Lu Xiangyang would be back soon. There were 4 days left before the new year, and since Lu Xiangyang was returning this time, he probably wouldn't go out again before the holiday. This meant she wouldn't have a chance to go out either. After the new year, people's interest in shopping would decrease. She thought that before Lu Xiangyang returned, she would go to the county town once more. This time, she wouldn't take the tractor, nor would she ride the big bike. She could only walk there. With her current strength, walking was no problem. This time, Gu Qingqing didn't go to the textile factory's family area. Naturally, she didn't meet Li Hongshuang. Instead, she visited another family area. She wasn't as lucky this time to meet a wealthy person, but due to high demand at year-end, she made a few transactions and earned over 300 yuan. She looked for other opportunities, walked around for most of the day, and earned over 1,000 yuan. She was about to stop. But unfortunately, just as she was changing back into her own clothes and preparing to buy some things, an old woman dressed somewhat shabby stopped her. This was the same transaction that Lu Xiangyang saw. Gu Qingqing was wearing her own clothes. Her padded jacket, pants, and shoes were all new. Although her face was darkened, she looked quite healthy and not at all weak. The old woman was very hungry and, seeing that Gu Qingqing was young and well-dressed, she stopped her. Girl, do you have any grain? I want to trade something for it. Gu Qingqing carefully looked at the old lady. Although she appeared thin and shabby, her demeanor was very good. It seemed she used to be a lady from a wealthy family, now fallen on hard times. The old lady saw Gu Qingqing stop and felt a bit happy. She cautiously said, Girl, I need some rice. The new year is coming soon. If you have any, could you exchange a little for me? Grandma will give you some nice things. Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. This old lady used to come from a noble family. Good things? Could they be antiques or gold? She asked, What good things? The old lady pulled Gu Qingqing into a quiet alley and carefully took out a small cloth bag from her. Inside were a pair of jade bangles and 2 diamond rings. The jade bangles shimmered with yellow jade, transparent and full of water, with a faint soft glow inside, but it didn't affect much. This pair wasn't worth as much as the one Lu Xiangyang gave her, but it was still good. Gu Qingqing could recognize jade, but not diamonds. She needed her system to appraise them. She spent another 10,000 yuan. But looking at the 2 eggs in her hand, it was worth it. The appraisal confirmed the rings were real diamonds, which made Gu Qingqing quite happy. The old lady smiled happily, trying to please her. These are things that young ladies from noble families used to like to wear. You look so pretty and young. Take them home and wear them for fun. I only need 10 jin of rice. Or maybe 8 jin, that's fine. Half coarse grain, half fine grain. Gu Qingqing looked at the frail old woman in front of her. She didn't know how she felt inside. Such good things, she had never owned them in her previous life, even when she was rich. Now, the old lady was willing to exchange them for only 8 jin of rice. This old lady probably had a special background. If she couldn't get rice through normal channels, she wouldn't dare go to the black market. Not unless absolutely necessary. If caught, her status would lead to a much worse fate than ordinary people. If she weren't so young, maybe the old lady wouldn't even look for her. Gu Qingqing sighed. I still have some food in my basket. I'll give it to you. She took down her basket and took out some items actually from her space. 5 jin of rice, 5 jin of flour, 5 jin of cornmeal, 2 jin of preserved meat, and 10 eggs, all packed in small cloth bags. Seeing the food, the old lady's eyes turned red. She felt she had met a good person. If it had been before, she wouldn't have been able to exchange so much food, especially with meat included. Thank you. Thank you. Gu Qingqing put the items into the old lady's basket and said, hurry back home. Staying outside longer increased her risk. The old lady thanked him, turned with the grain, and ran away. Just as she left the alley, she turned a corner and bumped into Lu Xiangyang. The old lady was startled and, like a mouse seeing a cat, quickly jumped into another alley to escape. Lu Xiangyang. At the end of the year, these empty alleys often had people making deals, and he was used to seeing it. But he didn't expect that after turning the corner, he would see Gu Qingqing's figure. He frowned, looked at Gu Qingqing ahead, then at the direction where the old lady had just left. Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing was startled and immediately felt confused. That voice. She looked back and suddenly didn't know whether to be happy or scared.
Lu.
Brother Lu. The first thing she saw was not joy, but more panic. Smart as Lu Xiangyang was, he immediately sensed something was wrong. His eyes darkened. He stepped closer to Gu Qingqing, looked down at her, and his voice was still gentle. What are you doing here? I came to the county to buy some things. He glanced at her small basket, lifted it to check, but found it was empty inside. Where are the things you bought?
Not
yet bought. Lu Xiangyang fell silent. Gu Qingqing quietly looked up at him. Lu Xiangyang sighed softly, took down her basket, and placed it at his feet. He grabbed her shoulders, pressed her against the wall, and held her in his arms. Supporting himself with his arms, he leaned in and spoke in a slightly commanding tone. Tell the truth. Gu Qingqing felt a mix of nervousness and a little excitement. Was this close contact a wall slam? If it had been the old Lu Xiangyang, he would never have done this. Although he looked gentle before, he was polite and respectful, like he was saving her out of pity. But now, things were different. Though she felt a bit excited, Gu Qingqing knew Lu Xiangyang was very clever. To be a leading figure among the young in his circle, he was definitely not an ordinary person. His words couldn't be easily fooled. I was just wandering around the county. Just now, an old lady, who looked very pitiful, wanted to exchange some grain with me. She gave me some beautiful jewelry. I had so many military vouchers you gave me. I couldn't use them all, so I just exchanged some grain with her. As she spoke, Gu Qingqing took out a small cloth bag from her pocket to show Lu Xiangyang. Lu Xiangyang looked down at the pair of jade bangles and raised his eyebrows. Indeed, they were valuable. His expression softened a little. Do you like these pieces of jewelry? Gu Qingqing nodded. Lu Xiangyang gently reminded her, just like the gift I gave you. No more taking risks in the future. You're a girl, and it's too dangerous outside. If you want anything, just tell me, and I will get it for you. As he spoke, he took out a small box from his pocket, opened it, and revealed a lady's watch. He gently held Gu Qingqing's wrist. Her delicate, smooth wrist felt very nice in his hand, and he was reluctant to let go. Her fair skin contrasted sharply with his rough hands. He placed the beautiful diamond-studded small gold watch on her wrist and kept holding her small hand, staring at it without letting go. Gu Qingqing was shocked when she saw the watch. A watch? The Rolex you gave me last time is still with me. Is this for me? Lu Xiangyang looked at her fragile, boneless hand. He bought this watch at a department store in a busy transportation hub in a neighboring province. That place had many goods and wealthy visitors, so high-end items were common. This small gold watch cost nearly 2,000 yuan, a luxury item that most places didn't carry. He had traveled far and wide recently and finally saw such a beautiful watch at that department store. The moment he saw it, He thought it would look very beautiful on Gu Qingqing's wrist. He had previously given her a jade bracelet. It was clear she liked it, but in this era, people couldn't wear jade bracelets publicly, no matter how rich they were. Gold, silver, or jade jewelry was not allowed. But it was okay, she could wear a watch. New Year's gift. Do you like it? Gu Qingqing looked down at the watch on her wrist. It was a classic lady's watch, with a delicate dial surrounded by diamonds. The strap was specially designed, with a diamond-studded pattern near the dial, shining brightly and looking very beautiful. Wow, so pretty. I love it, really love it. She looked at the watch happily, unable to take her eyes off it. Seeing her so pleased, Lu Xiangyang also smiled. Noticing her face was a bit dirty, he reached out to wipe her face. Why are you like this? Gu Qingqing suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She touched her face and said, "Is it very ugly? I think I'm too pale, and outside I don't fit in with everyone. Since you're not here, I was afraid I'd stand out, so I darkened my face a bit." Her small face was now dark and yellowish, and her eyes didn't look as good as before. She looked a bit plain, like an ordinary rural girl. Lu Xiangyang said nothing. He took a handkerchief from his chest and had a military water bottle with warm water inside. He poured some water onto the handkerchief. With one hand, he gently held her face, and with the other, he carefully wiped away the dirt on her face. He carefully removed the thick makeup, dark eyeliner, and blackened face paint. Gradually, her smooth, fair skin appeared under his gentle touch. Her bright, black eyes slowly returned to their normal look. Lu Xiangyang looked at her for a while, then put away the handkerchief and continued to advise her, in the future, don't go out to do such dangerous things. There are many people in need, and you can't save them all. If you get tricked, you might get into trouble. Always protect yourself first, okay? Gu Qingqing nodded obediently. I understand. I just felt sorry for her. Food tickets are cheap for buying grain, but I traded them at a high price. I can make a good profit quickly. I saw you working hard outside in the cold winter to earn money, and thought you were too tired. So, I just did it. The price difference was big. Lu Xiangyang frowned. Are you trying to make money? Gu Qingqing was surprised. Is there a problem? Is my pocket money not enough for you? Gu Qingqing frowned. She felt that Lu Xiangyang and she were worried about different things. No, it's enough. You've already given me a lot. But I need to learn how to earn money. If I don't learn, what will I eat and drink in the future? Lu Xiangyang looked unhappy. Can I let you run out of money? Gu Qingqing was stunned and couldn't say anything. A sweet feeling rose in her heart. He leaned against the wall with one hand, slightly lowering his head to look at her, seeming a little unhappy. Gu Qingqing smiled and reached out to play with a scarf hanging around his neck. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Don't be angry. I'll listen to you from now on, okay? Her attitude softened, and he had no choice but to give in. Lu Xiangyang sighed, grabbing her shoulders with both hands, and said seriously, you don't need to worry about daily life or money in the future. I promise to take care of you. As a girl, it's too dangerous if you encounter bad people. You're not allowed to do these things anymore. Gu Qingqing looked at him blankly, wondering if he was just going to take care of her. Just take care of her? Suddenly, she felt a little upset and pouted without knowing why. Aren't you doing the same? You didn't get into trouble. Lu Xiangyang frowned. Can you be like me? Even if 10 or 20 people block my way, I can still get through. And you? From now on, you must not take risks again. If you feel uneasy, I will find you a formal job, so you won't have to worry about running out of money in the future. Gu Qingqing glanced at him, knowing he truly cared for her. She could only nod and say, okay. Lu Xiangyang sighed and, resigned, took out a thick stack of money from his pocket, handing it to Gu Qingqing. Here, take it and spend it as you like. You can also save it. I will buy food and supplies for the family, so don't worry. Now you won't have to worry about running out of money. Gu Qingqing looked at the thick stack of bills in his hand, wide-eyed, unsure of what to say. Big boss, even with money, you shouldn't spend it like this. The largest bill at the moment was 10 yuan, and with this thickness, it probably added up to over 1,000 yuan. Gu Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed to accept it. I still have some money myself. You don't need to give me so much. Lu Xiangyang pressed the money into her hand. Just take it. I know you're worried about what might happen if I stop taking care of you someday. So, if I give you money now, just hold on to it. From now on, you must not do such dangerous things. Instead of risking your life to earn a little profit in the black market, you should focus on me. Be good, and let me give you money to spend. Isn't that safer and more profitable than what you earn in the black market? Gu Qingqing was speechless. She was at a loss for words. But she wasn't stubborn. She gently tugged on Lu Xiangyang's sleeve and smiled. I understand. I won't do it again. I promise to listen to you, okay? How she acts is her business, but she must accept others' kindness. Actually, I didn't do much. It was just this once, and I happened to meet you. I only wanted to help that old lady because she looked pitiful. I won't do this again. No matter how pitiful the other person is, I won't take such dangerous risks anymore, so I won't endanger myself. Lu Xiangyang was satisfied. How did you come here? I walked. Lu Xiangyang was carrying a package on his back and turned around.
Come with me.
Gu Qingqing obediently followed. They left the alley and didn't go far. Nearby was the police station. Lu Xiangyang put the package on the ground. Wait here for me. I will borrow a bicycle. Gu Qingqing watched him go back into the alley. After about 10 minutes, Lu Xiangyang pushed out an old bicycle, tied the package to the rear seat, and took Gu Qingqing back to the Huaihua Brigade. Wong Yu saw him return and was overjoyed. Did you bring back something good? Lu Xiangyang pushed the bicycle into the house, placed the package on a nearby table, and then opened it. He took out 2 bottles of Mao Tai, a pack of cigarettes, and a pair of leather military boots. These shoes are similar to the ones he used to wear during training, thick soles, high top, warm, and waterproof. They are best for Wong Yu when he goes into the mountains. Lu Xiangyang has his own, but Wong Yu does not. The shoes are for you, so it's easier for you to go into the mountains later. These sunflower seeds, peanuts, and beef jerky are for you. The rest I'll take to Qingqing. Besides the snacks, Lu Xiangyang also brought some big red apples and, surprisingly, a bunch of bananas. Seeing the bananas, Wong Yu was completely stunned. Oh my goodness! Are these bananas? Did I see that right? In this season, bananas? He felt like his eyes might be playing tricks on him. The key was that the bananas looked fresh and yellow, with no flaws on the surface. They looked perfect. Are they real? Just try a bit and you'll know. Keep them hidden so others don't find out. Wong Yu understood this perfectly. He nodded quickly and didn't forget to peel a banana, take a bite, and enjoy the soft, sweet flavor with a satisfied squint. It was so delicious. Lu Xiangyang handed the package to Gu Qingqing. Naturally, she also had some of the things Wong Yu brought. Take care of the stuff and eat the fruit inside the house. Don't let anyone see. After giving these instructions, Lu Xiangyang left with the items for Shirlei and Su Guobiao. He usually wasn't polite when ordering these two, and since the new year was coming, he decided to give them some small benefits. Each got 5 jin of flour, a can of preserved food, and 2 jin of filled biscuits. Whether they kept the food or traded it for money, Lu Xiangyang didn't care. Meanwhile, Gu Qingqing looked at the things in the package, some canned food and grains she was used to. But the bananas? Wasn't that a bit too unbelievable? How could there be bananas at this time of year? Where did the boss get them? She had a space system that allowed her to have fruit easily, but even so, Lu Xiangyang could only get things that existed in this world. In the middle of winter, he somehow managed to get bananas? Although Gu Qingqing found it strange, she didn't ask further. Lu Xiangyang had been out for several days, and he would definitely need a good rest when he returned. She decided to cook something for him to replenish his energy. The old hen at home and another chicken were simply stewed together. Gu Qingqing originally thought that Lu Xiangyang would stay at home and wait for the new year, but unexpectedly, he slept all day at home and the next morning took Wong Yu into the mountains. Moreover, they went deep into the mountains and wouldn't return until evening. Gu Qingqing stayed at home preparing New Year's goods. Last time, she made some buns and gave part of them to Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu. The rest had already been eaten, so she decided to make another batch. Today, heavy snow began to fall again. Winter days are boring, and the whole village was very quiet. The farmers, who rarely have free time, would usually gather and talk about the latest news in their families. Today, the Huaihua Brigade also had some news. Old Li's sixth daughter-in-law, Zhang Lanhua, had a baby boy, but he was born prematurely and was very weak, making him hard to raise. However, Li's sixth son only has this one son, so he cares a lot. He kept asking old Lady Li for money to buy nutritional supplements. Zhang Lanhua thought that she had given birth to a son for Li's sixth son, and her husband supported her, so she became more assertive. Recently, she caused a lot of trouble in the Li family. The main reason for the premature birth was said to be a fight with the eldest sister-in-law. The Li family had been causing a fuss lately, and neighbors were all watching the drama. When Gu Qingqing heard this news, she was stunned for a moment. She recalled that she still had a stepmother, who was pregnant at the time. Did the baby get born?
A boy?
Premature? Pang Ant smiled warmly and handed Gu Qingqing 20 eggs and some dried tofu, saying, "It's good that you left that house early. Honestly, they're always causing trouble, never a quiet day. Your stepmother is really acting up now. If you were still at home, you'd definitely suffer." Gu Qingqing thought for a moment. There was no deep hatred between Zhang Lanhua and Auntie Li. Why would they fight at such an important time during pregnancy? Annie, do you know why they fought? Pang Ant looked at Gu Qingqing with hesitation. Gu Qingqing found it strange and asked, "What's wrong? Is it hard to say?" Pang Ant smiled and said, "Actually, there's nothing that can't be said. Now that you're doing so well, you probably don't care anymore. It's just about Hongmei and Hongzhu's marriage." Gu Qingqing's eyes widened. Could there be more to this? Isn't Li Hongmei supposed to be engaged to Lin Dongliang? Seeing Gu Qingqing's curious eyes, Pang Ant twitched her mouth. Sure enough, after Lu Jiqing came into her life, no one else was attractive anymore. "I heard that your aunt found a good marriage for her daughter in the county, and they are planning to marry her to the Li family. They offered a lot of bride price and even arranged a job in the city. Your aunt originally liked Hongzhu better because she looks nicer and is the right age. But your eldest aunt thought Hongzhu wasn't a biological daughter of the Li family, so she believed such a good match should go to their main family first." Gu Qingqing was stunned. "Is this true? Do you mean Li Hongmei no longer wants to marry Lin Dongliang? Has their engagement been broken?" Aunt Fat chuckled with a meaningful smile. "Anyway, I haven't heard about them breaking off the engagement. Your little sister just came back a few days ago, and the marriage in the city must have only been known about recently. How could they break it off so quickly?" Gu Qingqing blinked, her curiosity burning. "So, Li Hongmei hasn't officially broken up with Lin Dongliang, but her little sister brought back a good marriage proposal and liked Li Hongzhu to marry in the city. Meanwhile, their eldest aunt wants her own daughter to marry into the city." Then the two sides started arguing. Zhang Lanhua went into early labor? Gu Qingqing wanted to ask more, but just then, Sister Zhang from next door entered with a forced smile on her face. Come on. Old Li's family is fighting again. Let's go watch the fun." Gu Qingqing. Aunt Fat suddenly perked up. The two immediately held hands and ran toward the Li family, pulling Gu Qingqing along. They hurried to the Li family's yard and found a crowd of onlookers already gathered. The Li family has many members, often acting like they're putting on a big show, especially lately. This time, it wasn't Zhang Lanhua fighting with the eldest aunt. Since Zhang Lanhua was still postpartum and couldn't get up, it was her mother, the eldest aunt, and her daughter Li Hongmei fighting against Li Hongzhu. Gu Qingqing hadn't seen Li Hongzhu in a long time. When she saw her now, she was shocked. Li Hongzhu looked much worse than before. She was too thin and worn out. Since Gu Qingqing left the Li family, the household chores had fallen on these girls. They didn't like working much. They had bullied Gu Qingqing before, and now they naturally bullied Li Hongzhu. Because she wasn't a biological daughter of the Li family and the sixth branch had no sons, she was weak and easy to bully. The fight was over. Li Hongzhu couldn't possibly have fought off her mother and sister-in-law alone. She was slapped several times, her clothes and hair torn, and now she sat on the ground crying loudly. Recently, her life had been very hard. Meanwhile, the eldest aunt was still scolding Li Hongzhu. You rude girl, you are just like your mother, uncultured and disrespectful. How dare you fight with your elders? Who do you think you are? The Li family feeds you, and you still dare to rebel? Come here and apologize to your sister. Aunt Li reached out and pulled Li Hongzhu's hair, dragging her in front of Li Hongmei.
Ah!
Li Hongzhu immediately screamed. At this moment, Li Xiaogu, who had been watching the scene for a while, finally spoke. Sister-in-law, you should stop now. If Hongzhu gets hurt, how'll she get married in the future? In the county town, they only care about looks. Before Aunt Li could respond, she saw Gu Qingqing in the crowd. Seeing such a pretty face, Li Xiaogu's eyes lit up instantly. In the countryside, it's rare to see such a fair and beautiful young girl. Standing among the crowd, she was very noticeable, and everyone could see her at a glance. Li Xiaogu grew up in this village and knew the people here, but she had never seen this girl before. She was so beautiful that if she could be sent away, her husband's chances of advancing would definitely improve. Li Xiaogu was full of schemes. She approached Gu Qingqing and asked, "Whose girl are you? I've never seen you before." As soon as she said that, the people around looked at her strangely. Gu Qingqing looked at her with a half-smile. Li Xiaogu was unhappy. "I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer?" Fat Aunt chuckled. "It seems Qingqing has changed a lot. Even you, the little sister-in-law, can't recognize her anymore." That's right. Qingqing is now living a good life, no longer suffering in the Li family. She's gained weight and become more beautiful. Even we villagers find it hard to believe, let alone someone from the city. Since Li Xiaogu married into the city, she always considered herself a city girl and looked down on villagers. This was no secret in the Huaihua Brigade. Li Xiaogu was stunned.
Qingqing?
Sister-in-law Zhang smiled and said, "Yes. She's your niece, Li Qingqing, daughter of the 6th branch of the Li family. But now she goes by Gu Qingqing. She married a young man from our area." Looking at the beautiful girl in front of her, Li Xiaogu couldn't believe it. She rarely visited her family, but she knew how ugly Li Qingqing used to be. How could she look like this now? Fat Aunt understood her confusion and said, "Can't believe it, right? When we first saw Qingqing's transformation, we couldn't believe it either. This girl almost died at that time. Your old Li family was about to sell her, but Lu Jiqing took her in and raised her for a few months. After eating well and resting, she no longer had to work every day like in the Li family. She recovered and became more and more beautiful. Now Qingqing looks just like the daughter of teacher Xiaogu from back then." Li Xiaogu looked at Gu Qingqing for a long time, unable to believe what she saw. Could someone so plain really become this beautiful now? But upon closer look, Gu Qingqing's features hadn't changed. She was pretty even as a child and looked very much like her mother. After a while, Li Xiaogu finally snapped out of her surprise, and her excitement grew. This is truly her old Li family's daughter. Such good news. With a face like that, even a girl from the countryside could attract wealthy men from the city to marry her. Li Xiaogu's face lit up with a big smile. She grabbed Gu Qingqing's hand and said happily, "Qingqing, you've really changed a lot. You're so handsome now, I almost didn't recognize you." Gu Qingqing frowned. Is she serious? Is she trying to get something from her? Li Xiaogu knew her well. She was very proud and never paid much attention to her before. Now, suddenly, she was staring at her face with a calculating look. Her eyes clearly showed she was trying to figure out how much she could sell her for. Gu Qingqing wouldn't be foolish enough to think this woman was just complimenting her. Gu Qingqing immediately pulled her hand back, her face turning cold, and her tone became sharp. "Let go. I've already left the Li family. My surname is Gu, and I have nothing to do with your Li family. I'm not your little sister-in-law." After saying that, she turned to leave. How could Li Xiaogu let her go? She quickly pulled her back. As for what Gu Qingqing had just said, she didn't take it seriously. "Why are you leaving? This is your home. Little sister-in-law, it's rare for you to come back. I brought back a lot of good things. Come in and pick something you like." Everyone's eyes changed at her words. Li Hongmei and Li Hongzhu had fought earlier. Both of them were holding grudges and fighting over a marriage proposal from the county town. They had fought for so long, but Li Xiaogu didn't stop them. Now, with Gu Qingqing's sudden change in attitude, both Li Hongmei and Li Hongzhu immediately became alert. Gu Qingqing, who told you to come? Li Hongmei and Li Hongzhu rushed over together. They didn't dare to scold Li Xiaogu, so they directed all their anger at Gu Qingqing. Recently, everyone in the Huaihua Brigade knew that Gu Qingqing was living a good life. Rumor had it that Lu Xiangyang was very wealthy, always giving her meat to eat and buying her pretty clothes, each costing over 100 yuan. Such a difference in lifestyle was hard to accept. They had long wanted to cause trouble for Gu Qingqing, but their grandmother had been holding them back. Even their grandfather wouldn't let them go to the youth commune to find her. Their grandmother controlled all the grain in the house. If they disobeyed, they wouldn't get any food. For the sake of eating, they had to endure it. But this patience had limits. Now, they couldn't hold back anymore. Gu Qingqing didn't expect that her only act of curiosity would lead to such trouble, especially after being pulled over by Aunt Pang and Sister Zhang. This was the first time she had to be firm to solve the problem, or else more issues might arise later. The youngest girl was the most difficult to deal with, especially her little sister-in-law. I can go wherever I want. Do you have any say in that? If you try to pull my little sister back, I'm not part of your family. Stop trying to take advantage. I'm living well now. I don't care for you poor relatives.
You.
Li Hongmei and Li Hongzhu hadn't even spoken yet when their little sister-in-law got angry first. She was the best in the Li family, and Gu Qingqing's words caught her off guard. Both Li Hongmei and Li Hongzhu were furious and immediately wanted to hit Gu Qingqing. Stinky girl, how dare you talk to elders like that? Let me teach you a lesson. Exactly disrespectful thing. She's our little sister-in-law. Today, I'll teach her a good lesson. Seeing someone step forward to defend her, Li Xiaogu immediately let go of Gu Qingqing's hand and deliberately pulled her closer to Li Hongmei and Li Hongzhu. Gu Qingqing casually handed the basket to Aunt Pang beside her. Before Li Hongmei and Li Hongzhu could act, she took the initiative, grabbing their hair and smashing their heads together. After releasing them, she slapped each of them.
Bang! Bang! Ah!
The screams of Li Hongmei and Li Hongzhu rang out, shocking everyone around. Wow, she's so fierce. Is this the same weak girl from the Li family who only used to do chores? Gu Qingqing crossed her arms, looking like a shrew, and said, "Come on, fight me. I remember how you used to bully me. Today, I'll settle the score with you." Then she charged at Li Hongmei and Li Hongzhu, beating them fiercely. This fight wasn't based on the fighting moves Lu Xiangyang had taught her, but was instead a very fierce way women often fight. Slapping, pulling hair, pinching soft flesh, along with long nails. She made Li Hongmei and Li Hongzhu scream loudly. Aunt Li rushed over to protect her daughters, but all three couldn't beat her. Gu Qingqing tore out all of Li Hongmei and Li Hongzhu's hair, deliberately rubbing and twisting it several times, making them look helpless and embarrassed. Finally, she kicked each one away.
Ah!
Neither Li Hongmei nor Li Hongzhu had ever seen such fierce and brave Gu Qingqing. They were a bit scared and cried in the corner. Gu Qingqing, acting like a fierce woman, put her hands on her hips and boasted, "With this little skill, you dare to come fight me? Let me tell you, my big brother Lu can fight. More than 10 men together can't beat him. He has taught me a lot. If anyone dares bother me again, I'll fight one, and if 2 come, I'll fight them all at once. Is it just to marry into the city? If you have the guts, go marry. Coming to bother me? Are you crazy? If you dare to trouble me again, I'll cut your faces, so you can't marry into the city." Gu Qingqing clapped her hands and glared fiercely at Li Xiaogu, then prepared to go home. She did this on purpose. She absolutely couldn't let Li Xiaogu think she was obedient and easy to control, or there would be endless trouble later. This woman is extremely selfish. She would never think of others' daughters when good things happen. Marrying her niece into the county town? Most likely, she just wants to sell her for benefits. Seeing Gu Qingqing leave, Li Xiaogu instinctively stopped her, wanting to teach her a lesson. But as soon as she grabbed her, Gu Qingqing turned and grabbed her wrist, then yanked her collar and pulled her close. A beautiful girl of 18, her face now looked fierce and cruel. "Stop pretending in front of me. I'm not those two fools. You want to sell me for benefits? Dream on. I'm doing very well now. If you dare disturb my life and sell me to the city for benefits, the first thing I'll do is ruin your whole family." Li Xiaoguo's face changed. Gu Qingqing, with a cruel smile, said, "Did I guess right? The other person must be capable, right? Someone who can help you rise quickly? You have no job, but your husband does. Are you aiming for a promotion and a raise? Climbing up the social ladder? Ha! If you come to trouble me, I'll use your niece's name to offend everyone you want to curry favor with. By then, I want to see if your in-laws still want you, this troublemaker. Can you still stay in the city and enjoy your life?" Li Xiaogu's face changed dramatically.
You.
Gu Qingqing snorted coldly, shook off Li Xiaogu, took her basket from Aunt Pang, and went home. "Gu Qingqing, stop right there. How dare you hit an elder?
How dare you?
If you keep yelling, I will tell the Lin family that your daughter is trying to climb higher and doesn't want him. Don't lose the opportunity in the town just because you haven't caught someone in the city. Think carefully about what's most important now." Aunt Lida boomed, unable to speak for a moment. Gu Qingqing carried her basket and walked home in front of everyone's eyes. Li Xiaogu was usually very confident. In the past, she wouldn't have let Gu Qingqing go so easily. But today, everything was too surprising. Gu Qingqing was not like this in her impression. The events today shook her a lot, and she was momentarily overwhelmed. After Gu Qingqing left, Zheng Jiejia and Yang Chunhong, who had been watching the scene, looked at each other for a long time before returning to the youth commune. Back at the youth commune, Gu Qingqing was thinking about what to do next. She had just gone to watch the fun, but it caused so much trouble. Still, she didn't regret it. The real issue wasn't whether she went to watch or not. If Li Xiaogu had plans to sell her niece for benefits, then once she saw how beautiful her former daughter of the Li family had become, her ideas would surely turn to her. There was nothing she could do to avoid that. The key was how to solve the problem. Li Xiaogu was very arrogant and self-centered. She was clever but lacked vision, typical of a petty person. That little uncle of hers seemed to have some influence in the county. Could Lu Xiangyang deal with someone like that? In Beijing, that was the territory once managed by the Lu family. Even if the Lu family had fallen on hard times now, Lu Xiangyang could easily find some old friends or childhood connections and solve the issue with a bit of money. But here was Linen City, not Beijing. Lu Xiangyang wasn't sure if he had the connections to handle Gu Qingqing. However, since the boss could make so much money in this era, he must have some influence up and down. It all depended on how powerful the person behind that little ant was. Gu Qingqing thought carefully and decided she couldn't just sit and wait. Such petty people are often arrogant. What if Li Xiaogu thought she was invincible and could easily control her, this young girl? It seems that recently she can't hide from the Li family. Instead, she has to go there more often to cause trouble. She must make Li Xiaogu understand that she is hard to control and is like a ticking bomb. If she is sent away, she could hurt herself at any time. So she doesn't dare. Gu Qingqing is thinking about how to stir up trouble in her mind. Meanwhile, Li Xiaogu is also asking her mother about the situation. "Mom, what's going on with Li Qingqing? Why has she become like this?" Li Laotai is not very interested in her daughter and rolls her eyes. "Why are you asking about her? She was sold by your sixth brother for 300 yuan. That educated youth has a lot of money and raised that stubborn girl well, making her fat and healthy. Now she's got a temper, just like her mother, proud and sharp. Don't provoke her."
Li Xiaogu.
She is unhappy and says, "I'm her aunt from the old Li family. Why can't I manage her? Sixth brother really sold her? Such a beautiful girl, and he sold her? Qingqing is still young. Why is he in such a hurry?" Li Laotai looks at her young daughter with old eyes and directly says, "Are you interested in her beauty? Do you want to marry her into the city?" Li Xiaogu doesn't reply, but her expression already shows everything. Gu Qingqing's face is too attractive. If she's sent out, the other side will definitely be pleased. Li Laotai's eyes darken, but she doesn't scold her daughter directly. She just says the educated youth who sold her is very capable. His family must be not simple. They're known to have good conditions. You'd better stay out of trouble. Getting married in the city isn't easy. They have children and a good life. As long as you don't do anything excessive, the Zheng family won't mistreat you. But if you mess things up and affect them, it might be different. Li Xiaogu bites her lip, feeling very annoyed by her mother's strong attitude, which seems to look down on her and think she can't handle big things. Since she was young, she has had this feeling. She thought that if she married into the city, her mother would look at her differently. But after so many years, she is the most promising child in the Li family, yet her mother still doesn't see her in a new light. She didn't get any useful information from her own mother and was instead warned. Li Xiaogu is very angry. The more she is looked down upon, the more she wants to prove herself. After marrying her husband for so many years, their relationship has changed from initial sweetness to now being quite ordinary. As they reach middle age, feelings become less important to men. Their main pursuit is their career. But she, a wife born in the countryside, can't help her husband's career at all. As she watched the people around her steadily advancing in their careers, her husband became increasingly anxious. Despite working hard for several years, she still couldn't find a way forward. Her in-laws grew more and more dissatisfied, blaming her for her husband's lack of promotion. Many problems in their life started to be blamed on her. They accused her of being useless, having raised her for so many years, only to have one son and one daughter. They looked down on her for being from the countryside, thought she was not smart, and blamed her for harming Zheng's son, who was also quite dull. Her son resembled her in appearance, much more handsome than the people in her husband's family, but he never liked studying and got headaches when he saw books. Her daughter was somewhat better in school, but not outstanding. She was neither particularly clever nor beautiful, just average, and inherited her father's and mother's flaws. With such children, an unambitious son, and a daughter unlikely to marry well, the family gained little from her. In the end, all the blame was placed on her. Recently, she sensed her husband's infidelity. He had finally found a chance to connect with a powerful person. If he succeeded and moved further up, he might leave her behind. She would have to return to the countryside to farm, wasting the efforts she had made over the years. If her husband failed to get promoted, her future would be even harder. Her in-laws would blame her for being useless and holding her husband back. So, for a better future, she had to help her husband build good relationships with influential people this time. Only if she proved herself could her position in her husband's family be secured. Gu Qingqing's face was truly perfect. Besides her, where could she find such a beautiful young girl? Li Xiaogu asked around in the village and found out the location of the youth camp. Outside the gate, she saw a young woman. The young woman didn't look particularly beautiful but was quite delicate and charming, with a touch of elegance that suggested she was from the city. Li Xiaogu smiled and asked, "Comrade, are you a youth there?" Zheng Jie turned around, recognized Li Xiaogu, and remembered she had been at Li's house earlier. She nodded and asked, "Do you need something?" Li Xiaogu beamed and said, "I just came to take a look. I heard Li Qingqing lives here. I'm her aunt, and wanted to see if she's doing well. I only found out this time that she was sold by my brother. The person who bought her is a youth. Do you know their situation?" Zheng Jie looked at Li Xiaogu for a while, recalling what she had seen today, and then said, "She's doing okay. Brother Lu is a very kind person." At that time, Gu Qingqing was almost out of breath, and Brother Lu saved her life. When the Li family came to cause trouble, Brother Lu was afraid something might happen, so he simply kept Gu Qingqing with him. Brother Lu's family is well off, and he can support himself. Since they only needed a girl to help with daily chores, he was able to support her temporarily. He gave her a room to live in and had her do some housework for him and his brothers every day. Li Xiaogu was surprised and frowned. Doing housework? For his brothers? What does that mean? Did she marry Lu Jiqing or his brother? Zheng Jie's eyes flashed with a light. No, she didn't marry anyone. Brother Lu's family is very rich and doesn't care about such small amounts of money. Maybe he's worried his family won't agree. He's still young and not in a hurry to find a wife. Right now, he's just giving Gu Qingqing a place to stay and some food. Gu Qingqing has to do a lot of chores every day. Li Xiaogu immediately understood. The Jiqing was also forced into this situation. He didn't like the rural girl at all. It was just because the Li family had too many people and kept pressuring him to accept her. But Gu Qingqing is so pretty, and the Jiqing didn't marry her. That's quite surprising. It seems they're just playing around for now, taking some money and giving her some affection while she helps with chores. Gu Qingqing used to be very good at housework. If they really wanted to get married, the city-born Jiqing probably wouldn't agree. Li Xiaogu was satisfied but still cautious. She specifically went to the village to find out more, confirming that Gu Qingqing and Lu Xiangyang weren't married. It's just that Lu Xiangyang has good conditions and is willing to spend money on Gu Qingqing. Li Xiaogu believed this because Gu Qingqing's clothes looked expensive. The new year was coming and she had things to do, so she returned to the city that day. Gu Qingqing originally wanted to find trouble and beat her up, but she left that day before she had the chance. Gu Qingqing, disappointed, didn't stay idle. She went to find out about her little uncle-in-law. She knew very little about him, only that he was from the city, probably a leader at a textile factory. She vaguely remembered that her little uncle rarely came back and always showed off when he did. But her mother once said it was nothing special, just a job. That was many years ago, and Gu Qingqing didn't know what position her little uncle-in-law held now. The textile factory was the biggest in the county and the most powerful. If he was a leader there and doing well, he might even know some capable people. He is unsure who the person trying to please him is. The villagers don't know much, mostly hearing about it from Li Xiaogu. Gu Qingqing feels helpless. She needs to find out the details herself. After thinking, she remembers Li Hongshuang from the textile factory's staff courtyard. They are all from the Li family, so maybe Li Hongshuang knows something. The next morning, Gu Qingqing goes to the county town dressed as a young boy and waits at the factory's staff entrance. She sees a boy around 10 years old and stops him with a smile, asking, "Little brother, do you know an aunt named Li Hongshuang?" She's very pretty and seems to come from a good family. The boy thinks for a moment and nods. "Yes, I know Auntie Li." Gu Qingqing smiles and asks, "Are you sure it's that pretty Auntie Li? The one around 30? Don't get it mixed up." She worries there are many people named Li. The boy confidently replies, "I won't get it wrong. There's only one pretty Auntie Li here." Gu Qingqing gives him a big white rabbit candy and says, "Can you help call her down? Say a relative from the countryside has come to bring her New Year's gifts. When Auntie Li arrives, I'll give you another candy." At this time, candies are very attractive to children. When the boy sees the candy, his eyes light up, and he quickly puts it in his mouth. "You said so. I'll call her now." He then runs into the staff courtyard quickly. Gu Qingqing waits at the place where she made the deal last time. She didn't expect him to come so soon. She brought a lot last time, but for gathering information, she still came. She still has a basket and a sack with her. If Li Hongshuang needs anything, she can pick some. If not, it's fine too. After 15 minutes, Li Hongshuang arrives, bringing her brother along. Her brother also carries a basket and 2 sacks. Both adults and the child waiting for candy look at her eagerly. Gu Qingqing. She's a bit surprised. Gu Qingqing forces a smile and greets, "Hello, sister." Li Hongshuang's face lights up with a smile. "Little brother, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Happy New Year. You came all this way to bring me a gift. I'll give you a little New Year's gift too. Take it home and have a good New Year." Gu Qingqing hadn't had a chance to speak when the little boy hurriedly said, "Big brother, I brought you the person and my candy." Gu Qingqing quickly handed him a piece of milk candy. "Brother, I have something to talk to Annie about. You go play now." The little boy, happy with the candy, jumped and ran away. In front of Gu Qingqing was a large bag filled with supplies. She opened it and smiled, "Sister, take a look and pick what you need." Li Hongshuang and her brother immediately leaned in to look. The bag contained 10 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of cornmeal, 10 pounds of fresh pork, a big goose, a hen, a rooster, 50 eggs, 50 salted duck eggs, 50 preserved eggs, 10 pounds of cured meat, and several sausages. There was also a large package of dried goods, including kelp, dried squid, dried shrimp, mushrooms, and black fungus. This time there was more fruit, apples, pears, and oranges. What caught Li Hongshuang's eye most was a package of about 3 pounds of pork head meat, 2 pounds of braised beef, and 2 pig's trotters. She was completely in love with the little guy in front of her. The bag still contained 2 military coats, one for men and one for women. Li Hongshuang's brother's eyes lit up when he saw the coats. Big sister, this time the military coat is mine. Li Hongshuang glared at him. Look at you, all excited. Gu Qingqing set down her basket, which held some dried fruits and snacks. She had made her own filled cookies and pastries, which made Li Hongshuang unable to look away. Little brother, you're really talented. Gu Qingqing smiled honestly. It's the end of the year. Everyone wants to have a good new year. Sister, what do you need? I want everything. Li Hongshuang said generously.
Huh.
Gu Qingqing was stunned. Everything? Is the world getting this crazy? Is it a bit too much for the rich? She didn't know that Li Hongshuang was secretly very happy. With so many good things, her husband was about to get a promotion. Sister, are you really taking everything? Li Hongshuang rummaged through the items. Of course, I'm not joking. The total was 660 yuan, and Li Hongshuang felt she had gotten a good deal, so she paid, without hesitation. Seeing the more than 600 yuan in her hands, Gu Qingqing was a bit stunned. This sister was really rich. She kind of regretted taking so little. Boo-hoo. Li Hongshuang happily put some of the supplies into her brother's basket. Take this home first. Tell your brother-in-law to come over and make a special trip. My younger brother carried a basket and left with a smile, saying, Don't worry, I understand. After he left, Gu Qingqing happened to talk to Li Hongshuang. Big sister, I want to ask you something. Li Hongshuang was in a good mood. Go ahead. I know a lot about this area, and I promise to tell you everything I know. If I haven't heard of it, I can help you find out. Gu Qingqing asked with a smile. Do you know Li Guifang? Her husband works at the textile factory. His name is Zheng Guozhu, and I heard he's a leader. Li Guifang is from the countryside, from the Huaihua Brigade, and they have a son and a daughter. Li Guifang is the same as Li Xiaogu's name. Since both the name and surname are common, Gu Qingqing clarified a bit more. Li Hongshuang was surprised when she heard this. She actually remembered her because she had tried to flatter her before, claiming they were from the same family. Li Hongshuang nodded. Yes, I know her. She doesn't live in this residential area, but somewhere else. Her husband does work at the textile factory. Gu Qingqing was happy. Is her husband capable? What does he do at the factory? Does he have a lot of influence? Recently, are they trying to flatter any important people? Li Hongshuang was curious. Her husband, Zheng Guozhu, is just a deputy workshop director. He doesn't have much influence. Why do you ask? Do you have a grudge against him? Gu Qingqing was silent. Deputy workshop director? That might not be a big deal to important people, but for ordinary folks, it's a decent position. Gu Qingqing continued, I don't have a grudge against him. Someone asked me to help find out some information. Do you know if Zheng Guozhu has any backing? Or if he's been trying to flatter any big shots lately? Are they planning to marry a daughter-in-law? And I mean someone who might find it hard to marry into a city family and would rather go to the countryside to find a match? Li Hongshuang was even more surprised. Zheng Guozhu has many people trying to flatter him. As for marrying a wife, what's wrong? Did Zheng family go to the countryside to find a matchmaker? Gu Qingqing could only say, that's right. Li Guifang recently went back to her parents' house. She said she was acting as a matchmaker for someone. It's a good match in the city, and the family is very well off, especially rich. They even have a leader involved. She wants to find the youngest and prettiest girl from the village to marry. I heard the bride price is very high. Some people just don't believe it. Why would someone with such good conditions not look for a wife in the city? Some are afraid Li Guifang might harm their daughters, so they're trying to find out more. When Li Hongshuang heard this, her face looked a little unhappy. She guessed which family it was. You go back and tell that family not to listen to Li Guifeng. I guess it's probably the foolish son of the deputy factory director's family. His son was married twice before and has 3 daughters. The first daughter-in-law committed suicide, the second ran away. Now, they are everywhere looking for a daughter-in-law to have a son. That fool got sick and burned his brain when he was a teenager. He has a bad temper and likes to hit people. His previous wives were beaten by him. It's a dangerous situation. Li Guifeng probably wants to do a favor and help the deputy director's family promote her husband's career. Gu Qingqing isn't surprised by this outcome. Then, does the deputy director's family have any powerful connections? Li Hongshuang's face changed a bit and she didn't say much. They have some relatives in the city. Ordinary folks, like, you can't offend them.
Try to stay away.
Gu Qingqing understood. Thank you, sister.
It's so cold today.
I should go home now. You should also go back early. After leaving the family compound, Gu Qingqing didn't go straight home. Since she was here, she decided to do a few more transactions to exchange some money. She also specifically visited the other part of the textile factory's family compound to check things out. It turns out the deputy director's son really is in this situation. Zheng Guozhu is indeed trying to flatter people. Gu Qingqing returned home with a heavy heart. When she arrived, she found Lu Xiangyang and Wong Yu had already returned. Wong Yu looked very happy, probably because she gained something significant. Gu Qingqing opened the door and went inside. Lu Xiangyang followed, looking a bit upset. Where did you go? Her room had been locked all along, and she couldn't be found anywhere. He was really worried something might have happened to her. Now that he was back, Lu Xiangyang guessed she probably went to the county town. Gu Qingqing didn't hide it. I went to the county town. Lu Xiangyang frowned, not very happy with her actions, but he still patiently said, What did you go to the county town for? Is there anything missing at home? Gu Qingqing looked at him and was a bit surprised that Lu Xiangyang didn't lose his temper. His patience was really good. I went to gather some information. A few days ago, my little aunt went back to her parents' house. She said she found a good marriage in the county town and wanted to marry her cousin's daughter. Because of this, my eldest sister-in-law and the stepsister fought at home. Many people gathered to watch. I was at Aunt Peng's house and went over too.
But my little aunt saw me.
She probably liked my face and tried to get close to me, but I pushed her away and even threatened her. Still, I don't trust her completely. My little aunt is very proud and wouldn't take me seriously. I'm worried she might promise something to someone in town, so I decided to find out more. Hearing this, Lu Xiangyang no longer blamed her. It's good she didn't run to the black market. He placed his hands on Gu Qingqing's shoulders and gently pushed her onto the bed to sit. He said softly, Don't be afraid. I'm here, so nothing will happen to you. Gu Qingqing looked at him, her black and white eyes fixed on his. Are you really sure I don't need to worry? I already found out that my little aunt's husband works as a deputy director at the textile factory, and he's been there for many years. I remember when I was young, my little aunt used to boast about her husband's position. So, this little uncle should have worked at the factory for a long time. Lu Xiangyang looked at her, a slight smile on his face and a raised eyebrow. And? I heard he's trying to impress the deputy factory director, whose family has a simple-minded son. The son has been married twice, both times to daughters. Their family is eager to find someone to have a son. The son is bad-tempered and likes to fight. He's even hit his previous wives. I also found out that the deputy director has relatives in the city, and ordinary people can't afford to offend them. Lu Xiangyang's smile remained, and this time his eyes sparkled with happiness. And what else? Gu Qingqing looked at him. Aren't you afraid of offending them? Lu Xiangyang looked at the girl in front of him. She still looked very young, probably just a teenager. She had no one to rely on, her mother had died early, and she grew up in a Li family's environment. It was a harsh place and she had no support. When she resisted, she was beaten by a crowd. Nothing made sense in that environment. How could such a cruel environment produce a girl so clear-headed and rational? You're not really asking if I'm afraid of offending them. You're asking if I'm willing to offend them for you, right? Gu Qingqing's thoughts were seen through, and she lowered her head in some helplessness. Talking to smart people is simple, but sometimes being too smart isn't good. You said you haven't met many girls, so how do you understand girls' minds so well? Xiangyang smiled. Your way of thinking is different from most girls. I've met many girls. If you were like them, then the things I've done for you, protecting you, buying you gifts, should have made you fall in love with me deeply by now. Gu Qingqing's body stiffened, and she didn't dare to look up at him. Xiangyang confidently said, so, strong people think beyond gender. Your mind is mostly filled with chips and benefits. You're weighing your value with me, worried that I might think it's not worth offending so many people for you, right? Gu Qingqing lowered her head and remained silent. Because everything Xiangyang said was true. She did have some feelings for Xiangyang and admired his qualities. She could even tell that he also liked her. But how strong were these feelings? How much were they worth? In her past life, many couples, whenever a girl put all her hope in her husband, ended up losing badly. Relationships weren't based on love, but on benefits. If she had no value, her in-laws wouldn't care about her. Xiangyang sighed. Qingqing, who taught you all this? My past experiences taught me. The original owner's mother also taught her the same. The original owner's mother believed in others and put her hopes in them, which led her to marry into a wealthy family, like the Li family, and she was not treated well in the end. But Gu Qingqing wouldn't say these things in front of Xiangyang. Their relationship was already fragile. She wouldn't want to destroy it herself. Impossible. Gu Qingqing's tone softened a little, and she looked at him pitifully. I have nothing, and I can't help you much. If I cause big trouble, I'm afraid you might ignore me. Xiangyang looked at her for a while, knowing she wasn't telling the truth. He reached out and patted her head. I said I would take care of you, and I will. Don't worry, I won't ignore you. Your thoughts aren't wrong. Being aware of your limits is good. But Qingqing, not everything in this world can be measured by benefits. You have to believe that someone will love you for who you are. Gu Qingqing suddenly looked up and stared at Xiangyang. Xiangyang stood up and promised, I will handle this. Don't worry. Stay at home and be good. If you're scared, don't go out randomly so those people don't have bad intentions. Prepare well for the new year. Wong Yu and I will go out tonight but will be back before dawn. Lock the doors and windows when you sleep. I won't be home. Be safe. After Xiangyang left, Gu Qingqing sat there lost in thought, thinking about what he had just said. On the other side, Xiangyang returned to Wong Yu's house. Wong Yu was very happy today because he had managed to get everything he wanted. Seeing Xiangyang come back with a big smile, he looked like he had found a treasure. He asked curiously, why are you so happy? I didn't see you this excited on the mountain. What did Gu Qingqing say to you? Weren't you just angry that she was running around? Today, Xiangyang was really in a good mood, more than ever before. So, since Wong Yu asked, he decided to tell him everything that happened earlier. Wong Yu was surprised and widened his eyes. You're so happy about this? Even now? This girl is so guarded? She's too cold-hearted. You've taken care of her for so long, and she still doesn't trust you. Thinking for a moment, Wong Yu found it strange.
No, wait.
This girl is only a teenager. Where does she get so much scheming from? He looked at Xiangyang's face with amazement. This girl is impressive. She can stay calm even when facing you. The daughters of big families in the capital, they've never suffered hardships. If you just give them a little response, you could easily make them fall for you. What does this girl have? Life has been so tough for her. I thought she would see you as a divine figure. But it turns out she doesn't trust you at all. Hearing this, Wong Yu even looked a bit mischievous, as if he was enjoying others' misfortune. Xiangyang could sense his schadenfreude, but he wasn't angry at all. Today, Gu Qingqing once again changed his impression of her. Before, I only thought she was very smart, mostly in her mind and good at studying. Her mother had a hard early life, so she probably taught her a lot. She's endured a lot of grievances over the years, so her sharp mind makes sense. But those are just small tricks. Today, I saw her strong will. It's good, don't you think? If she had been born into a family like ours, she would definitely be a very clever girl who wouldn't be easily fooled. Wong Yu blinked. That's true. With that kind of willpower, even someone like you trying to use charm on her probably wouldn't work. Xiangyang was silent. Wong Yu leaned on his hands and admired Gu Qingqing. I never expected that in such a small mountain village there would be a girl like her. I thought all girls were silly, just accepting gifts and sweet words from men, lost in love. But it turns out there are people even you can't handle. Wang Yu looked at Xiangyang with excitement. Hey, old Lu, look at that big smile on your face, all full of happiness. Don't tell me you like her? That girl.
She's not easy to deal with.
Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. Why wouldn't I like her? She's so cold and heartless. How can you like someone like that? Xiangyang rolled his eyes. She's not cold or heartless, just not easy to fool. You said it yourself. Even when I step in personally, she doesn't believe me. So, it'll be hard for others to approach her or trick her in the future. That's good. She's so young but already understands how high society works. No, she understands the basic rules of this world. It's good. It saves me from having to teach her slowly. Wang Yu looked at him. What do you mean? Xiangyang smiled. It means I think she's more reliable than you. If we hadn't grown up together, with that childhood friendship, I wouldn't work with her on anything. There's no other reason. I just think she's more dependable than you. Wang Yu was stunned. He suddenly got very angry. He slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Xiangyang with a look of accusation. Xiangyang, you've gone too far. Who do you think you are? Do you really think I'm unreliable? Xiangyang chuckled. It's obvious. It's easier to trick you than her. If my enemies want to ruin something I care about and come after you and Gu Qingqing, the chance of her being fooled is much lower than yours. Wang Yu took a deep breath, wanting to argue but feeling defeated. He slumped onto a bench, sighing. I know I'm not very clever, but you don't have to be so blunt. Don't you think I care about my pride? Xiangyang looked at Wang Yu seriously. Just be nicer and more sincere to Qingqing. Whether I like her or not, being friends with her won't hurt you. A smart, rational girl who doesn't easily fall for feelings will have a better chance to succeed in her career. Maybe she can help you someday. Wang Yu had always trusted Xiangyang. He knew he wasn't very clever, but he believed in following smart people's advice. He had never seen Xiangyang praise a girl like this before.
If you praise her as so smart, then
do you think she'd even look at a not-so-smart friend like me? Xiangyang smiled. She's not cold or heartless. She's just rational because she's smart. She needs love and sincere friends and partners. If you treat her sincerely, she'll naturally see you as a friend. Once she becomes an ally, it's hard for her to betray you. Wang Yu kept Xiangyang's words in his heart. Many years later, he would be grateful for how obedient he had been. Looking at Xiangyang, Wang Yu still felt curious. Do you like her? Xiangyang didn't answer. Wang Yu understood. She doesn't trust you. Are you angry? Xiangyang responded, just because I spent some money and said nice words, she should trust me? Is trust so cheap? Wang Yu. Xiangyang said no more. He could tell that Gu Qingqing was not a cold-hearted girl. The girl had lacked love since childhood, had never been truly loved, and had never met someone trustworthy. Naturally, she wouldn't trust others easily. Judging relationships and one's own worth is something everyone should do. Human relationships are like that. Xiangyang didn't think there was anything wrong with Gu Qingqing being cautious. Staying alert is actually good. If he couldn't make her trust him, it was because he hadn't tried enough. All right, go to bed early tonight, so you can enjoy the new year tomorrow. Wang Yu immediately smiled. I promised to go to bed early tonight. They had to go out late at night for some errands, so they definitely needed to sleep early. That night, Gu Qingqing didn't go into her space to work. She lay on the kong, a traditional bed, unable to fall asleep, constantly thinking about Xiangyang's words. After everyone else was asleep, Xiangyang and Wang Yu quietly left the house and the youth commune. They climbed up the mountain and found a bicycle hidden among some dry grass. Wang Yu looked surprised. When did you get this? Lu Xiangyang smiled. I prepared it a long time ago, before going up the mountain. Wong Yu gave him a thumbs up. There's another one over there. Lu Xiangyang pointed in a direction, and Wong Yu went to find and bring out the other bicycle. With the bikes in hand, they took out the previously hidden game, both packed in large bags, already processed. This trip up the mountain was fruitful. They had caught too many animals to carry all at once. The wild boar was slaughtered directly, making it easier to pack into the bags. They carried out 6 large bags, tied to their bikes, heading toward the county town. If Lu Xiangyang were alone, all this wouldn't be so complicated. But with Wong Yu, everything had to be planned in advance. He had arranged everything with Sun Er beforehand, so after reaching the county town, Lu Xiangyang took out the items from the package and pretended to be himself and Wong Yu. Wong Yu looked very surprised. Old Lu, you really prepared everything thoroughly. When they went to find Sun Er, he was already waiting with his people. The 2 people in front of him were not the same as the big boss he remembered, but since they were introduced by that person, he naturally had to treat them well. Lu Xiangyang was still waiting to go home. Although it was late at night, he felt uneasy leaving Gu Qingqing alone at home. Unless it was necessary, he preferred to stay close to such a beautiful young girl. Late at night, we still need to head back. Tomorrow is the New Year. Second uncle's son. No need to be polite. Just settle the goods. In the burlap sack, there were 2 wild boars, a deer, 2 roe deer, a wild mountain goat, and 2 medium-sized deer. There were also about 20 wild chickens and rabbits. The mutton and venison were much more expensive than ordinary meat, especially the price of deer antler, which was even higher. The total price for all these items was 2,600 yuan. Lu Xiangyang was used to this, but Wong Yu was different. He really didn't expect to make so much money from just one trip into the mountains. He had never earned this much at once before. Wong Yu was very excited. Lu Xiangyang was eager to go back. After collecting the money, he led Wong Yu to leave. Wong Yu held the money in his hands and still felt like he was dreaming. Oh my! I've never seen so much money. Old Lu, is this real? Lu Xiangyang rolled his eyes. Are you sure you've never seen this much? Wong Yu thought carefully. It seems like I've seen it before, but I've never had it myself. The total was 2,600 yuan, split evenly between them. Wong Yu took out 300 yuan and handed it to Lu Xiangyang. What's this for? Wong Yu smiled. Your contribution was bigger, especially those 2 deer. Without you, I couldn't have gotten them. You arranged the bicycle, and you found second Uncle Sunday. I'm just riding on your coattails. I'll take 1,000 yuan, and the remaining 1,600 yuan is yours. Lu Xiangyang looked at him. Are you sure? Wong Yu confidently replied, Of course. I get what I put in. Clearly, you're the one bringing me to make money. If I keep splitting everything with you, I might feel embarrassed to keep following you in the future. Lu Xiangyang didn't refuse and took the money. They didn't go straight home, but went to find someone. It was late at night, and the whole county was dark. But Lu Xiangyang was very familiar with the roads. The 2 pushed their bicycles to a small house and knocked on the door of a courtyard. They knocked twice but received no response. Wong Yu said angrily, Is this kid sleeping so soundly? I'll just call out to him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiangyang climbed over the wall directly. Wong Yu. The yard gate was opened from inside by Lu Xiangyang. Wong Yu, looking speechless, pushed his bicycle inside. At this moment, someone came out of the house. Who? The flashlight's beam illuminated his face. Lu Xiangyang raised his hand to block the light. The person opposite almost gawked. My goodness. Boss, you finally remembered me? Seeing it was Lu Xiangyang, the delivery guy, dressed in a big padded coat, almost threw himself into Lu Xiangyang's arms. Lu Xiangyang looked very helpless. Be serious. Okay. Chao Rui reluctantly let go and led Lu Xiangyang and Wong Yu into the house. Boss, come inside. It's too cold outside. This was a small courtyard with only 2 rooms and a kitchen. It wasn't big, but for Chao Rui alone it was enough. The 3 entered the house. There was a heated bed and a fire basin, making it much warmer. Lu Xiangyang sat down and said to Chao Rui, who was very eager, "All right, I need you to do something for me. I'll tell you, then I'll leave." Chao Rui grinned and sat down. "Boss, you say it. Anything you ask, I'll go through fire and water for you." Lu Xiangyang straightforwardly said, "Check on the deputy factory director of the textile factory. His family has a simple-minded son. I heard he's about to get married. The deputy director's assistant, Zheng Guozhu, has been trying to curry favor with him. Check Zheng Guozhu too. If there's any problem, I'll deal with him. By the way, that deputy director has powerful relatives in the city. First, understand the relationship here, then tell me quickly."
Cao Dui bờ liền kết.
"The textile factory deputy director? Liang Xiong? Did he offend you, boss? His son has a bad temper, very fierce, known for hitting his wife. He's driven away 2 wives before." Lu Xiangyang nodded. "That's him." Chao Rui asked curiously, "Liang Xiong probably has some issues behind the scenes, but on the surface, he's a good person. His image is very good. I heard the factory director is about to be transferred, and Liang Xiong might get promoted." "Boss, did he offend you?" Wong Yu chuckled. "He's blind enough to fixate on your boss's loved one, trying to take her back as his daughter-in-law. What do you think?" Chao Rui's eyes widened.
Wow.
"I have a sister-in-law? Boss, who is she?" He was very curious. Maybe she was the beautiful girl they saw last time? When he delivered the package that time, he said she was his sister.
Huh?
Sister. Lu Xiangyang looked at him, but didn't answer directly. "That's for later. First, finish what I told you. Also, my matters are not to be shared outside."
Cao Dui nốt that.
"Got it. Don't worry, boss. I'm keeping my mouth shut." After giving instructions, Lu Xiangyang and Wang Yu left together. They rode their bikes back, hid the bikes, and then returned to the youth station. After a quick run outside, feeling cold all over, Wang Yu crawled into bed and quickly fell asleep. Lu Xiangyang, however, lay on the calm, a traditional heated bed, unable to sleep. Thoughts of her? Sister-in-law? These words were not unfamiliar to him, but they felt somewhat distant. Did he like Gu Qingqing? He thought he probably did. No girl had ever made him feel such a strong desire to protect her. He couldn't help but want to care for her, to give her gifts, and every time he went home, he brought her delicious food and pocket money without hesitation, worried she might run out of money. At first, it was just a habit, thinking that all men in his family treated women like this. But gradually, he felt this was different, and he realized something was wrong. He knew many women, but he had never shown such feelings for others. It started as simple care, but when did it become something unusual? Lu Xiangyang himself couldn't quite figure it out. Anyway, now he knew that little girl was different from others to him. Thinking about his situation, Lu Xiangyang felt a bit worried. Being around him would be exhausting, and there was always a risk of danger. Gu Qingqing had never faced these things before and might not be able to handle them. The next day was New Year's Day. Gu Qingqing woke up early. She took some things out of her space to eat. As for Lu Xiangyang and Wang Yu, they had gone out last night and had told her they would sleep in a bit longer this morning, so she didn't need to prepare breakfast for them. Today was a holiday, and the entire youth station was lively. Actually, the whole village was bustling. The smell of meat was already in the air. Throughout the year, everyone prepared a special meal today, bringing out their best food. The children looked forward to the new year the most. Near the hillside, Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu were there. Gu Qingqing planned to cook early, so she could deliver some food to them before they had lunch. She took out a small charcoal stove, lit it, and placed a clay pot on top to make chicken soup. Next, she used a steel pot to cook rice, sliced a large plate of salted meat, wrapped it in cornmeal, added a little seasoning, and steamed it with the rice. She also steamed some sausages. Both of these took time, so Gu Qingqing kept them inside, opening the windows and doors for ventilation. During winter, there aren't many vegetables. She only has a small amount of green vegetables and garlic sprouts she planted inside the house, along with some stored cabbage. She cleans these vegetables carefully and then prepares to cook in the large outdoor kitchen. Today, the sun is shining brightly and there is little wind, making the whole yard feel warm. The educated youth are all up now, some writing couplets, others preparing lunch. Gu Qingqing cooks a few small dishes, boils a fish, and then starts to stew a big rooster. This is specially prepared for the new year. The village's well-fed roosters taste very good. Today, she is braising one, and it needs to be cooked in advance because a short cooking time won't make a farm-raised rooster tender enough. Around 10 o'clock, Xiangyang wakes up. Seeing Gu Qingqing lost in thought at the stove, he sits beside her and asks, "What are you thinking about?" Gu Qingqing is startled, then comes back to herself. "Nothing much, just daydreaming for a bit." Xiangyang smiles. It's rare to see her so absent-minded, and with such a beautiful face, she looks very cute. In his past and present lives, he has seen many beauties and thought he was immune to their charm. But looking at her, he can't look away. Sometimes, Xiangyang isn't sure whether he likes Gu Qingqing's personality or is simply enchanted by her beauty. He's not a lecherous person. He can't help but reach out and gently ruffle her soft hair. The silky strands feel wonderful. "Don't worry, I've already asked someone to check. We should have news soon. This world is strict about regulations, and arranged marriages don't really exist anymore. No one dares to break the law. If they want to force you, the only way is to kidnap you. I haven't gone anywhere these days. I've been staying at home with you. With me here, they won't have the ability to take you away." Gu Qingqing sits there, resting her head on her hand, tilting her head to look at him. "Xiangyang, don't you think you're being a bit too good to me?" Xiangyang pauses, adds some firewood to the pot, and smiles. "I don't think so. It's nothing. In the future, I will treat you even better." Gu Qingqing says nothing, just tilts her head and watches him. He is very handsome, masculine and strong, quite different from a young handsome man she knew in her previous life. She was a strong woman in her past life, but her wealth was limited to about 500 million yuan, and she never advanced further. So, she isn't a wealthy lady, just a small rich woman. She herself hasn't fully cultivated a mindset to look down on all men. If she truly had to choose, she still prefers men with a strong, masculine presence. Only in front of such men does her assertiveness soften a little. Meeting someone like Xiangyang, she finds it hard not to like him. It's a pity she never met anyone like that in her past life. Now, it's the 1970s, a very conservative time. Falling in love means being together, but if you're not ready for that, you can't even make it clear. If it had been her past life, it would have been better if Xiangyang had been born in her era. She would have rushed to him, without hesitation. Even if they couldn't marry later, at least they could have had a love story. But now, it's the 1970s. If their relationship becomes too close, it will inevitably lead to marriage. Xiangyang comes from a noble and influential family. Even if he's fallen on hard times now, his family's power hasn't completely disappeared and still surpasses most others. In a few years, when the family gets back on track, his grandparents, parents, and himself could return to Beijing. The family business that has been stagnant for years might need a marriage alliance to strengthen their position. At that time, who can guarantee they would choose a girl from the countryside with no background like her? Even if Xiangyang is willing, what about the Liu family? Gu Qingqing has never believed that love can overcome blood ties. Girls who believe that love alone will make their husbands stand up to their families usually end up disappointed. Loving someone and fighting against family for decades, how could that work? Gu Qingqing worries not just about Xiangyang divorcing her after the family regains its status, but also about not being able to keep her child or even see her child. To be harsher, the Liu family might suppress her. She refuses to risk herself for a fleeting love. She wants love, but she loves herself even more. For now, before everyone has thought it through, it's best not to make things clear. This way, there won't be awkwardness or difficult endings later. Actually, Xiangyang probably thinks the same way. Gu Qingqing gazes steadily at Xiangyang's sharp, handsome side profile. His face is truly attractive. Under the sunlight, his features are so clear, his Adam's apple is he's really good-looking. A slight, sarcastic smile appears at the corner of Gu Qingqing's mouth. Does Xiangyang like her? Can't she feel it? But he hasn't made it clear yet, which shows he has his reservations. Gu Qingqing knows what those reservations are. That's good. At least it shows Lu Xiangyang is rational and mature. Because of his maturity, he has such an attractive aura, right? Now, given the situation, if Lu Xiangyang were full of passionate promises to her, she probably wouldn't believe a word. It's a bit cold here. I'll put the side dishes in. Can you watch them for a while? Once they're cooked, we can eat. Lu Xiangyang nodded. Okay, let's go back inside. Gu Qingqing stood up, put some sliced radish and soaked mushrooms into the pot, covered it, and went back inside. Lu Xiangyang watched her back. She looked even more graceful. Recently, Gu Qingqing seemed to have grown taller again. Today is a holiday, and Lu Xiangyang invited Shirley and Su Guobiao to come for a meal. Also, there was Su Jinchuan, who was more sensible. Since the last hunting trip, Lu Xiangyang noticed that Su Jinchuan was quite aware of things and had been getting closer to Shirley and Su Guobiao recently. It was still early, so Gu Qingqing took out the cooked chicken with mushrooms, served it in a large bowl, and also brought some steamed pork and sausages for Lu's grandparents. They probably hadn't eaten lunch yet, so these dishes would add to the meal. When Lu Xiangyang returned, it was time for lunch. They ate plain white rice, with no coarse grains added. On the table, there was chicken soup, braised fish, steamed pork, sausages, cold pig's head meat, chicken with mushrooms, stir-fried greens with shiitake mushrooms, and a dish of fried eggs with locust flowers. The locust flowers were dried and soaked before cooking. Some families in the village had them, and Gu Qingqing had specially exchanged some before the new year. A table full of dishes. Wong Yu was used to this, but Shirley and Su Guobiao weren't, and Jinchuan was even less so. Seeing so many dishes, he nearly dropped his jaw in surprise. Everyone at the youth communes knew that life was better here, but they didn't expect it to be this good. They usually ate inside, and Gu Qingqing wasn't always cooking in the big outdoor kitchen. They could smell some meat, but everyone knew there were plenty of game here, so meat was normal. Still, seeing such a rich spread of dishes, Jinchuan was quite amazed. In this era, very few people paid attention to the art of eating vegetables. Even if there was meat, it was usually cooked with radishes and potatoes in a big pot. There was no talk of fancy meat and vegetable pairing. Shirley sat down happily. Great. Today I'm lucky. I can taste Gu Qingqing's cooking. These dishes look so different. Anyway, I definitely can't come up with so many tricks, Su Jinchuan said with a smile. Yes, your skills are amazing. I didn't know you could cook like this before. Gu Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed. To her, this was really just everyday cooking, simple home dishes. She had seen plenty of this in her past life. But in this era, with limited supplies, it was normal that they hadn't seen such skills. Lu Xiangyang spoke up. All right, since everyone thinks it's delicious, let's eat quickly. No need to be polite. He took out a bottle of Maotai. Shirley, Su Guobiao, and Su Jinchuan were all very excited. They had never drunk Maotai before. This was Maotai. At the table, only Gu Qingqing was a woman. She didn't drink alcohol, so she just ate on the side, watching these men drink. The more they drank, the more excited they got. Gradually, Shirley, Su Guobiao, and Su Jinchuan dared to drink with Wong Yu, pouring drinks for Lu Xiangyang. This was Maotai very strong. Gu Qingqing watched Lu Xiangyang drink cup after cup, feeling a bit worried. Drink less. What if you get full from all these dishes? Lu Xiangyang looked drunk now, his eyes red, and his cheeks and neck slightly flushed. But when he looked at Gu Qingqing, he smiled. It's fine, I can handle my alcohol. Gu Qingqing. Are you sure? From his look, he definitely seemed drunk. Seeing Lu Xiangyang drunk, Shirley, Su Guobiao, and Su Jinchuan got even more excited. They were determined to get Lu Xiangyang drunk. Only Wong Yu sat quietly eating, not saying a word. In the end, the meal lasted over 2 hours. Shirley, Su Guobiao, and Su Jinchuan all drank themselves to exhaustion. Gu Qingqing looked speechless at Lu Xiangyang, who kept pretending to be sober but clearly looked drunk. Yet he refused to fall, stubbornly knocking out Shirley, Su Guobiao, and Su Jinchuan. When all three finally collapsed, they fell onto the table with a loud thump. Gu Ching Ching. Wong Yu burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I'm the smartest. I didn't fall.
Ha ha ha.
Gu Ching Ching. Is this guy really drunk or not? Gu Ching Ching quickly kicked him before he could fall. You're not drunk. Good.
Don't fall.
Hurry up and send these guys back. Wong Yu wobbled to his feet, helping Shirley, Su Gu Biao, and Su Jin Chuan back to their dorms one by one. When he returned, he didn't bother with Lu Xiangyang and headed straight to his own room. Gu Ching Ching hurriedly called out to him. Where are you going? Help Lu Xiangyang back too. He's so heavy, I can't carry him. Wong Yu glanced at her, a faint smile hiding in his drunken eyes. He quickly shook his head like a rattledrum. I don't want to. That guy gets crazy when he's drunk. He likes to fight me when he's drunk. I don't want to. I can't beat him. After saying that, he hurried back to his room and locked the door.
Hey, wait.
Gu Ching Ching chased after him, knocking on the door, but he ignored her. Within a minute, she heard him snoring outside the door. Gu Ching Ching. Helpless, she returned to her own room. Seeing Lu Xiangyang still lying there, she felt speechless. She reached out and patted Lu Xiangyang. Big brother Lu, wake up. Wake up, please. Lu Xiangyang didn't respond. She kept calling and shook him as she spoke. Wake up. I'll help you go back to rest. Get up. Lu Xiangyang remained still, and Gu Ching Ching couldn't even move him. Looking at the table full of dishes and this drunk person, Gu Ching Ching clenched her teeth. Lu Xiangyang, get up. She shouted loudly, but Lu Xiangyang still didn't react.
She was completely convinced.
In his drunken state, he couldn't just lie there like that. Gu Ching Ching, feeling helpless, used all her strength to help Lu Xiangyang onto the bed. Get up, lie on the bed. Don't move. I can't carry you. This time, Lu Xiangyang was more cooperative. He stood up, but most of his weight pressed on Gu Ching Ching. She struggled to sway him onto the bed, exhausted. Seeing such a big lump on the bed, Gu Ching Ching muttered, what did he eat to grow so heavy? She took off his shoes and his coat outside, then covered him with a quilt. Usually, she wouldn't be able to move such a drunk person, but he was surprisingly cooperative when she took off his coat. Now lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, he was peacefully asleep. Gu Ching Ching felt a bit speechless. She used a damp towel to wipe his face, and then left him be. Most of the dishes on the table had been eaten. These men were really fierce fighters. Every dish she cooked was generous in portion, yet nothing was left. Gu Ching Ching boiled hot water and washed all the bowls and chopsticks. Lu Xiangyang lay on the bed, slightly opening one eye, watching her busy in the room. He moved with a quilt, sniffed, found a comfortable position, and continued sleeping. Gu Ching Ching quickly tidied up the room. Lu Xiangyang was still asleep. With nothing else to do, she sat at the desk and started reading a book. Mostly, she spends her time reading extracurricular books. She doesn't rush to study her textbooks. She is determined to get a higher education in the future, but since textbooks can be forgotten if not reviewed regularly and the college entrance exam is still several years away, she isn't in a hurry. For now, she focuses on expanding her knowledge and practicing calligraphy. Her books are mostly in the room. Outside, only a few books were brought by Lu Xiangyang, so she reads whatever she has. Gu Ching Ching is very careful in her work, a habit she developed in her past life. She is not naturally smart. She relies on hard work and strong willpower. When she studies seriously, even if Lu Xiangyang is lying on the bed nearby, her attention is fully on her books. Lu Xiangyang lay there for a while. When he noticed the room was quiet and he could only hear the sound of pages turning, he felt a bit annoyed. He shifted his body and kicked off the blanket with his foot. Gu Ching Ching's attention was indeed diverted. Seeing his behavior, she had no choice but to accept her fate and cover him with the blanket. He adjusted his collar and lifted the blanket on himself, seeming very hot. Gu Ching Ching reached out to feel the bed. It was warm, but normally she wouldn't sleep in such heat. She liked to add a little warmth at night by placing 2 hot water bottles in her bed for convenience. Today, since it was daytime, She heated the bed to make the room warmer. No wonder he felt hot. Gu Qingqing removed some of the charcoal from the stove and rolled up half of his sweater collar with her warm little hands. She reached over and gently touched his neck, occasionally brushing his chin or cheek, which made Lu Xiangyang feel very comfortable. He lay still, letting her do as she pleased. Actually, Gu Qingqing forgot that the last time Lu Xiangyang came back in a heavy snow, he leaned on her bed and fell asleep. She only wanted to pull his blanket, but before she could touch him, he had pressed her down and grabbed her neck. Now, she thought he should have woken up by this time. She rolled down his high sweater collar, exposing half of his neck, which felt much better. Gu Qingqing took a towel and gently wiped his face. Washing his face with warm water felt very refreshing. The warm towel brushed over his forehead, eyes, and cheeks, making him feel much more comfortable. When her hands approached him, he had the impulse to hold her hands in his. Lu Xiangyang always believed he was rational, so rational that he could handle anything clearly, even his marriage. He thought he could choose a partner who was both liked and suitable, not just driven by impulse. His life was destined to be extraordinary, either high in status or down and out. But one thing was certain: the women by his side would never have an easy life. In such a situation, women who are simple and fragile are not suitable. Even the most beautiful love can fade over time with daily life. It would be better not to choose at all from the start. Yet, with such rationality, he couldn't help but do things he shouldn't when it came to Gu Qingqing. He knew that bringing someone like her into his world was cruel, given her background, but he still couldn't resist wanting to get closer. Her small hand reached out again, wiping his chin with a towel. When it slid to his neck, her back of the hand touched his cheek. Lu Xiangyang suddenly reached out and held her small hand in his. Her delicate, boneless hand, with skin so soft, was small enough to be fully wrapped in his palm. He held her hand tightly, not wanting to let go. Gu Qingqing let him hold her and sat quietly beside him for a while. Suddenly, she moved her left hand, took the towel from his, and set it aside. She slowly leaned down, getting closer to him. Her beautiful features were truly stunning. No matter how many times Gu Qingqing looked at them, she never got tired of seeing her own reflection. He usually seemed quite gentle to her, but most of the time he was cold. Now that he was asleep, his features looked much softer. Encouraged, Gu Qingqing dared to reach out and gently touch his eyebrows and eyes. They were the most beautiful features she had ever seen. So perfect, it touched her heart deeply. His sharp eyebrows gave him a very manly look. Watching him, Gu Qingqing's lips started to curl into a smile. Seeing a handsome guy really made her happy. The girl moved closer, and her breath was clearly getting nearer. Could Lu Xiangyang feel it? He felt a bit nervous. Why was she so close? What was she trying to do? When her finger touched his lips, Lu Xiangyang shivered all over. He suddenly pulled her into his arms. Gu Qingqing was startled and fell into his embrace, staring at him wide-eyed. She really didn't expect him to do that. Wasn't he supposed to be rational and clear-headed like her? Did he figure things out so quickly? Did he make a quick decision? Could he really just pull her into his arms like that? At this moment, Lu Xiangyang was lying sideways on the Kong, facing the wall inside. Gu Qingqing had been pulled down by him and was now in his arms. He was originally lying on his back, but now he had turned to the side, with one hand still resting on her waist. Gu Qingqing looked at him for a long time. He had kept his eyes closed the whole time. She tentatively called out twice, "Big brother Lu? Lu Xiangyang?" There was no response. Gu Qingqing wasn't sure if he was truly drunk or just pretending. But since he had pulled her into his arms, leaving seemed a bit unfair. They were face to face, close together. This was the first time Gu Qingqing saw him from this angle. Now she could see his features more clearly, the shape of his eyebrows, nose, mouth, and even his breathing, all very distinct. She moved closer to him, their faces very near. "Big brother Lu? Big brother Lu?" Still no response. Gu Qingqing smiled. At first, she was a little confused, but that didn't mean her mind wasn't working. If Lu Xiangyang really felt nothing at all from being so close, She wouldn't believe it. A slight smile appeared at her lips. She reached out and gently touched his chin, then her fingers slowly moved toward his Adam's apple. Such a handsome, attractive Adam's apple. She thought, I don't believe he can't react at all. Sure enough, as her fingers slowly moved toward his throat, Lu Xiangyang's body started to stiffen. His Adam's apple rolled a few times, but he still lay there, not waking up. Gu Qingqing held back her laughter, released her hand, and saw the veins on his forehead bulge. Right now, Lu Xiangyang was extremely nervous, both anxious and uncomfortable. He could feel the girl very close to him in his arms. He didn't dare hold her too tightly, but her breath was blowing on his face, so close it felt almost within reach. What was she trying to do? His heart was pounding with nervousness. Suddenly, he felt her breath getting closer and closer until finally, a soft touch on his lips. Lu Xiangyang's eyes snapped open. This feeling was so strange and beautiful. He didn't dare move, afraid that any sudden movement would scare the girl in his arms away. He slowly opened his eyes and saw her face from this close distance for the first time. She was slightly lowering her eyes and not looking at him. This allowed him to freely observe her without restraint. Her skin was very fair, almost flawless, with fine soft hair on her face, looking incredibly adorable. The most beautiful thing was her eyelashes, long and like tiny brushes. Every time they fluttered, it felt like they were tickling his heart, making him feel itchy inside. Gu Qingqing kissed him lightly. Seeing that he still didn't move, she deliberately moved her lips. Lu Xiangyang opened his eyes wide, scared and stiff, but still didn't react. Then he felt this girl become bolder. Her small mouth was so lovely, it made him feel dizzy. He sensed her gently prying his lips open, and something warm and soft was slipping inside. At this moment, if he could still stay calm, he wouldn't be a man. He instinctively tightened his arms, holding her and the blanket close to him, turning passive into active, and kissed her deeply. Gu Qingqing almost laughed out loud. Because he was holding her so tightly, she placed her hands on his shoulders and tried to dodge, but he kept kissing her. But Gu Qingqing wasn't stupid. She wouldn't let him keep taking advantage of her forever. After a while of his kisses, and as he was getting more and more excited, she quickly pulled away, smiling and whispering in his ear, "Just rest well when you're drunk. Don't fall asleep and keep thinking about the girl." Lu Xiangyang. Gu Qingqing pushed him away, got up from the bed, and sat down at the desk to continue reading and writing, calm and composed. Lu Xiangyang was in trouble. He didn't dare move, still lying on his side with his back to Gu Qingqing. He licked his lips, feeling unsatisfied. Unfortunately, the girl had already left. Gu Qingqing glanced at the back of his head and couldn't help but smile. The room was very quiet. Lu Xiangyang hadn't moved at all. In the end, he really fell asleep. Whether it was the alcohol or the kiss earlier, he had a dream. His mind was full of the previous scene, but in his dream, it wasn't just a quick kiss. There was so much more. When he woke up suddenly, it was already dark outside. Since it was winter, it got dark early. It was only about 5 o'clock, and the sky was gradually turning black. The room was dimly lit. Gu Qingqing was still sitting at the desk, writing with a lamp on. Lu Xiangyang turned to look at her. Under the light, she sat focused on her book, her expression peaceful and gentle. Thinking about his dream, he blushed a little. How long have I slept? Gu Qingqing didn't look at him. She kept her eyes on her book and smiled slightly. Aren't you curious why you're sleeping here? Lu Xiangyang. He suddenly felt a bit panicked.
Right.
Why am I sleeping here? Where's Wong Yu? Gu Qingqing stifled a laugh. He went back to sleep. He said you might get drunk and cause trouble, so he didn't dare let you go back, worried you'd hit him. Lu Xiangyang immediately retorted, he's talking nonsense. I never cause trouble when I'm drunk. Gu Qingqing smiled slightly. That's right, you slept so peacefully. Lu Xiangyang. Suddenly feeling a bit guilty. The more guilty he felt, the more those images kept flashing in his mind. He couldn't help but look at the young girl's lips. They looked so sweet. Gu Qingqing stopped teasing him and brought over a bowl of soup from the stove, handing it to him.
Try this.
I made sweet soup. Lu Xiangyang took a sip. Is it sweet? Yes, very sweet. Gu Qingqing watched him finish the soup and eat the white fungus and honey dates inside. What do you want to eat tonight? She asked. Lu Xiangyang felt a little guilty. Whatever you have is fine. Are you still reading? Gu Qingqing replied. What else would I be doing? I mean, I was drunk and you helped me onto the bed, then went to read?
Yes.
Lu Xiangyang. Seeing that Lu Xiangyang remained silent, Gu Qingqing frowned slightly. Aren't you getting up? It's already been an afternoon nap. If you sleep more, will you be able to sleep tonight? Lu Xiangyang had no choice but to get up, put on his coat, and leave. I'm going to check on Wong Yu. After he left, Gu Qingqing could no longer hide her smile. She leaned on the table, laughing so hard her shoulders shook.
Dinner was simple that night.
After finishing early, most of the young workers gathered together to stay up and celebrate the new year. Wong Yu and Lu Xiangyang had both slept most of the afternoon, so they weren't sleepy. They took some sunflower seeds and peanuts and went to play cards with the other young workers. Since Wong Yu woke up, he kept glancing at Lu Xiangyang, eager to ask what he had been doing in Gu Qingqing's room all afternoon. But he didn't dare. Gu Qingqing didn't stay up for the New Year's countdown. She went into her space early to work. When she entered her space, she didn't start working right away. Instead, she went straight to the second-floor bedroom, flopped onto the soft bed, and rolled back and forth happily. Licking her lips, Gu Qingqing felt a bit excited. That handsome guy's lips are just so sweet. Right now, her heart, like that of an old auntie's young girl, was pounding wildly. For the first time in her life, she truly felt a crazy, fluttering sensation. No man had ever made her so captivated before. Gu Qingqing thought to herself, luckily she wasn't really an 18-year-old girl, or she would definitely be so infatuated with Lu Xiangyang that she'd believe anything he said. If Lu Xiangyang doesn't disappoint her in the end, that's good. But if, after a few years, Lu Xiangyang abandons her, she will definitely fall from the top into a deep abyss. Most young girls couldn't handle that. But she is different. She can date, but her career must go on. She can't let anything delay her career. Moreover, Lu Xiangyang is so smart. What has he always been worried about? Isn't it just that he's concerned she won't be able to fit into a social circle in the future? If she has enough ability, that won't be a problem. She needs to gradually show Lu Xiangyang her skills, so he can be at ease. Gu Qingqing is a practical person and not someone who only cares about love. She believes that good things must be fought for. Waiting around for others to choose her is not her style. Once she understood this, she started making her own plans. Before the college entrance exam was restored, she would stay in the countryside for a few more years as her worst-case plan. Actually, during these years, if possible, she could find another way out. She should think of other options. Staying in the rural area all the time. Does Lu Xiangyang want to wait for her for many years? Her youth is precious and shouldn't be wasted. In these years, besides preparing for the exam, she also needs to learn some skills, so she will have something impressive in the future. Or maybe get a job early on? Gu Qingqing spent over 2 hours writing and drawing, thinking carefully, and came up with several plans to adapt flexibly. This year just passed like that. On the first day of the new year, it snowed heavily. The year 1973 officially began. 5 days later, Chao Rui brought the investigation results to Lu Xiangyang. This was Chao Rui's first time visiting Lu Xiangyang's home, or more precisely, Gu Qingqing's place. Today at noon, Lu Xiangyang specially asked Gu Qingqing to cook 2 more dishes and invited Chao Rui to have lunch together. Chao Rui couldn't help but glance at Gu Qingqing several times. She was so beautiful. Truly stunning. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. No wonder she could make Lu Xiangyang so infatuated. He originally thought Lu Xiangyang was not interested in women, but now it seemed it was only because the women he met before weren't pretty enough. After a few glances, Chao Rui dared not look again. He felt that Gu Qingqing looked even more beautiful than when he first saw her. Lu Xiangyang truly has a talent for raising beautiful women. Boss, I've already found out that Liang Xiong is quite well known in this area. He has several brothers, all quite active members.
You understand, right?
People often suffer in their hands. The Liang family had little wealth in the early years and experienced a lot of trouble not long ago. They responded very actively, so while those big families fell, they took the opportunity to amass quite a fortune. Not just in recent years, but 20 years ago, they started getting rich from this. Liang Xiong and his siblings, 6 in total, during the famine over 10 years ago, lived quite comfortably. They probably had many old items, bought at high black market prices. Gu Qingqing and Lu Xiangyang both raised their eyebrows. Are they really wealthy? Lu Xiangyang asked this question. Qiao Rui smiled and said, of course they are. Liang Xiong's family is doing the best. He is the deputy director of a textile factory. The others all work, some as small leaders and some bought their jobs. This family used to be very poor. Liang Xiong's father had a job at that time, and he got it by reporting others. Liang Xiong's original wife gave birth to 2 sons and 3 daughters. Later, when free love was encouraged, he divorced his first wife, claiming he opposed arranged marriages. Then he married another woman, who gave birth to a son and a daughter, but unfortunately, they both died of illness. The second wife went crazy. Now, his current wife is kept outside. They weren't married when she gave birth to a daughter, who is now several years old. After they married, she had another child, who is just over 3 years old. That foolish son is Liang Xiong's only son now. The original wife's son died from illness, and he has several daughters. With so many children, Liang Xiong's salary can't support them all. Gu Qingqing was stunned. So many people. After hearing all this, Lu Xiangyang was sure that the Liang family was very rich. Yes, he definitely needed to pay a visit. Meanwhile, Gu Qingqing was secretly planning to empty the Liang family's house. Who is his supporter in the city? Not a big shot, just an assistant to the second-in-command at the security bureau. I heard the boss there is about to be transferred, so this second-in-command might get promoted. He has some issues with the factory director. Liang Xiong wants to team up with these people to replace the director and get promoted himself. Lu Xiangyang now understood. After Qiao Rui's explanation, he knew who the other person was. He had investigated all of Linen City before coming here and knew about various departments. The Security Bureau is a powerful department and the assistant to the second-in-command.
It's not so hard to deal with.
At noon, Qiao Rui had a hearty lunch here and left feeling satisfied. In the afternoon, Lu Xiangyang was thinking about how to deal with that family. Wong Yu spoke up, saying, our connections could help, but is it really necessary? I think a warning from my family would be enough. We don't have to ruin him completely. No way. Lu Xiangyang opposed.
Don't tell my family about this.
I can handle it myself. Wong Yu fell silent, knowing that Lu Xiangyang was worried about the people in the capital finding out about Gu Qingqing. Lu Xiangyang said in a serious tone, I've looked into this side before. It's not that hard to deal with. That second-in-command isn't against us. Is it really so complicated? Gu Qingqing interrupted him. Both Wong Yu and Lu Xiangyang looked at her. Gu Qingqing shrugged. Are you guys perhaps used to thinking in old ways because your family is so big? I just want my aunt to stop bothering me. Why do you need to remove the second-in-command of the city security bureau? Suddenly, she remembered a joke from her past life. In novels, business wars often involve cutting off someone's funding. In real business, they bribe a cleaning lady from the rival company to turn off the power every 2 hours, making it impossible for them to work normally. Reading too many novels, people think business battles are very sophisticated, but they forget that sometimes it's just kids playing house. That deputy director probably doesn't even know who I am, right? He hasn't seen me. Why not just teach my uncle a lesson? My uncle is trying to get promoted by networking everywhere. That's basically bribery. Luga, I remember you're pretty skilled. Maybe you could sneak some old or foreign items into my uncle's house. Then get someone to investigate him. You know people at the police station, right? Lu Xiangyang, Wong Yu, and that deputy director Liang Xiong. Even if my aunt has already talked to him and he's decided he wants me to be his daughter-in-law and have his grandchildren, this method still works for him. Be a little harsher. Maybe plant some serious evidence, like foreign flags. He's embezzled so much that he can't withstand an investigation. When he's in jail, or even facing the death penalty, he won't care about me anymore. Xiangyang. Wong Yu. They both fell silent for a while. Gu Qingqing looked confused. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Wong Yu stared blankly.
What she said
Seems to make some sense. Xiangyang looked at Gu Qingqing, but didn't say anything. Wong Yu continued, I can't tell, you're so tough, girl. If foreign flags get caught, they might even face execution. Gu Qingqing said indifferently. They didn't show mercy to me either. They sent me to a fool who likes to fight. They didn't think about whether I would survive. Besides, he's just a fool. His father is so charming. Who knows if that fool can have children? The fool's daughter. Who knows if she's his daughter or his sister? Wong Yu. At this moment, Xiangyang spoke. I'll handle this. Don't worry. Just stay at home and do what you need to. Gu Qingqing still felt a bit disappointed. Liang Xiong's family is so rich. She really wanted to go and clean out his house. There must be many treasures there. After the new year, spring was not far away, but the weather was still very cold, even snowing. After the new year, Li Xiaogu returned to the village to visit her family, but ended up arguing with Grandma Li and was kicked out. Gu Qingqing didn't see it herself, but villagers said Li Xiaogu looked very embarrassed when she left, apparently beaten quite badly by Grandma Li. As for the marriage matter, there was no follow-up. At least, Li Xiaogu didn't come to trouble Gu Qingqing, which she found a bit strange. Before Chao Rui left, he left the addresses of several families, including Liang Xiong's brothers and the old Liang family home. Gu Qingqing really wanted to explore how many treasures the Liang family had, but she never got the chance. Xiangyang was worried about her safety and didn't let her go out alone. Going out at night was even less possible. Xiangyang had served in the military and was quite elite. Gu Qingqing worried that if she sneaked out at night, Xiangyang might find out, and it would be hard to explain. The treasures in the Liang family were important, but not as crucial as the system. Gu Qingqing could only stay obediently at home, channeling her anger about not being able to own the treasures into her space, working hard to earn money. A month passed quickly, and the temperature rose, no longer as cold as during the new year. The space in Gu Qingqing's mind became more lively. She worked hard during this time, and her balance increased rapidly, over 3 million now. She initially wanted to buy some jewelry, but then thought it was better to save up for upgrades. She could buy jewelry in the black market, where it was cheaper. After more than a month of confinement, Gu Qingqing was getting restless. She wanted to go to the county town. I'm just going to have some fun and come back soon. No way. Xiangyang was very firm in his attitude. He absolutely refused to let her go far alone. He was too handsome to be completely at ease with her going out alone. Recently, Gu Qingqing's height had grown again. Now, she was about 1.63 meters tall. This height was not considered short for a girl, and she was very slim, with fair skin and a pretty face. Her curves were starting to show. When Xiangyang first saved her, she was just a little girl, flat-chested and very thin. But now, she had grown up and looked like a young lady. Red lips, white teeth, and graceful curves. Xiangyang's eyes were sharp. The temperature hadn't risen fully yet, and Gu Qingqing hadn't taken off her thick winter clothes, but he could already see the difference. When spring and summer come, and she wears lighter clothes, her figure will be even more noticeable. He had hugged and even kissed this girl before, so he knew how tempting she was. Even he found it hard to control himself, not to mention the men outside. Without him watching over her, he was determined not to let Gu Qingqing go out alone. Your family always has enough food and drinks. Why do you want to go out? He asked. Gu Qingqing angrily replied, Can I go for a walk? Staying at home all the time makes me feel like I'm growing moss. Actually, she used to stay at home every day too, but people tend to become spoiled when they are pampered. Knowing that Xiangyang spoiled her, she didn't want to hold back her little temper anymore. Xiangyang also noticed this, but it didn't matter. Such a beautiful girl, even when she acts spoiled, remains lovely. Be good. You're a pretty young girl, and it's not safe for you to go out alone. Once I finish my work, I'll take you out. Recently, he had been busy and hadn't had time to take Gu Qingqing out for a walk. In the past few days, the village suddenly needed to go to the fields again, so he couldn't leave either. Gu Qingqing sighed helplessly. Wouldn't it be okay if I just made myself look less pretty before going out? No, he replied firmly. Gu Qingqing pouted. Lu Xiangyang went back to work, and Gu Qingqing could only stay bored at home. She looked in the mirror. Her chest was full, her figure was curvy, and with her beautiful face, no wonder that rude man didn't want her to go out. Humph. Gu Qingqing took some money and supplies to the village to exchange for duck eggs and chicken eggs. It would be even better if she could get a big rooster. She liked eating chicken and drinking chicken soup, but these weren't always easy to buy, so she had to trade for them in the village. And she couldn't trade too often, or the whole village would find out she often ate chicken and drank chicken soup. There is space inside, but she cannot take things out, not even to eat inside. When it's time for meals, she doesn't eat and hides in the space instead. If she stays hidden for too long, Lu Xiangyang will surely notice. That guy is too clever. For safety, Gu Qingqing doesn't want to take any risks. Eggs and duck eggs can be taken out a little, but there must be some at home. As she walks, she hasn't reached her destination yet when she suddenly sees Li Xiaogu. Gu Qingqing raises an eyebrow. After so long without news, she still hasn't given up hope? Li Xiaogu looks much more worn out than before the new year. She has injuries on her face and heavy dark circles. When she sees Gu Qingqing, her eyes look like she's hunting prey, full of hostility. Qingqing, your little aunt found you a good marriage. Come with me, marry into our Li family. If you do, several of our male relatives can go to the county to work. Gu Qingqing's pupils shrink. Workers, jobs, and wages. These are very attractive in this era. Every rural person dreams of them. Is this Li Xiaogu crazy? She can get several people jobs at once? Gu Qingqing sneers coldly. If you're so capable, the Li family has plenty of people who want to marry. Why come to me? I'm already married.
Li Xiaogu scoffs disdainfully.
You're our Li family's daughter. Who would agree to marry you out? Come with me now. What if I refuse? Li Xiaogu's lips curl into a smile, her eyes shining with determination. Then you can't stop me. Everyone, come out. Catch this girl for me. As she finishes speaking, more than 10 people step out from the corner nearby, all from the Li family. There are 4 or 5 cousins and brothers, uncles and grandfathers, and several aunts. Most of them are men. Leading them is Li Laolu. Looking at his daughter, Li Laolu's eyes are full of admiration. This girl really looks like her mother. When he saw her mother years ago, he felt like he was seeing a fairy from heaven. So even if he has to use force, he will bring her back to be his wife.
Now, Li Laolu grins gradily.
Daughter, your little aunt found you a good marriage. Come with your dad quickly. Marry into the city, and you'll have money to spend. Dad can enjoy life with you. Gu Qingqing watches him carefully. She can run now, but she feels a bit reluctant, especially because of this little aunt. She thought this woman had given up long ago. But unexpectedly, this happened so suddenly. She dared to scheme against her. Gu Qingqing's lips curled into a sly smile, with a hint of cruelty. Little aunt, you shouldn't have come to provoke me. You choose not to take the path to heaven, but you insist on entering. If you dare to scheme against me, I will ruin your whole family. As she finished speaking, Gu Qingqing quickly rushed in front of Li Xiaogu, grabbed her hair, and slapped her.
Slap.
The slap landed, and immediately, she pulled Li Xiaogu's hair.
Ah!
Li Xiaogu screamed in pain. Gu Qingqing pulled out a large handful of her hair, and seeing that the people from the Li family were rushing toward her, she grabbed her face, leaving deep blood marks, then kicked her hard in the stomach and turned to run. This kind of unreasonable yet confident scheming made Gu Qingqing very disgusted. She couldn't vent her anger unless she beat Li Xiaogu badly. So, she didn't hold back at all. Li Xiaogu chased after her while crying and shouting because Gu Qingqing's punches hurt her so much. Her hair was forcibly pulled out in big clumps, her scalp burning with pain. and blood even trickled out. The handful of hair on her face felt like nails digging into her skin, making her cheeks burn with pain. Li Xiaogu touched her face and saw blood, realizing how vicious this girl was. The lightest injury was probably the kick she received. Although Gu Qingqing used a lot of strength and was wearing leather shoes, making the kick very painful, she was wearing a thick padded coat. Even though she still felt pain and couldn't straighten her back, compared to her scalp and cheeks, this was the lightest injury. A group of people followed Gu Qingqing, chasing after her. Li Xiaogu kept shouting and cursing, demanding everyone catch Gu Qingqing. Sixth brother, that's your daughter. You said you wanted to marry her into the city. You have to make the decision. Li Laolu, who had gained some advantage, ran the fastest. He was at the front. Don't worry, I'm her father. Of course I can decide. It's a pity that this girl has become so pretty. Selling her for only 300 yuan is too cheap. Gu Qingqing ran ahead quickly. She actually wanted to beat all these people up, but with her current skills, she could handle 1 or 2, maybe 3 or 4. But the opponents were a large group, more than 10 men, most of whom were grown men. Even if she could fight them, the risk of injury was high. So, she didn't act foolishly. She planned to find someone who could easily overpower all of them to fight. Lu Xiangyang went to work in the village. Gu Qingqing knew the location and was deliberately leading the group toward Lu Xiangyang. She had been practicing her physical strength recently, and with the double time in her space, she was very fit. These people couldn't catch up with her when she ran. But she intentionally didn't shake them off and kept them following her. Stop, you brat. Why are you running? I'll marry you into the city where you can enjoy a good life, so you won't have to suffer in the village anymore. Gu Qingqing was too lazy to answer and ran straight toward Lu Xiangyang. When she saw his figure, she was happy and immediately shouted loudly, Big Brother Lu. Help! Help me! Big Brother Lu. Lu Xiangyang was joking with Wong Yu beside him when suddenly he heard a piercing cry. He was startled. Why did that voice sound so familiar? He looked up and saw Gu Qingqing running wildly ahead, with a group of people behind her, looking fierce and ready to catch her. Lu Xiangyang's eyes sharpened. Big Brother Lu, help. They want to sell me. Gu Qingqing forced out a few tears. Seeing Lu Xiangyang rushing toward her, she threw herself into his arms, looking terrified. Qingqing. Ooh, help. They want to sell me. Big Brother Lu. They don't want to part with their daughter and want to sell me to traffickers for money. Seeing the girl crying with fear in his arms, Lu Xiangyang's usual judgment was gone. He didn't even realize she was pretending and immediately held her to comfort her. It's okay now, it's okay. With me here, no one can hurt you. The people working nearby also gathered around. The Li family members chasing Gu Qingqing caught up, all exhausted and panting, bending over to breathe deeply. Lu Xiangyang looked at these people, and guess what they were planning? He pulled Gu Qingqing behind him. Did you hit her? Li Xiaogu's righteous anger was about to explode. Hearing this, he shouted angrily, yes. I hit her. I'm her uncle, and I can hit her if I want. Who do you think you are? Lu Xiangyang's eyes narrowed. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that before. Dare to insult him? That was truly new. Li Laolu was the most arrogant. He used to have no son and was always unable to straighten his back. Now that he had a son, all his worries disappeared and he became more confident. Facing Lu Xiangyang, he responded, yes. I hit her. So what? She's my daughter, and I can do whatever I want. Dead girl, come here. As Li Laolu rushed forward to pull Gu Qingqing away, his hand hadn't touched her yet when Lu Xiangyang grabbed him. Without giving him any face, Lu Xiangyang, who clearly was a practical person, didn't hesitate to act. He grabbed Li Laolu's wrist, twisted it behind his back, and kicked him. Ah! Bang! Li Laolu's body flew backward 2 meters amid his screams, crashing into the Li family members behind him and pinning 3 people underneath him. Oh my goodness! A series of shouts rang out. Gu Qingqing's eyes lit up. Wow! If only I had that strength. Lu Xiangyang's sudden move shocked everyone nearby. Everyone stared in shock at what was happening. Oh my gosh! This was Li Laolu, Gu Qingqing's biological father. From the way Lu Xiangyang acted, it seemed he had feelings for Gu Qingqing. Even if he didn't like her at first, now it looked like he wanted to marry her. Since Li Laolu was her father-in-law, could he really dare to fight him? Lu Xiangyang sneered. Since you're Gu Qingqing's father, I'll go easy on him. If it were someone else, I could send him to heaven with one kick. Get lost and never show up in front of Qingqing again. You all forgot the formal separation letter? Anyone who dares to mess with me, Lu Xiangyang, next time I won't be so kind. Lu Xiangyang never intended to be polite, but in front of so many people, he was still the younger one and needed to find an excuse. He had always carefully taken care of Gu Qingqing, giving her a life far better than others of her age. He cherished her deeply, so much that he couldn't bear to even kiss her in public. How dare these people openly try to send her away to be bullied? Since the Li family had come to him, he was determined to teach them a lesson to make them remember. This seemed like a way to give the Li family a way out, but Lu Xiangyang knew they would be furious and might attack him even more fiercely. Sure enough, things didn't go as Lu Xiangyang expected. Seeing him beat Li Laolu so badly and still boldly warn them, everyone was stunned. The Li family, with dozens of strong men, had been ruling the local area for decades. This was the first time they encountered someone daring enough to fight their family members first. Lu Xiangyang, you're asking for death. Fight him. The head of a Li family shouted and led a group of men rushing toward Lu Xiangyang. Lu Xiangyang pushed Gu Qingqing behind him and stepped forward to face them. Big brother Lu. Gu Qingqing was still a bit worried, but Wong Yu quickly grabbed her arm. Gu Qingqing turned her head and saw Wong Yu standing there with a calm expression. Don't worry, watch carefully. Big brother Lu is how he fights in a group. Gu Qingqing. Before she could say anything, she heard the screams of the Li family members. Lu Xiangyang's skills were specially trained. He had fought against the most dangerous enemies before. The Li family group, however, relied only on brute force. They fought instinctively and out of habit, so they were no match for Lu Xiangyang. They only swung fists and kicked, but Lu Xiangyang could dodge precisely every time. Sometimes he didn't even need to dodge. He could block and deflect their attacks completely. Trained people react quickly and move fast, changing their moves swiftly. But untrained people are different. They only have a few moves, and against someone like Lu Xiangyang, who is a professional, they have no chance to defend. When others swung fists, he could twist their arms. When they kicked, he could kick their knees out with one kick. Wong Yu excitedly explained to Gu Qingqing, see that? Untrained people have simple, straightforward moves, mostly relying on brute strength. Big brother Lu is different. His agility shows he's been specially trained. You're a girl, so naturally you can't match a man's strength. It's hard to become like him unless you've been trained since childhood. But it's not impossible. Some specially trained female soldiers are very tough. Usually men can't beat them. But that kind of training is very harsh. Your big brother, Lu, probably wouldn't want you to suffer through that. So, you probably can't become a top expert, but you can learn to adapt quickly, have more moves, and build up some strength. When fighting, don't let others get close, and don't rely solely on strength. Your chances of winning will be much higher. Gu Qingqing listened and watched Lu Xiangyang fight. His professionalism was truly different. Hearing Wong Yu, the young spectators behind them became excited. They started mimicking Lu Xiangyang, full of curiosity. Suddenly, it turned into a big training scene. The fear and tension of fighting in a group were gone. Everyone seemed to be watching a movie, wishing it would never stop. Wong Yu shouted loudly, Old Lu, your little girl here has never seen real fighting. Slow down and teach her a few moves. Gu Qingqing. Lu Xiangyang turned to look at Gu Qingqing, a gentle smile on his face. Okay. Then, Lu Xiangyang began to demonstrate while Wong Yu explained. This move is good for removing the opponent's strength. It's like using their force against them. Girls should use it best. After dodging, you can counterattack. This one is even simpler. Just target the vital points of the opponent. But Brother Lu didn't use much force. His strength is not enough to hurt these people. Usually, this move is used only in danger situations. Most people don't have enough strength to cause serious harm. So one person was fighting while a group listened to the explanation, mimicking the moves. Gu Qingqing watched the scene, which was getting a bit out of control, and felt a little speechless. Fortunately, the Li family members were not very tough. Soon, Xiangyang knocked them all down. The last one, Gu Qingqing looked closely. How many of her uncles had come? A grown man was lifted above Xiangyang's head and easily thrown onto several other Li family men who were just getting up. This caused another round of screams.
Oh, dear.
Seeing the Li family men lying scattered on the ground, the women who had come along looked stunned. The Li family was always confident in their fighting skills. As women of the Li family, they never thought their men would lose in a fight.
This.
Great Aunt Li had long hated Gu Qingqing. Now Xiangyang was defending her and had knocked her men to the ground, unable to get up. She immediately rushed forward, baring her teeth and claws. In the Huaihua brigade, men hitting women would be mocked. Even if it reached the brigade leader, there would be no justice. So, Great Aunt Li, facing a junior like Xiangyang, showed no mercy. Seeing her rush forward, Gu Qingqing quickly ran over, grabbed her by the hair, and pulled her back. You little brat, let go. Grabbing hair had become Gu Qingqing's go-to move recently. I won't let go. You all came to beat me and want to sell me. You're just a bunch of traffickers. You even brought your own daughter to marry into the county. Now you're here to catch me. There must be some conspiracy. If you dare to scheme against me, I won't let you go. You little brat, I am your great aunt. You're nobody. I have nothing to do with the Li family anymore. If you hit me, I won't let you get away with it. Come back here. If you touch my brother Lu again, I will pull all your hair out. Li Xiaogu's face turned angry. You little brat, how dare you hit an elder? You are being unfilial. I will go find the squad leader right away. Go ahead. Gu Qingqing was too tired to argue with these people. Before Li Xiaogua finished speaking, she interrupted her. You talk to me about filial piety? That's a big joke. During the new year, who was arguing loudly with their mother. You even hit your own mother and have the nerve to scold me? Go find the squad leader.
Go now.
A daughter who has been married for over 10 years comes back to cause trouble, trying to sell village girls. Let's see how the squad leader handles you.
Go now. Go.
You. Squad leader Wang Zhenghua is very influential, and people in the village really don't dare to offend him. He is well respected even in the county. If things get serious, the squad leader can send people to jail. In the past, during hard times, some villagers stole children to sell, and when the squad leader caught them, he directly sentenced them to death. While everyone was arguing, someone shouted, "The squad leader is coming." Everyone looked, and Wang Zhenghua, along with Accountant Tao, was approaching. Li Xiaogua and Aunt Li immediately started crying loudly. Squad leader, save us. This Lu Jiqing is going to kill someone. Please help my husband. Lu Jiqing is going to kill someone. Look at how he beat our family. Save us. I don't want to live anymore. Shut up. Before they could finish, Wang Zhenghua, who had arrived after hearing the news, scolded them. Looking at the Li family crowd, Wang Zhenghua's eyes turned cold. What are you shouting about? Did your Li family cause trouble just because you have many people? Are you all so bored? Gu Qingqing immediately shouted, Squad leader, they must know the human traffickers. They just tried to sell me in the village, even saying I'm so pretty that it's a pity to sell me for only 300 yuan. A bunch of people came to catch me. Hearing this, Wang Zhenghua's gaze first fell on Li Xiaogua. Are you tired of living a good life? The Li family was a troublemaker in the Huaihua brigade. Wang Zhenghua naturally knew this young girl, Li Guifang, from the Li family. Every time she visited her parents, she caused a lot of trouble. Last time, she came back to celebrate the new year and even fought with her own mother. Wang Zhenghua naturally had no good feelings toward her and hoped she would stay in the city and not come back. Li Xiaogua was already feeling wronged. She thought that when the squad leader arrived, he would defend her village and not side with the outsider, Xiangyang. But unexpectedly, the squad leader's words were full of criticism toward her. Captain, clearly it was Lu Jiqing who hit us. Look at what happened to our Li family members. This scoundrel seems to want to kill someone. You won't stand up for us, but instead defend him. What's the logic here? Stop twisting the truth. It's obviously your daughter-in-law who is out causing trouble, working with traffickers, and coming to our village to kidnap me. And you still dare to blame the elders for hitting you? If they didn't beat you to death, that's mercy. How can you have the face to complain? This is a rural area. Whenever there's a fight, Gu Qingqing always tries to be a bit more fierce because she understands the way of life here. So when Li Xiaogu speaks, Gu Qingqing deliberately accuses her, knowing she can't easily argue back. She can't say she's here to propose marriage. Lu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. Parents? Li Xiaogu's face turned pale. Stop talking nonsense. When did I get involved with traffickers? Gu Qingqing sneered. Still trying to deny it? You brought a group of people here claiming they want to take me away. Your sixth brother even said I was so pretty that selling me for only 300 yuan was too little. Isn't that trying to traffic me?
You.
Li Xiaogu looked nervous. She absolutely couldn't be linked to traffickers. That could mean jail. I was just helping you find a good marriage. Your conditions are so good, so of course you should marry into the city. City families have salaries. The family I found for you is quite wealthy. It's for your own good. Gu Qingqing laughed out loud. I've already married, and you're still finding me a marriage? Are you crazy? Besides, if this marriage is so good, why didn't you look for one of the many girls from the Li family who are also waiting to marry? Instead, you came to me? Oh, by the way, Auntie, a few days ago your daughter was fighting fiercely with Li Hongzhu, vying to marry into the city. Now, why are you coming to take me away? Is this marriage not good enough? You don't want it anymore? Li Auntie's face stiffened. Of course she wanted it. She had also asked her sister-in-law, who confessed that she indeed wanted to build connections, but didn't want to harm her niece. The other family was a senior leader at a textile factory. Their son was divorced but still young, with good conditions and no children. If her daughter married him, she could rise quickly. Having a son would secure her status. Of course, she wanted her daughter to marry him. That way, her son could work at the county's textile factory. But her sister-in-law refused, saying the other family liked Gu Qingqing because she was pretty. They didn't mind her rural household registration, unlike other girls who wouldn't be interested. She couldn't do anything, so she helped catch Gu Qingqing. Only when Gu Qingqing married into the family and the marriage was settled could their child work in the textile factory. Gu Qingqing didn't want to waste words with them. She directly said to Wang Jinhua, Captain, please punish these people properly. I was already married off, and now they want to marry me again. Isn't that unfair? If this gets out, people will think our Huaihua Brigade's girls can't get married. The 300 yuan that Brother Lu gave was clearly stated as a bride price. These people have signed a formal separation letter, and now they come pretending to be my elders. But they didn't discuss it, they just brought a group of people to kidnap me. If you don't do anything, I will have to call the police. When they heard about calling the police, everyone thought it was a bit of an overreaction. In this rural area, fights are common and they usually handle them themselves. No one wants to involve the police. Li Xiaogu was very unhappy with this result. Call the police? Why would you call the police? We are your elders, and we can't decide your marriage? You haven't even married or lived with that Lu Xiangyang. How can you say you're married? I arranged your marriage, and that's right. Why call the police? Gu Qingqing's eyes were cold. She had to deal with this little girl. Whether I marry Brother Lu or not, and whether I live with him or not, are our own matters. You took 300 yuan as bride price, and we signed a formal separation letter. That's a fact. With so many people present, especially Wang Jinhua, Li Xiaogu knew it would be hard to take Gu Qingqing away without a proper reason. If everyone kept it secret, the Li family could handle it quietly. But now it seemed impossible. This matter was too important for their family. It had to be resolved.
Li Xiaogu giritte tertid.
Since you haven't married, then you're not considered married. It's just 300 yuan. We'll return it to him. Gu Qingqing narrowed her eyes. Losing 300 yuan just to be taken away. Was her little girl in the Li family in trouble? Lu Xiangyang smiled. He slowly walked to Gu Qingqing's side, looked at Li Xiaogu, and smiled with some sarcasm. 300 yuan? A skinny, half-dead girl was given 300 yuan. Now, after more than half a year of feeding and caring for her, she's become plump. You still want to take her back for 300 yuan?
Dream on.
Everyone listened and agreed. That's right. Half a year ago, Gu Qingqing wasn't like this. 300 yuan was a big loss for us. This is about both healing and daily needs. Over the past 6 months, we've watched Qingqing change little by little. 300 yuan probably isn't enough. Old Li 6 couldn't stay silent anymore. Usually, he's the one tricking others, but now someone dares to trick him? Everyone shut up. Li Qingqing, I am your father.
You must come home with me.
Even if you get married, you're still my daughter. If you don't come home, I will move into your house.
You all need to take care of me.
Gu Qingqing rolled her eyes. Are you so sure I am your daughter? Everyone immediately widened their eyes, full of curiosity. Since the original owner's mother had already passed away, they weren't worried about the Li family. Gu Qingqing decided to speak openly. My mother was taken back by you forcibly. She was so beautiful, educated, and worked as a teacher in the commune. How could she possibly like you? You took her because the Li family thought she was pretty. My grandparents died early, and there was no one else in the family except my mother. She was already married then, but her husband died of illness and was kicked out by his family.
My mother was pregnant at the time.
I was born 7 months after you got married. Everyone in the village knows I was born healthy and chubby, not premature. Gu Qingqing's words were half true, half false. When the original owner's mother died, the original owner was old enough to remember. She knew the Li family wasn't a good family. Her mother told her that she wouldn't treat her well after she died, so she advised her to escape from the Li family if she had the chance and not to be attached. Yes, she was forcibly taken back by old Li 6, but her husband was not dead. The original owner was not Li 6's biological daughter. She was born to her mother and her husband. Her mother didn't like Li 6, but he forced her. As a weak woman in troubled times, she couldn't resist. She had no family on her husband's side or her own. Alone, she couldn't fight the Li family. Fortunately, the Huaihua Brigade's leader's family was kind. The village was much safer than outside. She had nowhere to go, and because of her special status, she chose to stay for safety. At least, the Li family had many men, so outsiders wouldn't dare to bully her. The only people she had to face were the Li family. This is also why Li 6 never had a son. The original owner's mother didn't want to have children with him. When she said this, everyone's eyes turned to Li 6. This matter was not really a secret in the village. Everyone knew why the beautiful teacher Gu married old Li. It was said that teacher Gu was an orphan, and old Li was a terrible man who couldn't even find a wife in the village. When he married teacher Gu, many people were jealous and resentful. About 7 months later, Gu Qingqing was born. Old Li claimed the baby was premature, but Gu Qingqing was healthy and strong when she was born. Teacher Gu was well off during her pregnancy, and Old Li was kind to her at that time. How could a premature baby be so plump and healthy? People didn't pay much attention to this. Even if Gu Qingqing wasn't Old Li's child, marrying teacher Gu was still a good deal for him. She was beautiful and elegant, and later she became a teacher at the commune, earning a salary. Marrying her was not a bad thing. But later, teacher Gu didn't get pregnant again. Old Li became the only man in the Li family without a son, and people's envy faded. Old Li was troubled by this. He knew his first wife never liked him, and he was always aware of that. The more he knew, the more he didn't want others to mention it. Now, his daughter openly said it in front of everyone, which made him very angry and embarrassed. Shut up. You're my daughter. I raised you all these years. I'm raised by my mother. She always had a salary, and I grew up with her at school. Don't act like you're so important. I'm not your daughter. You forced my mother to marry you, and now you want to sell me? If I go to the police, you might really get into trouble. After so many years, you still haven't had a child. Are you sure the son your wife just had is really yours? If you're bored, go see your wife. Don't bother me. or I'll have you sent to jail." Old Li's eyes widened in anger, gritting his teeth. "Shut up, you brat. I should have strangled you back then. I'll beat you to death." The issue of infidelity was hard for any man to accept. Old Li endured the pain in his body, struggled to stand up, and tried to hit Gu Qingqing. Everyone around watched the drama unfold. It was surprising how one scene led to another, each more intense than the last. Yes, Old Li and teacher Gu couldn't have children after so many years. This wasn't about having a daughter. It meant he simply never got pregnant. Now, he married Zhang Lanhua, and she got pregnant so easily. People heard that Zhang Lanhua was not very decent. Could the child really be someone else's? Everyone looked at Li Laolu with very bright and intense eyes. Li Laolu wanted to hit someone, but Lu Xiangyang stood beside Gu Qingqing to protect her. Captain Wang Jingwa couldn't take it anymore. "Stop fighting. Why are you all so bored? Go home and do your own work. If you cause trouble again, don't blame me for being rude to you." Old Lady Li shouted. "We didn't cause trouble. It was Lu Xiangyang who hit us. We are all injured, and he needs to pay us for it." Lu Xiangyang shrugged. "They all rushed at me to fight. I wasn't causing trouble today. I was working with everyone. They suddenly attacked me, so I was just defending myself. Besides, Captain Wang, if I had really hit them, I could have easily injured all of them. I didn't want to hurt them badly because they are from the same village. They only have minor injuries, just some bruises, nothing serious." Wang Jingwa slightly twitched his mouth. Lu Xiangyang was from the Lu family. His father used to serve in the army. He knew Lu Xiangyang would come to Huaihua Brigade long ago. Privately, he favored Lu Xiangyang. Old Li's family was known for causing trouble, and he had no guilt about disciplining them. Everyone shut up. The Li family always likes to cause trouble when they have nothing to do. I want to remind you that Gu Qingqing's separation letter was signed by you. Whether Gu Qingqing is your family's daughter or not, she is no longer related to you now. If you cause more trouble, I will kick the entire Li family out of Huaihua Brigade and send all troublemakers to the police station. Captain Wang Jingwa definitely had the authority to do that. When he said this, everyone from the Li family looked a bit scared. Li Xiaogu, unwilling, wanted to argue back, but Wang Jingwa looked at her. "If you keep yelling and making noise, I will find you at your neighborhood office. Someone who keeps running to our village to kidnap girls, I wonder what shady deals they're involved in." Li Xiaogu was startled. "Captain Wang, I am innocent. I am innocent. If you feel wronged, then be quiet. Don't bother Gu Qingqing anymore. Otherwise, for the peace of the village, I won't let you go." Wang Jingwa scolded the Li family and then looked at Lu Xiangyang. "And you hit so hard. Even if the Li family was at fault first, you are a junior. Go home and reflect on your actions. You don't need to work today. Tao, find some of our strong young men to replace you, so we don't waste work points. That Wong Yu, he's in the same group. Send him home to reflect too." This is clearly giving them time to resolve the issue. Lu Xiangyang and Wong Yu obediently admit their mistakes. "We know we were wrong. We will go back and reflect properly." "No, why should we? They hit people and everyone in the Li family will lose 5 work points. If they cause trouble again, the points will be deducted again. Let's see how brave they are." It used to be just small fights, but now they even dare to sell their daughters. If this trend continues, our Huaihua team's girls won't be safe anymore. Accounting Tao immediately responded, yes, I will note it down and deduct their work points." Wang Jingwa looked serious and said, "And Lu Xiangyang and Wang Yu, for fairness, they will also each lose 5 work points." Lu Xiangyang and Wang Yu felt indifferent. Wang Jingwa glanced at Gu Qingqing, about to speak, but she jumped behind Lu Xiangyang. "I have no work points to lose, so you can't deduct any from me." Wang Jingwa was speechless. Wang Jingwa was a bit disappointed that he couldn't deduct more work points. Being able to openly deduct points from the Li family and the big household of Lu Xiangyang was a good deed for the village. Wang Yu felt quite wronged. "No, Captain, I didn't do anything. Why do I have to lose work points too?" Wang Jingwa frowned and thought for a moment, finally finding a reason. Only you had the ability to stop him, but you didn't. You just watched them fight? Wong Yu. He was stunned for a long time before realizing, Captain, how do you know I could stop Lu Xiangyang? Wang Jingguo waved his hand, not wanting to say more. That's enough. Everyone go back and reflect. After Wang Jingguo left, everyone looked at the Li family and then at Lu Xiangyang, feeling very satisfied today. Seeing the Li family get into trouble made them happy. Lu Xiangyang didn't care how angry the Li family looked at him. He simply said to Gu Qingqing, let's go home. Gu Qingqing obediently followed. Wang Yu looked around and thought, oh right, he also needed to go home and reflect. Back at the youth commune, Lu Xiangyang and Wang Yu poured hot water to wash their faces, then returned. Lu Xiangyang looked at Gu Qingqing and asked with concern, did they hit you? Gu Qingqing shook her head. No, I ran away quickly. Wang Yu smiled. Your little aunt has a face full of bruises. Did you hit her? Gu Qingqing raised her chin, puffed out her chest, and looked proud. Of course. I am very capable. Wang Yu. Lu Xiangyang. The three of them sat down. Gu Qingqing poured 2 glasses of water for Lu Xiangyang and Wang Yu. Lu Xiangyang took a sip and said with some guilt, this time, it's my fault. I didn't handle things well, which is why they came to find you. You've been staying at home lately. I will deal with it as soon as possible. Gu Qingqing was surprised. What do you mean? I previously looked into these matters in the county town and unexpectedly learned some other news. Since the other party is connected to your family and they're just small people, I had to either completely eliminate them or, if I pushed them too hard, they might act recklessly. So, when I saw they hadn't moved, I didn't do anything. I was waiting for the situation to be clearer and planned to handle it in a different way. For now, I just caused them some trouble, so they wouldn't have time to bother you. Unexpectedly, they couldn't handle even a little trouble and came to find you so quickly. That's something I didn't expect. I will take care of the rest.
You just stay at home and rest.
Gu Qingqing frowned. What news? Lu Xiangyang looked at her pretty face and didn't want to reveal how ruthless he could be, so he didn't say directly. Not telling you. Gu Qingqing. She felt a bit strange. Did Lu Xiangyang discover something? Was he hiding it from her? That morning, Lu Xiangyang and Wang Yu honestly stayed at home, reflecting on their actions and not going anywhere. At noon, the young workers returned for lunch. The boys gathered in small groups in the yard, mostly talking and joking with Lu Xiangyang, showing interest in his fighting moves. Gu Qingqing was cooking nearby, listening to their conversations. Someone said, the Li family is hard to deal with. Now they've set their sights on Gu Qingqing. They probably won't give up easily. After all, she's their daughter. The Li family wants to marry her into the county town, and they do have the power to do so. Yeah. From the way the Li family is acting, they've probably gained some big benefit. Gu Qingqing is so pretty. Many people in the city like her. The other side must be someone important. I heard that the Li family's youngest aunt promised to arrange jobs for the men in the family in the county town. They're all talking about working at the textile factory. The textile factory? Yes. That's the biggest factory in the county, and it's doing well.
No wonder.
Marrying off a daughter and exchanging several job positions, that's something no family would miss. So, I think the Li family won't give up easily. Everyone looked at Lu Xiangyang. He had been sitting quietly to the side, listening to their talk without paying much attention. Everyone looked over, and he smiled indifferently. If it were really a good marriage, they wouldn't come looking for Qingqing. I won't marry Qingqing out. Everyone had different thoughts. They thought Lu Xiangyang was interested in Gu Qingqing, but they could understand. Such a beautiful girl, they had never seen anyone like her before. If it weren't at this youth station, they wouldn't have met such a pretty girl. If it were them, they wouldn't be willing to give such a beautiful girl to someone else.
But
there are several job positions. Li Fugue listened nearby and sneered wickedly. So pretty, and you haven't slept with anyone. Of course, you wouldn't want to part with her. If you had, you wouldn't care so much. Several job positions, selling her would be worth at least a few thousand yuan. Doesn't that tempt you? Everyone's faces changed. Hearing this, Lu Xiangyang slightly turned his head to look at Li Fugue. His expression remained calm, but the coldness in his eyes carried a killing intent. "Last time, I made you stay in bed for half a month. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson." No one dared to speak. Men believe that a strong fist is the greatest truth. Last time, Li Fugui had teased Gu Qingqing, and during a snowball fight, Lu Xiangyang had disciplined him, causing him pain for half a month. Everyone knew this. Li Fugui's face twisted. "I'm just telling the truth. Why are you so angry?" Lu Xiangyang smiled slightly, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. "I'm just speaking the truth." "What? Are you scared?" Su Jingchuan looked at everyone and suddenly spoke. "Everyone, say less. Li Fugui, I advise you to treat female colleagues with respect. All of us men are planning to get married someday. If you don't change your ways, we won't feel comfortable leaving you at the youth station." Li Fugui's pupils shrank. "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said." Li Fugui was furious. "Stop scaring me. I'm a youth." "I'm not scaring you," Su Jingchuan said calmly, without any urgency, as if stating a fact. "We all live at the same youth station, in the same courtyard. There are so many female colleagues. Those words you just said, are you treating women as objects? We men here are many, and we all plan to marry someday. If you keep having such extreme and disrespectful attitudes toward female colleagues, no one will trust you. When that time comes, you'll have to leave. Understand?" Everyone looked different, but they all understood. Even if they married, they wouldn't still live at the youth station, and they didn't want to marry girls from the countryside. But what if? Someone like Li Fugui, they really didn't trust that his wife would often come to the youth station. This worry was small, and everyone understood. Su Jingchuan had taken a side with Lu Xiangyang. With Shirlei and Su Guobiao now added, and Lu Xiangyang so capable in fights, their small group was already 5 people. People tend to fear the weak and favor the strong. Everyone could judge the situation. At this moment, no one was speaking up for Li Fugui. Even Wu Dajuan and Liang Jianxi, who had initially been friendly with him, didn't say anything. Things had escalated to this point, and Lu Xiangyang still defended Gu Qingqing, which Zheng Jiejie found hard to accept. She tried to persuade him, saying, Lu Zhiqing, why cause trouble? Gu Qingqing is from the Li family, and her elders there have the right to decide her marriage. Isn't it better for her to marry into the city? Many girls want to marry into the city. Isn't it the best place for Gu Qingqing? Plus, the other side is so wealthy. Lu Xiangyang looked at her and stared for a long time. His eyes were dark, full of meaning Zheng Jiejie couldn't understand. She instinctively felt scared. That deep gaze suddenly made her feel a deep fear spreading from her feet. She used to be a little afraid of Lu Xiangyang, but never like today. It was as if all her plans had been seen through by him. Lu Xiangyang smiled and said, Really? All girls want to marry into the city. Then why don't you marry him? Zheng Jiejie's face turned pale, and she was instantly frightened. I won't marry. I don't want to marry into the city. I don't even know those people. How do you know they are so rich? Lu Xiangyang asked calmly. His attitude towards Zheng Jiejie today was strange, but it was hard to say why. He used to ignore her, but now he seemed to be fixated on her. Zheng Jiejie's face showed panic, and she stammered, That. Isn't it said that they will arrange jobs for the men of the Li family? If they can arrange jobs for so many people, they must be a good family. She paused, then seemed to find a reason. You saved her at first because you were worried she had nowhere to go, right? Now that everything is settled, why still keep this trouble? Luo Xiangyang smiled and said, I don't think she's a troublemaker, but she is a bit troublesome. We really need to deal with it now. Zheng Jiejie was surprised. She wanted to say something, but Luo Xiangyang clearly didn't want to talk more. He got up and went inside, heading to Gu Qingqing's room. Gu Qingqing had prepared the food. She overheard all their conversations. She always felt that Luo Xiangyang's words carried hidden meaning. He said he received some news, but it wasn't confirmed yet. Maybe he was just trying to delay them by causing some trouble for her sister-in-law's family. But what was this news? After lunch, Luo Xiangyang and Wong Yu stayed quietly at home, as if they were reflecting on something. By dinner time, Wong Yu had left, leaving only Luo Xiangyang and Gu Qingqing in the house. Luo Xiangyang then said to her, I'm going out tonight. I might not come back tomorrow. Stay at home and be obedient. Don't run around. If anything happens, call Wong Yu and Shirley immediately.
Got it?
He looked serious and a bit stern when he said the last words. He knew this girl looked obedient, but deep down, she was quite stubborn and might not always listen. Gu Qingqing looked at him, her beautiful eyes curling into a smile, and said cheerfully, Where are you going?
Just to handle some things. Don't worry about me.
I'll be back soon. Gu Qingqing's tone rose slightly. I didn't say I was worried. Luo Xiangyang paused, frowning slightly. You're not worried that I go out so late? Gu Qingqing's eyes sparkled, and she smiled playfully. You're so capable. The other side isn't your match, just a bunch of little soldiers. No need to worry. In my heart, you're amazing. Luo Xiangyang smiled, unable to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. For some reason, even though he knew this girl was deliberately flattering him, he still loved to hear it. Could it be that even a straightforward person like him couldn't escape the sweet talk and the truth is delicious effect? Feeling good, Luo Xiangyang reached out and wrapped his arms around her slim waist, pulling her into his embrace. He noticed that Gu Qingqing rarely wore particularly thick padded jackets. Even on very cold days, she preferred staying indoors rather than wearing heavy clothes. For example, now the room was heated with a stove and a fire, so it was warm. She was only wearing a sweater and a coat. That slender waist in his arms felt incredibly nice. Luo Xiangyang realized that since he liked her little hands, he also liked her slim waist. He slightly lowered his head, leaning close to her face, his voice deep and with a hint of charm. Really? How impressive are you? As an experienced woman, Gu Qingqing is not afraid of being flirted with, and most of the time, she can flirt back. So, she obediently leaned against his chest, her big eyes innocent, yet filled with admiration as she looked at him. Stronger than all men. There was a brief moment of silence in the atmosphere, but it seemed as if everything around was boiling with energy. Lu Xiangyang looked at the person in his arms, and with his other hand, he held her tightly, embracing her fully. He is tall and strong, and even though Gu Qingqing has grown taller, she still looks delicate next to him, completely wrapped in his arms. Looking at the girl with her bright, innocent eyes, she is actually a little fox at heart, sweet-talking but sharp. Lu Xiangyang feels that he has little resistance to Gu Qingqing like this. Knowing she's teasing him, he still can't help but fall deeper. That kiss they shared after drinking last time still lingers in his mind. After suppressing it for so long, he feels like he can't hold back anymore. Finally, he didn't hold back himself and slowly lowered his head to plant a kiss on her forehead. Her skin was warm and soft, and touching it lightly felt like an electric current running through her body. Lu Xiangyang's breathing grew heavier. Gu Qingqing, leaning in his arms, could clearly hear his heartbeat speeding up. Her own heartbeat was quickening too. Both Lu Xiangyang and Gu Qingqing are too rational, too restrained. This was the first time he was so close to her when he was sober.
Lu.
Big brother Lu. Lu Xiangyang gently stroked her back, kissed her eyes, and softly whispered in her ear. Don't move. Stay at home and wait for me. I just need to handle something. I was delayed by a small matter, so I couldn't come back sooner. I'll go check on Liang family this time. Please, let me rest assured, okay? Gu Qingqing held onto his shirt and asked softly, Liang Xiong's family, do you also want to deal with them?
Yeah.
Gu Qingqing understood and said, I got it.
Don't worry about me.
Lu Xiangyang kissed her cheek. He really wanted to kiss her little mouth, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Wait for me at home. Rest early tonight. Okay. That night, Gu Qingqing closed the door early. After turning off the lights, she stayed busy in the space. She waited until late at night before hearing Lu Xiangyang leave. This time, Lu Xiangyang might really take action against the Liang family. In the future, it will be difficult and dangerous to go to their house. Gu Qingqing took a nap in the space. Since there's a time difference between the space and the outside world, she could sleep for a while without worry. Until midnight, when the outside world was quiet, she quietly left the Huaihua Brigade. This time, she planned to do something big. Since Lu Xiangyang decided to target the Liang family, the family's valuables couldn't be wasted. Lu Xiangyang would take only small items, but what if there were larger ones? The family had become wealthy from these possessions over the years, and there must be many good things. If they were found now, they might be destroyed, which would be a shame. Gu Qingqing decided to find those items before the Liang family encountered trouble. She disguised herself, changed her clothes and shoes, and took a battery-powered bike from her space. She rode toward the county town. Her previous life had prepared her well for this. Her space contained almost everything needed for daily life, including the bike. It was quiet and perfect for sneaking around. In less than half an hour, Gu Qingqing reached the county town. This mission was very important. She spent over 300,000 yuan to unlock new system features like location tracking and detection. She had previously seen the address left by Chao Rui, so she knew where Liang Xiong's house was. Now, the system's map showed a red, and the route was displayed right in front of her. Gu Qingqing headed straight to Liang Xiong's house. The Liang family was quite capable. They didn't live in a regular apartment building, but in a private yard near a textile factory staff housing. The yard was large, with front and back areas and several houses. The surrounding area had low houses, some distance from Liang's home. Not too close, perfect for hiding treasures. The yard was enclosed by a high wall, with big trees outside, making it hard to see inside from outside. Once Gu Qingqing arrived, she saw that the layout was very convenient for digging and hiding treasures. This was just what she needed. The Liang family had many houses, 3 main rooms, 3 on the east side and 2 on the west. They were quite spacious, which was impressive given the housing shortage at the time. Liang Xiong was truly capable. The system detected 8 people inside, spread across different rooms. Gu Qingqing took out calming incense bought from the system and placed it in the rooms with people, making them sleep deeply and soundly, so she could move freely. After completing all this, the system's detection function was activated to search for good items nearby. This scan revealed many treasures, but Gu Qingqing noticed that nothing seemed to have been taken recently. It seemed that Lu Xiangyang hadn't been here yet. No, that can't be right. It's almost 2 a.m., and Lu Xiangyang left early in the morning. Why hasn't he come back? Forget it. I should just take the treasures first. Aside from the items in the yard, the most in the Liang family's house was in Liang Xiong's room. After entering the master bedroom, Gu Qingqing saw Liang Xiong and his wife were both there, and a small child was sleeping soundly on the bed. The house hid many good things. There were 2 boxes buried under the bed, more in the wardrobe, and a hidden compartment under a small cabinet in the corner. First, open the wardrobe. In the bottom corner, there's a hidden compartment. Gu Qingqing, wearing gloves, opened it and found a rectangular wooden box with a lock. She didn't bother with the key and threw it directly into the space. Another hidden area was on top of the wardrobe, inside the top shelf. Gu Qingqing opened it and found it was quite spacious inside. There was a small box and a larger one about 1 meter long and half a meter wide, both locked. She didn't rush to find the keys and threw everything into the space. After removing the boxes from the 2 hidden compartments, only a small box from a large box in the wardrobe remained, along with a small leather suitcase and a cloth bag. She threw the boxes into the space, then looked at the cloth bag. It was easy to handle. Gu Qingqing took it out and examined it. Inside were 2 golden-laid jade bracelets shaped like dragons and phoenixes. They felt heavy, probably solid, with excellent carving and beautiful embedded rubies. Not top tier, but quite good. Gu Qingqing was very pleased. All the items in this small cloth bag were of such quality. The locked boxes probably contained even better things. She was about to get rich. Gu Qingqing rummaged through the small leather suitcase and found a stack of money and bills. She roughly counted about 600 yuan. She raised an eyebrow. No, that can't be right. This small leather suitcase was high-end. Usually, money stored here should be the most in the house, right? The Liang family was quite wealthy, so only 600 yuan didn't make sense. She carefully felt around and found a hidden layer inside the box. Opening it, she saw large bundles of banknotes, totaling around 3,000 yuan. Gu Qingqing smiled happily. She checked the entire wardrobe again. Besides about 200 yuan found in a few clothes, there was nothing else. Next, she looked under the bed. It seems many people like to hide important things under their beds. There are 2 large wooden boxes under the Liang family's bed, probably used for storing clothes and blankets. These boxes are locked, and the items are inside. They might be small boxes or hidden compartments. Gu Qingqing didn't look carefully and simply stored the 2 boxes in a space. As for the buried boxes underground, that was more difficult. She first went to the corner cabinet and took out the items from the hidden compartment. Then she went to Liang Xiong's study. In this house, besides Liang Xiong and his wife's bedroom, Liang Xiong's study had the most items. When Gu Qingqing entered, the system had already detected several hiding spots, including one inside the wall. There were 4 hidden compartments in the desk, bookshelf, and walls, plus 2 under the floor. She took out 8 small boxes and finally found a small iron box in the corner of the ceiling. It was unlocked, so she opened it directly and found stacks of money inside. All the money was in large bundles, totaling about 20,000 yuan. This guy was really rich. The textile factory made a lot of profit. Selling flawed fabrics or scraps could bring in a lot of money. Liang Xiong, as deputy factory director, probably embezzled quite a bit over the years. Gu Qingqing also saw 3 bank books, which together had over 10,000 yuan. She took everything she could find. The buried boxes should be the most valuable, right? Gu Qingqing crossed her arms and asked the system, "What should I do? Do you have good tools?" She definitely wouldn't dig herself. It's too easy to get caught and exhausting. Plus, if the system really had good tools, she'd prefer to use them. The system chuckled. "Of course I do. I have a machine here that makes almost no sound. It can help you dig quickly, with little damage. When you restore the place later, it's less likely to be noticed if you don't check carefully." Gu Qingqing said casually, "It doesn't matter if I get caught later, as long as I don't make noise while digging and don't attract others." Anyway, Liang Xiong was probably going to get into trouble, so it didn't matter if he was caught later. The system quickly got the machine ready for her. Gu Qingqing looked at it for a while, but didn't see anything special about it. It just looked like a small excavator. But its design was different. The machine was small, and once moved to a location, small shovels extended from all sides, actively digging into the ground. It would then extract a square piece of soil and move it away on its own. Gu Qingqing. She had never seen this thing before. It seemed to be a great helper for digging holes. Its legs were very flexible, not at all like an ordinary machine. Most importantly, it was quite fast. Before Gu Qingqing could wait, the box underground was dug out. Then even more amazing things happened. This device could change shape, no longer just a simple digging block. It could transform into various shapes and sizes of shovels to clear the dirt around the box. Then an arm-like part lifted the box to the ground. Finally, it used 2 large brushes to clean the box. Gu Qingqing didn't even get a chance to say anything before the device used a small tool to unlock the lock. All of this took less than 5 minutes. Gu Qingqing. The power of technology. This money was well spent. The system was bragging happily. "How about that? I'm still very impressive, right?" Gu Qingqing nodded. "Really impressive." At this moment, she was so amazed by what was inside the box that she couldn't look away. It was all gold, silver, and jewelry. The top layer was divided into 2 parts, one neatly arranged with large yellow crokers, and the other was a wooden box. Gu Qingqing didn't even look inside the box. Just the rows of large yellow crokers were enough to attract her. Gold is a hard currency. No matter the era, gold is always valuable. So many large yellow crokers. This was the first time she saw so much gold at once. She quickly stored it in her space. By this time, the machine had already brought out the other box and opened it. However, Gu Qingqing didn't look. It wasn't safe to stay here. She'd have plenty of time to check it at home. The machine restored the ground to its original state. Since the soil was only slightly damaged, it looked normal after restoration. Gu Qingqing was happily about to go to another place when suddenly, the system reminded her, "Hurry up, someone is coming." Gu Qingqing was stunned. Just as she was about to climb over the wall, the system said, "Come in quickly." Gu Qingqing's figure instantly disappeared. She stared wide-eyed inside the space, then saw a very familiar figure enter. Lu Xiangyang. It was Lu Xiangyang. Seeing his agile movements, she admired him so much. She had just barely climbed over the wall, and he easily entered. Gu Qingqing was very envious. After Lu Xiangyang came in, he went straight into the house. When he saw the people inside, he looked a bit confused. It seemed like these people were sleeping very soundly. Lu Xiangyang originally planned to give them some supplies, but he realized it might not be necessary. Still, to be safe, he prepared some items to help them sleep more deeply. These items were from his past missions. He had kept some stored away, and now they came in handy. He was sure these people wouldn't wake up, so he started searching the room. Searching for things was harder for him than for Gu Qingqing. He used a metal detector. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Only under the bed was there something, and he had to dig it out. He found these hidden compartments himself and also noticed that the place had been disturbed. Especially in the study, he was more certain now he arrived too late. The Liang family probably had some money hidden away. In the end, Lu Xiangyang couldn't find anything else and decided to look outside in the yard. Using the metal detector carefully, he searched little by little. Meanwhile, Gu Qingqing was watching everything in the system space and was stunned. He didn't take anything when he just came in, she thought. She watched as Lu Xiangyang dug up the two biggest boxes in the backyard, and in the corner vegetable patch, there was an even larger one she hadn't had time to dig up before Lu Xiangyang found it. After searching around, she confirmed that only the vegetable patch and under the bed had anything. Lu Xiangyang stopped searching and went straight to dig in the vegetable patch. Gu Qingqing watched helplessly as a large shovel suddenly appeared in his hands, and he kept digging in the garden. Was I seeing things? She wondered, swallowing hard. System, is he one of your people too? The system's voice was calm and emotionless, simply stating facts.
No.
Then why is he like that? How could the shovel appear out of nowhere? And the metal detector, suddenly, it's gone. Maybe there's a small space like a pocket dimension, but he's not one of us. Gu Qingqing was speechless. Before she could react, the system's cheerful, smug voice rang out. See? I told you I'm amazing. Even if he has a space, it's definitely not as advanced as mine. Look, he's digging himself. How easy is that for him? Right, dear? Gu Qingqing was silent. He's got to carry that heavy detector himself, search little by little, and then dig it out. So much trouble. Look at how easy you have it. Someone arrived, and I can give you a warning. As a rookie, if you encounter a master like him, you wouldn't even be noticed. Don't you think it's reassuring to have me around for safety? Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing, whose mouth was twitching, quickly grabbed a cup of milk tea and a handful of sunflower seeds. She eagerly watched outside the space as Lu Xiangyang was digging for treasure. She wanted to see what the expert had uncovered. The area was a vegetable field, easy to dig. After a while, Lu Xiangyang finally pulled out something. It was a large wooden box. Gu Qingqing guessed it might contain calligraphy or paintings, or maybe several small wooden boxes. But when Lu Xiangyang opened it, he almost blinded Gu Qingqing with his eyes. The surface was covered entirely with large yellow croakers.
Wow.
Gu Qingqing inside the space jumped up excitedly.
So many?
When she saw that all inside were yellow croakers, her heart ached terribly. Why didn't the system remind me to dig the big one first? The system didn't dare to speak. Did it want to say that it only wanted to show off its skills first, so it let her dig the... Don't get too excited. The box probably isn't full of gold either. Gu Qingqing still wanted to check if there was anything beneath the gold, but Lu Xiangyang didn't look and simply threw his own space item away.
Wow.
Gu Qingqing cried inside the space. She couldn't see clearly. She only saw the shiny surface at first, so vivid and impactful. Can someone tell her why Lu Xiangyang also has cheat abilities? Lu Xiangyang leveled the ground and then went inside the house. Gu Qingqing guessed he was heading to the two boxes under the bed. She hesitated, Thinking system, should I keep watching or go home quickly? The system, enjoying the chaos, said, of course, keep watching. Gu Qingqing. She was very rational. Since Lu Xiangyang was here, things should go smoothly from now on. He must be a master with cheat abilities, so her assessment of Lu Xiangyang's skills needed to be updated. She didn't need to worry about the Liang family anymore. She should be more concerned about herself. She glanced toward the house and decided to leave first. She absolutely couldn't be exposed. System, can you send me out? The system responded, yes, but within a limited range. Now I've upgraded to level 2, so I can move you up to 50 meters away. Gu Qingqing nodded, pointed in a direction, and the system teleported her to a spot 50 meters away. Gu Qingqing suddenly appeared 50 meters away, without stopping, and immediately entered her space again. Why are you back so soon? The system asked. You sent me only 50 meters away, but I'm too close now. I'm afraid Lu Xiangyang will notice someone nearby and come after me, and that would be bad. The system was a bit surprised by her caution but still followed her instructions. Gu Qingqing reappeared 50 meters away. She was already at the edge of the courtyard wall, and now she was over 100 meters away from her previous position. Only then did she leave on her own. She needed to get back quickly. Although Lu Xiangyang had said he might only return tomorrow, who knew for sure? What if he finished his work tonight and left? He had gone into the county early, but hadn't appeared at the Liang family's house. Normally, with his space ability, he would first go to the wealthiest Liang family, just like her, but he hadn't. Who knew where he had gone before? If everything was planned so he only came to the Liang family last, then the Liang family might be his final stop. Once he found everything he needed, he might leave. He probably moved faster than she did. If Lu Xiangyang arrived at the youth commune before her, with his trained alertness, Gu Qingqing wasn't confident she could quietly return home without him noticing. So, she had to get back before Lu Xiangyang. While he was still searching for the last treasure, she had to run quickly. Gu Qingqing didn't delay at all and returned to the youth commune as fast as she could. She was very glad she was cautious because, about half an hour after she got home, Lu Xiangyang returned. Gu Qingqing lay on her bed, took a deep breath, and was terrified. Can someone tell her why there's another person in this world who also has space abilities? And why is this person right next to her? From now on, Gu Qingqing was afraid to casually take things out of her space. If it was someone else, they might not immediately think of space abilities, but Lu Xiangyang was different. He had his own space, and if he noticed something was off at home often enough, he would eventually connect it to space powers, because he himself had one. Gu Qingqing suddenly felt lost. From now on, how should she face Lu Xiangyang? Actually, the safest way is to stay far away from him. Right now, I just noticed he has some special abilities. If this guy is also someone who has traveled through time or been reborn, that would be even more frightening. Even ordinary people with special abilities rarely become powerful leaders because, in this world, success mostly depends on intelligence. People who are not smart can still ruin themselves even if they have special abilities. But Lu Xiangyang is definitely not someone without brains. If he has both intelligence and abilities, the danger level is truly hard to imagine. At least, right now, Gu Qingqing feels mostly scared. Reality isn't like a novel. There aren't many heroes who love you as much as life itself. Knowing you are reborn, they would feel pity and help hide your secrets, loving you forever. In Gu Qingqing's world, many powerful people in the past made their fortune through their original partners, but few of those partners ended well. Countless women have told her harsh truths. Never gamble your whole life on a man's conscience. It's not worth it. Right now, Gu Qingqing feels truly confused. She lies on the bed, unable to sleep, and she's no longer interested in the treasures she gathered. When Lu Xiangyang returns, he is in a good mood. He's happy because things went well. The only thing he's not satisfied with is that the Liang family was also searched. This feels strange. The Liang family doesn't have much resistance. If someone capable came, it's possible they searched the house and took all the valuables. But he found a disturbed spot in the backyard, and being able to dig there without anyone noticing is quite difficult. Lu Xiangyang knows clearly that most people in this world are ordinary, and few have his abilities. Even if he doesn't have a special space, most people wouldn't be able to do what he can. But he's just a little curious. Many people know the Liang family is wealthy, and many who have bad intentions want to make money from them. He doesn't have much to worry about. After going to the county town, he first met Chao Rui to discuss some matters, then visited a friend at the Public Security Bureau. Since he was near the Zheng family, he also stopped by their place. Finally, he went to the Liang family's ancestral home. The Liang couple also lives in the county, but in a more remote area, with their own yard. Since the Liang family is so rich, their ancestral home must also have valuables. He was close to their home at the time, so he went there first. That area is sparsely populated, making it easier for him to do his work. The facts also prove that his choice was correct. Tonight, the elderly couple from the Liang family were not at home. They went to visit their son Liang Xiong in the city. The old house was empty, and he found many good things there, more than he would have gotten at Liang Xiong's house. This family had accumulated wealth over many years, which explains how they went from having nothing to their current status. Finally, he went to the Liang family in the county town, but he arrived a little too late. However, he gained a lot that night and had no reason to regret it. As long as things stayed under control, it was fine. Lu Xiangyang quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Gu Qingqing got up neither early nor late and started preparing breakfast. Lu Xiangyang woke up somewhat late and didn't eat breakfast. He slept until nearly noon before getting up. By then, Gu Qingqing had already begun cooking lunch. After washing his face, he saw Gu Qingqing sitting in front of the big kitchen stove, lost in thought. He asked, "What are you thinking? Isn't it cold sitting here?" Gu Qingqing snapped back to her senses and looked at him with her dark eyes. His future must be limitless. She already knew that the Lu family would be extraordinary in the future. Plus, with someone as outstanding as Lu Xiangyang, as long as nothing unexpected happened, their prosperity for decades and protecting 3 generations wouldn't be a problem. Now that she knew Lu Xiangyang also had some kind of special advantage, she realized that the future influence of the Lu family might be beyond her imagination. This year was already 1973, and in 1977, the college entrance exam would be restored. At that time, Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu could return to Beijing. With Lu Xiangyang's intelligence, strategy, and enough money, he might even bring his grandparents back before 1977. In this era, those who face misfortune often came from families with deep roots. Such a formidable family, combined with his uncle's family, what would the Lu family be like in the future? Even at her peak in her previous life, she probably wouldn't have been a match. In this life, besides having a system advantage, her family background was no better than before. She was far from being able to match the Lu family. Gu Qingqing knew very well that it was easiest for a Cinderella to marry into a wealthy family in this era because the country was just recovering. The working people were highly respected. There was no talk of being worthy or unworthy. Many noble families married ordinary women, and this was widely promoted. But those were newly rising families. Old aristocratic families were different. They had their own logic. They knew how to survive and how to weigh benefits and risks. All of this, Lu Xiangyang knows clearly. He understands this so well that he still comes to provoke her. Does that mean she holds little importance in his heart? Gu Qingqing props her chin with her hands and simply watches him. Seeing that she remains silent, Lu Xiangyang throws the towel at his hand and asks, "What's wrong? Why aren't you talking?" Gu Qingqing smiles softly, still holding her chin and looking at him. She asks, "Big brother Lu, what do you want to do in the future?" Lu Xiangyang is surprised. "Why do you suddenly ask that?" Gu Qingqing's eyes are bright and deep, full of gentle warmth, but also clear and sharp, something Lu Xiangyang hadn't noticed before. "I'm just curious. I think you're really impressive. You're different from the people around you. You're not just an ordinary person, so I wonder, what do you want to do in the future? Do you have any plans?" Lu Xiangyang pauses for a moment, then sits beside her. They are sitting very close, almost touching, with their arms tightly pressed together. Gu Qingqing looks at their close arms. Such proximity is usually only seen between young couples. Last time, when he suddenly kissed her forehead in the room, that was his clear way of showing his feelings.
Now,
Xiangyang says, I haven't decided exactly what to do yet, but don't worry. I won't stay in the countryside farming forever. No matter where I go, I won't forget about you. Gu Qingqing tilts her head and asks, do you think my temper is good? Am I obedient and gentle? Xiangyang looks at her for a while and shakes his head. You are indeed obedient and gentle, but deep down, you're quite strong and assertive. You say I'm strong and assertive, but don't you think my gentleness and obedience are just for show? Xiangyang laughs and ruffles her hair. What exactly do you want to ask? Are you worried I think you're pretending in front of me? Who told you that strong people can't be gentle? This girl has a different experience. Xiangyang is always worried she might go astray. Now that she has no parents around, he feels an invisible sense of responsibility for her. He feels he must guide her. Strength isn't about being rude. Having opinions, boundaries, and principles can also be considered strength. Usually, girls without ability can't do these things. Don't listen to those men who belittle you. Just because you're not as smart as them, they say you're strong. In reality, many girls are both strong and gentle and sensible. You can think of these girls as gentle but powerful. Gu Qingqing tilts her head and looks at him, her eyes shining brightly, never blinking. Is this the kind of man raised by a noble family? He is definitely different from those she met in her past life. She has seen many men who dislike strong and bossy girls, criticize them for being materialistic, or say they lack the ability to help their careers. Some are worried that if a girl is too capable, she might be hard to control. In her previous world, life was very fast-paced, full of greed, fragmented information, and gender conflicts. Men and women often opposed each other. Few men understand what girls go through. Even when she reached a fortune of 500 million in her past life, she didn't meet many who truly understood. In her business world, she often attended parties where men took pride in bringing young, beautiful mistresses. But she heard that at top-tier wealthy people's parties, only official wives are usually present. If someone brings a mistress, they would be mocked. She only heard about such circles, but never saw them herself. Someone like Xiangyang is probably the ideal type most girls dream of, right? But how many women can truly stand beside someone like him? Even Gu Qingqing isn't confident about that. Big brother Lu, do you think I am smart? Xiangyang nodded. Yes. Very smart. Then, what do you think I should do in the future? That depends on your interests. Do what you love. There are many opportunities. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. No one will bully you. If you're upset, don't hold it in. Just tell me, and I'll deal with them. Gu Qingqing immediately smiled, her small face bright and radiant. Seeing her bright eyes, Xiangyang felt very happy. He lowered his head and whispered close to her. Are you worried about the Liang family's matters? Don't worry, I've arranged everything. They won't bother you anymore. Gu Qingqing nodded obediently, yes. Thank you, big brother Lu. Xiangyang gently rubbed her little head, his eyes full of tenderness and affection. All right, stop overthinking. What's in the pot? I'll watch over it. It's so cold. You should go back inside. It's just a bit of soup. It'll be ready soon. You watch it for a bit. I'll go back to my room now, and we'll eat soon. Okay, go ahead. Gu Qingqing went back to her room. When she entered, she looked at Xiangyang sitting behind the stove. She knew that even if she wasn't sure at that moment, she didn't want to leave him for now. The weather was getting warmer day by day. During this time, Gu Qingqing hadn't gone out again. Xiangyang didn't let her, so she obediently stayed at home. But Xiangyang often went out. She didn't know exactly where he went. However, Gu Qingqing could clearly notice the changes in Xiangyang during this time. He had received packages and letters from his brothers. Since that letter, Xiangyang had become more lively. Although he didn't smile much, it was obvious he was in a better mood than before. He also became more proactive towards her. As the weather warmed up, farm work gradually increased. The educated youths began to need to work in the fields, and naturally the female educated youths were no exception. But Gu Qingqing still didn't need to go to the fields. To outsiders, she seemed quite free every day. She only needed to prepare 3 meals, and there was almost nothing else for her to do. Xiangyang and Wong Yu would eat here, but the rest of the time, she didn't need to worry about anything. Even washing dishes was mostly shared between Xiangyang and Wong Yu. Gu Qingqing clearly felt that Xiangyang had become more diligent and more caring towards her than before. She was a bit curious about what was written in the letter from his older brother. During this period, she hadn't gone out, but she still knew some things from outside. Liang Xiong had been dealt with, and the whole family had suffered. She didn't know the details about those people, but they no longer posed a threat to her. This was the message Xiangyang wanted to convey. However, Gu Qingqing knew that her little sister-in-law Zheng Guizhu's family was currently safe. This puzzled her. Recently, her sister-in-law had returned to the village several times, looking more worn out each time. She had even visited the educated youth station. But strangely, her sister-in-law didn't come to see Gu Qingqing. She was looking for Zheng Jie instead. Gu Qingqing felt that the development of events was somewhat unexpected. Recently, Xiangyang hadn't been working much. Since the last trouble with the Li family, the team leader rarely allowed him to work in the fields. Now, he was sitting beside Gu Qingqing, teaching her homework. Gu Qingqing tilted her head to look at him. She could still hear the voices of Zheng Jie's parents talking to her from the girls' dormitory. She listened carefully but still couldn't hear clearly. This wasn't the first time Zheng Jie's parents had come. Last time, they argued with Zheng Jie, and since then, Zheng Jie had become even more unfriendly towards her. Focus. Xiangyang gently tapped her little head.
Ouch.
Gu Qingqing touched her forehead, glaring at him unhappily. Why did you hit me? Haven't I done everything right? Xiangyang looked at her homework and felt a bit impressed by this little girl. This is a high school textbook that his older brothers brought back. The girl didn't study for long, but surprisingly, she could answer all the high school questions. Should I make it more difficult for you? Gu Qingqing shrugged. I already know all of this. I can handle exams easily. If you want to deepen my learning, there's no rush. Why don't you teach me something else? Xiangyang became interested. What do you want to learn? Gu Qingqing smiled. Whatever you can teach me. I learn quickly, so I might master your skills in no time. Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. Really? I asked you to practice calligraphy. How's that going? Gu Qingqing took a pen and showed him some writing. She practiced both pen and brush calligraphy, quietly focusing on her writing while Xiangyang sat nearby watching her. The girl was becoming more and more beautiful. Even though she was always around Gu Qingqing, Xiangyang still felt she changed a little each day. His gaze naturally fell on her side profile, which had lovely lines, smooth skin, and a faint scent that seemed to surround her. That gentle fragrance attracted him, making him want to get closer. His eyes moved from her side face to her ear, then her neck, and finally downward. Spring had arrived, and Gu Qingqing changed into new clothes. She seemed to have grown taller again with more defined curves. Xiangyang, a man, sometimes surprised himself. He realized he was also affected by a girl's figure. When she was brought back, she was just a little girl, but now she had grown up. Her chest was full and firm, her curves more pronounced. Xiangyang wanted to look away, but found he couldn't. Recently, he received a letter from his older brother saying everything was going well. He thought that under his control, the Liu family would be much better than in his previous life. This made him feel lighter and more confident about the girl beside him. Qingqing. Her voice had a kind of magic, lingering in his mind and making his heart itch. He wanted to hold her in his arms. His hand moved faster than his mind. Xiangyang reached out and took her hand, guiding it to right. Gu Qingqing paused, and his husky, restrained voice sounded in her ear. You're doing very well, but you lack a bit of strength. Let me teach you. He held her hand and said, I'll teach you, but he didn't move. Instead, he got closer and closer until his warm lips pressed against her cheek. Gu Qingqing felt a tingle run through her body, like an electric current. She was numb and tingling all over. When she realized the girl in his arms only hesitated briefly and didn't resist, he became bolder. He wrapped his other arm around her waist, turned her around, and pulled her into his embrace. He finally kissed her lips, the ones he had missed since the last time he was drunk. They smelled so nice, felt so soft, and tasted so sweet. He had imagined this moment many times. This time, his actions would be much bolder. Gu Qingqing could clearly feel his eagerness. As he kissed her, he tried to open her teeth gently. "I won't marry. No matter how much you pressure me, I won't marry." In the girls' dormitory, Zhang Jiejia's loud scream with tears in her voice startled Gu Qingqing. They were both lost in their intimate moment when suddenly a scream broke the mood. Gu Qingqing shivered and pulled away. He was still eager and close, but the noise from outside didn't concern him. He continued to kiss her. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Zhang Jiejia was arguing loudly with her parents. "I said I won't marry. Why do you keep forcing me? I'm so young. Why should I marry someone over 40? Zheng's mother was very disappointed. "You don't understand. An older man will be more caring. He's in the city and can help you get a chance to return home. If you marry him, you'll have money, a good future, and most importantly, you'll leave this terrible place and go back to the city. Do you want to stay working in the countryside forever? Stay in the countryside, forever working on farms?" Of course, Zhang Jiejia didn't want that. Farm work was too hard, and she didn't want to do it anymore. She just wanted to go back to the city. Zheng's mother still pointed at her nose and scolded, "You're clueless. Look at you now. You used to be a lively girl in the city, but after only half a year in the countryside, you look like this. Summer is coming, and it's time to do farm work again. When summer ends, you'll be just like an old maid.
Who will want you then?"
The countryside is so poor, it's hard to even get some proof of identity. Do you think you're good at farm work? Have you harvested any grain? You don't even want to send some home, and now you want money from me. What's the point of raising you, my daughter? Your younger brother still wants to get married in the future and find a good job. Your dad and I are getting older too. What will happen in the future? You've always stayed in the countryside. What use do I have for you, my daughter?" Zhang Jiejia cried with tears all over her face and said nothing. She felt confused too. Dad Jing angrily said, "Jiejia, how can you be so unreasonable? Do you think this kind of marriage is a burden? The other person is a bit older, but he has a good job, a high status, and a high salary. He is a section chief, earning several thousand a month. Without parents, you could take charge of the house after marrying him. Many girls want to marry him. Why wouldn't you? I raised you with your mother, not so you could stay in the countryside as a housewife. Staying here means you'll only marry a rural man and spend your life farming in the countryside. Think carefully." Jiejia felt bitter. She wanted to go back to the city. But she liked Lu Xiangyang, not that section chief. He was over 40 and had children.
She was still so young.
She begged her mother, "Mom, can you find a way to send me back? I like someone. I don't want to marry that section chief. He's too old." "What?" When her mother heard she liked someone, she suddenly jumped up. "You, so naive.
What's so good about rural men?
How can you like men here? Are you crazy? I don't care who you like. Come back with me and get married." Her mother wasn't so urgent before, but now, hearing Jiejia liked someone, she couldn't sit still. She wanted to take her daughter away today. She was her only daughter. She couldn't let her down. "Mom," Jiejia cried out. "Since there's a chance to go back to the city, then, can you send me back? I can marry someone with better conditions. Mom, trust me. As long as you let me go back to the city. Dream on." Dad Zheng looked at his foolish daughter with anger on his face. "If you don't want to marry him, how can he possibly send you back? Just pay money. As long as you pay enough, he might not even insist on marrying me." Jiejia looked hopeful. Her mother slapped her across the face. "Thinking about my money? Are you looking for trouble? You naughty girl. You refuse to accept the wine and instead get punished. I've told you so many times, but you still won't agree. Fine, I won't say anything else. I'll take you back immediately and give you to someone else. They are willing to give 200 yuan as a bride price, and with the wedding preparations, Your brother will have everything he needs for his marriage.
Pack your things and come home with me.
Dream on if you think we'll spend our money to bring you back to the city. Zheng Jiejie was slapped, and her face quickly swelled. She didn't care and immediately explained to her mother, I don't need your money. I will find someone else to pay. As long as you give me the chance to go back to the city. Lu Xiangyang is very rich. His situation might not be great professionally, but financially, he's definitely better than some department head. As long as Lu Xiangyang is willing to pay, she can go back. Zheng's mother paused, her eyes brightening. You have money? Where is it? Get the money, then bring her back to the city to get married. Zheng Jiejie immediately ran out of the dormitory and frantically knocked on Gu Qingqing's door. Big Brother Lu. Big Brother Lu. Please open the door. Open it. At this moment, Gu Qingqing was still in Lu Xiangyang's arms, tightly embraced. His deep kiss stole her breath. Gradually, a tingling sensation spread through her body, and she started to lose her strength, unable to resist. She had tried to push Lu Xiangyang away, but every time she took a breath, he would pull her back into his arms, and another wet, hot kiss would come. She really had no strength left, and could only let him do as he pleased. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiejie was outside pounding on the door. Gu Qingqing snapped back to her senses and pushed Lu Xiangyang. Big Brother Lu. Lu Xiangyang was still addicted and didn't want to let her go. He wanted to enjoy this wonderful feeling carefully. The knocking outside was blocked out by him. Zheng Jiejie kept pounding. Open the door. Open the door. Big Brother Lu. Gu Qingqing, open the door for me. Her impatience grew, and she almost shouted. This loud, harsh cry finally made Lu Xiangyang sober a bit. He panted heavily, looking at the girl in his arms, her eyes bright and misty, her gaze wet and pleading. Her lips were slightly parted, her cheeks flushed, and she was breathing heavily. Seeing her like this, he really wanted to tease her even more. He was happy, but this interruption made him very annoyed. Men who are frustrated can be very scary. Gu Qingqing, although exhausted, still kept some clarity in her mind. She looked at the man in front of her, whose eyes were full of desire. She slightly turned her head and looked at the door, her gaze turning fierce with anger. Gu Qingqing suddenly found this a bit funny. Go quickly. She gently pushed him, feeling too weak herself. Her legs were trembling. Lu Xiangyang, with a stern face, stood up and slammed the door open. What are you doing? His angry shout made Zheng Jiejie step back several paces in fear. But at this moment, Zheng Jiejie didn't care about anything else and quickly spoke what she wanted to say. Brother Lu, I have a chance to return to the city and need some money. Come back with me. Once we get there, we won't have to stay in the countryside farming. We can find jobs in the city. Then we can. Whether I go back or not has nothing to do with you, Lu Xiangyang interrupted. Zheng Jiejie immediately started crying. Brother Lu, can we go back together? I just want to marry you. I just want to. Stop trying to get close to me. I don't know you well, so go away quickly. Brother Lu. Everyone come over. We have new comrades here. Get to know each other. From now on, you'll be neighbors. We all live here together. Zheng Jiejie wanted to call out again, but suddenly the voice of the team leader, Wang Yu, was heard. Gu Qingqing also got up and looked toward the door. Wang Yu had brought a few more people. 3 girls and 2 boys. Gu Qingqing frowned. So many people? The dormitory. Isn't enough space? Usually, it's unlikely that so many young people would gather in one place for farming. The Huaihua Brigade already had many young people, and now 5 more arrived. This only shows that there was enough food here, so higher authorities decided to send more young people. Actually, it was just to support a few more people to live here. The girls' dormitory was full, and the boys' dormitory was almost full too. Now 5 more arrived. Wang Yu called out a few times, and those not working gradually came out, both men and women. This is the new comrades. From now on, they will be your neighbors. Get to know each other. After you settle in, go to the brigade office to get your grain. Where will we live? One of the women asked. Wang Yu replied, in the dormitories, boys in 1, girls in the other. Go settle yourselves. In the girls' dormitory, one girl muttered, there are already 9 of us living here. Where can we fit anymore? Captain, please find us a different place to stay. Our boys' dorm also has 8 people. It's full. Wang Yu frowned. He looked at the available single rooms for rent. Only one was left. Gu Qingqing had one room. Lu Xiangyang and Wong Yu shared another. Jiang Nan was next door, and Song Meng and Li Yuqing each had their own. Only one room remained. One of the girls pointed at the single room in the yard and asked, is this the dorm? Wang Yu replied, no, this is a single room. It costs 10 yuan a year to rent, plus some tickets. There's only one left now.
Who wants to stay?
I'll stay. I'll stay. 2 girls spoke at the same time. Wang Yu was surprised. He didn't expect 2 wealthy girls among the new educated youth. Only one room left. You 2 should discuss it. Or maybe share the room. 5 yuan each. The room isn't small enough for 2.
Or
the 3 of you could rent together. That way, each person pays just over 3 yuan a year, very cheap. But none of the 3 girls agreed. I won't stay. I have no money. I just want to stay in the dorm. No, I want to live alone. I also want to live alone. Wang Yu was at a loss. At this moment, Zhang Jiejie looked at Lu Xiangyang and asked again, Brother Lu, come back to the city with me. We can find jobs there, and with work, we can support ourselves.
We.
Back to the city? Do you have an order to return? Wang Yu asked. There were some educated youth returning to the city, but it was rare and quotas were limited. If there was an official order for them to return, he, as the team leader, would surely know. Zhang Jiejie's face reddened. My parents said there are some, but it hasn't reached the team yet. She looked at Lu Xiangyang with hope in her eyes. Brother Lu, I don't know you well, and I'm not from the same place as you. If I go back to the city, it's not to your place. If you want to leave, just go. Tears welled up in Zhang Jiejie's eyes. How can I go alone? It costs a lot to go back. A return quota is very precious. Brother Lu, please come with me. You only have 1 quota, right? Do you want me to pay for your return? Are you out of your mind? Even if I go back, it's to my own family. What does that have to do with your family? Big Brother Lu.
Wait.
Mother Zheng interrupted her daughter and looked at Lu Xiangyang with a stern gaze. What is your name? Are you the one who seduced my daughter? Lu Xiangyang. Everyone. Before Lu Xiangyang could speak, Mother Zheng warned him, you better stay away from my daughter. She's going to marry someone from the city and won't stay here in the countryside suffering. Don't be delusional.
Mom.
Zhang Jiejie quickly pulled her mother back. Before she could say anything, Lu Xiangyang's voice sounded. He was just enjoying being close to the girl he liked. Being interrupted by this mother and daughter made him very annoyed. Now they were blaming him, which made him even angrier. Lu Xiangyang didn't hold back and showed no respect to the Zheng family. Ma'am, you're mistaken. It's your daughter who's obsessed with me. You only have 1 spot to go back to the city, yet you foolishly came to find me to go back together. I'm from Beijing. How could I go back with you? Maybe you're just broke and want me to pay for everything? Even if I pay, do you think you can make me go back?
Uffed.
Some people watching couldn't help but laugh. Mother Zheng looked upset and said angrily, what are you talking about? My daughter is from the city. How could she not be suitable for you? You're just lying to her. Lu Xiangyang didn't want to argue with them. He said directly, I have no interest in your daughter. We don't know each other well. A person from the youth station can testify to that. If you want to take your daughter back, go ahead. I won't stop you. There's an extra bed now for a new female comrade.
You.
When Mother Zheng first saw Lu Xiangyang, she was impressed because he looked very handsome. It's rare to see such a lively young man. But no matter how good he looked, he was just a countryside man. Farming in the countryside meant no future. Even if his hometown was Beijing, it didn't matter. Once you go to the countryside without a spot to return to the city, you're stuck there forever, no different from other rural men. Compared to that, Mother Zheng thought her family's appointed director was more reliable. In this city, close to their home, the director had money and could support their family. Her son could get a good job, and her daughter could take care of them in old age. What was this young man to them? Seeing the disdain and indifference on Lu Xiangyang's face, Zhang Jie finally woke up. She truly couldn't take Lu Xiangyang with her anymore, and there was no spot for him. Even if there was, Lu Xiangyang wouldn't marry her. He didn't like her, he liked Gu Qingqing. Zhang Jie looked at Gu Qingqing with full of resentment. Actually, Captain, you don't need to worry. Who says we don't have houses here? Outsiders can stay at our youth commune, so it's unlikely that real young workers have nowhere to live. Everyone was stunned and looked at Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing was the only outsider here. Among the new female young workers, one named Qianli raised her eyebrows at Gu Qingqing. Aren't you one of us?
She asked.
Before Gu Qingqing could speak, Zhang Jie laughed. Of course. She's from this Huaihua brigade, but her family didn't want her, so they sold her to Lu Xiangyang. That's why she lives here. She has her own room. Once she leaves, there will be 2 rooms for rent, and you won't have to fight over them. Zhang's mother finally looked proud. I knew it. Even if she's from the city, all young workers have to work in the fields. This girl looks delicate and soft, not like she's ever done farm work. Turns out she was sold and kept by a man. No wonder she's so well cared for. A stronger anger appeared in Lu Xiangyang's eyes. He reached out and blocked Gu Qingqing behind him, sneering. Your daughter just wanted me to support her earlier, but I refused.
You.
Zheng's mother was furious. Stop talking nonsense. My daughter doesn't look up to someone like you, poor and shabby. Lu Xiangyang said nothing, just looked at her calmly. After Zheng's mother finished speaking, Lu Xiangyang didn't reply, but everyone around looked at her with strange eyes. This was the richest young worker in the Huaihua brigade, and he was called poor and shabby? Qianli ignored the argument. She had been on the train for so long and just wanted to settle down and rest. She saw Gu Qingqing's house. The door was open. She saw many things inside, lots of cabinets, and everything was very tidy. She liked this house. She told Lu Xiangyang and Gu Qingqing, so she's your woman. Then take her away. I want this house. You two can live together. Why leave her alone in such a big house? Qianli also had some insight. She quickly judged that Lu Xiangyang was not staying in the dormitory. Since he could raise his woman so well, not work, and live alone in a separate room, how could Lu Xiangyang be staying in the dorms himself? When she said this, no one responded. Even Wang Xinghua remained silent. He looked at Lu Xiangyang but didn't say anything. Gu Qingqing was also an unfortunate girl, but it was really hard for her to marry into the Lu family. At this moment, Li Fugue from the crowd started to speak disrespectfully again. You bought her, so why insist on marrying her? Qianli was stunned, and her expression changed. She said nothing more. Gu Qingqing didn't speak, but her gaze shifted to Li Fugue. Her dark eyes showed no emotion, but they made Li Fugue feel a bit creeped out. Lu Xiangyang's reaction was much more direct. He walked straight up to Li Fugue and threw a punch.
Bang. Ah.
The scream was not from Li Fugue but from the people around. Everyone was startled. They didn't expect Lu Xiangyang to hit someone in public. I've already dealt with you twice before. If you're disrespectful again, don't bother opening your mouth anymore. Li Fugue had a grudge against Lu Xiangyang. The first time was in the kitchen when he tried to tease Gu Qingqing, and later, during the snowball fight, Lu Xiangyang beat him up. He was quiet for a while, but then in the yard, Li Fugue said some harsh words again. Although Lu Xiangyang didn't seem to do much on the surface, he secretly retaliated twice, leaving Li Fugue unable to speak out. This hatred was deep. Usually, Li Fugue wouldn't dare do anything. He was actually a bit afraid that Lu Xiangyang would hit him again. But today was different. The team leader was here. So, his disrespectful attitude flared up again. With so many people watching, especially with the team leader present, Li Fugue couldn't just accept being hit like this. Lu Xiangyang, the team leader, is still here. Lu Xiangyang kicked him again, making Li Fugue grunt and clutch his leg in pain, unable to shout. The team leader is still here, and you still dare to be disrespectful? Looks like you don't get hit enough. This kick hit Li Fugue's leg, and he hunched over, grimacing from the pain. He couldn't beat Lu Xiangyang. So helplessly, Li Fugui looked at Wang Jingwa. Team leader, are you just going to watch him hit me? Who told you to be disrespectful? Wang Jingwa frowned and looked very annoyed with this troublemaker. Qingqing is a girl I watched grow up. Don't think you can bully her just because the Li family is acting up. The elders of Huaihua Brigade are still alive. Do you really think I will stand by and let you bully our village girl? As soon as he spoke, the surrounding area fell silent. Li Fugui was shocked, more shocked than when Lu Xiangyang hit him. They came to Huaihua Brigade when they moved to the countryside. Wang Jingwa was a good squad leader. The village wouldn't deliberately bully the educated youths, and he didn't usually treat the youths differently from the villagers. Overall, the squad leader was fair. Doing farm work was hard, but in this era, where wasn't it? At least in Huaihua Brigade, they had enough to eat and drink. Over time, they forgot they were outsiders. Qingqing was still a local girl, no matter what. Now, not only Li Fugui but also Zheng Jiejia felt a bit nervous. They remembered something Qingqing had once said. Even if the Li family didn't want her anymore, she was still their daughter. She could give some benefits to those people and get them to come beat them up. That's the advantage of being a local. Now, seeing the attitude of the squad leader, they understood completely. At this moment, Li Fugui really didn't dare to speak. A few educated youths were still waiting. Lu Xiangyang looked around and then said directly to the squad leader, "Squad leader, this house is rented by me. I've already paid the rent. It's mine now. It's impossible for me to move out right now. But the houses at the youth station are really not enough. Qingqing isn't even from here, but since the Li family handed her over to me, I took her in. I will be responsible for her. If there's not enough space, we can build our own houses, right?" Wang Zhenghua was surprised. "Build your own?" "Yes, we'll build our own. The backyard of the youth station is big enough. I want to build 2 rooms there. Those houses will belong to me. As long as I'm still a youth here, those houses are mine. No matter how many youths come, it won't affect me. If I leave someday, I will either sell the house to another youth or it will be managed by the village."
How about that?
Wang Jingwa hesitated for a moment. "You want to build 2 rooms?" "Yes." Wang Jingwa glanced at Gu Qingqing and sighed to himself. All right, this entire courtyard was originally allocated to the educated youth as a communal space. If you're willing to build your own house, it also helps reduce the burden on the village. Once you've finished building, I can help you find people from the village to assist, but you'll need to cover the costs yourself. Lu Xiangyang nodded. Of course. Wang Jingwa nodded in return. Since Lu Xiangyang and the others were going to build houses in the backyard, it made things easier. He turned to the new educated youth and said, "The girls' dormitory will be a bit crowded at first. If some of the educated youth leave, that will free up a space for someone else to stay. As for the money, the other educated youth and Fengjiang, you too want to rent a house, so for now you can share the empty room. Building the house will take about a month. Once Lu Xiangyang's house is finished, they will move in. When that happens, 2 rooms will be available for rent, and you can rent separately then. For the men, just stay in the boys' dormitory. It's fine to share a room." Looking at these young, inexperienced faces, Wang Jingwa felt a little upset about Lu Xiangyang and the others not paying rent, so he focused his attention on the new educated youth. He looked at their young, innocent faces and had an idea in mind. A few of the educated youth felt uneasy under the district leader's gaze. Wang Jingwa spoke to those still renting houses. "As you can see, more and more educated youth are coming, and we don't have enough houses. In the past, there were fewer people and more space, so I charged you low rent. If more come in the future, the village will have the right to decide whether to rent the houses or not, whether 2 or 3 people share a room. And of course, the rent for a single room will go up." Everyone was silent. Qianli rolled her eyes, wanting to say something sharp to this cunning district leader, but then she thought about how new she was here, so she held back. Everyone followed Wang Jingwa's instructions and went to settle themselves. Wang Jingwa and Lu Xiangyang then went to the backyard to see which plot of land he wanted to build on. Lu Xiangyang brought Gu Qingqing along. Seeing that the girls seemed upset, He sighed inwardly. He also felt a bit of dislike for Li Fugue. Since Zheng Jiejia was about to leave, Li Fugue couldn't stay either. He looked disgusting. The three of them arrived in the backyard. The backyard of the educated youth's area was indeed quite large, with big vegetable fields, pig pens, chicken coops, and more. It was spacious enough that they had played snowball fights there before. The large space made it easier to do things freely. Wang Jinghua asked, "Where do you want to build?" "It is best not to occupy these few vegetable plots. I see some young workers are still very diligent, constantly planting large areas of vegetables." Lu Xiangyang nodded. "I won't take their vegetable plots. This big area is enough for us to build a house." He looked toward the right side, which is the north, and pointed to a large open space. "Here, I want this whole area. I will also clear a part nearby to make a vegetable garden." Seeing where Lu Xiangyang was pointing, Wang Jinghua frowned. "Such a big piece? How large do you want the house to be?" Lu Xiangyang said, "I want a house with a small yard." Wang Jinghua. Forget it. Since he had the money and enough land, he decided to let him do as he pleased. Lu Xiangyang then pointed to the left side. "That piece I want as well. I will build a small house there." Wang Jinghua didn't care much and just nodded. "All right, I understand. These two pieces are yours. If other young workers want to build houses in the future, I will arrange for them elsewhere. But this is village land. Although I haven't allocated a residential plot for you, you can still build a house. You need to pay some money, or the village won't be able to explain it. This is all income for the village. How can it be free? By pooling a little here and a little there, next year they could even buy a pig so everyone could enjoy more meat at the end of the year. Why does the Huaihua Brigade have a higher standard of living? It's all because their leader is good at managing finances. He is truly a good brigade leader." Lu Xiangyang was indifferent. "No problem. How much land do you think I need?" Wang Jinghua looked at the larger plot where the house would be built. "This piece is bigger. Its size is comparable to some people's residential plots in our village. Smaller plots are about the same size. Land prices have gone up quite a bit in the past 2 years. If you go through the official channels, it would cost at least 80. But I can sell it to you for 50. The smaller piece over there, 20 yuan is enough." Lu Xiangyang didn't hesitate and nodded directly. "No problem. Do you have the building materials in the village?" The brigade leader smiled. "That depends on what kind of house you're planning to build. If it's stone or mud bricks, the village can handle it. But if you want bricks and tiles, you'll have to buy them. Still, it's better not to use bricks and tiles, they stand out too much." Lu Xiangyang thought for a moment. He didn't want to build a poor-quality house. "I'll think about it first. Also, I need to draw the house plans before I come back to you." Wang Jinghua was surprised. "You need to draw plans just to build a house?" But he didn't say much. As long as Lu Xiangyang was willing to pay, he didn't mind how he went about it. Anyway, he knew Lu Xiangyang wouldn't stay in the village forever. After a few years, this house would still be in the village. "All right, think about it carefully. When the time comes, come find me." Lu Xiangyang immediately paid for the 2 foundation stones. Wang Jinghua took the money in his hand, sighed, and thought, rich people are different. They can easily take out dozens of yuan. When will his descendants and fellow villagers be so wealthy? Wang Jinghua went back home, and Lu Xiangyang and Gu Qingqing returned to the house. Seeing that the girl was unhappy, Lu Xiangyang pulled her to sit at the desk and gently asked, "What's wrong? Are you upset because of Li Fugue?" Gu Qingqing didn't speak. She was indeed a bit upset. Lu Xiangyang sighed, turned her to face him, and said softly, "Don't be angry. It's not worth getting upset over someone like that. He's just talkative. I'll build you a big house with a small yard, and you can live there in the future. No one will want to take your house away, okay?" Seeing that she still didn't speak, Lu Xiangyang felt a bit helpless. He hugged her and comforted her. "Qingqing, I really want to take care of you. I don't care how much it costs. But if you feel that relying on me is hurting your pride or worried about what the villagers might say, I can find you a job at the commune. You can go to work there every day, all right?" Gu Qingqing was surprised. "The commune?" "Yes," Lu Xiangyang nodded, pressing his forehead gently against hers and rubbing it affectionately. "Only at the commune. Actually, if you want to go to the county town, it's not impossible, but I don't want to send you so far away. You're so pretty. I don't know how many people would be watching you. Also, I'm a youth sent to the countryside, so I have to stay in the village. If you go to the county town, it'll be hard for me to see you. There were still some job positions at the commune. Hongqi Commune and Shuguang Commune were large communes, located at the border of the more prosperous rural area, serving as transitional zones. Some people worked there, others farmed. Xiangyang could easily find her a job there with some connections and money. But he thought it wasn't necessary. Gu Qingqing lowered her eyes. I don't want to go. That was the truth. She really didn't want to go because it didn't make much sense, and she wouldn't earn much money. It would also waste a lot of her time. Xiangyang agreed. Yes, I don't want you to go either. The salary isn't high, but the work isn't necessarily easy. Why bother doing meaningless things every day? I would prefer you to stay at home and read more every day. You're still young, and it's a good time to learn many things. Staying at home is a good idea, isn't it? Before the girl could speak, Xiangyang leaned in and covered her small mouth with his. He was unhappy about being interrupted earlier, and now that he was so close, he couldn't help but want to keep going. Gu Qingqing was surprised and pushed him away. What are you doing? We just kissed for so long, isn't that enough? How could that be enough?
He was really into it.
Then promise me you won't look for a job, and that you won't be angry anymore, okay? Gu Qingqing looked at the man in front of her. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very thoughtful. He was very different from careless men. She smiled and said, Who said I want to find a job? I know that wouldn't make much sense. It would just waste time, and I wouldn't earn much money. Xiangyang immediately nodded. You're right, that's exactly the point. Gu Qingqing sighed calmly. I won't feel hurt or need to prove myself just because of a few words from others. No matter what I do, someone will always think I'm not good enough. But I won't let a few outside comments throw me off my rhythm. Xiangyang paused and looked at the girl with his dark eyes, showing some surprise. Gu Qingqing was very firm. She had been through a lot in her past life and knew very well that to achieve something, you can't care too much about gossip or what others say. You can't be easily influenced by outside opinions. You must always keep your own pace. I have my own goals. If the results are different from what they expect, then the process will definitely be different too. It's normal for them to talk. Let them say whatever they want. I won't give up on my original plan. Only then did Xiangyang feel relieved. This girl was smarter than he had imagined. It's good that you think like that.
So,
maybe now you should start thinking about what kind of house you want to build. Gu Qingqing took out a piece of paper and thought for a moment. The land was quite large. Do you really want to build such a big house? It seems a bit wasteful. Xiangyang smiled. I bought you a watch that costs 2,000 yuan. Do you think I would be reluctant to build you a bigger house? He was talking about the small diamond gold watch he gave her during the New Year. He hadn't mentioned the price before. Gu Qingqing pretended to be surprised. That watch is so expensive? Xiangyang finally remembered that he hadn't told Gu Qingqing the price of that watch.
Well,
as long as you like it. That kind of watch is hard to find, and even the department stores in the provincial capital might not have it. I was lucky enough to come across one, so I decided to buy it for you. Gu Qingqing looked at him and suddenly asked, Big brother Lu, how do you earn so much money? Xiangyang hesitated, unsure how to explain to this young girl. He really makes money quite easily. That's not something you need to worry about. You're still young, so don't get involved in too many things, or you won't grow tall. Gu Qingqing smiled. I'm already quite tall now. Most girls aren't as tall as I am, you know. Xiangyang glanced at the girl in front of him. Indeed, over the past 6 months, she had changed completely. Even he, who's used to seeing beautiful women, was impressed by her. All right, enough about that. Just tell me, what kind of house do you want to build? Gu Qingqing took a piece of white paper and said, I really need to think carefully. Since you're so rich, I might as well build a bigger house. Xiangyang's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, build it bigger. The bigger, the more comfortable it will be. The area was quite large. Gu Qingqing thought for a moment and started drawing. The house faces south, with the entrance leading into the kitchen and dining area. The kitchen is on the right, the dining space on the left, and there's room for some storage. Then, through the second door is the bedroom. On the left, she plans to build a bed, with windows on both the front and back, and a door leading to the backyard. The backyard doesn't need to be very big, just a small yard enclosed around the house. Gu Qingqing extended the backyard about 3 meters behind the house, based on the width of the house. That's it. Having a small yard is great. I can make some cured meat there, and when I hang it out to dry, I won't have to worry about others' opinions. You're good at hunting, so we never run out of meat at home. But I hide it carefully every time, because if I put out too much, they stare at it like wolves. That look makes me feel awkward. Lu Xiangyang immediately smiled, knowing it was true. He had access to many good things, delicious food and drinks, and they never lacked for anything. They weren't living the hard life of the 1970s anymore. The young girl had indeed suffered from hiding things before. In the future, with his own house and yard, she would be much more comfortable. Lu Xiangyang took the drawings and enlarged the entire house and yard. Let's make the entrance wider here. The kitchen and dining area should be bigger. The bedroom at the back can be a little smaller. When guests come, they can stay outside in this area instead of going all the way into the bedroom. The yard can be extended directly to the wall on the left side, making it wider, so the backyard becomes larger. Gu Qingqing looked at the blueprint and asked, "Won't that be a bit too big? Why do I need such a large house if I live alone?" With this extension, the entire backyard would be about 100 square meters. This is a large courtyard in a youth commune, not just a rural homestead outside. Village homesteads are not easily given to outsiders. Lu Xiangyang smiled slightly and said, "No problem, I've paid 50 yuan already. Of course, I want to make the fence bigger. In the future, if I have more stuff, I can also build a shed in the backyard to store things." Gu Qingqing was surprised. Where would I put so many things? The house is big enough for a family. The Huaihua Brigade is not a poor, remote village, so the land costs more here than elsewhere. Although Gu Qingqing was curious why Lu Xiangyang wanted such a big house, she thought that a larger space would be more comfortable to live in. Since he could handle it, why should she refuse? On the left side, open a door. Outside the yard, there are chicken coops and pigsties. You've always wanted to raise some poultry, right? When building the house, I asked someone to fix those up. Later, you can raise poultry there, how about that? Near the wall outside the yard, there are indeed chicken coops and pigsties, but they haven't been used for a long time. Gu Qingqing nodded, that sounds good. By the way, when these people build the house, should I invite them for a meal? Lu Xiangyang shook his head, no need. These days, everyone is struggling to eat, so there's no need to invite them. I will pay them wages. Gu Qingqing nodded, knowing she didn't need to worry about these things. In fact, she didn't need to worry about anything anymore. Lu Xiangyang was very capable and had already arranged everything within a few days. All the materials arrived, workers came, and even the team leader came to check. Gu Qingqing could tell that Wang Jingwe was very supportive of Lu Xiangyang. It seemed that Lu Xiangyang had already investigated all the relationships before going to the countryside. No matter how much Zheng Jiejie was unwilling, she eventually chose to return to the city with her parents. There was no hope for Lu Xiangyang, and she didn't want to stay in the countryside either. To return to the city, she chose to get married and go back. In the backyard, they were busy digging foundations and building the house. Manili came out to watch and smiled at Gu Qingqing, saying, "Your man is quite capable. He finished so quickly. Building materials aren't easy to get." Gu Qingqing turned to look at her and reminded her, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not married to Brother Lu yet." Qian Lida immediately smiled and winked at Gu Qingqing with a flirtatious look on her face. "If you can give you a house before marriage, then after marriage it should be even more. Little beauty, keep going, get him. I believe in you." Gu Qingqing. Seeing Gu Qingqing silent, Qianli thought she didn't understand and quickly explained, "Why do you look like that? You've been with him for so long, haven't you thought about this?" She then started lecturing, "Listen to me. Don't be silly. This guy clearly comes from a good family. Now he seems interested in you. You should quickly win him over, have a child with him. Kids born to handsome men are usually smart. Capable men rarely have useless children, understand?" Gu Qingqing. She looked at the girl in front of her with some confusion. Are you sure you're doing this for my sake? He's a young worker from the countryside. If he ever moves back to the city, what then? Are you sure he'll take me with him? Qianli stroked her chin and looked at Gu Qingqing. I think, with your looks, there's a high chance he'll take you. Gu Qingqing. She rolled her eyes and didn't want to talk anymore. Qianli nudged Gu Qingqing's arm. Hey, I'm serious. Really? With your good looks, how many men would be willing to let you go? Even though you're from the countryside, hard work is honorable. It's not like you don't deserve him. Among the people I know, many marry women from ordinary families. What are you afraid of? Are you worried he'll leave you and go back to the city? Gu Qingqing didn't reply. Qianli was very talkative and had a lot to say. Even if he doesn't want you in the future, at least you should wait a few years. Look at how willing he is to spend money on you now. Save some of that money. Such an outstanding man is right in front of you. If you don't seize this chance, you'll regret it. Gu Qingqing looked at Qianli in shock. You mean, even if he really leaves in the future, and I end up alone, marrying him now isn't a loss? Exactly. Qianli said confidently. If you're afraid to marry him because of differences in family background, then with your family background, you probably can't marry a good man anyway. Since things are like this, better to have someone good now. Even if he runs away later, you can marry someone else. Getting divorced isn't easy. Do you think you'll find another good man who wants you? Gu Qingqing thought Qianli's way of thinking was a bit unusual. She was quite curious. Qianli glanced at Gu Qingqing and thought she was a bit strange. Just because of your face, even if you remarry, the other person won't be much better. Gu Qingqing. Besides, if Lu Xiangyang doesn't want to marry you or leaves you in the future, the only reason would be your family background, not you as a person. I guarantee it. You're so good-looking that any man would want you. So, right now, when he doesn't need your family background to support him, he's happy to be with you. Have a child with him. If he wants to leave later, just let him go. What's the big deal? He'll definitely take care of the child. The child you have together will be very cute and lovely. Can he really give it up? If he needs a wealthy family background, then most girls from good families wouldn't want to be with him while he's got a child. So it's best to keep the child with you. You could get him to bring you to the city, find you a good job. Later, he can give you money, and you can raise the child yourself. That's much better than staying in the countryside. Gu Qingqing. She had truly never heard such ideas from a girl in the 1970s before. Usually, only girls who had experienced society later in life would think like this, right? This girl looked only about 20, so how could she have such thoughts? Seeing Gu Qingqing silent, Qianli thought she didn't understand and frowned. Do you think I'm too ambitious? Gu Qingqing honestly said no. Everyone has their own way of living and choices. You think like that and I won't say much, but your life probably won't be too bad in the future. However, this kind of path is usually not for ordinary girls. Only those who are capable and open-minded can do it.
Ha! Qianli snarat.
What do you mean capable and open-minded? It's just being perceptive. You're so pretty in the countryside. You're likely to have a short life. Girls who are too beautiful are often mistaken for fox spirits. You should just use your beauty well. Gu Qingqing looked at her. The girl's eyes showed a sharpness, clearly someone who is good at weighing benefits and losses. Gu Qingqing suddenly became curious. Since you know so much, why don't you go after him yourself? Why tell me all this? If you do, you won't have a chance. Qianli rolled her eyes. You look better than me. Men are shallow. When they don't care about family background, they'll like you. Plus, his eyes are always on you. Even if I wanted to steal him away, I wouldn't have a chance. Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing did not speak again. Qianli crossed her arms and watched the construction workers nearby. Everyone was marking out the foundation. It was clear at a glance that the house was going to be quite large. Qianli clicked her tongue twice, feeling a bit envious. There was no need for Gu Qingqing to worry about anything. She was inside studying hard. Time couldn't be wasted. Learning more would definitely help her in the future. County train station Xiangyang and her family were preparing to take the train back to the city. When they arrived at the station, Xiangyang saw someone. The person looked under 40, dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, holding a briefcase, wearing leather shoes, and his hair was neatly combed. He was not very tall and didn't look particularly good, even a little bit unattractive, and he was middle-aged and a bit overweight. Seeing this person, Zhang Jiejia's heart sank. She thought he was her future boss, the section chief, here to pick her up. But when Zheng Dad introduced him, it was completely different from what Zheng Jiejia expected. Jiejia, this is Uncle Zheng, a relative from our clan. According to our family hierarchy, you should call him Tang Uncle. Uncle Zheng? So he was just an uncle. Zheng Jiejia felt relieved. Uncle Zheng. Zheng Guozhu nodded and looked at Zheng Jiejia with a slight frown. You look good, but growing up in the countryside, you've been a bit rough. When you go back, take good care of yourself. Girls are a bit delicate, and roughness like this won't attract anyone. Zheng Dad smiled. Don't worry, when we go back, she'll be well taken care of. Jiejia used to look very pretty at home. Everyone loved her. Zheng Guozhu nodded but didn't say anything more. He followed the Zheng family onto the train and headed to the city. At the Huaihua Brigade, everything was proceeding as usual. The houses in the rear courtyard of the Jiqing site were built quickly. Lu Xiangyang was paying for the work. Of course, at this time, it wasn't openly called payment, just some benefits. He had plenty of money, food, and meat. He could also get rare goods from the city, which the common people valued most. The benefits were fixed. Once the house was built, that was all. As the weather warmed up, many people needed to work. To avoid delaying their work, everyone worked hard, trying to finish building the house quickly so they could leave with their benefits. Gu Qingqing watched and felt that the house being built was even larger than what Lu Xiangyang had drawn before. Although the house is not as big as many others in the village, it is only one room. However, those houses are for large families, while she lives alone. She found it strange that Lu Xiangyang built such a big house for her. She watched as the house was quickly built, with the yard wall also being enclosed. The original wall of the youth commune was raised higher in one section, making it hard for most people to climb over. After the house was finished, 2 small rooms were added to the right corner. They were very small indeed. Gu Qingqing looked at them and asked Lu Xiangyang what they were for. He smiled with a meaningful look and said they were for her to take baths. Later, she could use a basin to soak in during winter. Gu Qingqing was stunned, not expecting him to think of this. The small rooms were indeed tiny, about the size of a bathroom, with a door leading from the bedroom. Next to the small room there was another small space, and surprisingly it had a stove built in. Isn't the kitchen outside? Why is there a stove here? She asked. Lu Xiangyang looked at the young girl in front of him, his eyes full of a gentle smile that never faded. Gu Qingqing felt his gaze was a bit too suggestive. Taking a bath needs a lot of hot water. This is built here, just for heating water. There will be a hole in the wall to pour hot water directly through, saving the trouble of boiling water outside and carrying it in. Plus, this wall is fireproof, so even in winter, the bath won't get cold. Gu Qingqing was speechless. The bathing area could also be accessed from the bedroom. There was a door opening into the yard, next to the water heating spot. Lu Xiangyang said it was for drying the basin. When the door was open in the afternoon, sunlight would come in, and she could dry the basin without moving it outside. Gu Qingqing didn't know what to say. His arrangements were so detailed. In just half a month, the house was built. Not only the house, but also the chicken coop and pig pen nearby were finished. Even a large vegetable patch on the right side of the house was cleared and enclosed with branches and bamboo. The speed was simply incredible. After the house was completed, they built the other house where Wong Yu lived, across the open space. The 2 houses faced each other, with a large empty area in between. Gu Qingqing's house was near the north wall, and Lu Xiangyang's was near the south wall. Gu Qingqing's house was finished first. She aired it out for several days, heated the Kong to dry the moisture, and in about a month, she could move in. During the construction process, many people came to visit. They watched the house being built, and now that it is ready for people to move in, a few educated youths came to see it. Qianli looked around and realized more clearly that Lu Xiangyang was definitely wealthy. She had been here for a while and knew that Lu Xiangyang was recognized as the richest educated youth in the Huaihua Brigade. Now she understood that this guy was probably even richer than everyone thought. Yang Chunhong watched with envy, originally thinking that Zheng Jiejie might have some use, but unexpectedly, she really went back to the city to get married. Although she heard Zheng Jiejie married an older man, she still felt jealous inside. Zheng Jiejie had only been here for a little over half a year, but was already returning to the city. Yang Chunhong had been here for many years. Did she really have to stay here farming for her whole life? She looked at her increasingly rough hands and then at Gu Qingqing, who was standing in the yard with her white hair shining. Yang Chunhong's mental defenses completely collapsed. Su Dongmei also felt very envious. She quietly asked Gu Qingqing, "How much does it cost to build a small house over there?" Gu Qingqing was surprised and raised an eyebrow. "You want to build one too?" Su Dongmei chuckled foolishly. "Just asking. If it's too expensive, I can't afford it anyway." Gu Qingqing smiled and said, "The small houses over there shouldn't be expensive. How big do you want it?" "Not big, just enough for me to live alone. The small house over there, I only need about half of what you have." It was indeed quite small, but for a girl, it was barely enough. It shouldn't be expensive. About 30 yuan should cover everything. Su Dongmei's eyes lit up. "Really?" Gu Qingqing nodded. "If you're interested, you can ask the team leader. Your girl's dormitory is full, and life in the Huaihua Brigade is good. Maybe next time, if more educated youths come, the team leader might be happy for you to build your own house. He could earn some money from the foundation and save trouble." Su Dongmei immediately understood and went to find Wang Xinghua. Wang Xinghua was very happy to hear that some educated youths wanted to build houses. But Su Dongmei was not as easy to deal with as Lu Xiangyang. Lu Xiangyang needed Wang Xinghua to support his grandparents, so they wouldn't suffer too much here. He promised Wang Xinghua benefits, and everything was arranged beforehand. So, they bought 2 plots of land. Even though they were a bit more expensive, Lu Xiangyang didn't mind. But Su Dongmei was different. She crossed her arms, spat, and bargained fiercely with Wang Xinghua. In the end, they agreed on 8 yuan. Gu Qingqing was so impressed with her that she admired her greatly. Su Dongmei's small house was very tiny, just enough for her to live in. The person building the house helped Lu Xiangyang with his work and casually built her house at the same time. This time, Gu Qingqing saw Su Dongmei's skill in careful planning. The materials had to be bought with money. Lu Xiangyang had plenty of materials and some leftover scraps she insisted on taking, even grabbing them forcefully. During work, she personally helped with small tasks. The roof needed some bamboo, which she cut herself from the mountain. She built a thatched house, and she also gathered the thatch for the roof herself. In the end, even the bed and stove inside the house were made by her. Finally, the small house was built for just 18 yuan, plus the land cost, totaling only 26 yuan. Gu Qingqing was stunned. "Oh my, you're amazing. You even made the bed?" Su Dongmei was very proud, saying, "Of course. Making it myself saves money. I'm not as rich as Lu Jiqing. As a girl, I have to save every penny. Now I've spent it all. These past few years were all for nothing." Gu Qingqing looked at her, knowing she was lying. Someone so good at saving money wouldn't spend it all. Gu Qingqing truly admired her hands-on skills. Gu Qingqing's house had been empty for several days and was now ready for someone to move in. Lu Xiangyang and Wong Yu helped her move. When it was time to move, they realized how many things Gu Qingqing had. There were several cabinets, boxes, a wardrobe, a table, a stove, and many jars. This was just from her usual habit of moving some small items earlier. Qianli looked at all her belongings and gave Gu Qingqing a meaningful glance, then stared intently at Lu Xiangyang, encouraging her to confess her feelings. Once the house was empty, Qianli moved in, and also went to find Uncle Wang to buy furniture. Meanwhile, Gu Qingqing arranged her new home. Wang Yu went to the front yard's large kitchen and brought over the pot he bought. Now, only 3 pots remained in the front yard. The others were unhappy because there were too many people, and losing a pot meant longer wait times for cooking. The more people there were, the more conflicts arose. Su Dongmei couldn't take it anymore and moved out. Previously, Zheng Jiejie liked to take advantage of others. Before she arrived, everyone had conflicts but managed to hold back. After she came, the conflicts worsened. Because of Zheng Jiejie's presence, everyone became more afraid of losing out, making it harder for them to get along. Now that Zheng Jiejie has left, this habit hasn't changed. So Su Dongmei saw Lu Xiangyang building a house and decided to move out herself. Although the house is small, at least it's her own. Living alone is definitely better than staying in a dorm. People envy Lu Xiangyang's house, but they don't have the ability to compare. However, once Su Dongmei's house was built, many people started to get interested. Gu Qingqing didn't care about their thoughts. She stood inside her own house and felt very happy. She was really satisfied with this house. Seeing the young girl happy, Lu Xiangyang took her to the backyard. He had been tidying it up for several days, and today he finally could show her. By now, the yard had changed a lot. On the left side near the wall, there was a pond with fish and some lotus flowers. But it wasn't the season for lotus flowers to bloom yet. Now only small patches of lotus leaves floated on the water. There was a grape arbor in the yard, with a lounge chair and a small table underneath. It's a nice place to eat or drink tea. On the table, there was a vase with blooming peach blossoms. Gu Qingqing looked at these and was full of surprise. When did you do this? It wasn't like this when I came in earlier. Whenever Lu Xiangyang saw her smile, he felt happy, for no reason. Her smile made the whole yard seem brighter. I just finished it in the past couple of days. I know you like fish, so I caught some and kept them here. If you want to eat, just catch one. In a few months, the lotus flowers will bloom and the grapes will grow. When you have free time in summer, you can relax here, and in winter, enjoy the sun. From now on, everything will be in our own yard, not visible to outsiders. We can live comfortably without having to endure hardships. Life outside is indeed hard, but I don't want you to suffer. Gu Qingqing looked up at him. Her clear, black and white eyes looked straight at him, but she didn't speak. She had been waiting these days, waiting for Lu Xiangyang to give her an answer. In this conservative era, even decades later, couples still went through a formal process to confirm their relationship, let alone this time period. However, Gu Qingqing would never be the one to start the conversation. Most men have a tendency to take things for granted. Those who come easily are not appreciated enough. Gu Qingqing isn't sure if Lu Xiangyang is like that, so she must keep the initiative herself. She isn't in a hurry and won't chase after Lu Xiangyang to ask about their relationship or demand a promise. If she becomes anxious, she will lose control completely. She can weigh other things, but she must take feelings seriously. She quietly watches him, observing how Lu Xiangyang acts. She only needs to judge whether he is suitable or not. If he is suitable, she will keep him. If not, she will part ways early. Gu Qingqing isn't interested in trying to change a man unless he has a high value system or some outstanding qualities. Only then will she tolerate certain flaws. Otherwise, she prefers to stay where she feels comfortable. Seeing her silent and waiting for him to speak, Lu Xiangyang understands that the girl is waiting for him to continue. Looking at the girl in his arms, Lu Xiangyang truly feels respect for her. After so many days, she hasn't asked him a single question. She really has patience. He moves closer, holding her hand in his, gently wrapping his arm around her waist, and he also reaches out to embrace her slender waist. Qingqing, there are some things I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but I didn't want to rush. That's why I waited until the new house was built and the yard was arranged before telling you. This was his first time confessing, and Lu Xiangyang felt a bit nervous. Looking at the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but want to lean in and kiss her. But before he could get close, Gu Qingqing moved back slightly, raising her eyebrows, waiting for him to finish speaking. Lu Xiangyang sighed helplessly. This girl's temper is really strong. He affectionately pinched her small nose and said, "All right, since you want to hear it, I'll say it all. Qingqing, I like you. Will you marry me?" Finally, she was waiting for him to say those words. But Gu Qingqing didn't immediately agree. She looked up at him, her eyes slightly proud, her expression a bit bold, completely different from her usual obedient and gentle look. I don't even know much about your family, and you want me to marry you? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Xiangyang pinched her little nose helplessly and said, My grandparents are right here. You've met them. As for others, my parents are far in the northeast, and my 2 brothers are in the army. Maybe. After spring planting is over, I can take you to the northeast to meet my parents? In Gu Qingqing's eyes, there was a brief flash of caution. This is purely her instinctive reaction. Even in a world with highly advanced information networks, she would never go alone with her boyfriend to a remote mountain area, especially now. Noticing a strange look in her eyes, Xiangyang frowned and asked, What's wrong? Gu Qingqing could only hide her feelings and said, It's nothing. I've never traveled far before, and hearing about going so far makes me a little scared. Xiangyang was surprised, then understood, and said with a smile, Are you afraid I might sell you? His tone carried a hint of amusement. Gu Qingqing glared at him and said, No way. I'm so beautiful. What if you sell me to someone else as a wife? Xiangyang hugged her tighter and said, I wouldn't sell you. Who would marry me if I did? Gu Qingqing acted proud and said, How would I know? Xiangyang looked at her seriously and asked, I've already told you my feelings. What about you? Gu Qingqing thought for a moment and replied, I think I should meet your family first before making a decision. Also, you like me, but have you really thought about marrying me? If I marry you now, what about in the future? There will be many things to consider. Have you thought about all of that? Xiangyang was silent for a while. Gu Qingqing's rationality surprised him. The longer he spent with her, the more he felt her indifference. Are you worried that my family won't accept you, or about our future children? Gu Qingqing nodded and said, Yes. In this era, household registration was very strict, especially between rural and urban areas. Changing a rural household registration to an urban one was very difficult, and marriage didn't automatically change it. Her household registration was with her mother. Now she had a rural household registration, and if she married Xiangyang and had children, the children would also have rural household registration. Rural household registration only allowed farming in the village and couldn't be used for city jobs. All urban work was unrelated to him. Although Gu Qingqing knew that in a few years, the college entrance exam would be restored, and she could change her situation through it, affecting her children, people in this era didn't know that. Xiangyang was not worried about this. I know my family's taste well. You definitely fit in. Besides, I've thought carefully about marrying you. If they easily reject me, it's not just you they're rejecting, but me too. One thing you can rest assured about is that I will have a say in my family. As for the children, I will handle the household registration issue in the future, and it won't affect their work. Gu Qingqing stayed silent. Actually, even she didn't know what to do. She wasn't sure if she should agree. Strictly speaking, she was willing to date Xiangyang, but about marriage, she hadn't made up her mind. Marriage is such an important thing. I think I should wait until I meet your parents before deciding. Besides, some things need time to get to know each other. Meeting once or twice might not reveal much. Xiangyang looked at her for a while but didn't insist. He knew this girl was rational and clear-headed, not the type to lose her mind over love easily. Since she didn't agree immediately, he wasn't surprised. Not agreeing to marry me right now is okay, but we can still date, right? Gu Qingqing nodded. Yes, that's fine. Xiangyang happily pulled her into his arms. Now that she was close, he believed he could win her over. He gently kissed her forehead and took out 2 boxes from his pocket. Today is such a special day. I want to give you some gifts. He opened the boxes, revealing a pair of jade bangles. They were beautiful round bangles, bright green, with a vivid color, transparent and shiny, made of pure glass-type jade. No girl could dislike jade, and the moment Gu Qingqing saw them, she fell in love and couldn't look away. Wow, so pretty! The bright green jade was almost comparable to imperial green, which is rare and hard to find. The one in front of her was the most beautiful and valuable bracelet she had ever seen. Xiangyang carefully put it on her wrist. This is the best jade bracelet I've seen so far, much better than the one I gave you last time. As a gift for my girlfriend. If you decide to marry me in the future, I will have even better ones for you. Gu Qingqing raised her eyebrows and refused to be fooled. Your words are a bit mixed up, right? Shouldn't it be that you give me better and better things, and you're good enough to make me want to marry you? Lu Xiangyang. This girl really knew how to get her way. All right, I'll listen to you. From now on, if I see something good, I'll save it for you. No matter what, Gu Qingqing was truly happy today. Girls generally love jewelry, right? In just over half a year since crossing over, she had already collected several bracelets that she couldn't have bought in her previous life. She had taken all the jewelry from the Liang family earlier and looked at them carefully. Some were indeed fine jewelry, but among all the jade, this pair was the most beautiful and valuable she had ever seen. Gu Qingqing looked at Lu Xiangyang and found herself liking him more and more. Girls just can't resist the charm of gifts. You gave me so much. Should I also give you a gift? Lu Xiangyang thought for a moment and nodded seriously. You're right. I should give you some presents. A sense of ceremony is important. He then started to take out money from his pocket, finally pulling out about 1,000 yuan and handing it to Gu Qingqing. Here, take this and buy me a gift. Gu Qingqing. She stared in shock at the money in her palm. What kind of move was this? Seeing her wide-eyed look at the stack of cash, Lu Xiangyang looked confused. What's wrong? Is it not enough? He then reached into his pocket again and pulled out another stack, placing it in Gu Qingqing's hand. Here, take this too. Is that enough now? Don't buy me anything too expensive, I don't mind. Gu Qingqing. After a while, Gu Qingqing looked up at Lu Xiangyang.
Do you
have some misunderstanding about money?
Huh?
Lu Xiangyang didn't understand. Seeing his reaction, Gu Qingqing didn't bother explaining and naturally put the money into her coat pocket. Now, I dare to go with you to the northeast to see your parents. I won't worry about you selling me. Lu Xiangyang was a bit confused.
What do you mean?
Gu Qingqing smiled softly. After spending so much money on me, if you really wanted to sell me, you'd need at least 10,000 yuan to not lose out. These days, besides you, I don't think anyone else would be willing to spend so much on me. Of course, it was also because Lu Xiangyang was wealthy. But she wouldn't say that aloud. Lu Xiangyang was very happy to hear this and gave her a big kiss. Remember this, I will treat you even better in the future. Besides me, no one else would be willing to be so good to you. You have to stay with me. Gu Qingqing felt a bit shy and leaned into his embrace, without speaking. In their yard, outside people couldn't see them at all. Both of them became bolder, daring to stand together openly. Lu Xiangyang had never seen her so shy before. Actually, he had seen her like that before, when he kissed her until she was soft all over. Her cheeks were just as red, incredibly attractive. People in this era are indeed conservative but also open-minded. Even in this time, many women were pregnant before marriage. The era promotes free love. Arranged marriages are not the main trend. Moreover, Lu Xiangyang was not from this era at all. He had seen the colorful world. Now, his girlfriend is in his arms. Without hesitation, he leaned in and kissed her peach-like lips. The midday sun was warm and intense. Lu Xiangyang, no longer single, felt excited. He had never experienced such passionate love in his past or present life. At this moment, he felt a strong desire to show affection. He gently released the girl from his embrace and kissed her forehead firmly. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll cook for you, he asked. Gu Qingqing started choosing dishes. Cook a fish, fry some slices of cured meat, steam an egg custard, and make a vegetable soup. Xiangyang nodded, no problem. He reached into the sink and caught a fish, then went to the kitchen to cook. The kitchen was in front, but Gu Qingqing didn't follow. Instead, she sat on a lounge chair in the backyard, thinking about the future. Xiangyang confessed his feelings to her. She knew this wasn't modern society, so their relationship wouldn't last very long, especially since they spent so much time together. Marriage was something she needed to consider carefully. Xiangyang was a big boss with a special space ability. Should she really stay with him forever? Gu Qingqing was unsure what to do. She felt a little scared but also didn't want to leave. She was conflicted and hesitant. In the end, she decided to take things one step at a time. Lunch was ready, and they ate in the small living room at the front. At this moment, Wong Yu also returned. Seeing the house he built himself, he always felt a sense of pride. Building my own house is the best. It's so big and comfortable here. He thought about his small house across the street, which was smaller but just a place to sleep. Compared to his old dorm, it wasn't small at all. The most important thing was his happiness. Wong Yu cheerfully sat at the dining table, then saw Lu Xiangyang wearing an apron, serving dishes one by one. Wong Yu was stunned, watching Xiangyang move back and forth with the dishes. He looked at Xiangyang busy and then at Gu Qingqing sitting opposite him. What's going on? Did old Lu cook all this? Gu Qingqing smiled slightly. Want to try? See how good old Lu's cooking is? Xiangyang sat down casually and said, his opinion doesn't matter. As long as you like it, try it, and see if it suits your taste. He spoke while placing some food into Gu Qingqing's bowl. His deep eyes looked at her with anticipation, waiting for her response. Wong Yu sat nearby, glancing at this and that. He felt that something big might have happened while he was unaware. Gu Qingqing took a bite and felt even more satisfied with Lu Xiangyang. A man who can cook easily wins a woman's favor. Not bad. You don't cook often, but you have such skills. You're quite talented. Xiangyang immediately looked proud, like a dog that's been praised, wagging his tail happily. Eat more. When you're not busy, I'll cook for you. You're so delicate. Smoke from cooking might make you look older. Wong Yu sat quietly, watching these two eat and feed each other. Actually, it was his old friend Lu, who was always trying to impress her. As soon as Gu Qingqing responded, he was so happy. This sweet moment made him suddenly feel a bit unnecessary. What's going on? You too. Xiangyang looked at him with a proud expression. Qingqing will be mine from now on. She can only cook for me. If you want, you can go find Shirley and Su Guobiao to team up. Wong Yu was stunned. What? Gu Qingqing held back her laughter and kept eating quietly. Xiangyang glared and said, What do you mean what? Am I not clear enough? Qingqing is my girlfriend. From now on, she can only cook for me. Besides, when I'm not busy, she doesn't have to cook at all. What are you doing here? You can't do anything, just causing trouble. Wong Yu. He had only been gone a few hours, and now he felt like he had no place here. Looking at Xiangyang and Gu Qingqing, Wong Yu finally understood. They were together. He had noticed that recently Xiangyang seemed a bit off, often staring at Gu Qingqing with a wolfish look. Now, it seemed he had succeeded, and after succeeding, he didn't want his brother anymore. Wong Yu thought about his recent life and compared it to the past. He understood clearly he didn't want to leave. Old Xiang had skills and many connections. Not only could he help him make money, but he could also get all kinds of food. Just look at the meal in front of him. It wasn't as good as what Gu Qingqing made, but definitely better than what Shirley and Su Guobiao cooked. They used a lot of oil and seasoning and were generous with ingredients, nothing compared to them. So, staying here was more beneficial. Brother, can you take me in? I may not be able to cook, but I can do chores. Gu Qingqing raised her eyebrows and said, Oh, you called me sister. Lu Xiangyang thought carefully and said, There are quite a few places to work in the future. If you're diligent, I might keep you here. Wong Yu immediately showed a flattering smile. But he was secretly worried, unsure of what sneaky tasks this cunning guy might make him do. While eating, Lu Xiangyang instructed, Just watch over that house over there. Once you tidy it up, you can move in. Tomorrow, I'll take Qingqing out. It will probably take a few days to return. Wong Yu was surprised. Where are you going? Taking Qingqing out to play. She's never been far from home. Wong Yu. He wanted to say he also wanted to go out. Since moving to the countryside, he hadn't gone anywhere far, only to the county town or visiting relatives once. Old Lu was so rich. Going out with him would surely be enjoyable. But right now, the humble him could only nod in agreement. I understand. I'll take good care of the house. Gu Qingqing. They finished their meal sweetly, with Gu Qingqing and Lu Xiangyang enjoying each other's company, while Wong Yu, a single man, felt full of resentment. Lu Xiangyang always ate a lot, so all the food was finished. He pointed at the dishes and said to Wong Yu, "Go wash the dishes." Wong Yu. He obediently took the dishes to the kitchen, planning to wash the pots too. Then he saw that the water in the water jar was running low. "The water jar is empty." "Then go fetch some water," Lu Xiangyang said naturally. Wong Yu. In the past, living in the front yard, the well was right there and Gu Qingqing could fetch water easily without carrying it. Now, living in the backyard, he had to go to the front yard to fetch water. This hard labor, even if Gu Qingqing wasn't with Lu Xiangyang, would definitely be Wong Yu's task. Now that Gu Qingqing was with Lu Xiangyang, seeing Lu Xiangyang so love-struck and useless, Wong Yu was no longer sure whether he or Lu Xiangyang was doing the chores. He carried the dishes to the front yard, washed the pots, and was about to stop when Lu Xiangyang came out of the house and casually said, "Pour out that dirty water bucket too." Wong Yu. Wong Yu obediently finished the chores, cleaning the kitchen thoroughly, and Lu Xiangyang was finally satisfied. He looked at him with a bright smile. "I'll be going out tomorrow. Is there anything you want? I'll bring it back for you." Lu Xiangyang was always generous with what he gave. Wong Yu looked at him with some resentment. "I want to eat meat." Lu Xiangyang immediately glared at him. "You useless thing, do I eat less meat because of you?" Wong Yu thought for a moment and realized he hadn't really lacked meat before. Lu Xiangyang seemed to be in a good mood today, taking Gu Qingqing out to eat and have fun. Since it's such a good opportunity, he should ask for some nice things. "I want leather shoes, a belt, a shirt." He also thought about asking for a watch, but then hesitated because it was too expensive, and he didn't dare to say it aloud. Lu Xiangyang looked at him and initially planned to buy him a watch, but then decided not to spoil him too much. He nodded. "All right, you stay at home and take care of the house. I'll bring you something when I return. Nothing else to do, go out now.
I want to talk to Qingqing."
Wong Yu. He left with a resentful face. Lu Xiangyang sat there, happily thinking about where to go play tomorrow. Falling in love. It's the first time in this life, and the last, that he has felt such a rush. What do young couples in love usually do? Of course, they eat, drink, have fun, and travel. Since there's still time now, he plans to take Gu Qingqing out to play. After returning, spring farming will start. He can't be too arrogant and do nothing. He still needs to consider some responsibilities. After finishing spring farming, he plans to take Gu Qingqing to visit his grandparents and uncle and aunt, then go northeast to see his parents. Once married, they will return to live their lives. He probably will stay here until the college entrance exam resumes. It's only 1973, and there are still several years ahead. Now that everything in the Lu family is going smoothly, he no longer has to bear too much responsibility alone. Maybe these years, he can stay with his wife in the countryside, enjoying a simple rural life. Relax, enjoy the cozy days, have Gu Qingqing give birth to 2 children, and then work hard to improve things for Wang Xinghua. Maybe find ways to help his son get ahead in the city, or even get better treatment for the elders on the hillside, like building better houses. Or perhaps his grandparents can visit often to hug their grandchildren. It would be great if Qingqing could give birth to a daughter. The Lu family and her maternal family both have strong genes. There are many boys but few girls in the family. Their uncle's family has a few girls, but the Lu family has none. He dreams of having a sweet, delicate little daughter just like Qingqing. What should he name his future daughter? Xiangyang happily begins to think of a name for his future girl. Gu Qingqing was packing her luggage in the house and specifically brought in a bouquet of peach blossoms from the yard to place on the table. She felt happy looking at the bright flowers. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiangyang was quite romantic and understood some sense of ceremony. When he confessed, he chose a new house to move into, brought some fresh flowers to decorate, and even prepared a gift just for her. Now, he was planning to take her on a trip. This surprised Gu Qingqing. But thinking about Lu Xiangyang's past actions, he seemed to always treat her well. His kindness wasn't entirely unusual. He was very caring towards his grandmother too. Although when he first came here, he was a bit cautious, over time, he became more familiar with the place and showed more concern for Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu. Now, although they still live on the hillside, Most of the food they eat is sent by Lu Xiangyang and Gu Qingqing. The elderly are well-fed and cared for here. When possible, he also helps his grandparents with chores. He often sends things to his mother in the northeast, whether food, drinks, or clothes. Lu Xiangyang is generous with his money, buying good things for her mother. When he sees her using skincare products like snow cream, he buys a lot and sends them to her mother. Things for the military are even more casual. There are fewer restrictions. Sending good food and items doesn't raise suspicion, so the gifts tend to be more valuable. But because Gu Qingqing is with him, she receives even more. Gu Qingqing guesses that his kindness isn't just for her but reflects his family environment, which has influenced him since childhood, along with good character and habits. However, he might show a little extra favoritism towards his wife. Gu Qingqing has seen his brothers send him money and often receives packages from his brothers and uncles. Lu Xiangyang's packages are even more than Wong Yu's, including those for his grandparents. The most surprising time was when Lu's mother also sent him money. Gu Qingqing saw the transfer slip, 800 yuan. In the letter, she said she liked beef sauce and asked him to send more. It seems that her future in-laws are quite wealthy. Although he was transferred to the farm for reform, his savings remained substantial, or he wouldn't be so generous with his son. The Lu family's warm atmosphere made Gu Qingqing believe that Lu Xiangyang has a good character. His moral standards are high, and a man's character sets the worst possible outcome for a marriage. Marrying a kind-hearted man means he will treat those around him well because of his good manners. Even if they stop loving each other in the future, the chances of a harsh breakup or a nasty fight are very low. This is the most important thing for Gu Qingqing. It matters more to her than how handsome Lu Xiangyang is or how much money he has. Gu Qingqing feels happy and almost humming a song. Lu Xiangyang comes in, sits beside her, wraps his arm around her waist from behind, rests his chin on her shoulder, and asks, "Why are you packing so many clothes?" Gu Qingqing turns her head. "Didn't you say you wanted to take me out?" Lu Xiangyang is surprised, then remembers that going on a trip naturally requires packing. He has traveled many times before but never packed anything. His storage has everything, and he usually travels alone, hiding his whereabouts, so he never thought about luggage. "Then you don't need to bring too much. When we go out, I'll buy you a few new clothes." Gu Qingqing suddenly becomes curious. If she asks Lu Xiangyang where his money comes from, how would he explain? "Lu Xiangyang, I think your money is a bit suspicious. Where do you get so much from? Did you do something bad?" Lu Xiangyang. How should he explain? This girl is so smart. Typical lies wouldn't fool her.
I really don't have that much."
Gu Qingqing smiles and asks, "Really? Then where does all your money come from?" These days, salaries are fixed, and making quick money usually comes from a few sources. It depends on how he explains. Lu Xiangyang feels a bit helpless under her big, bright eyes. "I know a lot of people, so I have many ways. Making money in this world isn't always just from a job, or even mainly from traditional work, right?" Gu Qingqing knows this well. "Are you sure you won't get into trouble?" Turns out she's worried about him. Lu Xiangyang laughs. "No, don't worry. I've had professional training before. Anyone following me would be noticed. I can disguise myself, I've learned that too. The people I deal with don't even know who I am." It seems his methods are similar to hers. But he's braver, having had professional training, so it's less dangerous for him. Gu Qingqing doesn't ask further. As long as nothing happens, that's good. Lu Xiangyang happily took her small hand and held it in his palm. "Don't worry, I won't do anything I can't handle. Keep the things I gave you safe, and don't share them. Right now, I'm showing only to others. Although everyone thinks I'm rich, with my family background, I can still manage. With my past savings and the money my family recently sent me, I have enough to spend." Prices back then were actually very cheap, less than 2 cents per jean of rice, and 50 pounds of flour could be bought for about 8 or 9 yuan. A typical worker's monthly salary was around 20-something yuan, which was considered a good wage. Many people could support a family on a single-person salary. Of course, that was the normal price, which required ration tickets. Without tickets, or if supplies were short, People had to buy from the black market, where prices could be several times higher. Gu Qingqing followed Lu Xiangyang. The food and items he had were almost luxury goods, expensive items, but only they knew that. The snacks she had were for her own enjoyment at home. She wasn't foolish enough to show off. She loved her small diamond watch, but she never wore it in front of others. That afternoon, Lu Xiangyang wasn't scheduled to work, so he went to help his grandparents with chores. That evening, he packed a few clothes, planning to take Gu Qingqing out to play. This time, he didn't sneak out alone but went to get a referral letter from the team leader. In this era, buying train tickets, staying at guest houses, and similar things required a referral letter, similar to an ID card in later times. In the past, Lu Xiangyang traveled far for black market deals, so he couldn't get a referral letter then, as it would reveal his whereabouts. He had never taken a train before. He usually drove himself, so no one knew which city he visited. There were all kinds of vehicles in the space, which made traveling alone very convenient. But this time, with Gu Qingqing, he could only take the train. Wang Zhenguo was happy to hear they were dating and quickly issued the referral letter. The county didn't have a train station, so they had to go to the city to catch the train. Lu Xiangyang knew many people there, which helped him buy a sleeper ticket. Although the city was not far from the provincial capital, train cars back then had all kinds of smells, and the experience was unpleasant. He couldn't bear to leave such a delicate girl outside, so he decided to buy a sleeper ticket since there were plenty available. Gu Qingqing was riding this type of train for the first time. Just passing through the carriage earlier, she was truly shocked. Although she had read about trains from this era, nothing compared to seeing it with her own eyes. There were people smoking, eating, and various poultry. The smell mixed together. Luckily, the weather wasn't hot now. In summer, it would be even worse. Sitting by the window, Gu Qingqing looked at the scenery outside, feeling a bit excited. After traveling through time for so long, this was her first time going far away. She could finally go out and see the world. Lu Xiangyang handed her a map, circling some places for her to look at. How about I take you to these places? On the map, it didn't look far. This was the best fun spot Lu Xiangyang could find. Taking a girl out usually meant eating, drinking, and shopping. Of course, he wanted to take her to places with good food and some fancy department stores. If there was enough time, he'd rather take her to Shanghai, but it was too far. The train ride there and back would take more than half a month, which was a waste of time. Gu Qingqing asked with a smile, "What's here?" Lu Xiangyang started explaining the places to her. They talked happily, but neither Gu Qingqing nor Lu Xiangyang missed the suspicious looks from the person sitting opposite. Gu Qingqing looked up. Opposite her was a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, staring at her. His gaze wasn't because of her beauty, but more like he was sizing her up. Seeing Lu Xiangyang's unfriendly look, the man quickly looked away and said, "Sorry, I just thought this girl looked a bit like someone I knew before, so I looked at her a little longer." At that moment, both Gu Qingqing and Lu Xiangyang remembered. The man was the same person they had met earlier at the state-run restaurant, following a foreigner, dressed in a suit. His gaze made Gu Qingqing uncomfortable, so she didn't speak. Lu Xiangyang spoke coldly. "There are many people who look alike. No need to make a fuss." The middle-aged man frowned, a bit unhappy. Lu Xiangyang's words weren't wrong, but his look and tone weren't friendly at all. Used to being pampered and flattered, he naturally didn't like this. He looked at Gu Qingqing and asked, "Little girl, where are you from? What are your elders' names?" Gu Qingqing was already unhappy with his attitude, and now he was asking such detailed questions. "None of your business." The young girl spoke rudely. The middle-aged man was surprised, not expecting two country folks to be so bold. He also became angry. "Asked you a question, just answer it. I'm older than you, so I'm your senior. Why are you so rude? People from our country are really like this, no manners, foolish, ignorant, and untrained." As he spoke, he started switching to English, but his pronunciation was not very good, mixing Chinese and English. Lu Xiangyang squinted. "Are you from abroad?" The middle-aged man proudly said, "Of course. I am now a foreigner, with a foreign nationality. I came back this time for a business deal." Lu Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. "From your accent, you sound like you're from Shanghai." There aren't many big families that went abroad from Shanghai. Which family are you from? If you're too shy to say, that might mean your family isn't very important. Maybe you're just working for one of those big families.
You.
The middle-aged man was furious. I'm not just a worker. My surname is Gu. Our Gu family was one of the top families in Shanghai. If you don't know much, don't talk nonsense, or you might offend someone you can't handle.
You might not even know how you'll die. Wow.
Gu Qingqing immediately shrank back, not because she was scared of the man, but because she heard him say his surname was Gu. Her mother's family name was Gu, and her hometown was also in Shanghai. Having overseas connections could be dangerous. Luckily, she had already sensed that this man's gaze was too intense and didn't answer him. Gu Qingqing knew she looked somewhat like her mother. Now, with her fair, tender skin and the mature soul she had gained, she looked even more like her mother than the original. The man's initial look at her was strange, not the kind of look a normal person would have when seeing someone who resembled a loved one. His eyes were full of scrutiny, caution, disdain, and suspicion. So, Gu Qingqing had been unhappy from the start. Now, hearing that he was surnamed Gu and from Shanghai, she was even more upset. Luckily, she hadn't been too friendly. If this guy was related to her mother, revealing even a little could bring trouble. Gu Qingqing stayed silent, but Lu Xiangyang smiled. Someone who had been in battle always carried a kind of fierce energy. Especially Lu Xiangyang, who had held a high position in his past life. He nodded with a half-smile and said, "You're right. Picking a fight with the wrong person can easily lead to trouble." After saying this, Lu Xiangyang no longer paid attention to the man. He told Gu Qingqing to rest for a while and sat nearby, partially blocking her view, while she sat on the bed. He felt uncomfortable with the way the man looked at Gu Qingqing, as if he had bad intentions. The middle-aged man frowned. His attitude was originally arrogant, but when Lu Xiangyang looked at him, he suddenly felt a chill and instinctively said nothing more. Gu Qingqing sat on the bed, leaning against a pillow, closing her eyes to rest. The loud clattering of the train was quite hypnotic. In her past life, she was used to various quiet modes of transportation, but now she was a bit uncomfortable with this noisy train. Lu Xiangyang sat beside her. She leaned on him and soon fell asleep. It was only a few hours to the provincial capital. By the time they arrived, it was already afternoon. They didn't speak to the middle-aged man on the way down. After getting off, Lu Xiangyang took Gu Qingqing to a guest house to stay. The guest house in the provincial capital was quite nice. Lu Xiangyang led Gu Qingqing into the room. Her mind was still echoing with the train's noise, and she felt a bit dazed. Seeing her look unwell, Lu Xiangyang felt sorry and said, "Are you tired? It's still early. Rest for a while. In the evening, I'll take you to a department store, then we'll have dinner at a state-run restaurant." Gu Qingqing nodded, feeling quite exhausted. After a good sleep and drinking some well water from her space, she felt more energetic. When she went to find Lu Xiangyang, he was busy writing and drawing at the table. She asked, "What are you writing?" Lu Xiangyang put away his notebook, put on his coat, and casually said, "Nothing special, just some thoughts." "Are you full now? Want to go out and have some fun?" Gu Qingqing nodded. Lu Xiangyang smiled, gently ruffled her hair, took his wallet, and left. In a place she couldn't see, he put the notebook into his space. The provincial capital was much more bustling than the city. There was a huge department store. Although commerce was not entirely free these days, the store was quite large, covering almost every aspect of daily life. It was just as good as supermarkets in later times. Gu Qingqing was visiting such a big department store for the first time. It was lively, with many counters where people were browsing and shopping. Lu Xiangyang looked around and felt a bit disappointed. Gu Qingqing was so beautiful, but she was born in this era. If they were in the future, with such a pretty girlfriend, he would definitely buy her countless bags and jewelry. But now, he didn't have many choices to spend his money on. Also, dressing too eye-catching now might not be a good idea. "Do you want to buy something?" Gu Qingqing looked around and said she didn't really want anything special. "Let's buy some books. In the future, when we have free time, we can read more. While she's young, She should learn as much as she can. It won't hurt in the future. Lu Xiangyang affectionately patted her little head. She was so obedient. He didn't even know she wanted gifts. Books are too heavy. We'll buy them last. First, let's look at some pretty things. There were many beautiful scarves, expensive watches, stylish shoes, and delicate pens. Lu Xiangyang took her to see each item one by one. Gu Qingqing pulled his arm. These things I don't need every day, and I already have some of them, so no need to buy more. Suddenly, Lu Xiangyang looked serious and asked very earnestly, I think I remember my mom saying something before. She said girls aren't resistant to these pretty things. Some things are not necessary, but you must have them. Even if you just keep them on your dressing table and look at them every day, you'll be happy. Is that true? Gu Qingqing. Absolutely true. In her past life, she loved buying a whole table of cosmetics. She had hundreds of lipsticks, not all used, but just having them there made her happy. She had necklaces of different lengths, various bracelets and bangles, all stored in neat boxes. Seeing her expression, Lu Xiangyang knew she liked them too. Then I'll buy them for you. We came out to have fun, so why not buy everything you like? So, he took Gu Qingqing to pick out 2 scarves. The thing she liked most was the Omega watch. Which one do you like? Famous watches have their charm. Gu Qingqing looked for a long time, but still liked the classic model best. Seeing her stare at the watch, Lu Xiangyang looked at it and thought some colors suited young girls very well. Which color do you like? Gu Qingqing smiled. I like all the colors. Lu Xiangyang. He looked carefully. With his taste, if the styles were the same, he felt each color was pretty much the same. Then, maybe we can buy one of each color? When he said this, not only Gu Qingqing was stunned, but even the shop assistant was surprised. Gu Qingqing was surprised by his way of thinking, and the shop assistant was surprised to learn there was such a shopping method. This is a watch, not a big vegetable. How can you buy one for each? Gu Qingqing glared at him and told him to be more careful. There were so many people here, if someone noticed, it would be bad. Lu Xiangyang pursed his lips. It was his first love, and he was very excited. He couldn't hide his feelings. He just wanted to show off, show that he was wealthy, and buy things for his wife. For men, spending money on women is also a way to show their strength. Few men can resist the happy, grateful, and admiring look in their wife's eyes after giving her a bunch of gifts. She looks like a happy little cat. Sigh. When will this strange era pass? When can he buy his wife a whole house full of clothes, bags, and jewelry, and see her change outfits every day to tease him? In the end, Gu Qingqing only chose 2 pieces, different styles and colors. She thought it would be good to gradually collect all the classic styles and colors. Whether she wears them or not doesn't matter. Just having them in the cabinet makes her happy. She didn't find any shoes she liked, but she did find 2 pretty pens and bought them. Finally, she picked some books. Before leaving, she bought a small cake for her as a late-night snack. Although she was quick, it still took over an hour. It was getting late, so they hurried to a state-run restaurant for dinner. Many prices in this era are similar. Even in the provincial capital, the prices at state-run restaurants aren't more expensive than in county towns. They ate a simple meal and then returned to the guest house. It was already dark. Lu Xiangyang put the things he bought into Gu Qingqing's room. Rest early. Sleep well, and wake up refreshed tomorrow. I'll be in my room waiting for you. Just wake me up when you're ready. Okay. Gu Qingqing was in a good mood. Usually girls don't feel bad after shopping. She smiled happily, prepared to close the door, but finally pulled Lu Xiangyang in, kissed his cheek, and then pushed him out. Watching the door close quickly, Lu Xiangyang smiled slightly, touched his cheek where she kissed him, and happily returned to his room. There aren't many places to visit in this era. Most people have a hard life, so not many go out for trips. Even train tickets are expensive for most families. Lu Xiangyang and Gu Qingqing stayed in the provincial capital for 2 days. On the 3rd night, they took a train to another city. They slept on the train and woke up just as they arrived. Throughout the trip, she kept the valuable and expensive items for herself and sent the less convenient ones back home. On the last stop, they visited the commercial city. This place is also an ancient capital from several dynasties, with a rich history, quite different from the small village of Huaihua. The transportation here is well developed, and they visited Erqi Square, Erqi Tower, and People's Park. Although the scenery isn't as modern as in later years, compared to small towns, the bustling city life is quite impressive. In their small county town, a textile factory is considered very impressive, but here, the China cotton factory employs over 10,000 workers. Lu Xiangyang mainly wants to take Gu Qingqing out to see the world. Expanding her horizons requires seeing things firsthand. Talking about it isn't enough. He wants her to see the differences between big cities and small villages, so she can gradually get used to his social circle. He knows very well that once Gu Qingqing marries him, no matter how much he defends her, there will always be some people who like to criticize and exclude her. Instead of constantly defending her, it's better to teach her how to stand up for herself from the start. Gu Qingqing was quite happy during the trip. Lu Xiangyang wanted to broaden her view, but she didn't realize he was really just taking her out to have fun. Everything here feels very nostalgic, and she finds it quite shocking. Unlike the modern skyscrapers of later years, this place is full of stories and history. She thought that in the future, she must visit Beijing to see what the city was like in this era. She wondered how different it would be from the modern, fully developed city of today. Lu Xiangyang bought her a camera, and they took many photos along the way. Are you tired? Hungry? Want to eat something? After a morning of sightseeing, they both felt quite tired and went to a state-run restaurant for a meal. The environment was much better, but the prices were still similar. They could try some local specialties. As the food was served, they chatted while eating. After a while, a young man carrying a briefcase entered. When he saw Lu Xiangyang, he froze for a moment. Lu Xiangyang. Lu Xiangyang turned his head at the sound, saw the man, and slightly frowned. The young man was dressed very neatly, with shiny leather shoes, well-groomed hair, glasses, and was carrying a briefcase. He was followed by two people. One looked like a bodyguard or driver, and the other was probably an assistant. Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Was this Lu Xiangyang's friend? A young man was surprised to see Lu Xiangyang here. He was startled for a moment, then took a few steps forward and turned his angle. That's when he saw Gu Qingqing sitting at the same table. No matter where she was, Gu Qingqing's beauty always caught people's attention. Seeing such a beautiful young girl next to Lu Xiangyang and noticing she looked quite young, the young man was even more surprised. When Lu Xiangyang saw someone he knew, he couldn't help but greet him. What a coincidence. Are you here for work in Xanadu? Zhoulin pushed up his glasses and nodded. Yes. I was passing by and had some things to do. It's been a while since I saw you. This is. He looked at Gu Qingqing, waiting for Lu Xiangyang to introduce her. Lu Xiangyang glanced at Gu Qingqing and didn't hide anything. My girlfriend. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhoulin's eyes. He was a bit taken aback by how straightforward Lu Xiangyang was. I heard you went to the countryside. I didn't expect to see you here. Are you nearby? No, I just brought her out to buy some things. Zhoulin was silent for a moment, but finally asked, Where is this lady from? Gu Qingqing slightly curved her lips. The question wasn't for her, but for Lu Xiangyang. Lu Xiangyang looked a little unhappy. I met her when I was in the countryside. And you? Have you found someone? Zhoulin looked at him and shook his head slightly. No, I've been busy with work and haven't had time to look. Lu Xiangyang smiled faintly. Really? I'm curious about what kind of person you'll choose in the future. Zhoulin looked up, glanced at Lu Xiangyang, then at Gu Qingqing, and said with a smile, just looking for a partner. Nothing special to pay attention to. If you like someone, others won't interfere. Lu Xiangyang smirked. That's right. He turned to Gu Qingqing and asked, Are you full? Gu Qingqing nodded. Yes. Then let's go. Let's head back and rest a bit. He stood up and politely said to Zhoulin, I'll be leaving now. Feel free to stay. The two parted ways. Lu Xiangyang left with Gu Qingqing, while Zhoulin stood up, watching their figures. It wasn't until they left the state-run restaurant that Zhoulin murmured, I didn't expect him to find someone in the countryside. His assistant beside him was also surprised. That's Lu family's young master. He actually found someone in the countryside. But that lady is indeed pretty. No wonder Lu Xiangyang is interested in her. Zhou Lin chuckled softly. He went to the countryside back then, and it shocked everyone in Jingcheng. His mind is not like ordinary people's. Things like being lecherous shouldn't really happen to him. The assistant hesitated for a moment and then replied, "This female comrade does look different. How could a rural girl grow up like this? With such smooth skin and delicate features, she clearly comes from a good family."
So,
Is he lying? Zhou Lin shook his head. Not really. He only said he met her in the countryside. It doesn't mean she's from a rural area. But he also wouldn't hide her identity on purpose, so maybe she really is a rural girl. The assistant found it hard to believe. That's impossible. This is Lu family's genius. Even if the Lu family isn't doing well, they wouldn't let Lu Xiangyang marry a rural girl. His maternal family has nothing to do with this. It's more believable if his two older brothers marry.
yes.
This is Lu family's genius. Once the most dazzling young talent in Jingcheng. So many people's eyes were on him. He joined the army in his teens and became a leading figure in the younger generation by his early 20s. The first two sons of the Lu family were already outstanding, but this youngest son broke new records as soon as he joined. When the Lu family had problems, everyone thought Meng family and Lu family would do anything to protect Lu Xiangyang. As long as he was alive, the Lu family wouldn't fall. But who would have thought that Lu Xiangyang would ruin his future and go to the countryside as a youth? Now, he's found a rural partner so quickly, even Zhou Lin feels a bit regretful. Rural is rural. It's not a big deal. After all, what could be more shocking than him going to the countryside as a youth? The assistant moved his lips but had to admit it was true. Lu Xiangyang going to the countryside as a youth was more sensational than his earlier achievements. Could it be that he's giving up? Zhou Lin took a deep breath. I don't know. Don't worry about him or the girl. The situation is unstable now, and no one knows what will happen in the future. The Meng family is still around. No one can guarantee that Lu Xiangyang will stay in the countryside forever. If he's giving up, his spirit wouldn't be so good. I'm just curious about her background. Then he started warning me that he'd also pay attention to my future partner. His arrogance isn't any less than Lu Xiangyang's before. The assistant couldn't quite understand what these confident young people wanted to do, but he always listened to Zhou Lin's words. There are many outstanding young talents in the capital city. Lu Xiangyang is bright and impressive in his fine clothes and armor, and Zhou Lin is also among the best. It's always safe to listen to him. Gu Qingqing followed Lu Xiangyang out and was a bit curious about the man they just saw. He was gentle and refined, wearing glasses, looking a bit like a scholar, but he was not an ordinary person. Was that man your friend just now? Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. Do we look like we're close? Gu Qingqing shook her head. Not really. It seemed a bit tense between them, but he had less presence than you. Xiangyang smiled immediately. Really?
Good eye.
He's so smart at such a young age. He'll definitely have a bright future. Gu Qingqing was silent. Xiangyang chuckled and explained, I wouldn't say we're close friends, but we grew up in the same circle. We're both part of a pretty talented group. His family background is clean, but his ancestors were very poor. His grandfather almost starved to death. His family looked down on him and threw him into the army. Later, he made a name for himself with his own skills. His family are rough people, but he's the only scholar, full of schemes and tricks. Thinking back to his youth, Lu Xiangyang's smile carried a hint of youthful energy. When I was young, I liked fighting with my brothers, but he preferred reading. He was always delicate and scholarly, even at a young age, wearing glasses. Some boys would tease him, calling him a little bookworm. But although he wasn't very strong physically, he was smart enough. None of those big guys could beat him. Later, one of my younger brothers came to me crying, saying he was badly tricked, beaten by his father, locked up for days, and had his allowance cut for 3 months. He cried loudly in front of me, begging me to get revenge. Many others were there. They said if I could teach that bookworm a lesson, they would recognize me as the boss and serve me for life. Gu Qingqing laughed. And then, did you really avenge him? Xiangyang proudly said, of course. To be the boss, I had to do it.
Did you win?
Xiangyang was very proud. I personally took action. How could I lose? Gu Qingqing was silent. And then, did you two become enemies? Xiangyang shook his head. Not exactly. But that incident had a big impact later on. I am the strongest in the big courtyard, and he's the most clever. We got into a fight, and the parents behind us all turned their attention. At first, both sides watched the fun, seeing us exchange blows. Gradually, they started giving advice and cheering us on. The parents' fight was lively and intense, betting on who would win while helping their children. This went on for many years, and I always had the upper hand. After all, he couldn't beat me. Gu Qingqing. Seeing him so proud. Just hearing Lu Xiangyang talk about his childhood, Gu Qingqing can imagine what kind of life he had. It was a completely different world from hers. Even though she was born many years later in a peaceful time, her childhood was very different from Lu Xiangyang's. Her childhood was full of poverty. Not enough to eat, no new clothes, endless chores, frequent scolding, and taking care of her younger brother. Gu Qingqing felt a bit envious. She knew that this was probably a height she could never reach in her life. But she had the perspective and thinking for the future, having seen a more prosperous world. Even people from Lu Xiangyang's circle couldn't compare to her in this regard. Perhaps her real rivals are people like Lu Xiangyang, those who are truly outstanding. Dealing with such people isn't about knowing future trends, it's about real strength. Intelligence and connections matter a lot.
Sigh.
Still, she must work hard. Only with ability can she stand firm. Being the lady of a wealthy family isn't easy. She will be a mother someday. If a mother lacks ability, her children will suffer. When they returned to the guest house, it was almost dark. Lu Xiangyang gently rubbed her soft hair and comforted her. Don't overthink. Sleep early. We'll go back tomorrow. Gu Qingqing smiled, knowing he was worried that what happened earlier might affect her. She playfully blinked. You didn't make me feel inferior. Someone not as good as you definitely won't affect me. Lu Xiangyang was stunned. Before he could respond, the girl gave him a bright smile, raised her eyebrows, and closed the door. Lu Xiangyang stood outside for a moment, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Her words really pleased him. This girl's words are really sweet. He really wanted to open the door and kiss her. That evening, the two carried their big and small bags onto the train. They took a detour on the way there, stopping at several stations, but on the way back, they took a different route directly to Linen City. After several hours on the train, the two of them slept during the journey and arrived in the city the next morning. Gu Qingqing thought they would go straight back, but Lu Xiangyang took her to a guest house to rest first, saying he had some matters to handle. Since spring planting was coming soon and he wouldn't be able to go out much afterward, this trip was mainly for leisure with Gu Qingqing. He also made sure to take care of his own business. Most of the cities they visited on this trip he had been to before, so he knew well how to access the black market. Along the way, he earned some money. During times of material shortages, black market grain was always in high demand. He still had plenty of food stored in his space, enough to last him several years. Thinking about his space, Lu Xiangyang found it quite amazing. In his past life, he was an atheist and never imagined he would suddenly have such a tiny universe. Although it couldn't hold living creatures and he couldn't enter it himself, it served as a portable storage that was very spacious and could hold many items. In his previous life, he was powerful and wealthy, and the Lu family was not short of money. When he first discovered the space, he was a bit skeptical, but once he had it, he naturally didn't waste it. He even wondered if some major disaster was about to happen. No matter what, survival supplies were the most important. Since he was not short of money, he stored a lot of grain in his space. He never expected that he would be reborn with his space and supplies. It was quite miraculous. Perhaps he had done too many good deeds in his past life, earning endless merit. Regardless, Lu Xiangyang now truly owned the space, and all the supplies inside were still there. In this era, resources were scarce, and grain was very valuable, which explained why he was so wealthy. Now, he had accumulated quite a bit of money, and most of it was spent on collecting jewelry and antiques during this trip. Gu Qingqing was resting alone at the guest house. She had slept on the train all night, but didn't sleep well. When she woke up from a short nap, it was already past 10. Bored, she was counting money in her space. This trip had been quite fruitful. She initially thought that Lu Xiangyang would watch her very closely outside, so she wouldn't have a chance to trade. But the opposite was true. After playing with her until he was tired, he would let her rest well at the guest house. The guest house was relatively safe, and as long as she didn't go out, there wouldn't be any danger during the daytime. Lu Xiangyang always goes out once. Gu Qingqing doesn't need to ask where he went. She can guess. With someone who has connections and access to black markets, he must have gone there. She just doesn't know exactly how many supplies Lu Xiangyang has. One thing Gu Qingqing is sure of is that it's probably easier for the boss to make money than for her, at least for now. He is skilled, professionally trained, and hard to catch. Plus, he has many contacts. Gu Qingqing can't compare in this area. The black market is a huge place for profit. Surely, someone manages it. Even in peaceful times, there are gangs, so now it's even more complicated. The people who run the black market are very rich. Lu Xiangyang can definitely contact those people, and the money he makes from it is unimaginable. No wonder he's so wealthy and generous with her. Feeling more stressed, she often goes out after Lu Xiangyang leaves, trying to find ways to exchange supplies for money. This time, he took her to the wealthiest places, big factories, family dormitories, various department stores. Gu Qingqing realized he just wanted to broaden her horizons, so she wouldn't only think about rural things. In the future, when she moves to the capital with him, she'll be amazed at the tall buildings. The factory's dormitories have a huge market, and she's earned quite a bit these days. Gu Qingqing counted her money, about 69,000 yuan, almost 7,000. She also has a few thousand yuan saved from her pocket money, which is not included. The only regret is that she didn't manage to get many jewelry or antiques this time. She has a system to help identify valuables, but she doesn't know where the black market is. She mostly went to factory dorms, where people usually buy and sell. Most of her jewelry and antiques come from the Liang family. Gu Qingqing organized her money into a box. While doing so, she thought Lu Xiangyang must have a lot of jewelry and antiques. Once these few years pass, the Lu family will probably become very rich. After counting her money, she found Lu Xiangyang hadn't come back yet, so she worked in her space. The space was about to upgrade again, and soon she would have double the time. That way, she could study and learn more. At 11 a.m., Lu Xiangyang returned. "Are you hungry? I'll take you to lunch. We'll go back in the afternoon." Yeah. They went to a state-run restaurant for a meal. On the way, Gu Qingqing didn't have much appetite and didn't eat much. She actually wanted to go home. After leaving the restaurant, Gu Qingqing didn't expect to meet Zheng Jiejie again. Zheng Jiejie looked much more elegant today, wearing a coat, leather shoes, and a watch on her wrist. However, the watch was a domestic brand, much cheaper than imported watches. Is she married now? But why does she look so tired? Seeing Lu Xiangyang, Zheng Jiejie paused for a moment. When she saw Gu Qingqing beside him, with her fair skin and rosy cheeks, evidently someone who hadn't suffered much or been worried, Zheng Jiejie's eyes suddenly filled with tears. It was no longer jealousy but hatred. "Why are you here? Are you here to laugh at me?" Zheng Jiejie's voice was sharp. Lu Xiangyang remained expressionless, but Gu Qingqing was a bit surprised. "Laugh at you?" Seeing Lu Xiangyang so indifferent, Zheng Jiejie's anger reached its peak, but she directed her fury only at Gu Qingqing. "Gu Qingqing, even if I'm down on my luck, I'm still better than you. You're just a village girl. You'll never become a city person in this life." Humph. After saying that, Zheng Jiejie stomped away in her leather shoes. Gu Qingqing. She looked at Zheng Jiejie's back and blinked curiously at Lu Xiangyang. What's wrong with her? Didn't she say she was going back to get married? She seemed quite wealthy. Even if she was a bit older, she wouldn't be so down on her luck. Lu Xiangyang looked at the curious girl and casually said, I heard she just got married 3 days ago. Her husband was demoted, apparently because of some mistake. He used to be a department head, but now he's just a small employee. Gu Qingqing. Lu Xiangyang pulled Gu Qingqing's arm. Don't look anymore. Let's go back. I sent a telegram to Wong Yu, and he will come to pick us up from the county town. Gu Qingqing responded, okay. She had no interest in Zheng Jiejie anymore, so she followed Lu Xiangyang and left. Lu Xiangyang looked back at Zheng Jiejie's departing figure, his eyes cold. The fact that Zheng Jiejie's husband was demoted was all his doing. When he dealt with the Liang family, he didn't immediately deal with Gu Qingqing's little aunt's family because he accidentally found out that Gu Qingqing's uncle Zheng Guozhu was related to Zheng Jiejie's father. When the Liang family fell, Zheng Guozhu's life was hard, and he would definitely seek support elsewhere. The middle-aged section chief suddenly appeared at this moment. Lu Xiangyang reminded them a few words. The other person indeed thought of Zheng Jiejie and wanted to marry her off. Originally, if Zheng Jiejie only didn't get along with them at the educated youth station or had a few arguments with Gu Qingqing, he wouldn't have been so harsh on a young girl. But she was ungrateful and deliberately led Li's young sister-in-law to marry Gu Qingqing to a fool, even going so far as to find Li's young sister-in-law to try to take Gu Qingqing away when he wasn't home. He wouldn't be so polite then. That section chief, though somewhat capable, only became a small clerk and might not get promoted in the future. But given his age, he wouldn't have a bright future either. He's getting older and has children who haven't grown up yet, so he wouldn't give up on Zheng Jiejie, a young wife. He might even try to spoil her a little. If Zheng Jiejie divorces and remarries, she might not find someone better than him. They might just endure this half-dead life. When they arrived in the county town, Wang Yu was waiting with a tractor from the village. Seeing Lu Xiangyang and Gu Qingqing, he smiled somewhat ambiguously. How was it outside? Fun or not? Lu Xiangyang glanced at him and placed the packages on the tractor. Besides us, is there no one else? Yes, 2 young people. It's spring planting season. The team leader asked me to come buy some things needed for the fields and brought 2 helpers. Lu Xiangyang nodded. Where are they? They're handling some matters. I came here to find you. I'll pick them up later. Lu Xiangyang looked at Gu Qingqing and asked, you wanted to raise some poultry before, right? Do you want to bring some back this time? Gu Qingqing's eyes lit up. Good idea. So, Lu Xiangyang took her to buy poultry. Now, the rural houses were built, and with money and leisure, they had enough to eat and drink. Gu Qingqing really wanted to raise some small animals. But in this era, pets in the countryside were impossible. Dogs were rare because people barely had enough to eat, so there was no food for dogs. So, they could only raise poultry. They bought 2 piglets, 10 chickens, 5 ducks, and 6 large white geese. However, the little geese were no longer white, they were yellow. She actually wanted to raise more, but since there were people on the car today, she decided not to get too many at once. If she had the chance later, she could buy more herself. All the animals were put in cages and loaded onto the tractor. After picking up 2 young villagers, the tractor headed to the Huaihua Brigade. On the street, 2 young people looked at the little piglets with some envy, especially Gu Qingqing. They were almost afraid to look directly at her. She was so beautiful. Who would have thought that in just over half a year, Gu Qingqing could become so pretty? Lu Xiangyang's gaze was a bit intimidating. After a few glances, the 2 young people didn't dare to look again. At home, they brought all the things inside. Both Lu Xiangyang and Gu Qingqing were exhausted. Although they rested for a while in the city, the journey back by car was tiring too. They kept the piglets in the pig pen, and the chickens, ducks, and geese were temporarily kept in cages in the yard. Go back and rest for a while. You've been working non-stop and haven't had much rest, Gu Qingqing said with concern for Lu Xiangyang. Are you going to work tomorrow? Lu Xiangyang nodded. Yes. I just asked Wong Yu. Everyone has started working. Since I'm back, I can't just stay at home all the time. Then go rest quickly. I'll prepare dinner and wait for you. Whenever you wake up, you can eat. Lu Xiangyang was indeed tired, but he appreciated the girl's concern. He pulled her into his arms, gently wrapping his hands around her waist. Looking at her in his arms, His voice was full of happiness. Are you worried about me? Gu Qingqing smiled and tiptoed to kiss him on the lips. Yes. You've been playing with me for so many days, and you haven't rested much along the way. Of course I'm worried. Go to sleep quickly. Dinner will be ready when you wake up tonight. Lu Xiangyang felt happy and lingered for a while before leaving. After seeing Lu Xiangyang off, Gu Qingqing started packing her things. She brought back quite a few parcels this time. Some were sent earlier and were brought back by Wong Yu to the house, while others were brought by them personally. This time, Lu Xiangyang really bought her a lot of things. Clothes, fabrics, snacks, books, pens, scarves, watches, shoes, and more various items. She bought 6 different watches, 2 domestic and 4 imported. In addition to her original Rolex and diamond watch, she now had 8 watches in total. Gu Qingqing sorted the items into categories and placed them in the cabinets. The remaining items were mainly snacks, more varieties this time, including canned food, sunflower seeds, broad beans, cookies, candies, and sponge cakes. Each type had several flavors. Every time she saw these things, Gu Qingqing felt that Lu Xiangyang was raising her like a daughter. They say girls are shopaholics, but this time, whenever she bought something, Lu Xiangyang was even more enthusiastic than she was. The last big package was the one Lu Xiangyang just brought back from the city. Gu Qingqing guessed it probably contained grains and supplies. When she opened it, she was right. There was rice, flour, cornmeal, red beans, green beans, some dried foods, a chicken, a large piece of pork, a pack of ribs, and about 5 gin of soybean oil. After organizing everything, Gu Qingqing checked her small yard inside and out, feeling very satisfied. Her rural life had begun. That evening, she cooked simple meals for Lu Xiangyang and Wong Yu. The next morning, they went to work. Everyone at the youth commune was busy working, and it was very quiet. Gu Qingqing went to feed the piglets, chickens, ducks, and geese, then locked the door and went mushroom picking. The weather was warm now, and it had rained a few days ago, so there should be wild vegetables and mushrooms on the mountain. She carried a small basket and saw many children on the hillside. When the village chief's dog Puppy saw Gu Qingqing, its eyes lit up immediately. Big Sister Gu. This little fellow was clever and cute, and Gu Qingqing liked him quite a lot. Are you also here to dig wild vegetables? The puppy grinned happily. I came to catch sparrows. Then he leaned close to Gu Qingqing and whispered, Big Sister Gu, I have some news for you. You just came back from the youth camp with Lu, right? Is it very fun outside? Are there a lot of tasty things? Gu Qingqing chuckled. Tell me the news first, and I'll give you candy and sandwich biscuits. The puppy's eyes brightened even more. About the Li family, your little auntie came back a couple of days ago. She was crying really hard. Her face was swollen, like she had been beaten. She also argued with your grandma. Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Was her little auntie unlucky? As she spoke, Dogwood danced around excitedly. Sister Gu, your grandma is amazing. I never expected that. She's small but so strong when she fights. Your little aunt can't even compare to her. Now I understand why your whole family is afraid of your grandma. She's really powerful. Dogwood looked at her with envy, wishing he had that kind of fighting spirit too. Gu Qingqing found his expression quite funny. Is there anything else? Did my little aunt leave finally? Yes, she left. She kept hanging around here, refusing to go until she got her money. She said your grandma wouldn't give her any, and she looked at her like she wanted her to die. Her husband wanted to divorce her, so she came back and threatened to hang herself at the door of the Li family. Gu Qingqing. She was a bit stunned. Her husband wants a divorce, but she came back to threaten to hang herself at the Li family's door? Dogwood tilted his head, confused. I don't get it either. If she was going to hang herself, she should have done it at Zheng's house, not Li's. It's not like your grandma wanted to divorce her, right? Gu Qingqing nodded firmly. Later, your grandma chased her away with force. She's really tough, said if she didn't leave, she'd keep hitting her. If she dared to hang herself, she'd beat her before she could do it, or even sell her to get some money. Gu Qingqing. Old Lady Li was indeed very fierce. Gu Qingqing chatted with Dogwar about all this, feeling quite satisfied. She took some candies and a few cookies from her pocket and handed them to him. Here, next time you hear something interesting, tell me. Especially about the Li family. Dogwa quickly took the treats, patting his chest to promise. Don't worry, I'll find out everything fun and tell you. Feeling happy, Gu Qingqing wandered to a nearby hillside. The weather had warmed up, and the peach blossoms on the mountain were in bloom, though the flowering season was nearly over. She picked a few more peach blossoms, quietly plucking them when no one was around, and poured some well water from the space to water the trees, hoping they'd bear more peaches in the future. She also scattered some wild vegetable seeds across the mountain, just tossing them randomly. After messing around for a while, Gu Qingqing carried her basket, humming a song as she headed home. The rice was already steaming on the stove. Gu Qingqing took out yesterday's pork to make some braised pork, boiled some ribs for soup, stir-fried a batch of mushrooms, and scrambled some eggs. Lunch was ready. Gu Qingqing was in the backyard playing with a little white goose in the cage. No, wait. Now, it's a little yellow goose. After playing for a while, Xiangyang and Wong Yu came back. Gu Qingqing happily ran over to Xiangyang, grabbing his arm. You're back. The water's ready. Wash your face quickly so we can eat. Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. So happy? Gu Qingqing smiled brightly and nodded.
Yes. I heard some really good news today.
What news? Xiangyang asked as he went to wash his face. Gu Qingqing brought the dishes over and placed them on the table. I heard from Goa that my little aunt's family is having bad luck. Their main supporter fell, and now they're going through a tough time. She came to ask my grandma for money, but my grandma gave her a good scolding. Ha! Xiangyang hadn't heard about this, but he knew the Zheng family was having trouble. After all, he was the one who arranged it. Are you that happy just because of this? Gu Qingqing handed him a towel. It's not that life is boring. Just hearing some fresh news makes me excited. Xiangyang looked at her and felt that after taking her out to play, she seemed to turn into a little kid. She was quite adorable. After washing his face, the two sat down at the table to eat. Wong Yu followed closely behind Xiangyang. Xiangyang finished washing and went to wash again, but he kept watching Gu Qingqing, who was still following Xiangyang, talking and laughing with him. He felt a bit out of place. This feeling was strongest when they sat down to eat. Gu Qingqing asked, "Try this braised pork. How does it taste?" Xiangyang replied, delicious. Your braised pork is always good, tender but not greasy. Gu Qingqing asked, and what about these mushrooms? Xiangyang said, very fresh. Did you pick them yourself? Did you go up the mountain? Gu Qingqing nodded. Yes. Nothing much to do this morning, so I went for a walk nearby. There are plenty of mushrooms on the mountain. In the future, I'll pick more and dry them to keep. Xiangyang said, we don't lack food at home, so there's no need to go through so much trouble. If you want to eat something, I can buy it. Gu Qingqing replied, it's not hard work. I only do this when I have free time. It's cleaner and fresher when I do it myself. You work hard to earn money, so I don't need to spend money on these things.
What do you want to eat tonight?
Xiangyang said, just cook whatever you like. I won't complain. All your dishes are delicious. Wong Yu listened to the two talk, feeling hopeless. The food in front of him didn't seem tasty anymore. Can you two stop arguing? I'm still here, you know. Can you consider my feelings? Xiangyang and Gu Qingqing both looked at him. What's wrong with us? Wong Yu. He had nothing to say, lowering his head in frustration as he ate. After finishing lunch, Xiangyang naturally said, go wash the dishes. Wong Yu. Wong Yu went to wash the pots and dishes. Xiangyang took off his coat and lay down on the kong. Farming is hard work, even for him. So, he took a short rest at noon. Gu Qingqing placed the peach blossoms she brought into a vase on the bedroom table. Seeing Xiangyang lying there, she asked, are you exhausted? Do you want me to massage your shoulders? Xiangyang paused, recalling the scene of his mother massaging his father long ago, which he had always envied.
Come on, do it now.
He immediately turned onto his side. Gu Qingqing took off his shoes and got onto the kong. He quickly rested his head on Gu Qingqing's lap. Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Aren't you supposed to be massaging shoulders? Xiangyang lay on his back, looking at his little girl. First, massage my head, Then later I'll let you do my shoulders. Gu Qingqing. Okay, I'll listen to you. Since you work so hard to earn money for the family, you can do anything you want. Later, I'll give you a full body massage. Gu Qingqing pressed on his temples and gently massaged his scalp, making Lu Xiangyang feel so comfortable he kept wanting to snuggle into her. Be good. Wong Yu finished washing the dishes and stretched his neck over to call Lu Xiangyang, but he just saw this scene. His heart shattered into 8 pieces. Lu Xiangyang rested his head on Gu Qingqing's lap while she massaged him. He grinned so widely his teeth showed, and he reached out to play with Gu Qingqing's small braids. This scene hurt Wong Yu's eyes. He angrily said, "Old Lu, I've finished washing the dishes. Then go back. Close the door." Wong Yu. He unwillingly called out again, "You worked so hard this morning. Aren't you going to rest for a while at noon?" "I'll sleep here." Wong Yu. That really hurt. It hurt so much. His heart felt like it was shattered into pieces. "Won't you go back to take a nap anymore?" Lu Xiangyang looked a bit confused, turned his head to look at him, and saw Wong Yu standing at the door with a resentful face. Lu Xiangyang asked, "What? If I don't go back, you can't sleep?" Wong Yu. Lu Xiangyang snorted, "This house is so big. Why should I go back? It's just a nap. After I marry Gu Qingqing, I'll still stay here overnight." Gu Qingqing slapped him and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Lu Xiangyang took her small hand and kissed it. Wong Yu immediately covered his eyes, unable to watch. He really couldn't bear to look. He wanted to say a few more words, but Lu Xiangyang shooed him away. "Are you leaving or not?" Angrily, Wong Yu turned around and left. He closed the door, looked back, and thought about Lu Xiangyang inside enjoying himself. Wong Yu felt a bit jealous. He had been sent to the countryside for a long time. His family kept telling him not to rush into marriage just because life there was hard. They gave him money to spend. He had always obeyed. He understood what his family meant. They were worried he might rush into marriage out of frustration with the hardships, and they also hoped he could find someone suitable in Beijing. His family was well off and had high hopes for him. They didn't want him to marry just any woman. He used to think the same way. But now, seeing Lu Xiangyang and Gu Qingqing so sweet together, he felt jealous. Suddenly, he thought someone like Gu Qingqing is pretty good too. She's beautiful, gentle, cooks well, and takes good care of people. Wouldn't a wife like that be a good match? His family probably thought an ordinary girl wasn't good enough for him. But if Lu Xiangyang, who is so talented, can marry Gu Qingqing, then what does he have to regret? Thinking carefully, Gu Qingqing doesn't seem stupid. If the school reopens, maybe she could go back to school, finish high school, and later, the Lu family could help her move to the city to find a job. That would be good too. As for him, Wong Yu thought he should consider a backup plan. If Lu Xiangyang and Gu Qingqing really get married, what will he do in the future? In the backyard vegetable patch, several girls were planting vegetables. Song Meng, Li Yuqing, Yang Chunhong, Su Dongmei, and a new girl Wong Yu didn't recognize. On his way back to his room, he looked at them for a long time. The new girl seemed a bit timid, but she was diligent. She looked quick and skillful, very much like the early Gu Qingqing. The prettier ones were Song Meng and Li Yuqing. As for Yang Chunhong, Wong Yu never thought much of her. She was a few years older than him and looked a bit old-fashioned. Plus, she seemed to have a boyfriend. That evening, after dinner, Lu Xiangyang stayed with Gu Qingqing for a while before going to bed. Wong Yu hadn't slept yet, waiting for him. When he saw him come back, he asked directly, "Are you really sure? Do you want to marry Gu Qingqing?" Lu Xiangyang lay down on the calm, a traditional bed, casually saying, "You've asked this question before. Why do you ask again?" Wong Yu sighed. "I'm just curious. Your future looks bright and you're still young. Even if you stay in the countryside for a few more years, you'll still have a chance to go back later. Even if I go back, it won't stop me from marrying Gu Qingqing, right? It won't stop you, but once you return, the rivals of the Lu family will pay close attention to you. If they can't beat you, they'll target Gu Qingqing. What are you really thinking?" Lu Xiangyang smiled, lying on the Kong, crossing his legs, feeling happy and tapping his foot. I used to think of the Lu family as my responsibility, but then I realized it's not all on me. I have brothers and a father. My 2 older brothers are capable too. I'm the youngest, so maybe I can let them handle some things. Later, I saw they were doing well. The Lu family is improving, and I've accomplished everything I planned before. That feels good. If my brothers can manage things, then who I marry doesn't matter so much. Wong Yu frowned. That's not right. Even if your brothers can take care of the Lu family, what about you? You can't stay in the countryside forever. Have you really decided not to go back to the army? Xiangyang sighed. Sometimes, it's just a stubborn attachment. I've been hesitating about going back. The main reason is worry about the Lu family. If they're unstable, I'll definitely go back, because that's what I'm best at. But if the Lu family doesn't need me to work so hard, maybe I don't have to go back. This world will pass, and maybe someday we'll all be free to do business, read books, travel around, even go abroad. Then I could take my wife and kids traveling the world. That sounds pretty good. He had a hard life in his past, carrying heavy burdens and working tirelessly for the Lu family. If he could relax in this life, open up more, do some business, earn more money, dress up his little girl beautifully, fill his house with luxury brands and jewelry, travel the world, that would be nice. If he returned to the army, he wouldn't be so free. His brother's letter last time said everything was going smoothly. That was the key for him to find peace. Wong Yu admired that kind of environment. You said that, but do you really think it will happen? Can we wait for it? Xiangyang turned to look at him. Of course we can. Throughout thousands of years, I've never heard of a dynasty that didn't do business. Now, it's just because we're too poor and have too few resources, so there's control. I heard the school over at the commune is about to open again, and they're building a new school. That's a good sign. Wong Yu thought for a moment. If what you say is true, then I can be a bit more free. I can also find someone I like, even if she's from the countryside. That's okay. Xiangyang raised an eyebrow. You like someone too? Wong Yu chuckled. Not yet. But seeing how close you are with Gu Qingqing, I'm jealous. He then leaned in. Brother, what do you think? Should I find a girl among the educated youth? They're mostly city girls and probably went to school. Honestly, besides where they were born, those people in our courtyard aren't much better. Their parents and grandparents are farmers too, not any nobler than country girls. Xiangyang nodded. That's true. Even all those girls combined aren't as smart as Qingqing. Wong Yu paused. He originally wanted to discuss and ask for his opinion, but instead, he started showing off about his girlfriend. Wong Yu's determination to find a partner grew stronger. Don't get too proud. When I find someone, I'll show her off to you every day. We'll be sweet and loving. I'll spoil her so much she'll make your Qingqing jealous, envious, and even argue with you. Let's see what you do then. Xiangyang turned to look at him, his expression hard to read. Wong Yu raised an eyebrow.
What?
Afraid? Xiangyang said nothing. He looked at him silently. Stop showing off in front of me. Don't you see what kind of life Qingqing is having? You want her to envy your girlfriend?
Dream on.
Wong Yu was so angry he sat up quickly. Old Lu, that's too much. How can you be so sure my girlfriend's life is worse? I'll definitely be happier than you. Xiangyang tapped his leg and hummed a tune. Let's see. Whether life is good or not depends on personality and intelligence. Qingqing is so smart, she wouldn't argue with me just because of someone else. Wong Yu rolled his eyes. Stop showing off. Your Qingqing isn't smart, she's cold-hearted. You treat her so well, but she still doesn't fully trust you. That's called lacking love. She's a girl who, when others give her some benefits or kindness, wholeheartedly follows them. I don't want that. If I comfort her, she believes me. When others comfort her in the future, she will believe them too. Qingqing is fine just the way she is. I can't always comfort her, and others won't be able to do it either. Only a girl like this makes me feel at ease. No matter how much money I make in the future, I will confidently give it to her, because she can handle it. Only such a wife can take good care of my children, unlike those naive girls who can't even protect themselves. Wong Yu. He was so angry.
Who are you talking about?
What's wrong with a girl needing protection? Girls are delicate and need care. I'm a grown man. I still need my family to look after me. My parents even send me money every month. Isn't it okay for a girl to need protection? Wong Yu felt that Lu Xiangyang wasn't talking about those girls. He was talking about him, implying that he was grown up but still needed family care. Lu Xiangyang rolled his eyes. Being delicate doesn't mean you're stupid, okay? Wong Yu. He couldn't argue with him and grew angrier the more he thought about it. The angrier he got, the more he wanted to argue. Just enjoy your own beauty. I remember last time you told me you wanted to take Gu Qingqing to meet your parents, but her first reaction was fear. She's so cold-hearted. You're holding her in your hands now, but she probably won't like you much in the future. Lu Xiangyang was furious. He liked Gu Qingqing's kind of girl, the smart ones, the cautious ones. Deep down, Lu Xiangyang was proud. He had grown up in a world full of schemes, so he admired clever girls. He was no longer a young boy. He thought a lot about marriage, about family, future survival, inheritance, and raising children. He definitely couldn't find a reliable mother for his kids. Gu Qingqing's intelligence and caution were exactly what he liked most, because that's who he was. Lu Xiangyang suddenly looked at Wong Yu very seriously, his expression very stern. Wong Yu, I'm telling you seriously, men must take responsibility. If you do something, you have to be responsible for it. We know our own family backgrounds better than anyone. Girls who are simple and naive are liked by everyone, but if they are too naive and lack caution, they get manipulated, cause trouble, and you end up cleaning up the mess. Can you keep liking her then? If you don't like her anymore, just break up or even divorce. We come from good families, and you can find a girl from a good background. But what about the girl you abandon? Can you be responsible for her for a lifetime? Maybe your whole family will think she's stupid and troublemaker for you. Wong Yu moved his mouth but couldn't speak. Lu Xiangyang emphasized, if you can't take responsibility, don't cause trouble. Are you now thinking about dating because you see Gu Qingqing and me happy? Dating is fine, but don't rush into something with those innocent and sweet people just because you're impulsive. Once your excitement passes, you'll leave, and her life will be ruined. Also, if you still consider me your brother, then Gu Qingqing is your sister-in-law. I found her, and if she's not good enough, it's because I didn't choose well. Don't let me hear you call her cold-hearted. She has a good sense of caution. If you dislike her so much, maybe you like those naive types. You can fool them easily, but if you bring her home and she gets tricked, don't blame her. It's your fault for provoking her. Wong Yu sat there silently for a while, then finally said cautiously, I understand. I'll be careful in the future. If I shouldn't marry her, I won't bother her. I told you this before. I'm just feeling wrong for you. Lu Xiangyang looked at him and thought this kid was a bit naive. Stop feeling wronged for me. If you do that for too long, I might argue with your sister-in-law. Wong Yu, huh? Seeing his clueless expression, Lu Xiangyang figured he probably didn't understand. In short, marrying Gu Qingqing is my decision. Even if you're unhappy, take it out on me. In his eyes, Gu Qingqing was perfect in every way, except for her family background, which was not good. He could teach her more, but this guy actually said she was cold-hearted and didn't love him? That was unacceptable. If you dislike her so much, I won't let her cook for you anymore. Refusing to let him eat? That was intolerable. For someone who loved food, hitting or scolding was fine, but not being denied food. Wong Yu suddenly realized, are you being unreasonable? How can you not let me eat? If I don't eat, how can I work? Lu Xiangyang chuckled, I don't care. You're looking for a partner, right? Find someone to cook for you. Wong Yu pouted. What if she cooks badly? Lu Xiangyang was stunned. What do you mean? Are you saying that after you find someone, you'll bring her to my house to eat? Wong Yu shrank back. Brother, don't be so cruel. I'll beat you to death, you brat. Lu Xiangyang was furious and rushed to hit him. Wong Yu wasn't his match and yelled loudly as he was beaten. Life went on day by day. Spring farming was busy. Lu Xiangyang and the others worked every day, while Gu Qingqing stayed at home, living her own little life. Everyone was preparing to go to the fields, but Lu Xiangyang still refused to let her work outside. This made a group of young women envious. In the past, Gu Qingqing looked pale and thin, almost skin and bones, looking sickly. But now, she is different. She has grown taller, matured, with a rosy face and smooth skin. She clearly looks well off, not needing to work and able to eat and drink well. She lives alone in a big house. These young women, far from home, couldn't help but envy her. Gu Qingqing's small chickens and ducks have also grown up. Recently, she's been tidying the vegetable garden and digging wild vegetables and grasses from the mountains to feed her animals. She also plans to raise 2 piglets. The well water in her space is very nutritious. When feeding her animals, she adds a little well water, and they grow very fast. They are all strong and healthy. Usually, some small chickens might be lost during growth, but all of hers survived. As the animals grow, they come out to move around. Seeing this, some young women become even more jealous. In this era, no one doesn't crave meat. The chickens and ducks are all for eating. Besides the half she has to give away, the rest is hers. Gu Qingqing rarely goes out, knowing she might be disliked. So, apart from her trips to the mountain, she mostly stays at home. Her space has finally upgraded again after her hard work. This time, 4 days inside the space equal 1 day outside, giving her more time. Every day, she practices calligraphy, painting, and has never stopped practicing with a brush. She is determined to improve her calligraphy skills in her lifetime. As Xiangyang said, writing is a person's face. Good handwriting always adds points wherever you go. Her middle and high school textbooks are already worn out from her reading. Now, she can understand them thoroughly and handle exams easily. The only thing left is foreign languages. She had a basic knowledge of English from her previous life, learned after she started earning money. She's not fluent but can communicate simply. Now, she is focusing on improving that. She also practices dance and playing musical instruments daily. Cultivating her temperament is important. With the resources she has, Gu Qingqing is determined to improve herself, not just for Xiangyang, but for herself. She is also reading extracurricular books she planned to study. When she stocked up during her previous shopping, she stored many books, videos, and pictures in her space. Whenever she has free time, she studies hard, knowing she will find use for them in the future. Marrying Xiangyang carries some risks, but it also presents opportunities. With such a strong network, perhaps she can reach the peak of her life and achieve great success. Most importantly, the martial arts skills Xiangyang taught her could save her life. Whether she can practice to his level or not, Gu Qingqing will never slack off. In the space, 4 days are spent inside, and 1 day outside, all carefully planned by Gu Qingqing. Soon it will be May, and the locust trees on the mountain are in bloom. The locust tree group has many flowers, and when it's the season for blooming, the whole mountain is covered in white flowers. During tough years, these locust flowers helped feed many people. This year, the locust flowers bloomed especially well. The small locust trees from last year suddenly grew tall and full of flowers, making the villagers very happy. After finishing the work in the fields, many women and girls started picking locust flowers to take home. These flowers are edible, and drying them makes them easy to store. Every year, everyone picks a lot. Gu Qingqing is also picking them because she likes to eat them. She carries a basket and a sack, tying the sickle to a long bamboo pole, cutting the branches high up in the locust trees. The locust flowers grow in bunches on green stalks, like grapes, hanging in clusters. She can pick a whole bunch at once. Gu Qingqing fills her basket completely, and the sack is more than half full. She carries the sack and basket back home. As she walks, she sees on another path that Wong Yu is walking with Li Yuqing. Li Yuqing's basket is in Wong Yu's hand, and they are walking side by side, talking and laughing. Wong Yu is smiling so happily, looking like he's in love. Gu Qingqing is surprised. Does this guy also have a love interest? She hasn't paid much attention to what's happening in the front yard lately. When did these two start dating? When she gets home, Xiangyang is already back, sitting on a small stool at the door, waiting. Seeing Gu Qingqing return, he comes over to take the basket and sack from her hands. Picking so much? Gu Qingqing takes out her keys and opens the door. Not really, once dried, there's not much left. This stuff isn't available in the city. I'll send some to your parents and uncles later. Lu Xiangyang smiles. He feels that Gu Qingqing's attitude toward him has become more relaxed and natural recently. She also thinks about his family, whether it's valuable or not. She always considers sending something. That's a good sign. It shows she's starting to slowly become part of his family. Gu Qingqing is a typical person who takes some time to warm up. This doesn't mean she's cold. She is just very cautious. In simple words, she's not very naive. Trust is built through time together. People who warm up slowly tend to be very caring. They may be guarded but are not necessarily calculating. Lu Xiangyang likes this about her. From the start, he has never disliked Gu Qingqing's rationality and clarity. But if it were another man, he might think differently. He might think Gu Qingqing is too clever and cold-hearted. Lu Xiangyang took the locust tree flowers into the backyard. Gu Qingqing took out a sieve to dry them. The small yard is now much prettier than before. The lotus flowers are blooming, and there are many fish in the small pond. If she wants to eat fish, she can do so anytime. The grapevines have also grown, along with a few pots of green onions, garlic, and chili peppers. Even though there are vegetables in the garden, she still plants a few pots in the yard because she likes the yard to look lively. She pulled out the locust flowers and hung them to dry, then smiled and asked, I just saw Wong Yu and Li Yuqing. Are they a couple now? Lu Xiangyang nodded with a smile in his eyes. Yes, I know. Recently, Wong Yu has been very attentive, helping Li Yuqing with chores, buying her gifts, and always smiling. He's been showing off to me when he comes back. Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Showing off? Are they really that close now? Lu Xiangyang nodded again. Yes, it's happening pretty fast. When I was with you, Wong Yu was very jealous. He even told me he wanted to find someone to show off in front of me every day, to spoil her and make you jealous and argue with me. Gu Qingqing was silent. Probably he'll be disappointed. No matter how good he is to Li Yuqing, I won't be jealous, Lu Xiangyang said. Gu Qingqing raised her eyebrows. Why not? She smiled and tiptoed to kiss him on the lips.
Because you are good enough to me.
No one can be a better husband than you. Lu Xiangyang felt very happy inside. This girl's sweet words really made his heart blossom with joy. Recently, Lu Xiangyang has been in the early stages of falling in love. He spends his days working on the farm in the countryside. His family has a beautiful girl who cooks for him and talks to him every day. It's a sweet, relaxed feeling he's never had before. They spend all day together, and as their feelings grow stronger, some suppressed desires inside him are beginning to surface. Standing in her small yard at this moment, the sunshine is warm, and the air carries a faint floral scent. It's hard to tell whether it's the fragrance of the lotus flowers or the acacia blossoms in front of her. Whatever it is, the scent seems to seep into her nose and feels like her own body scent. That unique fragrance of a young girl enters his senses, filling every pore and spreading through his limbs. Lu Xiangyang's gaze naturally darkens with desire. From her hair, to her high nose, to her small mouth, and finally her neck, then further down. In less than a year, she has gradually changed before his eyes, from a thin, petite girl into a slender, graceful woman. As the weather warms and she wears lighter clothes, her curves seem to become more defined.
Qingqing.
Lu Xiangyang softly calls her, his voice a little hoarse. Before Gu Qingqing can speak, he pulls her into his arms with force. Then, a heavy kiss falls on her. Startled, Gu Qingqing instinctively tries to push him away, but he embraces her more tightly, spinning her around and pressing her against the wall, making her unable to move. Gu Qingqing is now taller than most girls, but in his arms, she still appears small and delicate. He is tall and broad, with a body trained over many years, strong and firm. His chest is hard, impossible to push. His powerful arms hold her tightly, as if trying to melt her into his bones and blood. Gu Qingqing has never been held so tightly by Lu Xiangyang before. This time, she truly feels his strength. Women's strength is naturally different from men's, and she uses all her might, but he remains unmoved. He holds her very tightly, kissing passionately and tenderly. Gu Qingqing has never experienced such intense emotion from him before. At this moment, she genuinely feels that this man wants her. That stubborn man, she thought he was a gentleman, but it turns out he's just as lustful as others, just a pervert. Her breath is taken away, and her strength gradually leaves her. The forceful kiss from his lips extends to her neck. Only then does she have a chance to breathe. You, what are you doing? Wake up. Before she can finish speaking, her mouth is again covered. Gu Qingqing reaches out to push him, but he grabs her wrists easily and gently places them behind her back, holding both her arms. His large palms firmly grip her wrists, making it impossible for her to break free. Wake up, let me go. This time, Xiangyang slightly loosened his hold, but he still held her tightly and did not kiss her again. He opened his eyes to look at the person in his arms, his voice hoarse and rough. What's wrong? Gu Qingqing couldn't move at this moment. Her nose was close to his, and her breath intertwined with his.
What?
What are you trying to do?
Kiss you.
Gu Qingqing. We're not married yet. You can't go too far. I'll be angry. Xiangyang tilted his head slightly, staring at her. I shouldn't have agreed to take you to see my parents. I should have taken you straight to get married. If I had, by now, you would already be in my bed. Gu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. Could this really be what Xiangyang just said? Seeing her stunned expression, Xiangyang smiled instead.
What?
Didn't expect me to be like this? He leaned close to her ear and blew a flirtatious breath, making the girl in his arms tremble all over. A man in love is different from usual. Where is his woman not treated well? I learned this myself, through trial and error. Gu Qingqing. A passionate kiss pressed down again, this time even more domineering than before. It wasn't just a kiss. His hands also became unruly. Over time, their feelings gradually deepened. Besides the initial deep kiss in the front yard's rented house, there hadn't been much since. He knew this girl was very cautious. No matter how anxious he was, he couldn't reveal his true nature during this critical period when their relationship was still fragile. He had to make her feel safe enough to stay with him. So he had endured for a long time. In his past life and this one, he had never liked a girl this much before. He was eager to have her. This kiss was much more reckless than the previous one. Her tender neck was covered by a tightly buttoned collar. Xiangyang bit open those buttons, revealing her white, smooth shoulders. Gu Qingqing was terrified. Xiangyang, are you crazy? He bit her collarbone, causing her pain. Be good and let me kiss you for a while. It's really hard for me to hold back. Gu Qingqing. After that, Gu Qingqing couldn't say another word. Her breath was taken away, and her strength was gradually drained. She had no energy left to resist. Feeling the girl in his arms becoming more obedient, Xiangyang felt a sense of conquest. In their past and present lives, he has always been a strong person. As a strong person, he naturally has a very assertive and possessive nature. In fact, he is not as good as he seems on the surface. He is dominant and overbearing. The Lu family used to be his domain, and even his father and 2 brothers had to listen to him. He is actually very bad. Gu Qingqing, caught in a confusing and passionate moment, finally had a moment of clarity and told herself that Xiangyang is actually very bad. All the manners, education, and gentle affection are just superficial. Deep down, he has a very hidden and intense dominance. Yes, he comes from a noble family, is a young genius, and is feared by many at a young age. How could he be as easygoing as he appears?
Oh, right.
Xiangyang has never been easy to talk to. He is just a little gentler in front of her.
What?
Wah. Gu Qingqing feels like crying after being bullied.
Bang, bang, bang.
Old Lu, are you home? Open the door. Wong Yu's shouting and knocking continued. Xiangyang didn't want to respond, but the knocking didn't stop, and the door of the front house wasn't locked from inside. If that fool pushed the door open, it would be terrible. Old Lu,
are you home?
I'm coming in. In the yard, Lu Xiangyang looked up with a face full of anger and impatience. A man with unmet desires is scary. He wants to hit someone. He looked down at the girl in his arms. Gu Qingqing was gasping loudly, her clothes disheveled, cheeks flushed, eyes hazy, full of the look of someone who had been bullied. Lu Xiangyang's mood instantly improved. He smirked, proudly kissed her twice, adjusted her torn clothes, and placed her on a nearby chair. Fix yourself up. I'll go open the door. Gu Qingqing felt weak all over and only slowly recovered after a while, hurriedly putting on her clothes. At the front house, Wong Yu directly opened the first door. Just as he was about to open the second, the door from inside opened, revealing Lu Xiangyang's furious face. Lu Xiangyang opened the door with both hands, but didn't step aside. His face was grim, and his gaze at Wong Yu was unfriendly. What are you knocking for in broad daylight? I'll call you when it's time to eat. Why are you in such a rush? Wong Yu was holding a wild rabbit, with Li Yuqing beside him. He had a big smile on his face, but when Lu Xiangyang yelled at him suddenly, his smile froze. Old Lu, I didn't do anything to offend you, right? What's wrong with you? It's like you've eaten some explosive. Lu Xiangyang clenched his teeth. You've caused this. You've caused a lot of trouble. Is there something you need? Lu Xiangyang asked coldly. Anyway, Wong Yu was already used to Lu Xiangyang's confident attitude. His cold face was his usual look, so there was nothing surprising about it. He waved the wild rabbit in his hand and said with a smile, "Look at this. Today, while helping Yuqing pick Sephora flowers, I caught a wild rabbit. There's not much meat at home, right? Bring it over, and we'll stew it together." Lu Xiangyang looked at the two in front of him. He wanted to punch this fool. Was he really bringing his partner to his house to eat for free? Since there was a woman here, and it was her first visit, Lu Xiangyang finally calmed down a bit and moved aside.
Come in.
This house, Li Yuqing had been inside before. When the house was built, most of the female youths from the youth team had visited, and she had been there too. It looked very enviable back then. Now that someone was living there long-term, it was even better kept. No one was inside the house. Gu Qingqing was still in the backyard. Where's Qingqing? Li Yuqing asked. She's in the backyard. She's finishing up with the Sephora flowers. That rabbit is pretty big. Where did you catch it? Lu Xiangyang knew about Gu Qingqing's situation and deliberately changed the subject. Wang Yu was very excited. It's just behind the mountain. I was helping Yuqing with the Sephora flowers. The grass there is very tall. I heard that this year Sephora flowers grew especially well, and the plants are much lusher. Such a coincidence. Out came a rabbit and I caught it. At this moment, Gu Qingqing opened the back door and came inside. Her clothes were tidied up, her hair was in order, and she was breathing easier. The blush on her cheeks had almost disappeared, but her lips looked very moist. The first thing Lu Xiangyang saw was her eyes deepening. Li Yuqing raised an eyebrow when she saw her, guessing what was happening. The rabbit Wang Yu brought over was already skinned and cleaned, weighing about 4 jin, roughly 2 kilograms. It was indeed a very fat and large rabbit. Gu Qingqing took the rabbit to the kitchen. I'll go cook. You guys chat first. Li Yuqing got up to help in the kitchen. After the two girls left, Wang Yu happily moved closer to Lu Xiangyang, feeling a bit shy. Brother, what do you think of the girl I found? Li Yuqing was a youth from their area. She rented a house in the front yard, right next to Song Meng. She was 2 years older than Song Meng and much prettier, with a gentle, delicate look typical of southern women. Wang Yu liked her very much. When they lived in the front yard before, although they didn't have much interaction with Li Yuqing, it was clear that Li Yuqing's family was quite well off, at least middle class. Her behavior and manners were normal, and she didn't do anything out of line. In the past, Zheng Jiejie and others often liked to cause trouble for Gu Qingqing. Other young women from the countryside didn't dare to be obvious about it, but they were secretly jealous and liked to speak badly of Gu Qingqing. Li Yuqing and Song Meng rarely associated with them. Compared to them, Wang Yu thought Li Yuqing was quite nice. Her family was decent, not lacking in manners, and she was not superficial. Getting along with her should be easy. During their recent contact, Wang Yu realized he was right. Li Yuqing was a gentle and graceful girl. She spoke softly and kindly, and he liked this gentle style. Li Yuqing was also very thoughtful and knew how to care for him, much better than the cold and indifferent Gu Qingqing. Lu Xiangyang glanced at the silly boy and didn't want to answer him. He knew Li Yuqing but didn't have much interaction or attention towards her. Since he found out she was with Wong Yu, he looked at her a few more times. Li Yuqing looked weak and fragile, which made her seem unreliable. Her expression made him think she wasn't very smart, and he didn't like that.
But he didn't say this out loud.
If he did, the brat in front of him would definitely get angry. That boy was also not very smart, and he suited Li Yuqing quite well. Not bad. As long as you like her. We didn't have much contact before, and I didn't pay much attention. Just observe more in the future. Wong Yu immediately grinned and smiled. Your judgment is sharp. You've always been good at seeing people. We've known Yuqing for so long, and I haven't found any faults. She must be very good. Lu Xiangyang. In the kitchen, Gu Qingqing was preparing lunch. Today, Wong Yu brought Li Yuqing home for the first time, so she naturally made 2 extra dishes. There was only 1 large iron pot in the kitchen, but having a big iron pot was already quite good these days. She also had a small iron pot that could sit on the stove. Li Yuqing looked around the kitchen. It wasn't very big, but definitely not small. The pots and stove were very clean, and there were many seasonings on the side, bottles and jars. Rural families rarely had so many seasonings. Usually, they only had oil and salt. Should we braise the rabbit?
She asked.
Gu Qingqing nodded. Yes, braise it. They both like spicy food. By the way, do you have any food taboos? Li Yuqing shook her head. No taboos, but I can't eat very spicy. Gu Qingqing smiled. You're from the south, right? Do you all like sweet food? Li Yuqing nodded again. My family is from Jinling. Our taste is quite mild, a bit sweet. Gu Qingqing nodded. Later, I'll make you some rabbit meat that isn't spicy, and some light vegetarian dishes. Li Yuqing felt a little shy. It's okay. Making 2 kinds of dishes is too trouble. I'll eat less. I just don't like spicy food, but I can eat it. She looked at the kitchen, feeling a bit unsure. Let me help. Is there anything I can do? Gu Qingqing didn't want her to do anything. No need. I can handle these small tasks myself. Wong Yu is inside. Just let him keep you company. It's okay. I can't let you work alone. I'll help out. Gu Qingqing thought for a moment.
All right.
You go to the vegetable garden and bring some vegetables, scallions, garlic, greens, water spinach, and some chili peppers. Okay. Gu Qingqing's vegetable garden was right next door, just outside the door. Gu Qingqing put rice on the stove to cook and steamed some pork. The house didn't have fresh meat left, but there was preserved meat and dried cured meat. She soaked some mushrooms and planned to stir-fry some greens later. Brother Lu catch a fish from the backyard and clean it.
Got it.
Lu Xiangyang inside the house responded and went to catch a fish in the backyard. Wong Yu followed him. Seeing the backyard environment, he stretched lazily and said, This little yard is really nice. There are vegetables in the garden outside, so why are there still onions and garlic here? Xiangyang caught a fish from the water tank. These fish were used to people, so they weren't afraid and were easy to catch. Xiangyang caught them precisely. He made the water tank quite large and a bit deeper, storing plenty of water. It was convenient for Gu Qingqing to use water for feeding pigs. The water in the tank needed regular changing, so it was just right to use now. Xiangyang pulled out a fish. After leaving the water, the fish struggled fiercely in his hand, its tail flapping non-stop, looking very lively.
Wong Yu was surprised.
So big? Where did you catch it? The fish in his hand was a big grass carp, about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilograms. It looked quite large. Xiangyang smiled. It wasn't very big when I caught it. I just caught a few here to raise. This one is pretty big. Wong Yu thought for a moment. The family often ate fish, but he wasn't surprised. The water sources near the Huaihua Brigade were abundant, so catching fish was normal. Xiangyang was very good at fishing, but everyone at home is already so big, and he truly doesn't know. He quickly moved to the edge of the pond to take a look and found there were really many fish inside, dark and dense of all sizes. Oh my, so many! You really are impressive. Lu Xiangyang smiled proudly, feeling very pleased. My Qingqing is not only smart and kind, but also good at managing the household. Look at the vegetable garden and those poultry she raised. Everything is excellent. Even the fish are well taken care of. Wong Yu, stop showing off here. The land in that vegetable garden was dug by me and you, and Su Jinchuan, and others did a lot too. Your Qingqing didn't do much physical work, and it's not all her credit. Lu Xiangyang looked confident and justified. Big men have strength. What's wrong with doing some physical labor? Qingqing tries every day to find ways to prepare food for us. Isn't that enough? If it were just us, I wouldn't have the time to make all kinds of dishes. The vegetables in the garden grow so well. She's the only one who takes care of them. Wong Yu pursed his lips and couldn't argue because Gu Qingqing was indeed very meticulous in this area. The vegetables in their garden grew really well. He, Lu Xiangyang, Shirlei, Su Guibiao, and Su Jinchuan, 5 men in total, almost shared all the physical labor, but the detailed work was definitely done by Gu Qingqing. Thinking about all those vegetables and the 2 big, fat pigs, how could Gu Qingqing be so good at raising poultry? The chickens, ducks, and geese grew up without a single one dying. Those are future meat. And those 2 big pigs, although the 5 men often worked hard to gather pig feed, the thought of slaughtering them for meat at the end of the year made all the hardship worth it. What they didn't know was that Gu Qingqing had a system, and after the space's well water was upgraded, its effects improved even more, with higher nutritional value. If Gu Qingqing hadn't restrained many of the fish, they could have grown even faster. The chickens, ducks, and geese all drank the well water from the space and were very healthy. How could they die? Gu Qingqing marinated some rabbit meat, then went to the backyard and saw Lu Xiangyang's big fish. She reminded him later, cut off the fish head and make a chopped chili fish head. Okay. Lu Xiangyang had no objection. He liked chopped chili fish head too. While Lu Xiangyang was killing the fish, Gu Qingqing and Li Yuqing were cooking in the front room, leaving Wong Yu free. Lu Xiangyang couldn't stand it anymore. Go chop up those pig feed. Wong Yu. He obediently went to chop the pig feed, a task he was very familiar with. Earlier, Gu Qingqing was cooking, heating oil, and adding seasonings. Li Yuqing was watching nearby and was surprised to see her use so much oil. In the past, when they were in the front yard, Li Yuqing had seen Gu Qingqing cook in the big kitchen a few times. She knew then that Gu Qingqing used a lot of oil. At that time, she thought Gu Qingqing was new and trying to please Lu Xiangyang, so she added more oil to make the dishes tastier. Since Lu Xiangyang was not short of money, she probably didn't mind at first. Now, more than half a year later, they are a couple, and she still uses so much oil. So, this is just everyday cooking? Having good conditions really makes a difference. Li Yuqing continued to tidy up the vegetables. She cut the rabbit meat into small pieces so it cooked quickly, and it didn't need much time. At first, Gu Qingqing only added a little chili for flavor. Now that it was cooked, she served a bowl and then added more chili. Lu Xiangyang brought over the cleaned fish. Gu Qingqing marinated it with seasonings for a while. When the rice on the stove was steamed, she placed the fish head to steam as well. After stir-frying all the vegetables, she started cooking the fish. Li Yuqing helped light the fire and watched her cook the whole time. Wong Yu kept saying that Gu Qingqing's cooking was delicious. She was curious about her cooking skills and saw it with her own eyes now. When the food was ready, everyone sat at the table to eat. "Do you want some wine?" Gu Qingqing asked. Lu Xiangyang looked at Wong Yu, who smiled and said, "Maybe a little?" Lu Xiangyang went to get some glasses. Gu Qingqing doesn't drink alcohol, and Li Yuqing doesn't either. In the end, only Lu Xiangyang and Wong Yu drank. On the table, there was braised rabbit, chopped chili fish head, steamed pork with rice flour, braised fish, stir-fried bacon with dried bamboo shoots, stir-fried eggs with green peppers, mushrooms, stir-fried vegetables, cucumber salad, and a bowl of water spinach with egg soup. A meal like this in the 1970s was quite impressive. Of course, only they would eat like this. If outsiders saw it, they would definitely be envious. Li Yuqing was surprised and felt a little embarrassed. It was so grand. Wong Yu was very happy today because Xiangyang didn't find any faults with Li Yuqing, which made him very pleased. He drank a bit more. Li Yuqing was already holding back, but Gu Qingqing's cooking was so good that she accidentally ate a lot and started to feel full. After eating, Li Yuqing wanted to help clean the dishes, but Gu Qingqing smiled and refused. You're a guest in my house, so you shouldn't do anything. Wong Yu is drunk, so help him go back and rest. This afternoon, there's no work, so you can rest well. Recently, the team hasn't been very busy, so there's no need to work every day. Today, everyone is taking a break. Li Yuqing looked at the drunk Wong Yu, blushing slightly. All right, I'll take him back first. Wong Yu staggered a bit and needed someone to support him to stand. Li Yuqing helped him to a small cabin with Xiangyang. Xiangyang hadn't gone back. He left the space for the two of them. Li Yuqing was a bit excited today. Qingqing's cooking is really delicious. I ate so much. I think you ate quite a bit too. Wong Yu, tipsy, smiled and said, her cooking skills are indeed good. Sometimes I wonder if old Lu liked her at first just because she cooks so well.
Li Yuqing shuklat.
I think the most important thing is that Qingqing looks pretty. Good cooking is just a bonus. Wong Yu sighed deeply, worried about his brother. Being pretty is good, but she's too clever. Old Lu is really caught in her trap. TSK. Clever? Li Yuqing looked surprised. Wong Yu laughed. Yeah. The key is, old Lu keeps showing off how smart she is. Do you think he's fallen for her? That girl is really impressive. Sometimes even old Lu can't handle her. Li Yuqing was a bit stunned. Really? I thought Lu Jiqing usually looks cold and intimidating. I didn't expect they get along like that. Wong Yu looked up and sighed. Old Lu just looks scary. He's really kind to his own people, especially to me, his brother. He treats me the best.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing his silly look, Li Yuqing rolled her eyes. Stop laughing like that. In the small yard, Xiangyang went to tidy up the dishes, telling Gu Qingqing to rest in the backyard. After he finished, he came to the backyard. Gu Qingqing was lying on a lounge chair. He suddenly pulled her up, sat down himself, then hugged her into his arms, and they lay down together. Gu Qingqing. This annoying man never forgets to take advantage of her. What's your impression of Li Yuqing? He asked. Gu Qingqing played with the buttons on his clothes, closed her eyes, and said, It's okay. We didn't have much contact before, so I don't have a strong impression. She's not as smart as you. Xiangyang commented. Gu Qingqing immediately smiled. You know her well, so sure she's not as smart as me? No need to know her well. You can tell at a glance. Gu Qingqing moved slightly, lying on him, resting her chin on her arm, and looked at him. There haven't been any earth-shattering events between us. Why do you think I am so smart? Xiangyang slightly smiled. Girls tend to be emotional. Being smart in love is true intelligence. I can't even fool you, so you must be clever. Gu Qingqing. She was a bit confused. Xiangyang, when men face this kind of situation, shouldn't they think I have no conscience? Why do you still think I am smart? Gu Qingqing truly couldn't understand this. Normally, someone like Xiangyang, who is very outstanding in many ways, should be very proud. He doesn't lack girls chasing him, so he probably wouldn't be very patient with a girl. He has many options and could choose someone who treats him better and loves him more. But this guy liked her, and he seemed quite proud of it. This puzzled Gu Qingqing. Xiangyang opened his eyes and looked at her. He clearly saw the doubt on her face. She genuinely thought her personality might make men dislike her, think she was calculating, and that no man had ever truly appreciated her. Qingqing, adults are responsible for their actions. It's normal to be cautious and not trust others easily. You're not wrong for protecting yourself. The real mistake is those who want to take without giving. The world has strict standards for a girl's reputation. Being careful keeps you safe. You're not trying to deceive others. You're just protecting yourself. What's wrong with that? Why are you like this? I feel like you've gone through something before. Gu Qingqing couldn't bear to look at him anymore. She lowered her head and hid in his arms. In her past life, she had met too many men like this. Girls who are not easy to deceive are often labeled as calculating and cold-hearted. But she couldn't tell Lu Xiangyang this. She could only reply, "It's my mom told me." She said men like naive and easy-to-win girls. Just a few sweet words can win them over. Men are more realistic than women. When they like you, they will flatter you. When they get bored or want to go home, they will leave you. They don't care how you will live in the future. The hardships are yours to bear. If you affect him, he might even get rid of you. Lu Xiangyang was silent for a while before speaking. My mom is right. Many men are like that. Qingqing, you didn't trust me before. Is it because of this? Were you afraid I was just lonely and needed someone to be with? Were you worried I was only attracted to your kindness and beauty and that after a few years, when my family had a chance to bring me back, I would leave you behind? Once I got bored, I would go home and marry someone from a better family to continue my career. At that time, you wouldn't even have the ability to resist. Gu Qingqing said nothing. Lu Xiangyang sighed, hugged her tightly and comforted her, saying, "Many men are like that, but I am not." At first, I hesitated because I was thinking about whether you could adapt to my world in the future. I chose you, and I will be responsible for you. If I was just impulsive, I wouldn't have hesitated at the beginning. I will teach you about social skills and relationships. I don't need much help from you in your career. Just stay alert and don't trust everyone too easily. Handle what you can yourself and tell me immediately if you can't. Qingqing, the man in front of you is not someone protected by his family, but someone who supports the family. I have enough influence, and no one else can control my marriage except me. Really, I don't need to rely on marriage alliances to strengthen my position. I have ways to handle our family and our future. Gu Qingqing looked up at him. Really? I told you I would introduce you to my family before we get married. When that time comes, see my grandmother's family and my brother's attitudes towards you. You'll understand. And my parents, see for yourself. Then you'll feel more at ease. Gu Qingqing shrank into his arms. You sound so confident, like your whole family listens to you. Lu Xiangyang smiled. You're right. Why does everyone listen to you? Because I am the best. Gu Qingqing. Our family situation, actually, I think I can solve it. Getting my grandparents and parents to go back isn't impossible. But that's just an idea. I haven't had the chance to carry it out yet. There are too many things to consider. I want to be more careful and not take risks. Gu Qingqing was surprised. You have a way to get them to go back? Lu Xiangyang nodded. Yes. Honestly, my ancestors' situation was complicated. They were landlords and capitalists. It's a miracle they lasted this long without trouble. Our family still has some wisdom. Currently, my situation is something I arranged myself. They were planning to sacrifice others to protect me, but I chose to give up that plan. In the future, I have other plans. Right now, our family isn't doing too badly. This world can't last many more years. Even if I do nothing, in a few years, everything will settle down at home. I won't have to rely on arranged marriages to strengthen the family's position. Having lived through another life, with this extra space as a bonus if I still can't do well, then my previous life was all for nothing. Gu Qingqing was a bit surprised, not expecting the Lu family ancestors to be so complicated. Since you have a way to send them back, you must also have a way to go back yourself. Do you want to go back? Lu Xiangyang lowered his head and nudged her face gently. Not right now. The matter with my ancestors can't be changed. If I really wanted to return to my official position, it's not that easy. There are many things to do, and I don't necessarily have to do them all. Besides, I want to try a different environment. Just staying with you in the countryside for a few years, enjoying the peaceful life, sounds good. When the situation stabilizes later, I can go back without delay. When the school reopens, I can send you to university. By then, we should both have children and the kids will be a bit older. Someone at home can take care of them, and everything will be just right. Gu Qingqing whispered, You still want me to go to university? Aren't you just asking me to stay at home and take care of the kids? Lu Xiangyang smiled. The The kids aren't left without care. It doesn't have to be you. Besides, you're still young. Studying won't do any harm. When you get to the Liu family, having a good education is at least something impressive. I know the circle you're in might be tough on you, so I've already arranged things for you in advance, teaching you how to handle it instead of just saying I want to protect you all the time. Xiangyang lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers, seriously saying, I know you don't have much support behind you, so I'll make sure everything is arranged. I won't let your busy outside life leave you alone in a strange environment, struggling on your own. If my grandparents and parents can go back, there will be servants at home. When that time comes, I'll leave the kids at home with the servants taking care of them, and the elders will oversee everything. My grandparents are retired now, so there will always be someone at home. Gu Qingqing almost wanted to laugh. Your grandparents are so old, and you still want them to help watch the kids? If they find out, they'll probably scold you. Xiangyang chuckled. No way. They'd be happy to have me have more kids for them to play with. Gu Qingqing. I'm serious, especially about girls. My mom really wanted to have a daughter back then, but unfortunately, it didn't happen. Neither of my two brothers is married. They're tough guys in the military, and I don't know when they'll find a wife. After you marry me, the children we have will be the first children in the Liu family. Grandma and Grandpa will be so happy. Gu Qingqing smiled and asked, You thought about having children so soon? Of course. I wanted to. At this moment, Xiangyang hugged her close, turned over, and pressed her beneath him. I've said all this to tell you I know what I'm doing, and I can handle the consequences. If I were really interested in arranged marriage, I would have done it when the Liu family had problems. My family was planning to protect me, but I gave up because I had other plans. Arranged marriage is not something that would happen to me. I like you, not because you're cautious and smart. I like you, and after liking you, I admire your caution and intelligence. Your mom hasn't met a good man, so feel free to test me with what she gave you. I promise I won't disappoint you. Gu Qingqing looked at him with wide eyes. This man was so charming, truly attractive. He had a strong, masculine aura that she had always longed for in her past life, but never found in other men. It was a sense of reliability and safety. A smile naturally appeared on Gu Qingqing's face, her lips curling up, her eyes soft and curved. This is what you said. I only believe you this once. If you lie to me, I'll never trust you again. I'll run away secretly, and you definitely won't find me. Xiangyang looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Since you have doubts about me, why are you still staying by my side? Is it because you like me and can't bear to leave? Gu Qingqing fiddled with the button on his chest, feeling wronged and silent. Xiangyang understood. He lowered his head and kissed her little mouth. It was still so soft and sweet. A light kiss was not enough anymore. He wanted to deepen the kiss, gently parting her lips and sharing a passionate, lingering kiss. That was what he truly desired. Once the words were spoken openly, the distance between them would shrink. Neither of them was the type to be shy or awkward. Gu Qingqing felt that Xiangyang was a man who didn't bother to deceive women. Since he saw her worries and concerns and knew what the problem was, he would directly solve it instead of avoiding it. His strong personality didn't allow him to run away. Either solve the problem or stay far away. The afternoon sunlight shone down, making the small courtyard very quiet. The only sounds were their breathing. There was just a rocking chair in the yard, and it was hard to sit comfortably on it. Gu Qingqing felt him tearing at her clothes, and she was very nervous. Big Brother Liu, stop. He really stopped. When he looked up at her, his deep eyes showed desire, which startled Gu Qingqing. Before she could say anything, she felt dizzy and was suddenly lifted into his arms, placed on the bed inside the house. Seeing that he followed her onto the bed and she pushed him down, Gu Qingqing was terrified. Xiangyang, wake up. We're not married yet. If you try anything, I won't marry you. Xiangyang smiled slightly and still tried to cover her small mouth. As they brushed close to each other, he softly comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'll only kiss you for a while. I won't do anything before we get married. Actually, he really wanted her. The girl who had made his heart beat faster in both this life and the last, How could he not want her? But she wasn't ready yet, so he naturally wouldn't push her. Anyway, they were getting married soon, and he could wait a little longer. He loved the girl in his hands and didn't want to force her. That afternoon was the most intimate they had been since they met. The man's words about only kissing were not trustworthy. He didn't do anything serious, but in the end, he took advantage of her. Women are naturally weaker than men, and Xiangyang's strength was more than she could resist. But later, when their feelings grew intense, Gu Qingqing gave up. She knew in her heart that she liked him very much. In both this life and the last, she had never felt such strong feelings. She knew he was smart and powerful, and she carried a system, which made staying with him dangerous.
But she still wanted to stay.
Because she couldn't bear to leave. Today, she finally opened her heart. Gu Qingqing knew she really wanted to try. The farm work in the village wasn't finished yet. When Xiangyang had time, she planned to meet his family. If what he said was true, and he could decide his own marriage, then they would get married very soon. When Gu Qingqing woke up again, the room was very quiet. Her clothes had been tidied up. She was lying on the bed, covered with a thin quilt. Inside the house, a lingering feeling of intimacy still remained. This was their closest moment together. Although they didn't take the final step, they were still very close. Even now, she kept imagining the tender scene from earlier, and it seemed like his scent still clung to her. Gu Qingqing hid under the blanket, hugging it shyly for a while. She still remembered what he whispered in her ear. "Qingqing, I am serious. Please stay with me and don't leave. I will teach you everything. I am really lonely and have many secrets I want to share, but I'm afraid it might scare you. Please stay with me forever." At first, she thought it was just sweet talk. But now, after calming down, Gu Qingqing suddenly found it a bit strange. Lonely? Why would he feel lonely? From what he said about his childhood with Zhou Lin, he should have had a good life. He was a talented young boy, had many friends, and was loved by his family. He grew up in a peaceful, loving home. Why would he feel lonely? Gu Qingqing was a little confused. Sometimes, she felt that Lu Xiangyang was a bit too mature. He had a carefree youth, moving smoothly through life, but sometimes, he carried a heavy sense of duty. When he said he was lonely, she somehow believed it was true. This made her think again about the space around Lu Xiangyang. When did he get the space? How did he get it? He could earn so much money from the black market and bring so many supplies home. That space couldn't be from this era, or maybe it could produce food. He said he was lonely. Could he also have been reborn or traveled through time? He loved the Lu family deeply, so maybe not rebirth, but perhaps time travel? Could this loneliness be caused by his past life? Gu Qingqing got up. The house was empty. On the table, there was a note written in Lu Xiangyang's handwriting. "I went hunting in the mountains. I locked the door outside and the back door is bolted from the inside. I climbed over the wall. Am I clever?" Gu Qingqing smiled slightly. Yes, it was the careful Lu Xiangyang again. Even as a girl sleeping at home, he still made sure the doors were locked to keep her safe. She got up to wash her face in the backyard. There was a large water bucket and a basin. As soon as she entered the yard, she heard the poultry making loud noises. Pigs, ducks, and geese all were making a fuss. Gu Qingqing frowned and opened the door to take a look. As soon as she opened it, she saw Li Fugui standing there, staring directly at her white goose. Her opening the door startled Li Fugui, who instinctively wanted to run. When he turned around and saw it was Gu Qingqing, he straightened up and shouted fiercely, "Are you trying to scare me to death in broad daylight?" Gu Qingqing kept a cold face. "If I haven't done anything wrong, I shouldn't be afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. I just opened the door. Why did you scare yourself? What are you guilty of?"
"You,"
Li Fugui said angrily. "Stop talking nonsense. I just came to take a look. I haven't done anything." Gu Qingqing remained silent with a cold face. Li Fugui, full of anger, said, "It's crazy to lock the door when you're at home during the day." After saying that, he turned around and left, muttering something under his breath. Gu Qingqing now lives in the backyard and doesn't have much contact with people in the front yard, especially Li Fugui, who had been disciplined several times by Lu Xiangyang. Later, he didn't dare to come near her. Now seeing him, she suddenly remembered she hadn't seen this guy for a long time. Looking at his figure, he seemed much thinner. People in this era are naturally slim, and Li Fugui was never fat. Now, he looks even more emaciated, with a gaunt appearance, and his mental state seems poor, looking somewhat gloomy. Gu Qingqing frowned and went to check the poultry enclosure. The chickens, ducks, and geese were all there. She knew these animals attracted attention, so if the young people didn't work, she rarely let the poultry out to avoid being noticed. They had been raising them for 2 months, and the chicks had grown well. The white goose was the best, being large in size, now looking like a big piece of meat. Qianli just came in through the back door and saw everything. She carried a basket, stood beside Gu Qingqing, looked into the enclosure, and smiled. This white goose is so well grown, it can be eaten. Gu Qingqing turned her head and glared at her. Qianli immediately smiled. Don't glare at me. Even if I wanted to eat it, I wouldn't steal yours. But that person just now, be careful. He's probably starving. Gu Qingqing frowned. What's wrong with him? He looks much more haggard. Qianli was stunned. Don't you know? Gu Qingqing shook her head. I haven't seen him in a long time. Did something happen? Qianli looked at her with a strange expression. He was messed with by your man. Gu Qingqing was surprised. Lu Xiangyang? She reached out and patted Qianli, speak properly. Qianli giggled and quickly dodged. Recently, Li Fugui has been very unlucky. He likes to slack off at work, and now there's a shortage of workers. Working requires strength, and if you're not well fed, you have less energy. He was caught stealing ducks from the team, and the team leader's people beat him up. He took a few bites of the duck, but the rest of the meat was taken back. He also has to pay for the grain, losing quite a bit of his rations. Lu Jiqing often goes hunting, right? Su Jinchuan and Shirlei also go with him. Their lives have improved a lot. Su Jinchuan said that in the county black market, a chicken costs over 10 yuan, and you can't even buy one. Wild chickens are very popular. Gu Qingqing blinked, seeming to understand. So, he can't catch wild chickens, so he tries to steal poultry from the team to sell for money?
Qianli grinned at Miss Xiaoboshi.
Exactly. Money can buy food. Or, at least, trading for food works too. Later, he couldn't resist and stole a chicken from Aunt Pang's house. Aunt Pang's family has always raised chickens. They have many men and plenty of food. He thought her men were out that day, so he went, but he was caught right away. Aunt Pang's husband and sons were all at home. Qianli leaned closer to Gu Qingqing. That day I was out playing, I saw Lu Jiqing talking to Aunt Pang's son. The boy was smiling so flatteringly. He took 2 yuan from Lu Jiqing and immediately ran to show off to Li Fugui how fat his family's chickens were. He even said he was going to visit relatives at his grandmother's place with his brothers. In the evening, they really left, but Li Fugui didn't know that they came back later. So, when he went to steal chickens, he was caught. Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing shot her a glance, sizing her up from head to toe, her eyes clearly threatening. Qianli immediately promised, I didn't tell anyone.
I was just passing by chance.
You don't know, when your Lu Jiqing saw me, he looked at me. Oh my, I was so scared, I almost kneeled. I didn't dare to say anything bad. I felt like he could destroy me. Gu Qingqing. As for the female youths involved with this young intellectual, Gu Qingqing hasn't interacted much with them. But strangely, she liked Qianli the most, even though others said she was fiery, calculating, and scheming. Next was Su Dongmei. Her reputation wasn't very good either. People said she liked to take small advantages, had a bad temper, and couldn't get married. Sometimes, Gu Qingqing even wondered if her own taste was wrong. She curled her lips and looked at Qianli. Actually, not only can he destroy you, but I can too. Qianli. After joking a few times, Gu Qingqing looked sadly at her white goose. So, is he starving and trying to steal my goose? Is he crazy? He's been beaten by Brother Lu several times and still doesn't learn?
Qianli shukja.
People who are starving can do anything. The first time, he just stole a duck to eat himself. The second time, he went to Aunt Pang's house and caught several ducks to sell. Who knows what he might do next? After speaking, Qianli greedily looked at Gu Qingqing's chickens. Your chickens are really nice. When they lay eggs, I'll trade you some stuff. You must give me eggs, okay? Gu Qingqing smiled. If I can't finish eating, it's no problem to leave some for you. She also looked at the big pig nearby, saliva almost dripping. This pig is also very fat. Lu Jiqing often takes 4 or 5 people to gather pig feed. No wonder he can raise these 2 big animals so well. Your place has good conditions. Will this pig be slaughtered for the new year? Gu Qingqing nodded. It should be slaughtered by itself. Brother Lu has so many relatives. They will definitely share some meat for the new year. But 1 pig must be handed over. I know. Qianli was very happy to hear she would slaughter a pig herself. Let's agree in advance. Save some meat for me during the new year. I'll trade you some stuff or pay with money. Please leave me more fat meat. The last sentence she said pitifully, ignoring her eyes shining like a wolf. Gu Qingqing looked at her big pig and smiled. TSK. Big fat pig, you're not grown yet, but a bunch of people are waiting to eat your meat. You must grow well, grow seriously, and put on more flesh. Second senior brother. Alright, I promise. I'll save some meat for you. Qianli immediately jumped happily. Good sister, you're so kind. Then her face fell. It's so hard to make money. It's so difficult just to eat some meat. Comrade Gu Qingqing, how does Lu Jiqing make money?
Can you teach me?
I know it's hard to earn money these days. Anything that makes money usually isn't easy to share. I just want to do something bad, get some leverage over your Lu Jiqing, so he'll believe I won't tell others about Aunt Pang's stuff. I won't give him any leverage, I just feel uneasy. Gu Qingqing. She looked at Qianli with some suspicion. Why are you so afraid of Brother Lu? He's a really good person. Gentle, caring, easy to talk to.
He often pampers me.
Qianli's face, slightly tanned from the sun, immediately looked very frustrated. Come on, he's just gentle to you. When have you ever seen him be gentle to outsiders? Gu Qingqing thought for a moment. He just often keeps a cold face, but he's quite polite to outsiders too. The more polite he is, the more I get scared. Every time I see those eyes looking at me, I feel a chill down my back. Gu Qingqing. She thought this girl was quite brave, but it turns out she's so timid. Just go back first. Don't bother him. He's still easy to get along with. About earning money, when there's a chance, I'll tell you. Qianli raised her eyebrows happily. You said it. Just tell me what to do and I'll listen. After saying that, she grabbed her basket and headed to the front yard. Gu Qingqing thought for a moment.
Wait.
Qianli turned back. What's wrong? Gu Qingqing grinned. I need a lot of Sephora flowers. The ones at home aren't enough. If you have time, bring some to me. I'll pay you. Qianli's eyes lit up. Really? Okay, I'll go get some right now. After saying that, she hurriedly ran to the front yard, put down her things, grabbed her tools, and rushed out. Gu Qingqing watched her speed, making a few admiring sounds. She really is good at working. By dusk, Lu Xiangyang and his group returned. He didn't go alone. Wong Yu, Su Jinchuan, Shirlei, and Su Guobiao went with him. But since they only had half a day, they didn't go deep into the mountains. The game they caught wasn't big, mainly a roe deer, some wild chickens, rabbits, wild mushrooms, wood ear fungi, and mostly herbs and pig grass. There's a low shrub on the mountain that pigs like to eat. Gu Qingqing recognizes it. Before the new year, she often went up the mountain to water these plants with well water from her space, using branches soaked in water, then planting them outside, and they all grew successfully. Now, around the Sephora Flower Brigade, there are many of these plants. There aren't many pigs, so they can't finish eating them all. The last time they brought some back, the pigs hadn't finished eating them yet. Now they've brought back so much more, enough for several days. The bag was huge, tightly packed, and when emptied, there was a lot inside. They collected 2 sacks of pig fodder, 2 sacks of Sephora flowers, 3 sacks of honeysuckle, and some miscellaneous herbs. They also gathered over 20 wild chicken eggs, with black fungus and mushrooms stored in baskets. The most important items were the centipedes inside each of their craft paper bags. Their main goal in going up the mountain was to catch these creatures. The centipedes were hidden under rocks, requiring effort to turn the stones over and catch them. The craft paper bags, sewn by Gu Qingqing, were sturdy, made of 3 layers, long and only about 10 centimeters wide, perfect for putting the centipedes directly inside. Is there boiling water? Lu Xiangyang asked.
Yes.
Gu Qingqing went to fetch the kettle. They each poured boiling water into the bags and then poured it out again. Since centipedes can be used in medicine, some people collect them, though not everyone knows about it. By the 1980s and 1990s, more people from the countryside started collecting these creatures. There was also another sack tightly tied to the side. Inside it was still moving, feeling like a soft-bodied animal. Seeing Gu Qingqing look over, Lu Xiangyang said, "Don't watch anymore. I'll handle it so you won't be scared." Gu Qingqing immediately looked away. The busy group glanced at Gu Qingqing and smiled foolishly. Snake soup is quite delicious. But they weren't planning to eat it, they were going to sell it. Go get some food. It's late, and everyone will eat here later. Gu Qingqing nodded. The yard was messy, and it looked like they would clean up for a while, and probably take a bath too. This was a good time for her to prepare some food. Gu Qingqing was used to scenes like this because since the weather warmed up, Lu Xiangyang often went up the mountain, sometimes bringing everyone along. These people were like bandits. There are many mountains around the Sephora Flower Brigade, full of treasures. In the past, they had no way to access these resources or even knew about them. But with Lu Xiangyang's guidance, they started making good money. Everyone was crazy about it. There was some leftover lunch that hadn't been eaten, perfect for tonight's dinner with so many people. They cooked a pot of porridge, made some mixed grain pancakes, and stir-fried a big bowl of sour beans. The combination of these with porridge was perfect. This group was easy to feed. They didn't mind what was prepared. Gu Qingqing was cooking when Qianli came over, carrying her sack with a huff. "Qingqing, I brought you some Sephora flowers." She carried one sack and a basket. Gu Qingqing was cooking in the kitchen. When she turned around, she saw Qianli bringing over so much. She was surprised and said, "You got so much so quickly?" Qianli smiled happily. "I saw some nearby earlier, so I went straight to get it. It took me over 2 hours." Gu Qingqing looked around. The Sephora flowers looked pretty good, and the burlap sack wasn't too tightly packed. If the flowers were pressed too hard, their appearance wouldn't be as nice. There was a scale over at Lu Xiangyang's place. Gu Qingqing went to get it and weighed the contents. Including the basket, the total was 60 jin. Gu Qingqing said, "1 penny per jin. I'll give you 40 cents. How about that?" 40 cents? Qianli was stunned. She hadn't expected the Sephora flowers to be worth so much. Is 40 cents a lot? If it were decades later, maybe not. But in the year 1973, 40 cents with a food ration coupon could buy a few jin of rice. The Sephora flowers grow on the mountain. She could just pick them directly. "Really? You still want some? There are more on the mountain. I'll go pick some for you tomorrow." Qianli's eyes sparkled. She grabbed Gu Qingqing's hand eagerly, full of hope. Gu Qingqing nodded, "Yes, but I don't want the bad ones. Just like this is fine. Soon these will be gone. We can still pick some for a while. Whatever you get, I want as much as you can." Qianli nodded excitedly. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to pick the best ones. When I get older, I won't pick these anymore." Gu Qingqing nodded. "Besides this, there are also honeysuckle flowers. There are still some on the mountain. You pick some for me too. They're also 1 penny per jin. You can just pull a bunch from the vine. The flower buds are the best. Open flowers are fine too, but big leaves are not good. Small leaves are okay." Qianli held Gu Qingqing's hand, her eyes shining like she was looking at her own parents. "Qingqing, you're so kind. I'll make sure to pick the cleanest ones, with no leaves." Gu Qingqing handed her the money. Qianli took it, grabbed her basket, and bounced away happily with the burlap sack. Gu Qingqing put the Sephora flowers into her own burlap sack and continued cooking. After all the dishes were ready, The people in the backyard finished their work and came over to eat. They were all very hungry, eating as if they were grabbing food. In the end, they finished all the leftover lunch and even cleaned up the dishes themselves. Su Jinchuan was the one tidying up. After everyone left, Lu Xiangyang took a shower, sat on the kong, and dried his hair. Gu Qingqing sat behind him, took a towel, and dried his hair while talking about the day's events. Li Fugui's look back then, I think he was eyeing the chickens and ducks at home. Lu Xiangyang sneered. He must have been starving. Be careful around him recently, but don't worry. He's leaving here soon.
Huh?
Gu Qingqing tilted her head, leaving? Lu Xiangyang nodded. At worst, he'll go to jail. At best, he'll be sent to farm reform. That guy keeps trying to trouble you. Even with me here, he's still not giving up. He's so sneaky, keeping him around is a risk. I've wanted to deal with him for a long time, but he's too timid. Life in the Huaihua Brigade is good, and he's not desperate enough to act out. That's why it's dragged on until now. Now, he's almost at the end of his rope. If he manages to succeed twice more, he'll gain more courage and probably cause bigger trouble. When that happens, someone will catch him. Gu Qingqing understood. Is he leaving alone, or with those friends he hangs out with? Lu Xiangyang paused, then replied, trying to send everyone away. Gu Qingqing nodded without saying anything. The room fell silent for a moment. Gu Qingqing dried Lu Xiangyang's hair, then set the towel aside. Lu Xiangyang leaned back on the kong, reluctant to leave. Gu Qingqing put the towel back and saw him sitting there, so she sat beside him. Big brother Lu, I have some questions to ask you. Go ahead. Can you tell me about your family? I mean, the details. Lu Xiangyang looked at the girl under the light, a slight smile on his face, feeling happy. Finally interested in your future husband's family? Gu Qingqing lowered her head. You said you want me to marry you, so I need to know. Lu Xiangyang pulled her close and held her hand. It's okay to tell you. You'll find out sooner or later. But don't be afraid once you know. Since I chose you, I will protect you. Do you understand? Gu Qingqing nodded. My family situation is a bit complicated. My ancestors were officials. Our family tree has been around for hundreds of years. We were once very successful, with many connections and wealth. But by my great-grandfather's generation, things had become a bit lonely. No one in the family entered official service. We mainly managed our own businesses and traded. During turbulent times, my grandfather believed an opportunity had arrived to make achievements and revive the family. My great-grandfather supported this idea, so the three brothers all joined the army. Only my great-grandfather and his youngest son stayed at home to run the family business, paving the way for these brothers. During those years, my great-grandfather nearly exhausted his family's wealth and achieved many accomplishments. When he was old, he carried out a mission for the country and sacrificed his life, helping my grandfather rise to success. My grandfather is truly talented and was the most successful of the three brothers. The other two grandfathers died protecting him. Now, only my grandfather's family remains from the Lu family. Gu Qingqing had long suspected that Lu Xiangyang came from a complicated background. She didn't expect it to be so complex. No wonder he is so smart. His abilities, emotional intelligence, knowledge, and vision are all perfect. He seems a bit cold and rational, but that's just strategy. People from powerful, noble families are used to controlling everything. They always have the ability to steer things in the best direction, whether in their careers or personal lives. Emotional reactions are rare among children of such big families. Their minds are always clear and calm. Most ordinary people find it hard to do these things. Those without good education, especially common folks, are more easily controlled by feelings. They tend to be impulsive and quick-tempered. They might break up with someone and be devastated. Even if they know they love a bad person, they still find it hard to let go. Families argue over small amounts of money, busy with trivial matters. Many people live until their 30s or 40s with nothing to show for it. Gu Qingqing was a survivor in her past life. She experienced gender bias, emotional betrayal, career failures, and helplessness. But these things rarely happen to children from noble families because their ancestors have already gone through those struggles for them. Then, what happened later? With her family's situation and the current environment, things should have gone wrong long ago. So, why are they only now facing trouble? Xiangyang sighed, because my grandfather was smart enough, and my great-grandfather was truly willing to risk everything. Back then, those dangers were too great, and sacrifice was inevitable. My great-grandfather was already old then. He took the initiative and made great contributions, sacrificing himself. At that critical moment, my grandfather used all the family assets to support the country. Later, my other two grandfathers sacrificed themselves to protect my grandfather and other important people, earning their own merits. So later, our family managed to survive until now. Otherwise, with my ancestors' background, landlords and capitalists, and my grandmother born into a scholarly family, how could we have only faced trouble now? My grandfather was originally capable of entering the top tier, but he was worried about problems and enemies, so he stayed low-key for a long time, letting others take the lead. He ended up in the second tier. Gu Qingqing. Even after staying low-key, she still ended up in the second tier. That's dangerous. Gu Qingqing was just an ordinary person in her past life. She worked hard her whole life and only managed to amass about 500 million yuan, mainly by catching the wave of the times and earning the benefits. This life, after crossing over, she encountered such a big opportunity, such a huge slice of the pie. Can she handle it? Gu Qingqing looked at Lu Xiangyang with a sad face. No wonder you're worried that ordinary people can't be your wife. You're doing fine as you are. Really, if you're just a simple-minded guy who likes someone without thinking and ends up chasing her blindly, the girl might not be able to handle it. In the end, the girl would suffer, and you'd probably just get divorced and inherit the family business. Lu Xiangyang. Before he could speak, Gu Qingqing looked at him pitifully. Actually, I'm not very smart. My little brain might not be good enough to be your wife. I just want to be a simple little rich woman. Lu Xiangyang immediately smiled. A simple little rich woman? Gu Qingqing nodded eagerly. Yes, a simple little rich woman, an ordinary talented girl who makes money. Lu Xiangyang burst into laughter. He reached out, tousled her little head, making her hair messy and wild. I remember you once had big ambitions, to build a career. You're mistaken. Lu Xiangyang. He sighed helplessly, hugging her.
Come on.
Didn't you say you wouldn't leave me alone? Why do you want to leave me so soon? Gu Qingqing sighed. Lu Xiangyang smiled slightly. Actually, you don't have to be afraid. I will protect you. Gu Qingqing lowered her head. Lu Xiangyang continued. You also know what happened later. My grandparents came here, my parents went to the northeast, and I stayed here. I have two older brothers who are not married and are in the military. My maternal grandparents and their family are also in the military. I used to be there too, but now I've retired. A few years later, everything at home should be fine. The hardest times are over. Now, in peaceful times, you need to believe in your future grandfather and future husband's abilities. Gu Qingqing sighed. I haven't been involved in that circle. Lu Xiangyang said, I will teach you. Just stay alert. It's not as complicated as you think. Gu Qingqing turned to look at him, with a face that clearly said, You're definitely lying to me. So, what should I do now? She asked, feeling a bit confused. Lu Xiangyang gently said, Don't be nervous. Do whatever you want. A husband's power is to protect you, not to pressure you. I want to marry you, so I will naturally protect you. I will slowly teach you everything in the future. Don't be afraid. I've met many people, and most of them aren't as smart as you. Gu Qingqing's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Of course, it's true. Many of them are from rural areas like you, relying on a family member to get ahead, and that's how they entered that circle. Some can't even read or write. When you go back with me, you'll see that many old grandmas and grandpas in the big yard are just like the ones in the village. They hit people, scold people, take advantage, argue over small things, and spoil the mischievous kids at home, treating grandsons like treasures and granddaughters like weeds. There are many such people. Only a few are really impressive, those born into noble families. Most are unlucky. Gu Qingqing. She blinked her eyes. What kind of person is your mom? Lu Xiangyang smiled. She's a spoiled rich girl. She's the only daughter of my grandmother. Her 4 older brothers spoil her. She's been spoiled by my dad her whole life and hasn't suffered much. Now she's with my dad in the Northeast, and that's probably the biggest hardship she's faced. She's someone who, after so many years of marriage, still receives pocket money from her brothers. Gu Qingqing. She couldn't believe it.
You
mean to say that even now your uncles still send pocket money to your mom? Lu Xiangyang nodded. Yes. Not only my uncles, but my grandparents also send money. So my mom is very rich. She loves good-looking people. You'll have to be sweet to her and coax her into giving you her savings. She has her and my dad's salaries from so many years. That's a lot of money. Gu Qingqing. She looked at him with a strange expression. No wonder you're so dedicated. I thought you'd comfort me and tell me my future mother-in-law is easy to get along with, and not to be afraid. I didn't expect you to teach me how to bribe her right away. Lu Xiangyang smiled and said, I'm teaching you how to succeed in your career. My mom is the richest person in our family. Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow and said meaningfully, richer than you? Xiangyang paused, used to be, but not anymore. Gu Qingqing rested her chin on her hands. Your mom is really lucky. Being loved by so many people, and at her age, still receiving pocket money from her brother. It's almost unbelievable. Xiangyang pinched her small chin. You will be just as happy in the future. Even if I don't give you pocket money now, I will. I promise you'll be richer than my mom. Men of the Lu family love their wives. That's the family tradition. You're the first daughter-in-law to marry in, and you're so beautiful. My mom will definitely be enchanted by you. Gu Qingqing. She was truly curious about her future mother-in-law. Such a happy person. It's really enviable. With a chance like this, maybe she should learn the secret of happiness from her future mother-in-law. With this thought, Gu Qingqing worked more energetically. On the second day, she received a package from her future mother-in-law, along with money she had sent. Gu Qingqing understood that Xiangyang was telling the truth. This future mother-in-law was definitely a wealthy woman. In this era, salaries are fixed. How did she manage it? Most of the contents of the package were local specialties from the Northeast, an area with many mountains. There were various mushrooms, wood ear fungi, dried vegetables, and 2 wild ginseng roots. Wild ginseng is so valuable that she sent 2 of them directly. What does the letter say? Leave it for your grandparents to make chicken soup. Gu Qingqing. Sure enough, she's a wealthy lady. If Gu Qingqing didn't have her space, she wouldn't be so generous. Xiangyang smiled and said, there's plenty of ginseng in the Northeast. It's not expensive. Gu Qingqing was stunned and suddenly remembered. Oh right. Wait, this is wild ginseng. How can wild ones be so common? Plus, they look excellent, and the age seems good. It must be valuable. Even if it's not as rare as in central China, it's definitely not worthless. Xiangyang smiled without arguing. Anyway, she's very rich. She's said to make chicken soup. Do you have a chicken? Lu Xiangyang went to look through the packages. There were indeed a few chickens inside, but they were all dried. There was dried chicken, dried rabbit, and a wild boar leg that had already been smoked. Lu Xiangyang smiled and said, this is obviously bought by my mom. She definitely can't cook these. Gu Qingqing looked for a while and said, there's nothing special about these. How can you tell they're not made by your mom? She doesn't know how to make these.
Huh.
Lu Xiangyang looked at Gu Qingqing with a bright smile. I told you, my mom is the kind of wealthy lady who's been spoiled since she was young. She doesn't cook. If she had these wild meats, she wouldn't know how to handle them. She definitely bought them. Poor dad. When he was in Beijing, at least there were servants to cook. Now he's in the Northeast, only with my mom. I wonder how he's been these past few months. Gu Qingqing. Do you remember the last time they wrote and said they liked the beef sauce you made? Yes. That stuff you open and eat. It's especially good with rice. Gu Qingqing. Lu Xiangyang looked at the remittance slip.
500 yuan.
500 yuan isn't much for him and Gu Qingqing, but if they didn't have space to store it, it was a lot of money. A mother giving her son this much as support was beyond normal. It showed that her future mother-in-law was quite wealthy. Lu Xiangyang handed the remittance slip to Gu Qingqing. Last time she sent 800 yuan, this time 500. I guess if she didn't want to attract attention, she could send more.
This money is yours now.
Gu Qingqing was surprised. For me? Lu Xiangyang smiled. Who else? Look at what she wrote in the letter. Send her some good food, something simple, easy to make, and tasty. Better if it can be eaten right after opening, or just heat it up. That's your job. I can't do it. Gu Qingqing. She took the letter and looked at it. A few simple sentences said they were doing well over there and told Lu Xiangyang not to worry. Then it mentioned caring about her parents' lives. Lu Xiangyang's own life was not asked about. Instead, he talked at length about what he wanted to eat. In short, everything revolved around one theme: simple, easy to make, tasty food. She couldn't make complicated dishes. Gu Qingqing almost laughed. That's a bit difficult, and now that the weather is getting warmer, some things are hard to send. Lu Xiangyang looked at her with a deep gaze. If it's hard to send, you can just take it there yourself.
Huh.
I said, I would take you to meet your parents. You can start preparing for it now. Gu Qingqing. Seeing Gu Qingqing's little face turn red, Lu Xiangyang felt happy and got up to leave. I'm going to work now. If you need anything, tell me. In a few days, I'll take you there. Lu Xiangyang went to work, and Gu Qingqing stayed in the backyard, spreading out the locust and honeysuckle flowers to dry. She carefully picked out the leaves from the honeysuckle and thought about what to cook for her future mother-in-law. After Lu Xiangyang mentioned it, she suddenly looked forward to meeting her future mother-in-law. She wondered what her personality might be. Would she be interesting? Someone who is loved by many should be quite charming, right? She spent over 2 hours at home turning over the herbs in the yard, thinking about everything. Finally, she made a rough plan. She needed to ask Lu Xiangyang for some ingredients. Today was a sunny day. The young workers had gone to work. After feeding the pigs, Gu Qingqing let the chickens, ducks, and geese out. She carried a small basket and went to watch. The white goose was already very beautiful and was eating more and more. The ducks loved water and jumped into the ditch right away. In this small ditch, there were many small fish and shrimp, which the ducks liked very much. Gu Qingqing had planted many of the vegetables around, enough to feed them all. She carried her basket and went to pick mushrooms or gather some honeysuckle or locust flowers. But she didn't go far, always watching the chickens, ducks, and geese. Everyone nearby could see the group of white birds working near the small hill. Aunt Pang was very envious. The chickens and ducks are so lively. Qingqing really knows how to take care of them. I've noticed they hardly ever die. They're all alive. When they start laying eggs, we'll have eggs every day. Second Aunt Wong was beside her, also watching the birds and feeling jealous. That girl is good at working. When she was at Old Li's house, she did all the chores. Old Li's family raised chickens and ducks every year, so she's very experienced. That's why her animals are so healthy. Aunt Pang looked toward Old Li's family and said, "It's strange. I thought Qingqing wouldn't have a good life after going to Lu Jiqing's place. Old Li's family would cause trouble for her. But it's been so long, and everything's peaceful. That's really strange." Second Aunt Wong chuckled. Lu Jiqing is capable. He can keep things under control. If it were anyone else, they'd have fought by now. Li Xiangyang went to the team leader's house to give a gift and suppress the Li family. Aunt Wong knew some of this, and even the team leader was helping to cover for the Li family, showing how much influence Li Xiangyang had behind the scenes. Gu Qingqing is truly lucky. Her difficult family background meant she wouldn't have had a good life no matter who she married, but now she is living more comfortably than anyone else. Listening to Aunt Wong and Aunt Peng gossip nearby, Li Fugue, who was working with his head bowed and feeling faint from hunger, was filled with intense resentment. He looked at the distant flock of white geese with hatred in his eyes.
Why?
A girl nobody wanted is living such a good life, while he, who is from the city, Works hard every day, but gets nothing in return. He was starving, and although the team had food, they refused to give him any. These people just wanted to hurt him. Li Fugui's anger grew as he thought about it. Recently, everything had been going wrong, and his patience was at its limit. Seeing Shirley, Su Guobiao, and Su Jinchuan living better and better made him feel twisted inside. A bunch of shameless flatterers. Why are they living so well? Gu Qingqing spent the afternoon outside. When it was almost time, she herded the chickens and ducks back home to cook. Li Fugui finally couldn't bear the hard work anymore and fainted from hunger in the fields. Everyone was shocked and quickly told the team leader. Wang Zhenguo looked around and ordered someone to carry Li Fugui back. Coincidentally, the three who carried him were Shirley, Su Guobiao, and Su Jinchuan. They had finished their work early and shared a dormitory, so Wang Zhenguo asked them to bring Li Fugui back. The three carried Li Fugui to the youth camp, gave him some water, and woke him up. Su Jinchuan was the first to speak. Fugui, you fainted from hunger. You need to eat more. It's a busy time now, and farm work requires strength. How can you work if you're not full? Where is your grain? You look so hungry. We'll help you make something to eat. Li Fugui glared at him with hatred. I don't have any grain. Su Jinchuan frowned. No grain? Then how do you eat? There's still a long way to the harvest season. Li Fugui felt deeply humiliated. Are you guys doing this on purpose? You know I have no food, but you still ask me about it. Is this just to shame me? I'm so hungry, and you won't even make me some food, yet you still ask for grain. Don't you have any compassion? Su Jinchuan was unhappy. I didn't say anything to you. Why are you yelling? We brought you back, and you didn't even thank us. Now you're blaming us for not taking good care of you? As a grown man with hands and feet, who knows you might run out of food. Why are you shouting so loudly? I think you're not hungry at all. You're full of energy, not at all like someone starving. Su Jinchuan was so angry he ignored him and went to get his own grain to cook with Shirley and Su Guobiao. They worked all day and were also hungry. Li Fugui's face turned red with anger. He was already too weak to eat properly, pale and exhausted, but now his eyes were red and his whole face looked fierce and a little frightening. He watched helplessly as Su Jinchuan and the others took some grain, 2 eggs, and a piece of wild chicken meat, about a quarter of a wild chicken, and went out to cook. Li Fugui's chest heaved with anger, almost fainting again. He was so hungry, and these people still had meat and eggs? This was so unfair. This was so unfair. Soon, the young workers returned. When Wu Dajuan saw Li Fugui lying there, he asked a few caring questions and also scolded Lu Xiangyang a little. Shirley and the others finished eating first, and then left, carrying buckets, nets, baskets, and other things, without saying a word to Li Fugui and the others. Wu Dajuan watched them leave and muttered, always following Lu Xiangyang like a servant, like a dog. It's so embarrassing. Li Fugui was almost out of strength. Dajuan, do you have any food? Please give me something to eat. Wu Dajuan was surprised. You haven't eaten? Li Fugui hated himself. They didn't give me anything. Wu Dajuan was furious. That's so stingy. There's plenty of food, but they won't share. Wait here, I'll get you something. Wu Dajuan really went to find food, but he didn't have much. Just some coarse grains. They chewed on hard, unappetizing bread and drank bitter wild vegetable soup, thinking about the feast over at Lu Xiangyang's place. They truly felt the world was unfair. This is not a life for people. Last time I saw those who returned from Lu Xiangyang, they all had greasy mouths from eating. The house was always filled with the smell of meat, as if they were cooking something delicious. Li Fugui also hated these days. We can't go on like this. We should think of a way to improve our lives. Wu Dajuan sighed. What can we do? We don't know how to hunt. Li Fugui thought for a moment and then spoke. Dajuan, they probably don't rely on hunting to live so well. There's a black market in the county town. Many people know about it. We need to find a way. That's the only place to get good stuff. Wu Dajuan was also eager, but didn't know how to act. Li Fugui's expression turned ruthless. Lu Xiangyang succeeded because he has many people working for him. He can't do it alone. Otherwise, such good things wouldn't be with so many people. He took Wong Yu, which is fine since they're friends, but what about Shirley and Su Guobiao? Now, even Su Jinchuan has gone with them. It shows that having fewer people isn't good. I didn't understand before why we kept getting so unlucky. Now I see, Dajuan. We need to work together. When there are more people, some can gather information and others can pass it on. Then, we won't have problems. Wu Dajuan asked quickly, do you know anyone in the black market? Li Fugue remembered what he heard before and whispered, recently I met someone. We just need to find a chance to contact him. In the backyard, Lu Xiangyang returned home. The smell of food was already in the air. As soon as he entered, he saw Gu Qingqing cooking. You're back. Wash your face first. It'll be ready soon. Lu Xiangyang smiled. It's still early, no rush. The food was ready, and there was no hurry. Wong Yu hadn't returned yet. Gu Qingqing went to the backyard to find Lu Xiangyang and told him what she needed. The seasonings are still at home. I need some beef. Can you get me some? I want to make braised beef. I'll also prepare some sauces to take with me. Actually, I can make them even when I get to the northeast. By the way, how many days will we stay there? Lu Xiangyang looked at her as she talked, happy to see her planning the trip. No problem with the beef. I'll find time to get it for you. As for how many days we'll stay, I can't say for sure. We'll decide when we get there. If I'm not busy, I might stay a few extra days. The mountains there are rich in resources, and I want to go see. By the way, since we're passing through Beijing on our way to the northeast, how about I take you to see the capital? Gu Qingqing was momentarily surprised. This was something she hadn't expected. Go to Beijing? Yes, Lu Xiangyang nodded. That's where I grew up. I'll take you to visit the department stores, see the Great Wall, and experience city life. You'll get familiar with everything. So next time you go, you won't be at a loss. Gu Qingqing immediately nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. She wanted to go, she really wanted to. There's so many antiques there. All treasures. Beijing has many wealthy people. Gu Qingqing really admired Lu Xiangyang's generosity. He was always thinking about how to help her grow and improve. Even though he was very rich and could support her completely, he chose not to. He always spends money on her without hesitation, but he also takes her to see the outside world, teaches her to read and do homework, and takes her for morning exercises every day. Since he started training her, he has never missed a session. He's very professional and knows how to train people. After being with him for so long, Gu Qingqing feels her body is becoming more flexible. Now, she believes she can handle a few ordinary people easily. With this promise, Gu Qingqing feels energetic every day. Her future mother-in-law said she would make ginseng chicken soup for her grandparents, so Gu Qingqing went to the village again to exchange for an old hen. Spring is the busy season for hens to lay eggs. If some chickens are poorly raised or old, they lay fewer eggs and are usually not kept anymore. But during this season, it's not as easy to find old hens that don't lay eggs as in winter. Gu Qingqing visited several farms before finding one. On the way back with the old hen, she happened to meet Grandma Li. Gu Qingqing has a strange feeling about this old lady. In the original story, she probably didn't have a good impression of her when she was in the Li family. But recently, since she has been with Lu Xiangyang, a series of events have changed her view. It seems she doesn't hold much ill will towards the original owner and has been suppressing the entire Li family, especially that troublesome Li sister-in-law. Li's sister-in-law has been arguing about divorce for a long time, but hasn't gone through with it. Recently, Gu Qingqing isn't sure what happened. Seeing Gu Qingqing in front of her, Grandma Li examined her from head to toe again. Her old eyes were still sharp and fierce, full of harshness. I heard you often exchange old hens with others, is that right? Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Grandma Li snorted, heartless thing. I can help you control everyone in the old Li family, but you don't even come to flatter me? Just like your mother, simple-minded. Gu Qingqing. She looked at the old lady for a while, then suddenly smiled. Help me control the Li family? Can you help me beat my father? The old lady raised her chin confidently. Of course I can. I'm his mother after all. Gu Qingqing. Suddenly, she became interested. What do you want in exchange? Grandma Li's eyes lit up. Food, drinks, things to use, anything at all. Money is fine too. Preferably money. Gu Qingqing curled her lips. All right, I want a big rooster or a hen. Kill it, clean it, and send it to me. I only need 2 today. I can't eat too many at once. Before Grandma Li could speak, Gu Qingqing continued, I'm the richest in the village. If you try to trick me with sick chickens, next time I won't trade with you. I've raised chickens here for so many years. I can tell if they're sick or not.
Grandma Li taichet her mouth.
Don't worry. As long as you have money, I can do more than just not give you sick chickens. I can even beat your father every day if I want. Sick chickens for your father, not for you. Gu Qingqing. This old lady is quite clever. After clarifying everything with Grandma Li, Gu Qingqing went home. In the backyard, the locust flowers, medicinal herbs, and other plants were still drying in the sun. The centipedes had been laid out in rows, looking a bit scary, but these could be used as medicine. In the 1980s and 1990s, many vendors came to buy them in the countryside, and the prices were quite high. Gu Qingqing had experienced this in her previous life. When the seasons changed, rural men and women would go up the mountain to catch these creatures, and even after 2000, people still did. In the 1980s, a large batch could sell for 5 or 6 mao, and after the 1990s, it was about a yuan or more. That was just from small vendors. If there was a channel to skip middlemen, the price could be even higher. Gu Qingqing didn't know if Lu Xiangyang was currently connected to such channels or just raising these little helpers, but Lu Xiangyang wouldn't lose money. These things were valuable since the 1980s. Anyway, she had space so she could store them. She knew she wouldn't make a lot of money just from this, but some money is still money. Plus, she could keep these helpers and improve their lives, which was worth it. Gu Qingqing cleaned the old hen, threw the chicken intestines to feed the ducks, simmered the hen on the stove, and turned over the herbs in the yard. In the evening, Grandma Li indeed arrived. She carried a basket with 2 chickens, 1 hen, and 1 rooster, both cleaned and quite large. Gu Qingqing raised an eyebrow and thought, not bad. Do you want to exchange something? Grandma Li thought for a moment. Since I killed 2 chickens at home, I can't just give them nothing to eat. I want some meat, pork, with plenty of fat. Do you have any fine grains? If so, I'll trade a little, and the rest for money. Gu Qingqing understood. She went back inside and brought out a dried wild chicken, 3 jin of fine white flour, 2 jin of rice, a small jar of lard, a bowl of pork cracklings, and 5 yuan. She handed the items to Grandma Li. There's no pork at home, only lard and a bit of cracklings. If you want, you can take these in exchange for your 2 chickens. How about that? She offered these items roughly at black market prices. The 2 chickens Grandma Li brought were indeed large and fat, especially the big rooster, enough to stew a small pot. So, she was quite generous with her trade. Seeing the lard and cracklings, Grandma Li's eyes lit up. There was a sizable jar of lard, and the bowl of cracklings was also good. She happily accepted the trade. Not bad. I've raised quite a few chickens at home this year. If you need some, just tell me and I'll exchange with you. In the Huaihua Brigade, there was no limit on the number of poultry, as long as they reported it and paid half of the future yield. Old Li's family had many people and dozens of strong workers, so they could afford to raise poultry. Do you want eggs? Grandma Li looked at her granddaughter with shining eyes. Gu Qingqing slightly curled her lips, feeling that Grandma Li was treating her like a fat sheep. Occasionally, yes, but not often. If I need some, I'll come find you. Grandma Li immediately smiled with all her wrinkles. All right, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on the people at home and make sure they don't bother you. Your stepmother and stepsister, I'll handle them and stand up for you. Gu Qingqing. Why didn't you do that earlier? After receiving the items, Grandma Li looked around the small yard, curious about all the things there. Why do you have so many locust tree flowers? Your family isn't short of grain. Gu Qingqing casually replied, Brother Lu's family has many relatives, friends, and comrades. There's nothing like this in the city, so I made some to send to them. Grandma Li suddenly stared intently at her. That day, I saw Qian Jiqing bring a sack of locust tree flowers to you. Are you still planning to take more? Gu Qingqing. Why is this old lady so sharp? Gu Qingqing stared at her silently. Seeing her expression, Grandma Li knew she still needed help. Her smile grew wider, and her eyes softened with kindness. Don't look at me like that. There are so many people in the Li family. Just tell me what you need, and I'll have them get it for you. Whatever you want, just ask. Gu Qingqing was silent. The Li family really had many members, dozens of people working hard. Seeing Grandma Li like this, Gu Qingqing thought she might be able to help the original owner vent her frustration without much effort and without giving anyone a reason to complain. Gu Qingqing's lips curled into a small smile.
I do need some things.
If you get them for me, I'll exchange them for something.
But
the Li family used to bully me a lot, so I can't just forget about it. Grandma Li immediately patted her chest confidently. That's easy. I'll go and stand up for you. No one will dare to mess with you. Gu Qingqing smiled. All right then. The locust flowers should be half open, the kind people dry and keep for eating. Get those, and I'll give you 1 penny per jean. Grandma Li's eyes lit up like bright lamps. Really? That's what you said. 1 penny per jean. These flowers are everywhere now. The locust tree team did really well this year, growing so many locust trees. I've never seen so many in decades. Don't go back on your word. I won't. Just be careful and don't show off too much. It's better if not too many people see.
Grandma Li smiled warmly.
Don't worry. My family has dozens of people. As long as the locust flowers are edible, I can bring back a few hundred jean without anyone suspecting. Gu Qingqing thought for a moment. All right, then that's settled. Grandma Li looked at other things in the yard and continued smiling as she asked, what about the honeysuckle? Do you want that too? 1 penny per jean? And what's that centipede for? It bites and hurts. Why do you want to get it? Gu Qingqing stayed silent. Grandma Li understood there must be a reason. She knew Lu Xiangyang was capable and knew how to make money. These days, making money was not unusual in the village. Everyone knew that their locust flower team had a good harvest and was living much better than most rural areas. After each autumn harvest, many people went to the black market. Life was tough, and everyone was trying to find ways to improve their lives. No one reported anything because the local customs were like that, people were used to it, and no one wanted to cause trouble. The village is strictly managed, and the village leader has a lot of authority. No one is allowed to make random reports about others, or everyone would be busy reporting each other, making life difficult for everyone. Old Lady Li smiled and said, Don't worry, our village doesn't gossip much. Can those things be sold for money? Or maybe not. I'll ask my family to catch some. However, Gu Qingqing didn't agree with this. We don't need that. We do need Sephora flowers and honeysuckle. They cost 1 penny per jean. Brother Lu has many friends and comrades. Once dried, sending a little to each is enough. Old Lady Li is clever. She knew Gu Qingqing didn't trust her yet, but that was okay. As long as she behaved well, the girl would believe her eventually. She planned to go back and give old Six a good scolding. All right, don't worry. I'll definitely get more Sephora flowers and honeysuckle for you. Lu Jiqing is so good to you. Send some to his relatives and friends. After saying that, Old Lady Li picked up her basket and left. Gu Qingqing called out to her, Wait. What's wrong? Be careful not to cause unnecessary trouble. Old Lady Li immediately smiled confidently. Don't worry. My family has dozens of strong workers. We're the local bosses in 10 or 8 villages. No one dares to bother me. I send some things to my granddaughter's husband's family, and my granddaughter shows me some respect with food.
Who would say anything?
If anyone dares to talk nonsense, I'll scold her whole family to death. Gu Qingqing was speechless. Old Lady Li happily skipped away, her smile bright and confident as she looked at the things in her basket. Li Yuqing came back to pick up something and happened to see the scene. Gu Qingqing was at home making chicken soup and rolling noodles, ready to deliver them to Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu later. The elderly are now busy with farm work. They are quite old and still work hard every day, so they don't have much time to cook. Usually, Gu Qingqing prepares food and then delivers it to them. After dinner was ready, while the workers hadn't come back yet, Gu Qingqing carried her basket and took the food to Grandpa and Grandma Lu. Their small house on the hillside was kept very clean. These people understand life well. Even in a tough environment, they still live with dignity. Gu Qingqing also saw an elderly woman named Yuan. She was said to be the daughter of a big capitalist from Shanghai. She was here, still boiling afternoon tea in a porcelain cup. Gu Qingqing waited in the yard for a while, and the elders returned. Seeing Gu Qingqing, Grandma Lu was very happy. "Qingqing, you're here again to bring me food? You are so hardworking, girl. Keep some for yourself. I'm already quite old. Is it wrong to eat a little?" Lu Xiangyang has decided to take her to meet the family. Naturally, Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu, who live in the Huaihua Brigade, know about her relationship with Lu Xiangyang. The elders do not oppose. The main reason Gu Qingqing has high hopes about marrying Lu Xiangyang is because the two elders in the Lu family do not oppose it. Since they both agree, there shouldn't be many problems ahead. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. So many things need careful thought. If the groom's family collectively objects, Gu Qingqing wouldn't marry into such a family. Gu Qingqing smiles sweetly. "Grandma Lu, Big Brother Lu isn't lacking anything to eat. Now that farm work is busy, you all should eat more good food to stay healthy." Grandma Lu is happy to be cared for by her younger relatives. Besides, she didn't expect this girl to be so beautiful. She has seen many pretty girls, but top beauties are rare. Grandma Lu and her daughter-in-law both have a bit of a beauty preference. Her grandson likes such a girl, and when she saw her, she didn't find it strange at all. She, as a woman, likes her very much. It's normal for young men to like such a girl. Grandma Lu opens a jar from her basket and looks inside. Smells so good. "Come on, let's go to the kitchen. Everyone is hungry, we need to eat quickly." Gu Qingqing follows Grandma Lu to the kitchen. There's a big pot of chicken soup. Grandma Lu and Grandpa Lu didn't plan to eat it alone. Everyone here can share some. Usually they add some water, cook a big pot, then toss in some mushrooms and cook noodles. This large pot allows everyone to have a bit. When Shuling comes over and laughs, ginseng chicken soup. That's very nourishing. Tonight, we're lucky to enjoy it. Every time she sees this elegant old lady, Gu Qingqing feels very curious and eager to learn her graceful aura. "Grandma Wen, I made some desserts for you. I heard you mention afternoon tea before, so I tried to make some. Unfortunately, I didn't have cream, or it would have been even tastier. It's in the basket." When Shuling raises an eyebrow, "Really? Let me see." When Shuling lifts the cloth covering the basket, revealing a plate filled with various desserts. Currently, materials are limited, so it's hard to make very delicate things. Gu Qingqing has some materials in her space, but she can't take them out because it would be hard to explain. However, she has flour, eggs, plenty of sugar, and milk. By adding vegetable juice for coloring and working a bit, she can still make nice desserts. There is also a cup of milk tea in the basket. On Mount Huaihua, there are many tea trees. Every year, people pick tea leaves to roast themselves. Gu Qingqing uses tea from her own space's tea trees. It's natural to bring out tea leaves now, and Lu Xiangyang also has some, but the quality isn't as good as the ones from her space. She added a little bit of her space's well water to each ingredient for flavor. Each taste is quite good. When Shuling saw this, just smelling the aroma made her smile uncontrollably. "You're really talented with your hands, kid." Grandma Lu tilted her head and smiled.
Wow.
"This looks just like real." When Shuling happily took a small piece and put it in Grandma Lu's mouth. "Try it. The taste is really good." Grandma Lu comes from a scholarly family, so she naturally liked these delicate treats. The two elderly women enjoyed eating happily in the kitchen. Gu Qingqing watched nearby. Everyone's background carries a special charm. She really admires it and wants to learn. Lu's family's granddaughter-in-law often brings them food, so the elders are happy to teach her. There are soldiers, noble ladies from literary families, retired professors, artists, and translators. Each person is a symbol of wisdom. Listening to them talk here is very beneficial for Gu Qingqing. Old artist Gu Huaizhong is truly a leading figure, an expert in calligraphy and painting. He is also a physics professor at Huajing University, very skilled in chemistry and fluent in English, German, French, and Russian translation. He is well-rounded in arts and sciences. Such a person was completely out of reach in her previous life. Now he's right in front of her, guiding her in calligraphy. Every time, Gu Qingqing feels so excited. Her brush calligraphy was just basic in her past life. She has kept practicing this life, and with Gu Lao's guidance, it's becoming more refined. As the daughter of a major business family, Wen Shuling knows social etiquette very well and is also good at business. Grandma Lu used to run a household, and she also knows opera and plays the piano. Gu Huaizhong can also play the piano, but unfortunately, there's no piano here. A group of elders with a lot of knowledge are stuck in this small world, unable to fully show their talents. It's rare to find such a beautiful girl willing to learn, so everyone is happy to give her guidance. Otherwise, it would be a shame after she's received so many good things from others. Gu Qingqing unknowingly stayed for over 2 hours. Outside, it was getting dark. Grandma Lu told her to hurry back. Go home quickly. There will be plenty of time later. Go and digest what you've learned today and come back next time. Seeing that it was almost night, Gu Qingqing quickly packed her things and headed home. Grandma Lu stood at the gate, watching Gu Qingqing enter the youth camp yard before returning to her house. In the backyard of the youth camp, Lu Xiangyang came home to find no one inside. This time, he had the keys, and when he entered, he saw that dinner was already prepared. He knew that the girl had probably gone to the back hillside. Gu Qingqing returned with a big smile. Seeing her happy face, Lu Xiangyang smiled too. Did you learn something good again? You look so happy. Gu Qingqing proudly replied, so many artists. Of course I'm happy. If I learn even half of what they know, I won't have worries in my life. Lu Xiangyang didn't argue. Because of the special times, Gu Qingqing's good fortune was truly rare. If it weren't for the times, no matter how good her background was, she wouldn't have had so many experienced mentors guiding her all at once. All those elders are top in their fields, but they can be quite temperamental. It's rare they're willing to teach you, so you should learn well. It will only benefit you, he said. Gu Qingqing smiled happily, feeling lucky herself. Some of them do have bad tempers, but I'm thick-skinned. I coax and smooth things over, and now everyone is willing to teach me. Have you eaten yet? Lu Xiangyang asked. Gu Qingqing put her books on the table. Yes, I gave chicken soup noodles to them and ate a little myself. Lu Xiangyang nodded, understanding. He went to serve the food from the pot and ate by himself. Have you not eaten? Gu Qingqing was a bit surprised. It was already dark. I was waiting for you. Wong Yu came over, ate, and left. I was worried you hadn't eaten, so I decided to wait, he explained. Gu Qingqing immediately smiled and went to the backyard to check. The herbs and everything else had already been put away. Lu Xiangyang's voice came from behind. The pigs have been fed, and the chickens and ducks are fine. You can go read your book now. Gu Qingqing happily ran back, holding Lu Xiangyang's face and giving him a quick kiss. You're great. I'll go read now. She sat at her desk, organizing her notes. After talking so much earlier, she needed some time to digest everything properly. Lu Xiangyang finished dinner and washed the dishes by himself. Then he sat aside and read a book with her. The young girl, who loved studying, was very charming. As a noble young master from a prestigious family, Lu Xiangyang could see her flaws, but there was one good thing. She was sincere. She was cautious, but not scheming or worldly. She never played tricks and was very eager to learn. When she met someone smarter and more capable than herself, she never felt jealous. Instead, she immediately thought about how to learn their skills. Lu Xiangyang admired this very much. It was completely dark outside, and everything was quiet. Someone knocked on the door. Lu Xiangyang went to open it. Outside was Su Jinchuan. Brother Lu, Li Fugue is planning to act tonight. There should be someone waiting outside to help him. Otherwise, since he's staying in the dorm, Leaving for too long will be noticed. Lu Xiangyang nodded. Is Wu Dajuan involved? Su Jinchuan shook his head. Wu Dajuan agreed to participate, but Liang Jianxi and Zhang Yong are still hesitant. Li Fugui is desperate and has no choice but to take risks. But those others? They are too cautious. The Huaihua team is doing well, and they are afraid to take risks. Li Fugui was caught before, and that scared them too. Lu Xiangyang smiled slightly.
Got it.
Help me cover for them. If they succeed and get some benefits, those two will join soon. Su Jinchuan nodded. All right, I'll go back now. Lu Xiangyang stayed a little longer with Gu Qingqing before going back to sleep. That night, Li Fugui and Wu Dajuan quietly left while everyone was asleep. The Huaihua team's life had been getting better over the past 2 years, with more relaxed policies encouraging self-sufficiency. So, they started raising more poultry. Near the mountain foot, by a small river, they built a chicken and duck coop with dedicated people taking care of it. The chicks here weren't bought as small birds but hatched from eggs laid by hens they bought. Now, the chicks had grown up, and the old hens were still laying eggs. Li Fugui wanted to steal the old hens. He had already found out that there was a shortage of old hens on the black market, and their prices were very high. That night, Li Fugui and Wu Dajuan worked together. One stole, and the other kept watch. When someone approached, Wu Dajuan could attract attention. They succeeded. They stole 3 old hens. The person who came to meet them paid 15 yuan per hen, which made Li Fugui very happy. Was it really that expensive? Of course not. But if the price isn't high, how would Li Fugui be willing to take risks? Lu Xiangyang wouldn't leave these people here, or else Gu Qingqing would be in danger over time. The other side said that recently the black market demand is high. These old hens still lay eggs, and if bought and fed some grain, they can keep laying. A higher price isn't a loss. Since there's demand now, the price is very high. They have channels to get more to sell, and in a few days, this market will pass. In less than 2 hours, he earned 45 yuan. Such a big temptation is hard for someone like Li Fugui, who has never seen much money, to resist. The next day, the team found out 3 hens were missing, but they found plenty of feathers around the hen house. Everyone thought they were taken and eaten by something from the mountain. No one suspected Li Fugui at all. This gave Li Fugui some confidence. After 2 days, Li Fugui went to steal again. The guards were stricter this time, and he only managed to steal 2 hens. Again, no one suspected theft. Everyone thought they were eaten by something from the mountain. During the exchange, the other side was clearly unhappy. Only 2? The market is so good lately, and you didn't seize the chance. This time, I'll give you 16 yuan per hen. Hurry up and bring them out early. If you send them to me in a few days, I won't want them anymore. He received 32 yuan for this. In these 2 thefts, Li Fugui earned a total of 46.20 yuan. Since he found the channels, he kept most of the money. He and Wu Dajuan split it 60-40, with Li Fugui taking 60% and Wu Dajuan 40%. 46.20 yuan is more than many workers earn in a month, and some people only get that much in 2 months. Li Fugui had never experienced how easy it was to make money like this. Over 46 yuan. If he does one more job, he won't have to worry for the rest of the year. Taking advantage of the market, he planned to do a big job this time because he knew there weren't many chickens in the team. Doing too much would surely raise suspicion. This time, he planned to bring a few more people to work with him in the neighboring Xiangyang commune. After all, he kept most of the profit, and the more people involved, the more he would earn. The living standards in Xiangyang commune are similar to Huaihua Brigade, but they don't have collective poultry farms. However, some farmers have chickens and ducks, and if they are careful not to get caught, it should be fine. Liang Jianxi and Zhang Yong saw that Li Fugui succeeded twice and earned so much money. They also became interested. They planned for several days, even went to Xiangyang commune to scout, and only acted after everything was set. That night, Gu Qingqing was sleeping at home. She had been busy in her space for a long time. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard noise outside. Everyone was called out to the large square for a meeting. Gu Qingqing, feeling sleepy, followed Lu Xiangyang there. When they arrived, she saw there were so many people. It was crowded, and she couldn't count them all. For people, Li Fugue, Wu Dajuan, Liang Jianxi, and Zhang Yong had all been arrested. There were also many people from the neighboring Sunrise commune. The meeting lasted over 2 hours. Gu Qingqing almost fell asleep leaning on Lu Xiangyang. After it ended, she staggered back home. When she lay on the kong, a traditional bed, she asked Lu Xiangyang, "They probably won't come back, right?" Lu Xiangyang told her to lie down properly and covered her with a quilt. "Yes, they won't come back. Sleep now." Gu Qingqing closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, she woke up feeling clear-headed and realized what had happened. She leaned over the table, her big eyes full of admiration, and asked Lu Xiangyang, "How did you do it?" Lu Xiangyang smiled. "It's a simple matter, no need to say more." Gu Qingqing nodded. "It is pretty simple, but there are many people involved. In the end, they didn't suspect you at all. Actually, it has nothing to do with you, so that's not easy." Lu Xiangyang ruffled her hair and told her to eat quickly. "I know all these people from the 2 communes. I didn't just randomly arrange for my grandparents to come here. Wang Zhengguo's father was also in the army before, so he knew our family's status. I found a way to help his son get a good job and rise steadily. Of course, he's willing to cooperate with me. Besides, we're not framing them. They chose to commit crimes themselves. These people had done bad things before. Wang Zhengguo wanted to deal with them long ago, but he hadn't arranged it yet. Don't be fooled by his kind and easygoing appearance. If he didn't have some skills, how could he manage the Huaihua Brigade so well? He's just cleaned out the troublemakers." Gu Qingqing thought for a moment. Over the years in the Huaihua Brigade, it seemed Wang Zhengguo had really sent some people away. "TSK, hurry up and eat. After you're done, I'll take you to the county." He was going to introduce her to her family. Lu Xiangyang planned to buy some gifts beforehand. Gu Qingqing went with him to the county. Lu Xiangyang gave her money and tickets, telling her to browse the department store herself. He also said they would go to the city later. If there was nothing good here, she shouldn't buy anything. He was going to look for other channels to see if he could find something nice. Basically, he was going to the black market. Gu Qingqing knew that her boss probably wasn't going to buy things from the black market. Most likely, he was going to sell something. The Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. The black market will probably be very lively at that time. Gu Qingqing smiled happily.
Got it.
I'm going to have some fun now. When you finish your work, come find me. Okay. As Lu Xiangyang left, Gu Qingqing went to change her outfit and then went to earn money. Lu Xiangyang went to the black market while Gu Qingqing stayed in her usual place, various residential areas where the residents are quite well off. After visiting 2 places and making about a dozen trades, earning over 800 yuan, Gu Qingqing prepared herself and decided to visit her main customer, Li Hongshuang. So far, she is the richest person Gu Qingqing knows, and she is very generous. Even if Gu Qingqing made several deals with others, none of them earned as much as one deal with his sister.